This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Woo. The long siren sounded one after another day and night. Attention, fellow star citizens. Attention, fellow star citizens. The Star Beast Tide will arrive in 3 days. Don't panic. Please follow the government's arrangements and leave in an orderly manner. All public broadcasts are urging everyone to leave in an orderly manner. The streets and airways are all in a hurry. The doors of the once bustling high-end commercial district are locked and empty. Everyone is trying to escape from this planet that is about to fall. No! They must go first. I will never agree to give up the quota. Chong Song stared at his grandfather with his scarlet eyes wide open. Chong Song was the only one in his family who was a strong superpower warrior. His mother Su Huaman was an ordinary person, his father Chong Jingtai was an intermediate superpower warrior, and his sister Chong Yi had just awakened. They had not had time to report for testing before they encountered this beast tide. Grandfather wanted his family to give the first batch of evacuation quota to his cousin Chong Jijia's family, so that they could stay and wait for the next batch of rescue. Just because Chong Jiajiu was the most talented awakener of this generation, she had the hope of entering the Imperial Capital Academy. No matter whether she was the most talented awakener in the family, he just wanted his family to be safe. This evacuation quota was earned by him fighting for the family on the front line for more than 10 years, and he would never give it up. Chong Song. The grandfather of the Chong family looked at his grandson, who was full of resentment towards him, and said helplessly, I am not ignoring them, I am just waiting for the next batch to evacuate. Jiajiu is the hope of our branch, do you know? It sounds good, no one is a fool, the beast tide is coming, and we don't know whether the next batch of evacuation ships can come. I just want you to say one thing today. Can you let my family get on the ship smoothly? Hey! Chong Song. How can you be like this? I told you that the next batch is the next batch. If something happens to our Jiajiu, your family will not be enough to pay for it. And Wu Jing jumped out and scolded Chong Song in fear that her grandfather would change his mind. No one in the Chong family said anything. Uncle Chong Jinghao wanted to say something, but he just sighed when he saw his grandfather's eyes, and he didn't say it after all. Chong Song looked around, and his eyes were red with anger. When he said he wanted to join the army, his grandfather persuaded him that the family's superpower team needed people, and asked him to stay at home. Now the evacuation quota given by the Chong family in the imperial capital is obviously for his family, but they must let them give it up. This is really good. Every time something happens, it is his family that is sacrificed. This is picking on the weak. Okay. I understand. You remember today's choice. I will withdraw from my family's team from now on. Chong Song suppressed his anger and turned around and left after speaking. Xiao Song. Let's talk about it nicely as a family. Xiao Song. The ant chased after him and kept calling. Wu Jing pouted and muttered dissatisfiedly, you are not a child. You threaten others with withdrawing from the team. When my Jiajiu arrives at the Imperial Star, there will be as many superpower warriors as you want. Who will care about you? Okay. Say less. Chong Jingrong saw that his family members looked at them with a wrong look, so he quickly stopped his wife's complaints. Although his wife was right, that was a matter for the future. The grandfather of the Chong family sighed, okay. Everyone, pack up and get ready to leave. He is the head of the family. He cannot only consider the interests of one person, but must be responsible for the whole family. Chong Song's family will wait for the rescue ship to come tomorrow, and then they will evacuate. Now they can only do this for now. Brother, how is it? When will we evacuate? As soon as Chong Song entered the house, Chong Yi came forward to ask. Chong Song didn't know how to answer this question. He wanted to speak several times, but didn't know how to say it. Chong Yi knew there was something wrong when she saw Chong Song's expression. The grandfather in the family has always been partial to others. At this time, he might be partial to others again. We are not included in this evacuation? Yes. Grandfather asked us to wait for the next batch of rescue. Huh? Chong Song closed his eyes and finished speaking in one breath. Chong Song's words made his mother Su Huamin so angry that she jumped up and down and yelled at his father Chong Jingtai. Why? The old man is partial to one another at ordinary times, but he is partial to one another at this time. Does he have a conscience? Okay. What are you arguing about? If that doesn't work, let's think of other ways. Although Chong Jingtai stopped his wife's complaints, he was somewhat dissatisfied with his father's actions. Method. Method. Tell me what other methods you have. But no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Now that the beast tide was approaching, how to survive was more important. It's not that there is no way. Chang'e didn't have much hope for his grandfather, and had been looking for other ways to leave. He turned on the optical computer and retrieved a military announcement. There was a message in the announcement saying that they were recruiting citizens from all stars to live on the Edge stars. If they signed a 10-year intention to live there, they could be given priority to immigrate. The Edge stars were basically newly developed planets with scarce supplies, high risk factors, and a small population. The military had its own management system. If you signed an immigration agreement with the military, then you would definitely be guaranteed to leave, but the Edge stars were too dangerous. If you were unlucky, you would encounter a beast tide as soon as you arrived. However, they couldn't afford to think too much now. The beast tide could come at any time. The earlier you left, the more security you would have. With the decision, the family drove the hovercraft directly to the military. In order to evacuate, they had packed up their belongings in the storage bag early in the morning. Now they didn't need to pack anything, and could just go directly. Don't crowd. Those with superpowers and awakened people come here to register. The registration hall of the military was crowded with citizens. It seemed that many people had the same idea. They didn't know if they could survive if they went to the Edge stars, but they would definitely die if they stayed here. The military department is not really willing to accept ordinary star citizens in this situation. The beast tide is said to last for 3 days. In fact, everyone in the military department knows that the beast tide has gathered on a large scale and may attack at any time. Now they can only arrange as many people as possible to leave. Chang'e's family took the registration form from the military department and saw that the registration requirements on it were different from before. One more item was added, that the superpower warriors and awakened people, regardless of their level, would immediately join the military department to participate in the battle. Her family members were given priority to evacuate directly by enjoying the treatment of military dependents. After the beast tide is over, if they do not want to continue to stay in the military department, they can live on the Edge star for 5 years according to the migration agreement and apply for immigration. Chang'e and Chang Song looked at each other, quickly filled out the information, and submitted it. There are 2 superpower warriors in her family. Although she has just awakened, the military department has noted that regardless of her level, she is also considered an awakened person. In this way, only one mother and one ordinary person can definitely evacuate first. Chapter 2. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. As soon as the information was submitted, their communicators received a message asking Chang Song and Chang Jing Tai to report to the Special Operations Department, and Chang'e to report to the Awakeners. Su Huamin's communicator also received information about the evacuation point. There was not much time for them to say goodbye. The 4 of them wished each other well, agreed to see each other after the beast tide, and then rushed to the reporting office. Have you ever refined any spiritual medicine, array equipment, or the like? As soon as he arrived at the Awakener's reporting office, he was taken to the refining area and asked questions along the way. Chang'e had just awakened in this life and didn't know what he could refine, but he was imprisoned by that old man for 100 years in his previous life, and he followed the refining every day, so he should be able to refine medicine, right? He took the job of processing medicinal materials from the person in charge. This job was not difficult, as long as he removed impurities from the medicinal materials for the gifted masters. Chang'e had not systematically learned the methods of processing medicinal materials in the StarCraft, so she could only figure it out according to her own ideas. Fortunately, the essence of all changes remained the same. To remove impurities, she just needed to control her mental power and be careful. On this day, she processed the medicinal materials over and over again, and she didn't know how many portions of medicinal materials she had processed. Chang'e felt that she had entered a mysterious state. She didn't need to control her mental power in particular afterwards. Once she touched the medicinal materials, she could automatically remove the impurities inside. This state ended only when her mental power was exhausted. Excessive mental power consumption made Chang'e enter a dormant state. When the person in charge found that Chang'e's state was not right, she was already unconscious. She was sent to the medical department. After examination, it was found that it was a stress reaction due to excessive mental power consumption, so she was allowed to evacuate with the wounded. Chang'e rubbed her swollen head, opened her eyes, and found herself lying in a strange place, which seemed to be a hospital. Bed number 3 has awakened. Bed number 3 has awakened. The robot's prompt sounded after detecting Chang'e's physiological fluctuations. Chang'e? A medical staff came in to ask. Yes. Chang'e still didn't understand why she was in the hospital. You overused your mental power and passed out. The military sent you here. We will do an examination for you later. If there is no problem, you can be discharged. The medical staff said to Changyi while examining her. In this case of excessive mental power consumption, the hospital has no way to recover quickly. It can only rely on the patient's own adjustment and recovery. Generally, after waking up, it is necessary to rest quietly. Whether you can use your innate ability again depends on your own recovery. After a simple examination, Changyi was discharged. Changyi slept until the beast tide ended. The beast tide came the day after she left. The military and various forces were ultimately defeated by the beast tide and had to evacuate. All the people who arrived in time were killed. On a habitable planet, hundreds of millions of people disappeared in the universe. Su Huamin rushed to the hospital immediately after receiving the notice at home. When she arrived, Changyi had already packed herself up, so she could go home directly when she arrived. Sitting in the car on the way home, Changyi asked Su Huamin about the situation at home. She knew that Chang Song had officially joined the first team of the military because of his strong combat power. He was on a mission with the team to explore undeveloped areas and would not be back for about a month. Father Chang Jingtai overused his superpowers during this beast tide, causing his superpower genes to become agitated. He is now recuperating at home. During this period, Su Huamin has been running back and forth between home and hospital. The planet they are on now is Qihong Star, which was just developed 5 years ago. The safe area for human activities only accounts for 1/4 of the planet, and the rest are undeveloped areas. Knowing that her family is safe, Changyi finally put down the big stone in her heart. As long as people are alive, things will get better and better in the future. The new home on Qihong Star is outside the military compound. Because they are used to their original home, the construction process of the new home is the same as before. In the interstellar era, building a house can be completed in 1 day by inputting the house model. Returning to the familiar home, she slumped on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief, sighing, "Home is still the best." Seeing Changyi's appearance, Su Huamin showed the first smile on her face after the beast tide. Now all she needs is her son to return home, and the family can be reunited. After Changyi recovered, she asked Su Huamin, "Where is my dad? Why didn't I see him?" "Your dad is resting in the room. Call him after dinner. Don't disturb him now. Go back to your room and rest." Su Huamin frowned subconsciously when she mentioned her husband. Chang Jingtai's supernatural power was very agitated this time. Low-level potions could only temporarily calm him. If he couldn't buy high-level potions, he might not be able to use supernatural powers in the future, and it would also affect his lifespan. If it really didn't work, she was already considering whether to ask the Chang family for help. Changyi didn't notice that her mother's expression was wrong. She just thought that her father was in the same situation as herself, and that he just needed to rest slowly. She didn't do anything. She wanted to go back to her room and rest peacefully. She had been lying in the hospital for too long and couldn't fall asleep now. She simply sat up and sorted out her thoughts. She calmly felt the soul-fixing beats in her sea of consciousness. Changyi had the memory of 3 lives in this life. The first life was in the technological era of the ancient Earth. The family was harmonious, but she was weak and sickly. In the short 18 years, half of the time was spent in the hospital. If she couldn't do anything else, she would read books all day long. She read a lot of books. She got full marks in theoretical knowledge, but 0 practice. The second life was a world of cultivation. She was adopted by an old man at the age of 8. She practiced in seclusion every day and spent 100 years in boring refining after coming out of seclusion. She thought she could become the protagonist of the book, but she didn't know that she was actually a stepping stone for the protagonist. The old man took her as a disciple just to find a body for his daughter. He attacked her soul while she was forming a pill, and she almost died. Fortunately, she had a soul-fixing bead obtained from a ghost cultivator to save a wisp of residual soul and escape. Later, I don't know how long it took, but she was born in this world after a lot of twists and turns. Because her soul was damaged, she was weak and couldn't awaken smoothly. It wasn't until this year that her soul was almost nurtured that she awakened. But it was unlucky to encounter the beast tide when she woke up. She had not studied the specific talents and abilities of this life, but when she was processing the herbs this time, she found that the basic operating principle was the same as that of the cultivation world, except that the energy used was different. Bored, she began to practice the health-preserving skills of her previous life again. Although she had lived in the cultivation world for a lifetime, the person who took her in had bad intentions, and naturally would not teach her those attacking methods, only the skills of this kind of body conditioning. Dong dong. Are you awake? Get up and prepare for dinner. Her mother's voice came from outside the door. Chang'e stopped practicing, stood up and moved her limbs. She felt refreshed and her head was no longer so heavy and comfortable. It seemed that this skill could still be used in this life. At the dinner table, she saw her father, who had not seen him for many days. He looked a little depressed. "Father, how are you? What can happen to me? I will be fine after 2 days of rest. Come and sit down to eat. Your mother specially made your favorite food tonight." The voice was full of energy, and it sounded like nothing was wrong. Chang'e turned her attention to food with peace of mind. In the evening, she had nutritious ingredients, and the dishes were her favorites, which made her very satisfied. Chapter 3. The next day, Chang'e reported to the military. She was a temporary recruit, and now needed to retest her talent level. This test is very simple. You only need to use 3 materials to refine something, whether it is a spiritual medicine or a spiritual weapon. Chang'e refined it 3 times according to the recipe and materials provided by the military, but all the furnaces exploded and nothing was refined. She stood aside awkwardly. The refining of the interstellar was different from what she had encountered before, and she couldn't refine it according to their way. If you want to stay in the military in this situation, find a talent master and be her assistant and learn well, otherwise you can only quit the military. The person in charge's cold words hit Chang'e. The onlookers talked about it. Who wants this level? You don't look smart. I don't want such an assistant. It's so stupid. There is no shortage of people watching the fun. Generally, the assistants of talent masters are acquaintances of the talent masters. Recruiting assistants of talent masters, who have no relationship, is basically for free labor. If you want to upgrade your talent master by being an assistant, it's a foolish dream. Chang'e knew her own situation. It was not that she could not refine, but she could not refine according to their methods. There was no need to fight with the military now. Chang Song had already joined the military. Whether she stayed in the military or not, her family would be military dependents in the future. Thank you, sir. I decided to quit the military first. Well, go and complete the formalities when you have made up your mind. The person in charge had no objection to Chang'e's choice. What the military lacked was capable gifted masters, not people who could not refine anything. After completing the formalities and approaching home, Chang'e had some ideas. It seemed a bit wrong to quit the military without discussing it with her family, but she still had to face it. After opening the door, no one was on the first floor. Mother should be home, right? She looked around and found that she was not there. Phew. It would be better to tell her later. She walked briskly to the room with the documents. She had to hide the things first, and then confess after she had thought about what to say. Huh? When she was near the door, she felt a violent mental force coming from her parents' room. Father! Mother! Are you there? Open the door. Chang'e walked quickly to the door, shouting and knocking at the same time. When Su Huamin returned home, she saw her daughter shouting anxiously outside their door. This must be Chang Jingtai's superpower gene riding in advance, so she ran over to open the door. Just as Chang'e was about to break in, her mother ran over from behind her and opened the door. The mental force inside had calmed down. The room was in a mess. Few of the furnishings were still intact. The father on the bed was sweating all over, and his face was pale and weak. Su Huamin quickly took out a low-level potion and helped Chang Jingtai up to take it. Chang'e saw this and guessed that his father's condition must be more serious than his mother said. He walked forward silently, grabbed his father's wrist, and released his mental power to investigate. Chang Jingtai's spiritual sea of consciousness was like a cracked porcelain, which was in danger of breaking at any time. After seeing his father's condition, Chang'e withdrew his mental power. You shouldn't have kept it from me. Su Huamin shed tears and choked up and said, Your father's condition requires high-level spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine of that level is priceless. We have no place and no money to buy it. I have even contacted your grandfather. There is no way. No matter how much it costs, we must buy it. The collapse of the superpower gene will affect lifespan. No matter how much it costs, she must get the medicine. This degree of gene collapse is not so easy to cure, but it is good that the child has this intention. She and Chang Jingtai have discussed it long ago. If they really can't use superpowers in the future, then they can't use them. Fortunately, their children have grown up. Chang'e knows that her parents don't believe it, but she will prove it to them. Nothing is difficult in the world if you are determined. In the following time, Chang'e asked about the level 5 gene recovery elixir while sorting out the materials on hand to cash in. When Chang'e was busy, Chang Song returned home after completing the task. After Chang Song got home and learned about his father's situation, he also asked around. This kind of scarce high-level elixir will be monopolized by big forces once it appears, and it is difficult to buy it through general channels. Only active soldiers can apply for this kind of spiritual medicine from the military with military merits. He can't afford it now. Even if he can, he needs to wait for a long time. Soldiers are high-risk professions in any era. In the interstellar era, soldiers are the most seriously affected by genetic collapse. High-level spiritual medicine has always been in short supply. Another kind is the underground trading area, which is not often available there. Every time it is launched, it is sky-high. Without a certain financial strength, it is impossible to get it. The price last time it appeared was as high as 10 million interstellar coins. Now all the assets of the family are only about 5 million. The funding gap is too big. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without windfall. Chang'e decided to give it a try. Her mental power is more sensitive to energy than ordinary people. If she wants to make a profit, gambling is the fastest. Taking Chang Song into the gambling stone street of Chihong Star, walking along the way, the noise in the stone-cutting area is the most lively, with a burst of shouting and sighing. You don't need to get close to see whether the energy stone is good or bad, just listen to this sound. There are hundreds of shops on the gambling stone street. Chang'e and her partner had never been to this gambling stone street before, and there were no familiar shops. They walked and looked, and went in to explore the ones they liked. The two of them walked along the way. At first, when they first entered the store owner greeted them warmly, but they only looked at the low-priced area and looked around with waste materials. They ignored them. Anyway, the low-priced area was full of waste materials. They were used to cheat young people on Taobao. There was no profit in the small ones. They visited 3 or 4 shops in succession, but nothing was found. The stone yield rate of these waste materials is extremely low. Even if you occasionally get something, the energy contained in them is extremely low and there are many impurities. It is not cost-effective. Chang Song couldn't help but approach and whispered a reminder. Chang'e didn't say anything, and rolled her eyes at Chang Song. This is all nonsense. If there is no money, who would look at this pile of broken waste materials? If waste materials can easily produce good stones, then they are not waste materials. Do you really think that those tests are just for show? If there is no other way, who would look at waste materials for gold mining? Chang'e felt a little dizzy and swollen after using his mental power continuously and intensively. Chang Song was still mumbling on the side, feeling a little irritated. The two continued to walk forward, and suddenly there was a commotion in the stone-cutting area in front of them, and a lot of noise arose. It seemed that someone had opened a good material. Xiaoyi, let's go to the front and take a look. Let's see what treasure has been opened. Chang Song wanted to join in the fun. What are you looking at? No matter how you look at it, it's someone else's, and it can't become your own. Chang'e didn't want to make herself uncomfortable. Chapter 4. The shop ahead didn't yield any results, so the two continued to move forward. They were not far from the stone-cutting area. As soon as they approached the stone-cutting area, they heard people discussing. These guys are really lucky. They got a good stone like grade 4 red jade from a material worth 10,000 yuan. They made a fortune. More than a fortune. They turned 10,000 yuan into 3 million yuan. Where can they get such a good thing? I don't know where these guys came from. It is said that the Mu family of Dixon came here to play. It is the Mu family. Another group of children from aristocratic families. Listening to the gossip around them, Chang'e and the others walked to a shop next door and didn't want to join in the fun. The shopkeeper was holding a teapot and looking at the stone-cutting area at the door. When he saw a customer coming, he turned back and went into the shop to greet him. Just take a look. If you like anything, I can help you cut it for free. Chang'e walked in and glanced at the high-priced area. The prices were so painful. Turning around, he went straight to the low-priced scrap area. The low-priced area of each store is the most conspicuous, with the largest number of piles. There was no one in the store at this time, and the store owner did not show contempt when seeing this, and still greeted them happily. It's more affordable here, 500 interstellar coins per pound, which is most suitable for you young people to practice. You are lucky. This batch of materials just arrived today. You may be able to get top-quality energy stones. Most of the scraps are left after multiple selections, and some are leftovers from the cutting of good materials. There is no new or old. Boss, you can get top-quality energy stones with this low-priced material. Chang Song couldn't help with picking stones, and he chatted with the store owner out of boredom. That's right, I tell you. The shopkeeper was also a person who liked to come to the party. Seeing someone answering the question, he chatted more enthusiastically. Changyi was picking in this small pile. To save time, he released his mental power to roughly scan it. If there was an energy reaction, he would pick it up to check. The shopkeeper might have just received some new materials today. The inferior materials were piled a little high. Changyi wanted to take a gray material the size of a football. Ouch! He was separated by a piece of material with long pits under his feet. What's the matter? Hearing the movement, Chang Song turned his head and asked. Nothing. Changyi simply picked up the material to check. This check made Changyi's heart skip a beat. The energy reaction inside was very strong. Changyi calmed down and carefully increased his mental power to check carefully. This time he felt the surging energy more clearly. Quietly poured all his mental power into his eyes, opened his eyes, and saw a rich purple energy. This was the thunder-type purple jade. The villain in his heart was already screaming crazily. Little girl. Do you like this one? You have a unique vision. Seeing Changyi holding the energy stone for a long time, the shopkeeper asked. This was automatically delivered to my feet, which means it is destined for me. It doesn't matter if it is ugly. Changyi tried to control the corners of her mouth. Little girl, what you said is interesting. Do you want this one or a few more? No matter how big or small the shopkeeper is, they are very happy to make a deal. Changyi thought about it, and asked Chang Song to take the piece of material that she was just about to explore. After choosing the material and paying the bill, the two pieces of material only weighed 20.5 kilograms. The shopkeeper rounded off the bill, and settled it at 20,000 interstellar coins. After paying, Changyi felt at ease. She was reluctant to let go of the stone, and she was happy, and didn't mind its weight. The store gave a code for cutting a stone, so you don't have to pay extra for cutting the stone in front. The two of them walked to the cutting area with the stone. Chang Song couldn't tell whether the stone was good or not, but from Changyi's expression, he could tell that it was pretty good. There were many people queuing in the cutting area. After the excitement wore off, Changyi's hands were sore, and he couldn't hold the stone, so he handed both pieces to Chang Song. The team moved forward slowly, and there was a noise from time to time in the middle. No one opened the particularly good materials. There was an unlucky guy, a gambler, who spent 5 million interstellar coins to open a pile of powder. There is no such thing as a general, who always wins when gambling on stones. Some are happy and some are sad. It's a common thing. Finally, it was Changyi's turn to cut 2 stones. Changyi tried his hand with the football-sized material. Later, he didn't specifically check the material, and it was probably a piece of waste material, so he let the stone cutter open it based on his experience. The master took the rough stone and looked at the 2 young men. They were newbies who came to try their luck. He knew it was waste material. However, he didn't care about the customer first. This situation happened every day in the gambling stone street. The master skillfully placed the material on the stone cutting machine and cut it with a knife based on his experience. Sure enough, the thin slice was removed, and there was still grayish-white stone inside. Continue. Changyi was prepared for this situation. Hearing that the master continued to cut the stone, the second cut was still grayish-white stone. The third and fourth cuts were still grayish-white stone. The material was already halfway through, which was basically broken. Do you want to cut more? The master stopped and asked. Cut more. Changyi was not in a hurry. This piece of material was originally used as a base. This was not giving up, and the master continued patiently. After adjusting the material, he cut it with one cut as usual, removed the thin slice, and prepared for the next cut. Huh? It was green, and he quickly picked up the water beside to wash the stone. It was really green, and the green was bright and rich, transparent, and complete without impurities. It was at least level 3 green jadeite. Do you two want to cut it completely? This material has already turned green, which means it is a gamble, and it is okay to sell it now. Chang Song looked at Changyi and waited for her decision. He really didn't understand this thing. Solve it. Master, please solve it completely. Changyi didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. Then you guys decide how to cut it now? He didn't dare to cut it casually in this situation. Changyi carefully checked it. The material was only the size of a fist in the middle of the green jadeite, and there was nothing around it. After looking at the calibrated cutting line, he put the material back into the stone cutter, cut it here. After adjusting the position, the master continued to cut the stone according to the line, cutting, grinding and rubbing, and worked for more than half an hour before the material was completely cut out. He washed the material, took it off, and handed it to Changyi, and then he saw the whole picture of the material. Top grade 4th grade green jadeite, pure color, Pure quality, it's going up a lot. How about selling it to me for 3 million interstellar coins? The first one to bid was the shopkeeper just now. He also heard that someone took the waste material to make green jadeite and came to watch the fun. He didn't expect that the material was just sold in his own store. The 4th grade red jadeite of the Mu family in front was also priced at this price. This shopkeeper didn't cheat people. 3.2 million. The one who bid was a weapon refiner. The purity of this green jadeite is worth this price. Sorry, everyone. Rome, let's discuss it. Chong Song and Chong Yi turned sideways to discuss. After a while, Chong Song clasped his fists to the weapon refiner and said, "Sorry, sir, this material was just bought from that shopkeeper. We want to make a good relationship." Hearing this, the shopkeeper hurried forward and greeted him with a smile. "Everyone is welcome to come to my shop and share the good fortune of these two. Maybe you will be the next one to get green." The shop owner is really good at business. He took out a membership card and handed it to Chong Song. "This is my VIP card. Welcome to come next time. Are you still going to cut the other piece of material?" "Of course I won't. That piece is the highlight." After the payment, the stone cutting continues. Chapter 5. Chong Song handed the piece of material with bumps on the surface to the stone cutting master. Looking at the material in his hand, the master was in a trance for a moment. He had never seen a rough material uglier than this one in all his years of stone cutting. The rain hitting the beach with thousands of pits was just right for this. "Master, just grind this material for me, don't cut it." Seeing that the master was about to use the stone cutting machine, Chong Yi hurriedly spoke. "Okay. This material has a unique appearance, and it is not clear what good material it is, but these two people just produce good jade. Maybe there is really some trick. Grinding without cutting is more time consuming, and the stone cutting master slowly and carefully polished it. A good material has just been cut out in front, and now the stone cutting area is also surrounded by people watching the excitement. If you can't cut it yourself, it's not bad to watch others cut it. I thought I would have to wait for a long time, but I saw green in just a quarter of an hour." Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "It's green again! It's green!" The people in front hurried forward to see, and they were even more excited than Chong Yi, the owner. This time, a purple-black color appeared. If you don't look closely, it looks like pure black. If you look closely, it's because the purple is too rich. Just looking at this corner, you can determine that its level is higher than the level 4 green jadeite just now. 5 million interstellar coins. The shopkeeper just now shouted again. No one knew that his heart was bleeding, and his thigh was about to be swollen from pinching himself. The green jadeite just now was fine, but this purple jadeite starting from level 5 made him want to strangle himself to death. Level 5 purple jadeite is priceless, but he actually sold it as waste. "Sold it. I give 5.5 million. Someone in the crowd shouted. 6 million. Someone else bid. 7 million. Then someone offered 7 million. Chong Yi couldn't suppress the smile on her face, and she was very excited. Although she knew that the material was good, she didn't expect it to be so outstanding. The one who made the bid was a wealthy energy stone merchant. "How about it? I offer 7 million, will you sell it?" If Chong Yi didn't know the situation of this material, she might have sold it, but now she knows it, only a fool would sell it now. "No. All broken." Chong Yi said calmly. She believed that the price of this energy stone must be more than this. "Good. Courageous." Cheers came from the crowd. Since the customer decided to continue, the stone-cutting master wiped his hands, stabilized his mind, and continued to cut the stone. He had a feeling that today might be the peak of his career. Dozens of eyes stared at the stone-cutting machine, reluctant to blink. The usually noisy stone-cutting area was now quiet, like the calm before the storm. Although he knew the material was good, Chong Yi was also nervous because of the atmosphere around him, afraid that he might have made a mistake. Sixth level purple jadeite. Someone exclaimed. "Not only that. This is more than 6th level." Someone else exclaimed immediately afterwards. The result came out, a bowl-sized piece of purple jadeite. The energy should be at least 6th level visually. The specific level needs professional testing. This level of energy stone is no longer a common thing on the market. Who? The strong panting sound came from the shop owner just now. He now felt that he had just died. What was the point of selling raw materials? "Are you guys going to sell it?" he asked tremblingly. As long as he made a move, he would still have a chance to get it back. Energy stones of this level are in short supply, and are basically taken by big forces as soon as they appear. No one dared to bid easily at this time, and the shop owner asked the people present. The atmosphere at the scene became solemn. Chong Song stood in front and released the pressure of the S-powered warrior, which dispelled some of the small thoughts of taking advantage. Everyone, we still need to discuss how to deal with this purple jade. If you are interested, you can wait outside, Chong Song said to the crowd, and then he and Chang'e walked to the corner to open the protective shield and carefully asked her opinion. The crowd outside did not disperse but gathered after hearing this. Many people opened the communication to contact their own forces. Level 6 purple jade is not available every day, not to mention that this energy stone may be more than level 6. There are also some ordinary people who are just watching the excitement, sharing this amazing news with others, and inviting people to witness this exciting moment together. Before Chang'e and others noticed, the news that the top-grade level 6 purple jade appeared in the stone-breaking area quickly spread throughout the galaxy. The quality of this energy stone was beyond Chang'e's expectation. Now the situation was a bit difficult to resolve. It was not appropriate to sell it to anyone. If they didn't sell it, it was uncertain whether the two of them could take it home safely. More and more people gathered outside. Finally, Chong Song obtained Chang'e's consent and sent a communication to the captain of his team. It was not appropriate to give it to anyone, so it was better to give it to the military. At least the reputation of this party must be higher than others. When Shan Mufeng received the communication from Chong Song, he happened to be discussing war preparations with General Ji Yin of the logistics department. Hearing the news that the level 6 purple jade appeared, he immediately took a team to the stone-cutting area. Hey! Colonel Shan, how come Colonel Lung has time to hang out today? Your shopping is a bit too big. Shan Mufeng brought all S-class soldiers, and the lowest rank was a captain, just to put an end to some people's delusions from the beginning. The military region attaches great importance to special war reserve materials such as level 6 purple jade. During this period of time, various forces have been arguing in the store for a while, arguing over the ownership of the energy stone. On the contrary, Chang'e's party, who opened the purple jade, was completely ignored, and no one asked their opinions at all. Ignoring the ridicule from all parties, Shan Mufeng walked straight to Chong Song and the others. He didn't know Chang'e, and asked directly when he saw Chong Song, "Where is the energy stone?" Chong Song asked Chang'e to take out the energy stone for Shan Mufeng to check. Shan Mufeng carefully observed the energy stone in his hand, and confirmed that it was a piece of purple jade with sufficient energy. Judging from the energy reaction, the quality should be at least level 6. How do you want to sell it? Colonel Shan. You are wrong. Good things should be competed fairly. How can you trade privately? The man was wearing the uniform of the 2nd Division of the military department, and Shan Mufeng was from the 1st Division. Colonel Mu, this is the territory of our 1st Division. Your 2nd Division is overreaching. That's not right. This is not the military headquarters. How can it be the territory of your 1st Division? Others are afraid of Shan Mufeng and his men, but Mu Qing is not. The 1st Division and the 2nd Division are natural enemies. Other small forces retreated to the side when they saw the military coming. Now the two sides of the military are not giving in to each other. Mu Qing, this is something offered by our team. Do you still want to snatch it? Lung Yu saw that the other side was unwilling to give in. It was not a good idea to keep the stalemate like this. Lung Yu is the deputy captain of the first team. His big eyes narrowed into a slit when he smiled, and his smooth and white face made people unconsciously let down their guard. But he was not soft-hearted when calculating people. The other person standing on Shan Mufeng's right-hand side is another deputy captain, Xiao Mao. His complexion is even more outstanding, his face is like a sculpture with distinct features, and his angular face is extremely handsome. However, he is dangerous, but makes people reluctant to stay away from him. They are willing to be like a moth that is addicted to it. He is the main force of the team. Chapter 6. Chong Song whispered to Chang'e about his teammates. There was no need to introduce the captain. A search on the Star Network would reveal all of them. He was one of the most promising candidates for the young marshal. He was outstanding in ability, good-looking, unmarried, and had been the top of the military district singles list for several consecutive terms. We have been discussing this for a long time. Let's ask what Zifei's master thinks. Lung Yu came out to smooth things over. Finally, someone remembered to ask the master's opinion. Seeing how heatedly they were arguing, Chang'e almost forgot that she was Zifei's master. Ms. Chang. No matter what price Colonel Shan and the others offer, I will add 1 million interstellar coins to theirs. When Mu Qing said this, rogue, Shan Mufeng frowned. Lung Yu's smile disappeared from his face. Mu Qing, you are determined to make things difficult for us today, right? Xiao Mao was more direct. The energy sword was pointed directly at Mu Qing, and the others. Chang'e couldn't afford to offend either side. Mu Qing was from the 2nd Division, and couldn't do anything to Shan Mufeng and the others, but she shouldn't be too easy to deal with Chang'e. Shan Mufeng was the same. He was Chang Song's direct leader, and was called by Chang Song. After thinking for a while, Chang'e made a decision in her heart. She would not sell the purple jade today. She wanted to take a chance with it. Chang'e took out the box containing the purple jade and took a deep breath. She adjusted her facial expression, walked to Shan Mufeng, and knelt on one knee in public. "Mr. Shan Mufeng, will you please marry me?" Chang'e's actions caught everyone off guard. Shan Mufeng's face did not change color even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. At this moment, his expression management was a little out of control, and he was stunned for a while. Shan Mufeng did not move, so Chang'e kept the proposal posture and continued to confess, "I am Chang'e, 28 years old this year, a newly awakened awakener, with no bad habits and a healthy body. After marriage, I will not look for other guards. I just want one person to stay with me. Marry! 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 I agree to my sister-in-law's marriage." Before Shan Mufeng could react, Leng Yu agreed loudly and pushed Shan Mufeng to collect the energy stone. Glancing coldly at the nosy Leng Yu, Shan Mufeng pulled Chang'e up, looked down at her, and said softly, "Your betrothal gift is a bit expensive. I need to see what kind of dowry I can give to match it. Colonel Shan, have you agreed?" The courage to propose marriage just now was exhausted, and now I feel a little embarrassed. "I accept your betrothal gift." The gentle voice sounded in Chang'e's ears, which was the most beautiful love words. "Wait for me at home tomorrow." Although Shan Mufeng was surprised by what happened today, he was happy to accept it. He was already at the right age to get married, not to mention that the person proposing marriage was her. "Miss Chang, why do you like Shan Mufeng's ice sculpture? Our captain is much better than him." A non-commissioned officer behind Mu Qing shouted. Mu Qing also folded his arms, and looked at Chang'e, waiting for her answer. He was sure that Shan Mufeng should be like him, and should not have known Chang'e before today. Because Colonel Shan is more handsome than him. Chang'e answered confidently, and there was no reason for a face lover. The dispute ended dramatically. The level 6 purple jade was taken away by Shan Mufeng, and all forces had to give up. After all, whether it was the military behind Shan Mufeng or the Shan family of the Imperial Star, they were not easy to mess with, and no one expected Chang'e to do this. "Sister-in-law, we have accepted the betrothal gifts. When will we go to your house to propose marriage?" After getting the energy stone, Leng Yu was in the mood to tease people again. "Deputy Captain, this is my sister?" Finally, it was Chang Song's turn to speak. Watching Chang Song step forward, Leng Yu hooked his shoulder and asked, "Your family? Do you have a younger sister?" "There are still many good young men in my family who are not married. I will marry you with just a piece of level 6 jade. How about a sister?" Chang Song was sweating coldly. Deputy Captain Leng's unruly look was really unbearable. "No! No! We only have this one girl in our family." He quickly shook off Leng Yu's arm, and stayed away from him. He only wanted a piece of level 6 jade. He thought that this level 6 jade was a broken stone all over the ground. He lost a sister for a piece of level 6 jade. He didn't know how to explain it when he got home. After leaving the gambling stone street and sending Chang'e and others home, Shan Mufeng and others turned back to the military headquarters to report. When Shan Mufeng left, Chang'e whispered in his ear that it was more than a level 6 jade. Back to the military headquarters. With the energy stone, he went straight to the testing room. On the way back to the military headquarters, Shan Mufeng had contacted General Ji to use the testing room. When they arrived, General Ji and Su from the testing department were already waiting. Su took Zifei in for testing, and Shan Mufeng and others waited in the conference room. While waiting, Leng Yu helped Chang'e promote her glorious achievements. "It's great to be young. When I was young, I was able to walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf touched. It's a pity that the girls at that time were too timid, and no one proposed to me." General Ji also joined in the chat. "General, why don't you go back and tell your wife about this and tell her that it's a pity that no one proposed to you?" Zhua Cheng Ran from the first team joked. The time sped chatting, and waiting was not too boring. Subu came over hurriedly with a report in his hand, smiling and smiling. "Where did you get this purple jadeite? How is it? What level is it?" Everyone was curious about the result, and they surrounded Subu as soon as they saw him coming in, asking eagerly, but judging from Subu's appearance, he must be good. "Level 8 top-grade pure purple jadeite. The energy in it is enough for the large thunder ship in your team's warehouse to be used for 3 years all year round. At the end, Subu's voice trembled a little. After hearing Subu's words, Leng Yu and Xiao Mao reacted the fastest and rushed directly to the testing room. Shan Mufeng quickly blocked the door of the conference room and prevented General Ji from leaving. Shan Mufeng, get out of my way. There is only one team in the military department. Can your team swallow the level 8 energy stone? Seeing the reaction of these wolf cubs, General Ji lost his composure and cursed. This is my betrothal gift, not the military's. No matter what General Ji said, Shan Mufeng just stood at the door and didn't move. Get it and retreat. Leng Yu and Xiao Mao came out with the energy stone. You are rebelling. General Ji's eyes were red with anxiety, and he shouted this. After getting the energy stone, the people of the first team no longer cared about the furious General Ji, and gathered with Leng Yu and the two of them, quickly forming a shape and retreating. Unfortunately, they still couldn't leave smoothly, and met Chu Shuai and the people of the second and third teams at the door. The two sides stood at the door of the inspection building and exchanged glances, and no one spoke first. You little bastards are trying to steal my communicator, now run. Try to run again. General Ji caught up with them cursing. Looking at these troublemakers, Chu Shuai had a headache. Follow me. Dan Mufeng narrowed his eyes and considered. It was possible to rush out. Their first team was as strong as the second team. With the third team, it was not easy to get out smoothly. If there were only the second team, they could try. Weighing the pros and cons, they decided to follow him. Walala. Both sides came and left quickly. Once a decision was made, both sides quickly moved to another place. Chapter 7. There is a large conference room in the main building of the military headquarters, which is rarely used. Today, because the main personnel of the three teams are all here, there are so many people that they can only sit in this large conference room. The two sides sat separately. Everyone in the first team looked solemn and angry, while everyone in the second team was excited. We are all brothers in the same military region. If you encounter difficulties, the military region will definitely help you. However, your first team can't use this level 8 purple jade now. Admiral Ji played the emotional card as soon as he came up, trying to ease the atmosphere. However, Leng Yu didn't buy it. He immediately retorted, why can't we use it? Our whole 18 ship has not been used for a long time to save energy. Now it can be used. For such a quibble, Leng Yu usually comes forward to deal with it. After hearing this, Admiral Ji couldn't help but sneer. Use? 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 What on earth are you going to do with that ship? Is it going to wander around for 3 consecutive years? This excuse is really too bad. Which team's large ships are not parked in the warehouse, and are not easily used? After all, these large ships consume an astonishing amount of energy stones, which is simply a greedy monster. This is our captain's betrothal gift. If you have the ability, you can marry yourself. Leng Yu was forced into a corner and challenged the opposite side. Pa! If a captain can exchange for an 8th level energy stone, he can marry all the captains of the entire army, Admiral Ji thought to himself. If they use an 8th level energy stone as a betrothal gift, what are you going to use as a dowry? It's not good to take advantage of a little girl, right? If you give it to the military, we will pay for your dowry. General Ji began to change his strategy. Since it was a betrothal gift, I will give you a dowry. What dowry? The girl said that because she was forced into a difficult situation. You are so shameless to take it seriously. The captain of the third team had seen the situation clearly through the broadcast. Hearing these words, Shan Mufeng stood up and looked at them directly. A gentleman values his promise. Marriage is not a joke. I can afford the dowry myself. The two sides argued back and forth for a long time, and no one was willing to give in. No matter how General Ji persuaded, the first team only held on to the fact that the energy stone was a betrothal gift for their captain, not for the military. At this critical moment, Chu Shuai made a decision, and a solution finally put an end to this farce. According to his proposal, the military can get half of the energy stone, but in exchange, they must give 30 square meters of the newly developed planting field to Shan Mufeng. In addition, the military also promised to provide the necessary materials for Shan Mufeng's new home construction free of charge. After all, he is about to get married, and it would not be appropriate if he continues to live in a bachelor apartment. In the interstellar era, ordinary soil cannot meet the needs of alien plants to grow, and needs to be carefully purified by pharmacists. The planting fields are divided into different levels. The planting fields allocated to Shan Mufeng by the military this time are all of medium quality, and can be used to plant energy alien plants of level 3 to 5. It is worth mentioning that it takes 2 level 4 pharmacists half a year to complete the improvement of 10 acres of medium planting fields. This year, the military has only more than 100 acres of such medium-level planting fields, and this time, they have invested a lot of money for this precious level 8 purple jade. After the conditions were agreed, the people of Team 1 happily left the meeting room and went back to the team to discuss how to equip the captain with a dowry so that they could look good. A bunch of men couldn't let a girl suffer. The remaining people of Teams 2 and 3 surrounded General G. Good things come to those who are quick. It is the hard truth that you should take them in your own hands. Team 1 took half of it, and no one else could take the remaining half. The military was in a commotion because of Changyi's level 8 purple jadeite, but Changyi didn't know about it now. She had been tossed around all day, so she went home and laid down to calm down. The next morning, the sun shone through the window on the bed, and Changyi woke up early for the first time. She quickly washed up, enjoyed breakfast, and then couldn't wait for the medicinal materials she bought online to be delivered, ready to start refining the elixir. Changyi carefully moved an exquisite medicine furnace out of the room. This furnace is in the style of an antique Bagua furnace, simple and elegant. On the 8 trigrams of Qian, Can, Jin, Jun, Sun, Li, Kun, and Dui, the patterns of 8 mysterious beasts are carefully carved, which are lifelike. The opening of the furnace is located at the top, and there is a small opening on the lower side to facilitate observation of the internal situation. This alchemy furnace was specially customized by Changyi based on her memories of her previous life. She is full of confidence in this furnace, and believes that it can help her refine high-quality elixirs. At this time, Chang Song just came back from outside. He had just completed a large-scale hunting mission and got a week's vacation, so he could have a good rest. Seeing his sister fiddling with the alchemy furnace, Chang Song took the initiative to help. "Sister, let me help you move it," Chang Song said with a smile, and then easily moved the heavy medicine furnace to the designated location. Then, Chang Song followed Changyi's requirements and carefully cleaned and tidied the refining area to ensure that everything was ready. After completing these tasks, Chang Song clapped his hands and looked at the tidy refining area with satisfaction. "Okay, sister, this place has been tidied up. If there is anything else you need, please tell me at any time. I will go to do my own things first," Chang Song said with a smile. "Wait! Don't leave. Stay and light the fire for me." Changyi interrupted Chang Song's steps to leave. Chang Song looked back at Changyi with a puzzled look, seeming a little puzzled. "Me? I don't know how to refine medicine. What kind of fire do you want me to light? Aren't you afraid of exploding the furnace?" As Chang Song said this, he pointed at himself, and then at the medicine furnace, with an expression of surprise and disbelief on his face. He muttered to himself, how could this be possible? After all, she knew nothing about refining medicine, and she had never heard of a superpower warrior participating in refining medicine, let alone 2 people working together to refine it. However, Changyi was not joking. She stared at Chang Song, and the smile on her face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. She spoke slowly, and every word was spoken very clearly. "I'm not joking." Chang Song couldn't help but be stunned. She realized that Changyi really wanted her to help light the fire. Although her heart was still full of doubts, facing Changyi's firm eyes, she nodded and said she was willing to try. So, Chang Song walked to the medicine furnace, sat down and began to learn how to control the fire. Changyi stood aside, carefully observing Chang Song's movements, and gave guidance and suggestions from time to time. Chapter 8. Changyi's mental power has not yet fully recovered, and she may not have enough power for the subsequent refining, so she simply asked people with enough mental power to help control the fire according to her requirements, and she was only responsible for the early treatment of the alien plants and the final fusion. In the interstellar era, there was no need for supernatural warriors to help control the fire, but in her cognition, it was normal to ask assistants to help watch the fire. Chang Song had never refined it before, and didn't know how other gifted masters refined it, so he could only do it according to Chang Song's instructions. Although Chang Song had tried very hard to control the flame according to her requirements, it still exploded, and the understanding of the 2 people was still biased. That day, the 2 people kept testing and adjusting in the alchemy room. The sound of the furnace exploding sounded from time to time, and in the middle were Changyi's various scoldings, disgusted sounds, and Chang Song's occasional protests. It was not until the evening when the 2 dusty people left the alchemy room that they refined a pill in a day. The surface was bumpy, and the size of a child's fist. Changyi put it away directly, not knowing what use it had. Chang Song was tortured for a day, and finally understood the descriptions of Changyi's mouth, such as a little fire, a little smaller, a little bigger, not too big, and fierce fire. Language is really profound. Chong Song deeply experienced it that day. This refining is more tiring than killing monsters. Chong Yi was speechless about Chong Song's stupid brain. If all superpower warriors had this talent, she could understand why no gifted master wanted superpower warriors to help refine. In her previous life, this understanding ability would definitely be expelled from the mountain gate. In the following period of time, Chong Yi kept grabbing Chong Song to accompany her in refining to improve their tacit understanding. Chong Yi seemed to have forgotten that she had proposed to Shan Mufeng in public. In fact, her proposal that day was not an impulsive act. You know, Shan Mufeng is from the Shan family, one of the 3 major families in the Imperial Star. As the descendant of the head of the family, he has a distinguished family background. And Shan Mufeng himself is even more talented and capable. If she can marry such a man, she will definitely not suffer any loss. Even if she encounters a beast tide again in the future, she doesn't have to worry about being abandoned like this time. Furthermore, if Shan Mufeng doesn't want to marry her, given his character, since he accepted the token of love in public, he will never let her suffer any loss. However, a week has passed, and there is no movement from Shan Mufeng. Chong Yi can't help but feel a little anxious. She can't wait to come to the door to inquire about the situation. After all, she is in a hurry to raise money to buy medicine. On the other hand, Shan Mufeng has not been idle these days. He has made full use of his network of contacts to investigate the information of Chong Yi's family clearly. In the interstellar era, people's attitude towards marriage is relatively casual. If they get along well, they stay together. If they don't, they go their separate ways. Since the average life expectancy is more than 300 years old, and the life expectancy of superpower warriors and gifted masters can even reach thousands of years, their concept of marriage is becoming increasingly weak. However, this longevity comes at the cost of a lower fertility rate. The stronger the ability, the lower the fertility. Those warriors with super genes basically cannot leave offspring. Just when Chong Yi was hesitating whether to contact Shan Mufeng, she suddenly received a call from him. Shan Mufeng invited her to meet at the military headquarters, and said that he had something important to discuss. Since Chong Yi had not yet obtained a driver's license, she could only ask her brother Chong Song to drive her to the military headquarters. Chong Song knew that his sister was engaged to Shan Mufeng, and he was a little worried, but he still agreed to her request. Along the way, Chong Song asked with concern, "Really don't you want me to accompany you?" Chong Yi smiled and replied, "No. He won't do anything to me. You should go to work quickly." Seeing that his sister was so calm, Chong Song stopped insisting, and told her to pay attention to safety and left. Following the guidance of the sign in the military department, Chong Yi successfully found Shan Mufeng's office. When she pushed open the door, she was very surprised by the scene in front of her. The layout of this office is extremely simple, with almost no extra decorations, giving people a cold and monotonous feeling. Just like Shan Mufeng himself, it is concise and clear, without any burden. The two sat down face to face, and Chong Yi felt like a student meeting the dean of teaching. She was unconsciously nervous, and licked her lips to say something to break the awkward atmosphere. Shan Mufeng looked at Chong Yi, and a smile flashed in his eyes. He knew that the girl was a little nervous and uneasy. However, he did not immediately speak to comfort her, but said in a serious and earnest tone, "Ms. Chong, first of all, I am very grateful for your proposal to me. But before that, I need to explain something to you." When Chong Yi heard this, her heart tightened, not knowing what Shan Mufeng would say next. She quietly waited for him to continue speaking, holding the coffee cup tightly in her hand, as if seeking support. "First of all, I want to tell you that due to work reasons, I will stay in Kahangsing for quite a long time in the future. That is to say, I will not choose to settle down in the Emperor Star after marriage. You must have a clear understanding of this point." Shan Mufeng's voice was calm and firm, which made Chong Yi feel relieved. Chong Yi was not very good at socializing, and felt a little stressed about living in the Emperor Star and dealing with those complicated interpersonal relationships. Therefore, when she heard that she did not need to live in the Emperor Star permanently, she was relieved and nodded in agreement. In this way, she can avoid many unnecessary troubles. The second point is that no matter what the reason for your proposal was, since you have proposed marriage, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. I ask you to promise that in the future, if I do not have serious principal problems, you will never take the initiative to file for divorce." Shan Mufeng's eyes became sharp, as if he was examining Chong Yi's inner world. Since he was married, he would not allow the other party to regret it easily. Chong Yi nodded again, indicating that she understood, and was willing to abide by this agreement. After all, she also understood that marriage was not a joke, and once a decision was made, it should be taken seriously. Finally, during the continuation of our marriage, I don't want you to have other guardian warriors. Sean Mufing's voice was full of unquestionable firmness. In this interstellar era, the temptations of the outside world are everywhere, and he doesn't want to bring any trouble and disputes to his life. He hopes to eliminate all factors that may lead to the breakdown of marriage through this rule. After listening to it, Chang'e was slightly stunned, and then understood Sean Mufing's concerns. She sighed softly, then smiled and said, "Okay, I promise you." She knew that in this marriage, they needed mutual trust and respect to go further. Chapter 9. Sean Mufing nodded with satisfaction. He believed that Chang'e could do this. He put down the coffee cup in his hand, stood up, and walked to Chang'e. He gently held her hand, and felt her fingers trembling slightly. "Then, from now on, we are husband and wife," Sean Mufing said gently, his eyes full of expectation and love. Chang'e raised her head, and met his eyes. At that moment, she felt the sincerity of the man in front of her. She could believe that his feelings were real at this moment. She thought the other party would put forward some other conditions, but she didn't expect it to be just this small request. What's more, for her, dealing with one person has made her feel exhausted, not to mention looking for more guardian warriors. After all, although people in the interstellar era treat marriage relatively casually, it does not mean that she can easily accept such an arrangement. So she did not plan to find too many guardian warriors. So, she nodded firmly and said, "Okay, but I also have a request." Sean Mufing raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that she might need to think for a while before giving an answer. However, to his surprise, she responded so quickly. As long as her request was not excessive, he was willing to try his best to meet it. So he answered without hesitation, "Okay." "You say?" Chang'e took a deep breath, and then said firmly, "Your request just now also applies to you in reverse." She knew that with her personality, she couldn't compete with others. In the days to come, she needed a reliable guarantee to ensure that her rights would not be violated. And an excellent man, no matter where he is, will be the object of everyone's pursuit. Therefore, she hopes that through such an agreement, the relationship between them can be more equal and stable. "Okay, if you have no other questions, we will go down to register now." Dawdling is not Sean Mufing's style. Since the two have reached a consensus, they should make a quick decision. Chang'e didn't keep up with his pace. He had to go to register now. His body reacted faster than his brain. Before his brain could turn around, he had already followed him to the logistics department. When he arrived at the logistics department, he realized that he had to tell his family, but it was too late anyway, so it would be the same if he told them later. In the interstellar era, marriage registration for ordinary people is very simple. The parties just need to register on the Star Network. There are a lot of things involved in the active military personnel, which is more troublesome and needs to be registered at the military department. Arriving at the military administrative building, it was Lieutenant Colonel Yang Hang who handled the registration procedures for them. "Oh, this is the rich girl who proposed with the 8th level purple jadeite." The fact that Sean Mufing was proposed to is now the headline news of the military. Yang Hang has also seen the video. Now that the real person is here, he can't help but make fun of it. This girl became famous in one battle, and is now a big celebrity in the military. She can't be seen in the military. Many people ask Chang Song when they meet her, "Do you have a sister at home?" Chang'e is writing furiously. She hasn't written so many words for a long time. She feels like a signing machine. If she didn't know that she was marrying Sean Mufing, she would have thought it was human trafficking. There are too many documents to sign, and there is no time to read them carefully. I didn't pay attention to anything else, except that Sean Mufing added a few clauses to the regular marriage contract. Looking at these words, she turned her head and looked at Sean Mufing, thinking that this guy really didn't leave any way out for each other, but it's okay this way. She doesn't like to drag things out. Since she has decided to be together, let's manage this relationship well. Thinking of this, she signed her name without hesitation. Seeing Chang'e pause, Sean Mufing's voice was slightly indifferent. "If you regret it, it's not too late now." Chang'e turned back and didn't say anything, just signed directly. Action is the best answer. Once this marriage contract is signed, if the two parties violate it in the future, the party in breach will need to leave the house. And if the other party is unwilling to resolve it peacefully, the party in breach will also face imprisonment. The marriage system in the interstellar era is indeed much more relaxed than that on Earth, and it can even be said to be very free, but the marriage contract signed voluntarily by both parties at the time of marriage has permanent effect. Yang Hang raised his eyebrows, looking at the marriage contract in his hand, thinking, It seems that both of them are going to fight to the end with each other. However, if you look at this marriage contract, it seems that Shan Mufeng still has the advantage. Because strong gene warriors cannot have offspring, their spouses often use this as an excuse to provoke other guardian warriors. The marriage contract between Shan Mufeng and Chang Yi explicitly prohibits her from looking for other people. Both parties have confirmed and signed the marriage contract, and the formalities have been completed. After Yang Laheng stamped it, uploaded it, and archived it, the marriage contract officially took effect. He turned the light computer screen to Shan Mufeng and Chang Yi, clicked on the map on it, and said, "Take a look. Which piece of land do you like?" Chu Shui specifically asked me to help you choose a good place. In the distribution map of the military's living area, only a few places in the central area are shown as vacant. Chang Yi can't understand the map very well, so she only sees the price of each vacant block, and the more central the area, the more expensive it is. The price of each block ranges from tens of millions to hundreds of billions of interstellar coins. Shan Mufeng's monthly salary is 80,000 interstellar coins, plus the mission subsidy is about 150,000. At this price, he can only choose the marginal blocks. But with his family background, he should not want those marginal locations. Chang Yi couldn't make up his mind, and didn't dare to make a decision easily. He turned to Shan Mufeng and asked, "Where should we choose?" Chang Yi's eyes were so easy to understand, and it was clearly written that it was too expensive and he didn't dare to choose. "Don't worry about choosing. Chu Shui said that thank you for your energy stone, our new home military department will give it to you for free." Chang Yi's eyes lit up immediately after these words came out. "Really? Then I choose whatever I want." With Shan Mufeng's words, Chang Yi can happily choose the address. Chang Yi likes to be lively but doesn't like to have too many intersections with people. After comprehensive consideration, she chose an edge of the central district, which is convenient for life, not deserted, and not too much trouble for neighbors. The most important thing is safety. After choosing the address, Yang Laheng called up the design draft of the house for her to choose. "If you are not satisfied with these design drafts, you can think about it yourself and give it to me." Shan Mufeng had no opinion on these. He thought that anything was fine as long as Chang Yi liked it. Chang Yi didn't know how to design, but she had been very fond of Chinese gardens for a long time. The elegant and simple green bricks and green tiles fascinated her. Since Shan Mufeng had no opinion, she chose a design drawing that she liked the most. After seeing Chang Yi had chosen the design, Yang Laheng smiled and told her, "You can move into the new home in 3 days." The new home is not yet completed, so Shan Mufeng can only send Chang Yi back to her parents' home temporarily. This is also a good opportunity to meet her parents. Chapter 10. Shan Mufeng knew the importance of this meeting, so he decided to express his sincerity in a special way by transferring 10 million interstellar coins to Chang Yi as a gift, and called it pocket money. After knowing that Chang Jingtai was injured, Shan Mufeng brought a few bottles of precious spiritual medicine from home, but because the military currently did not have high-level spiritual medicine reserves, he could only use the second-level ones instead. However, he had asked someone to find better spiritual medicines, and promised to send them immediately once they were found. In addition, Shan Mufeng also brought other gifts, including a bunch of high-level nutritious ingredients and some energy stones, which filled up the material warehouse of Chang Yi's family, which had been consumed by most of the recent battles. Seeing so many gifts, Chang Yi couldn't help but sigh, "Is my husband a little too arrogant?" After dinner, Shan Mufeng drove a limited edition hover car away from the Chang family, leaving Chang Yi alone to face her parents' interrogation. Although their marriage had some unexpected events, the Chang family still respected their choice. Since Chang Yi made the decision herself, they, as parents, will support her. 3 days passed in a flash. Moving in the interstellar era is very convenient. You only need a space capsule to easily get all the items. The decoration of the new house is designed completely according to Chang Yi's preferences and requirements, presenting a 3-story Chinese courtyard-style small building full of oriental charm. The first floor has a spacious living room, kitchen, and a layout connected to the material warehouse. At the same time, a refining room is specially built. This room not only occupies the largest area on the first floor, but also has a unique decoration style. The biggest highlight is that it is directly connected to the garden in the backyard, so that Chang Yi can enjoy the natural beauty while refining, and can do both entertainment and work. The second floor is planned as the master bedroom, study and guest bedroom, and the third floor is built into a leisure area. When Chang Yi moved into her new home on the first day, she couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of expectation and tension in her heart. Thinking of what was about to happen, her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Although she had experienced 3 lives, she still felt unfamiliar and nervous about the experience of getting married. Although she had secretly watched some action movies, it was only a visual experience, and could not really let her understand the true face of married life. At this moment, facing the unknown future, Chang'e was full of curiosity and uneasiness. She was still imagining and thinking about something, but Dan Mufeng had finished washing, and came out wrapped in a bathrobe. Wow, that figure is simply amazing. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, very upright. There were still water drops on the short hair that hadn't been wiped dry. From time to time, 1 or 2 naughty water drops would slide down the exposed chest to that mysterious place. Look at the body that has been trained for many years, with well-developed chest muscles and 8 abdominal muscles, and the lines are so clear. And those strong long legs, the muscle lines are as perfect as a cheetah. I'm going to wash up. I can't watch it anymore. If I watch it again, Chang'e will feel like she's going to turn into a pervert. She will pounce on him and make a move. She will run away in a panic and run into the washroom and close the door. Shan Mufeng smiled lightly. Her face flushed, and she looked panicked to please him. The night is still long, and the little white rabbit is destined to not escape the palm of the big bad wolf. Chang'e touched her hot cheeks, fanned her cheeks quickly with her hands, exhaled heavily, and tried to calm her heart that was about to jump out of her mouth. When her heartbeat was not so fast and her cheeks were not so hot, she washed normally. After Chang'e finished washing, she found that she had moved today, and there was one more person in the room. She usually did not bring any change of clothes into the bathroom. The only bath towel was just taken out by Shan Mufeng. What kind of large-scale social death scene was this? Chang'e was so embarrassed that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Unfortunately, no matter how shameful it was, she had to go out. She couldn't stay in the bathroom all the time. She quietly opened a crack in the door, stretched out her wet little head, opened her eyes wide and looked out, hoping that Shan Mufeng had gone out and was not in the room. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. Chang'e's head just poked out. As soon as Shan Mufeng heard the noise, he asked, "Have you finished washing?" He was cold and calm, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth revealed his good mood at the moment. When Chang'e just entered, he noticed that Chang'e did not bring any clothes to change, and the only bath towel in the bathroom was still wrapped around him. During the time he was waiting in the room, he held the light computer in his hand, but he never turned the page on the light computer. He was always paying attention to the movement in the bathroom, waiting for the little white rabbit to ask for help. "Pa!" When Shan Mufeng's voice sounded, Chang'e shrunk his little head like a frightened little rabbit, and banged. Closed the bathroom door. After a while, he carefully poked his head out again and said softly, "Shan Mufeng, can you help me get a pajamas from the closet? I forgot to bring it." The sound was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Shan Mufeng tried to hold back his laughter, and walked to Chang'e's closet. He opened it, and saw all kinds of soft and cute pajamas inside, which made him burst out laughing. He picked a set of pink long-eared beast pajamas, and walked to the bathroom. He clenched his fists, and cleared his throat before knocking on the door. "Ee! The pajamas are here. Do you need anything else?" "No. Put it at the door and leave." Chang'e's voice came from the door. Her face was as red as an apple. How could she dare to open the door? Chang'e put on her pajamas, and walked out of the bathroom. Her fair little face had just finished a bath, and was faintly pink. Her shy big eyes looked like a long-eared beast caught by a hunter. A pair of long, lifelike ears, hanging down along the waist of the petite body, and a short furry tail on the buttocks, so cute, simple and cute, and exuding an irresistible charm. Legal wife, the temptation of the uniform. If you are still indifferent, you are not a man. Walk towards the fatal temptation, hold her tightly. Jiao is weak in bed. The combat power of the superpower warrior is not only reflected in the fight against the beast. A night of begging for mercy, Chang'e felt that she was going to be drowned under the man. Hiss. Both legs seemed to have run 1,000 meters. There was still a dull pain. The whole body was weak, so tired. Don't want to move. Wake up. Wash up. I get you breakfast. The man's low voice sounded in her ears. He kissed Chang'e on the forehead, got up and left the bedroom. Chang'e pricked up her ears, and held her breath, waiting until Shan Mufeng walked out of the room. Then she opened her eyes carefully, confirmed again and again that he was really gone, and then dived into the bed. Chapter 11. She has lived for several lifetimes, but this is her first man. She really can't stand the current speed. Shan Mufeng was on wedding leave, and didn't have to go to the military. After breakfast, he hugged Chang'e and chatted with her. Chang'e was basically the one chattering non-stop, and he responded from time to time to show that he was listening. After 2 days of being together, Changyi indulged in gossip and walked around the house. Seeing that Changyi was getting restless, Shan Mufeng took her to check the material warehouse. Changyi knew nothing about sorting out the materials at home. Shan Mufeng talked for a long time, before she barely remembered that there was no shortage of nutritious ingredients at home, and they could be eaten with confidence. She couldn't remember anything else at all. When she walked into the material warehouse, Changyi unexpectedly found a treasure, a piece of shumi stone the size of an eyeball. This kind of stone is a very rare space material. Although she already has ordinary storage capsules, those storage spaces are small, and the energy loss is serious. How can they be compared with advanced storage spaces? Can you give me this space stone? As soon as she saw this material, Changyi couldn't move her feet. There are many more precious materials in the material warehouse, but Changyi has a special liking for this small space stone. Seeing this, Shan Mufeng smiled and replied, "Of course, everything in the material warehouse belongs to you. You can take whatever you want without asking for my opinion." He realized that his little wife didn't seem to really understand the fact that they were married. After getting the space stone, Changyi picked some other materials and planned to make a storage space by herself. It's great to have a rich husband. Shan Mufeng was full of questions about the strange materials that Changyi had chosen. Originally, he saw that she was taking the space stone to refine space capsules. Later, she took some medicinal plants and nutritious ingredients. The things she took became more and more chaotic. In the end, Shan Mufeng didn't care what she wanted to do, as long as she was happy. Shan Mufeng accompanied Changyi to choose the materials, and helped her put the medicine furnace. Looking at the huge furnace, he twitched his mouth. "Few gifted masters like this shape of furnace." The woman standing in front of the furnace was not as high as the furnace legs. This was the first time I saw Changyi refining, and I didn't know how good her refining skills were. But she was just a junior gifted master. I heard that she was completely blown up during the military assessment. But he didn't need his wife to support the family. It didn't matter if her ability was a little bit, as long as she was obedient. Shan Mufeng was busy for a long time to prepare for the work. Looking back, he saw the person who was really going to refine, sitting on the rest couch, holding snacks in his arms, eating happily. Seeing that Shan Mufeng had finished her preparations, Changyi finally put down the snacks and started to work. She took out the ladder first, otherwise she couldn't reach the top of the furnace, lit the flame, and started to put the materials into the furnace. Shan Mufeng had seen many talented masters refining, but this was the first time he had seen his wife's refining method. This was not like refining, but more like cooking. From time to time, she would stir it with a stick. Some materials were put in a little bit at first, but later, she might be impatient and just threw the whole thing in directly, muttering, "Ah, I put too much, forget it, add some more. Why does it feel so unreliable?" Changyi's refining today opened his eyes. A talented master can also refine like this. Refining is not something that can be done in a short time. Shan Mufeng saw that it was getting late, so he turned around and prepared dinner. When he finished dinner, Changyi hadn't finished refining yet. He didn't dare to disturb her. A talented master can't be distracted during refining, but seeing that his wife was forgetting herself by watching TV series during the break, it was obvious that his talented master was different from others. "Dinner is ready. Can you leave now, and go eat first? It's time to eat so soon." Changyi turned her head to look at the refining furnace. "It will take a while, so she will go eat first." She put on her shoes, and followed Shan Mufeng to eat. After dinner, Shan Mufeng took the light computer to handle military affairs, and accompanied Changyi to refine. Although the furnace did not explode in the end, there was a burning smell in the air. It looked like a failure. When the furnace temperature dropped, Shan Mufeng opened the refining furnace and looked inside. There was a thick layer of black ash. When he opened the top of the furnace, the burning smell inside was even stronger. "This is a burnt pot." Hearing that it was ash, Changyi was a little disappointed. It shouldn't be. She could feel the energy in the furnace all the time when refining. It shouldn't fail, but she still cleaned it up first. After pulling out a small basket of ash, she finally saw 2 jade beads in the ash at the bottom. It was a bit hard to describe. Other people's jade pendants are all dragons and phoenixes, but it's good for her to have one. A dragon is still a dragon, but it's the son of a dragon, and they are not very popular. Shan Mufeng looked at the strange jade pendant in his hand, but he didn't recognize what kind of beast it was, and he didn't say anything. It's always good to refine something. He used his supernatural power to check it out. This is a high-level storage space. It looks like the space is not small. He already has a storage space. He handed the storage space to Changyi. It's a high-level storage space. Really? I thought I didn't get anything, but I didn't expect her to refine it. He took the jade pendant and looked at it repeatedly in his hand. Although it was a bit ugly, the large space and sufficient energy made up for its shortcomings. The front and back of this jade pendant have the images of Tao Tai and Pishio. One eats everything, the other doesn't produce anything. Chang'e doesn't know why it's like this. She can't even remember the specific appearance of these two creatures. Anyway, it's practical. Considering that Shan Mufeng needs a high-level storage space more often than she does for missions, and the materials for refining are also his, after playing enough, she handed the jade pendant to Shan Mufeng. Here. Take it. Shan Mufeng was a little surprised when he saw the jade pendant handed back. Just now, she saw that she was so excited, obviously she liked it very much. I have a high-level storage space, take this yourself. Although he didn't need it, he was very happy that his wife could think of him. After confirming that Shan Mufeng really didn't want it, Chang'e happily put away the jade pendant, and put the things in the space capsule into the jade pendant, which were all small and scattered things. It was another sleepless night. When Chang'e woke up, Shan Mufeng had already gone to the military department. He was busy with military affairs. If it weren't for the marriage, he wouldn't have had these 3 days of vacation. Shan Mufeng was not at home, and Chang'e was bored at home alone. She was not familiar with the neighbors around her, so she stayed at home and searched the Star Network for information about spiritual medicine. Although her husband said that she didn't need to worry about it, and would buy it for her, she still hoped to solve her own family affairs by herself. It was the husband's responsibility to support his wife, but there was no such saying to support his mother's family. There were too few high-level spiritual medicines, and there was no news recently. After browsing for a while, she bought some scattered materials. The talent master was a profession that burned money, and these low-level materials cost her 1 million interstellar coins. The plants and materials in the interstellar world were different from those in the world of immortal cultivation. She could only slowly experiment and adjust to find the most suitable recipe. The continuous furnace explosions made her tired. She didn't refine what she wanted after using up all the materials. It seemed that she still needed to search for materials by herself. The talent master was a scumbag, and going out by herself would definitely be a death wish. She had to find a stable team. Chapter 12. While Chang'e was thinking about where to find people to form a team, Shan Mufeng sent her a communication to solve the problem. They were going to take the military's gifted masters to the newly conquered safe zone for training. They could bring military dependents with them, and asked her if she wanted to go with them. Of course, she had to seize the opportunity that came to her door. She changed into a work outfit, and waited for Shan Mufeng to pick her up. Shan Mufeng first drove the hovercraft home to pick up Chang'e, and then went to the military to gather, and set off together. There were 5 gifted masters, who set off with the team this time. Except for Chang'e, who was a military dependent, the other 4 were all active soldiers, 2 of whom were married and were also military dependents. The area that the military had just conquered some time ago was still rich in supplies, and each team actively led people to collect resources. When they arrived at the new safe zone, there were already many teams' hovercrafts parked. Basically all of them were military personnel. Everyone led their own teams to collect supplies, and did not disturb each other. Although they were from the same military, they were also in a competitive relationship. Half of the supplies collected by each team belonged to the team itself, so the more supplies the team had, the better the treatment. Not wanting to pick up the leftovers, they went a little further ahead of the gathering place. This was also because Shan Mufeng was confident in the combat power of his team. As long as they didn't encounter a group of ordinary first-level monsters, they could deal with them. The men were responsible for safety, and the women began to collect supplies. Spiritual plants and food were the focus of everyone's collection. Chang'e concentrated on collecting medicinal herbs. This area was a forest area, and there were many common medicinal herbs with good quality. In the interstellar era, the gifted masters used spiritual plants to refine. For these ordinary medicinal herbs, they were no different from weeds. Chang'e was not familiar with the other women, and what they were looking for was different. She just dug the weeds in the eyes of others silently. It was great that there were treasures everywhere, and no one was grabbing them. Seeing that Chang'e was just digging some useless weeds, Leng Yu couldn't help but turn his head and said to Shan Mufeng, "Does Chang'e not know spiritual plants? She's just digging some weeds. She likes it, let her do it." Shan Mufeng also felt that Chang'e was digging a bunch of weeds, but after seeing her refine it once, he couldn't say whether the weeds were useful or not. Anyway, he didn't bring her out to collect a lot of supplies, he just wanted to take her out for a walk. The woman walked inside unconsciously while collecting supplies. The men paid attention to the surroundings. Seeing that there were no attacking beasts, they didn't stop them, but just reminded them not to go far. Help! The beasts are coming. Following the shouts, the two talented masters Lang Hui and Lu Jiro ran closer. Now they were no longer as elegant and beautiful as before. The specially dressed styles had changed while running, and they became embarrassed. As soon as he heard the woman's cry for help, the superpower warrior drew out his energy sword to meet her. Chang Yi's life-saving skills were perfect. While putting on a protective shield, he took out the recently refined escape artifact Flying Cloud, and quickly flew to the docking point of the hovercraft. Shan Mufeng saw that Chang Yi had taken good care of herself, so he felt relieved to fight the beast. He didn't know how those two people provoked them, but they actually attracted a group of ton rats. This is the most annoying low-level beast. The individual combat power is not high, but they live in groups. Once they appear, there are thousands of them. Chang Yi didn't feel relieved until he ran to the hovercraft. He looked back at the battle. The ton rats were like little piglets. If they couldn't fight alone, they would fight in groups. It was not moral at all. Each superpower warrior had to fight more than a dozen ton rats. If he was not careful, he would be bitten by it. Its teeth had an anesthetic toxin that would delay the action of the superpower warrior. It seemed that the ton rats were endless. The energy was insufficient, and the superpower warrior could only fight and retreat. Lung Yu killed the surrounding ton rats with one sword, and took this opportunity to discuss with Shan Mufeng. No! There are too many of these things, and we don't have that much energy. Let's retreat. Shan Mufeng observed the battle situation, and considered the resources they brought. The value of the first-level alien beasts was not high. If too much energy was used, it would not be cost-effective. Retreat. The retreat signal was issued, and the team accelerated to retreat to the docking area. After retreating to the docking area, the large protective shield was opened, and they took a short rest and prepared to return. The energy outside the protective shield was still surrounding and refused to disperse, constantly hitting the protective shield. Are we going back now? Aren't we going to kill the ton rats? Although the first-level alien beasts are not valuable, the large number is also a considerable number. Many ton rats have been killed in the previous battles, and there is no time to collect them. It is too bad to retreat now. Chang Yi is a little unwilling. There are too many ton rats this time. We didn't bring enough energy. We can't fight on even if we want to. If there is enough energy, who wouldn't want to continue? So many level 1 alien beast meats are enough for a division of the military for a week. Lung Yu, the deputy captain in charge of logistics, is more distressed than Chang Yi, but no matter how distressed he is, it's useless without energy. Looking at the alien beasts outside, Chang Yi was unwilling to give up. He flipped through his inventory, and found the ball that he and Chang Song had refined last time. He handed the ball to Ling Yu. You throw this ball over the beasts and smash it. Maybe we don't have to withdraw? Chang Yi gave Ling Yu the ball and left it alone. If the ball was useless, she had no choice but to go home. Ling Yu looked at the ball in his hand, which was much larger than the average spiritual medicine, and asked Shan Mufeng with his eyes, "What is your wife refining?" The latter didn't know what it was, but throwing it out wouldn't delay anything, so he asked Ling Yu to do as Chang Yi ordered. You can go alone, remember to bring a breathing mask. Seeing Ling Yu preparing to go out, Chang Yi kindly reminded him. Bang! The moment the pill exploded, a strange smell quickly filled the air. Ling Yu then realized what Chang Yi meant by what he had just said. He could smell the smell through the breathing mask. He couldn't stand it, and hurried back to the protective shield. The protective shield was already filled with air. As soon as Ling Yu went out, Chang Yi asked them to turn on the air purifier. What is this thing you are refining? It stinks. Ling Yu almost passed out. The smell was really amazing. You think it stinks? The alien beasts also stink. Chang Yi was very satisfied with the effect. She reminded him to look at the alien beasts. The alien beasts outside had just attacked the protective shield with full energy. Now they were lying on the ground with their eyes rolled up, and they twitched from time to time. The lethality was visible to the naked eye. Everyone couldn't sit still after seeing this scene. There were no more strange beasts outside, but a bunch of energy ingredients. I don't know if they can be eaten in this state. They look like they are poisoned. They just fainted. They will wake up after the smell dissipates. This is just a stinker. It's not poisonous. Hurry up and clean it up now. Chang Yi reminded. This stinking pill smells 100 times as bad as a skunk. She didn't understand how she made it. She just made one and scraped it off a little bit to test it. The smell was really irritating and lasted for a long time. Chapter 13. Everyone put on breathing masks to pick up the beasts. The superpower warriors had to finish off the beasts and put them away at the same time. There were only a few warriors on the mission this time, and they were a bit too busy. Nutritious food is not suitable to be stored in the storage bag for a long time, and the energy in it will be lost. Shan Mufeng quickly notified the military to send a supply ship over and add a team of manpower. When the military heard that there were tens of thousands of pounds of rat meat, they directly asked Yang Lahang to bring the members of the first and second teams to come together. As soon as they got on the flying ship, they were scared by the strong smell. Shan Mufeng only asked them to wear breathing masks in the video, and did not say that the smell was so terrible. No matter how terrible the smell was, it became less terrible after seeing so much beast meat. There were only a team of more than 10 people, half of whom were talented teachers with no combat power. They didn't consume much energy, but they had tens of thousands of pounds of beast meat. If it was like this every time, there would be no need to worry about the storage of nutritious food in this winter. Hurry up. Be careful, don't be so rude. Yang Lahang saw a soldier throwing it directly, and stood beside him, and shouted loudly, "The more complete the fur, the less energy loss, and the higher the price. Women are useless in cleaning the battlefield, the smell outside is too strong." Chang'e put on a breathing mask, collected 2-ton rat meat nearby, and hurried back to the protective cover. It's almost lunchtime now after being out for half a day. Everyone is busy harvesting spoils, and has no intention of eating. Chang'e doesn't care about eating, no matter how big the world is. No one wants to starve her. Although the name of this ton rat is rat, it has nothing to do with that kind of dirty rat. The ingredients were brought back, but Chang'e didn't dare to skin it. These things were handled by her father before, and later the ingredients at home were handled by Shan Mufeng. Who of you knows how to handle ton rats? Several women looked at each other, and shook their heads. Every gifted master was delicate, and no one had ever done such a thing. They were helpless looking at the intact ton rats. When Master Lu came over, he saw 5 women discussing around 2-ton rats. They gestured with their hands from time to time, but no one really took action. "What do you want to eat?" General Yang said that everyone can eat as much meat as they want today. Lu Peng was the chef of the 1st Division. General Yang had just sent the first truck of supplies back and brought him here. This time, they harvested so many nutritious ingredients, so he asked him to make a good meal for everyone to comfort them. Master Lu was a timely rain. He quickly gave up his position and asked him to help process the ton rat meat. These 2-ton rats were definitely not enough for so many people, so he asked the soldiers to send 10 more. The gifted masters were delicate. According to their wishes, one was braised, one was made into mincemeat soup, and one was added with vegetables. It was much simpler for men. Half was boiled into soup, and the other half was directly roasted. The supernatural warriors were thick-skinned, and as long as the ingredients were energy-rich, they could eat anything. The task of cleaning up the front was not over yet, and everyone wanted to finish it as soon as possible, so the soldiers could only take turns to rest and eat. When it was Shan Mufeng's turn, he came to find Chang'e first, and only went to eat when he learned that she had already eaten lunch. Chang'e was already full, but she was still a little greedy when she saw the man's barbecue. Shan Mufeng saw her like this and smiled. She is really a greedy kitten. He tore off a little tender meat and stuffed it into her mouth. The woman's body was weak, and it was not easy to digest the barbecue, so he could only let her taste it to satisfy her craving. After collecting these ton rats, everyone was in high spirits and didn't want to go back. Not long after collecting, they encountered a group of strange beasts. Now that the group of strange beasts was gone, it was just right to collect materials at this time. It was still early. Since no one wanted to go back, they continued. They had to continue their training. General Yang took the last batch of strange beast meat back to the military headquarters, leaving a few members of the first team to prevent any more problems. After half a day of getting along, the women who went on the mission together today became familiar with each other. The one who encountered the beast group in the morning was Leng Hui, Leng Yu's cousin. The other Lu Jiro was a junior talent master in the military. She had always wanted to hook up with Leng Yu through Leng Hui, but had not succeeded so far. The other 2 talent masters were Xiao Mao's sister Xiao Yuqing, and another deputy team's wife Su Yunxiao. Among the 5 people, only Su Yunxiao was an intermediate talent master. Did you really propose to Colonel Shan with the level 8 purple jade? Is the gossip of the Leng family hereditary? The first thing Leng Hui did when she got to know them was gossip. Gossiping about others is quite fun, but being gossiped about by others is a bit difficult to describe. Chang'e pulled the corner of her mouth and answered a little awkwardly, "It should be true." Leng Hui's interest in gossip became stronger when she had the person involved answer her questions and doubts. She looked at Chang'e with a pair of bright eyes and expectation. Chang'e couldn't stand it anymore, so she found an excuse to run to the side to hide. Seeing Chang'e fleeing, the others laughed even louder. The parties ran away, and they changed the topic and continued chatting. Chang'e's good luck may have run out in the morning. In the afternoon, she didn't encounter any useful spiritual plants. She wandered around alone, shoveling here and there, digging a hole there, but she didn't get anything. She looked up and looked around, digging with her hands. Chang'e, what are you digging? Digging such a big hole. Come over here and dig together if you have nothing to do. I have a lot of fresh grass here. Xiao Yaqing was tired of digging, and stood up to move around. When she turned her head, she saw Chang'e digging a big hole alone. There was only a patch of weeds and nothing else. Ah! After Xiao Yaqing's shout, Chang'e realized that he had dug a hole in front of him. He came to his senses and perfunctorily filled it with soil twice, preparing to move to another place. Huh? It looks like mangosteen in the soil. How can mangosteen grow in the soil? Forget it for now. Dig it out first. She quickened her hands and dug it out. Oh, it was really mangosteen. Plants in this era are really amazing. Mangosteen actually grows in the soil. She took advantage of no one noticing to collect the mangosteen and fill the pit back. Now is not like the morning. There are hunting teams all around. There is no mercy in grabbing supplies. Xiao Yaqing is a living example. There is no frost grass left now. Xiao Yaqing has never robbed others, and can only stare blankly. After filling the pit, she clapped her hands and stood up. She pretended to be bored and walked to the side. After walking around, she had a rough idea in her mind. This mangosteen field should have been there for many years. There are whole pieces connected, and you can't see the end at a glance. She can't finish digging it by herself even if she dies of exhaustion. Chang'e turned around and ran to urge Shan Mufeng to send her back to the base first. Shan Mufeng couldn't resist her. Anyway, it wasn't too early to go back now, so he followed Chang'e to pack up and prepare to go back. Leng Yu couldn't stand Chang'e's pampering, and snorted a few times in a yin and yang manner, but Shan Mufeng was willing to spoil him, so he couldn't do anything about it. The group went directly back to the military headquarters. When everyone was about to disperse and go home, Chang'e pulled Shan Mufeng aside and muttered for a while, and then took out a round object and put it in his hand. Chapter 14. After Shan Mufeng came back, he asked everyone to go to the cafeteria to eat early, take a rest and prepare for the mission at night. Mufeng, are you going to let her do whatever she wants? She insisted on coming back early just now. It's not long since she came back. Now she wants to go on a mission at night. Isn't this nonsense? Deputy Captain Zhang Zishan couldn't stand it. Shan Mufeng had just said that everyone should go back and rest early, and now she wants to go on a mission at night. It was obvious that it must be Chang'e's idea. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. It's a dog-biting Lu Dongbin who doesn't know a good heart. Chang'e doesn't ask them to go if they want to. At most, she can ask people to go, so she can earn more. The action at night is voluntary. Shan Mufeng didn't care much about Zhang Zisheng's dissatisfaction. During the day, it was a military mission, and at night, it was purely a personal benefit for everyone in the team. If someone didn't want to go, he wouldn't force them. Except for a few people who were close to Zhang Zisheng, the rest of the first team said they would act together. It was okay for the supernatural warriors to have 2 missions. There was no need to rush against the captain to save energy. After dinner, Chang'e started to look for tools suitable for digging. After choosing and choosing, he found that the small shovel used during the day was the most convenient. He also selected tools for Chang Song and others, and sent them to him secretly. Shan Mufeng asked Leng Yu to borrow all the shovels, hoes, and targets that the logistics department could use to dig holes. Admiral Yang Laheng even suspected that their first team was preparing to open up Wasteland. When other hunting teams returned, the first team set off again. This time, they drove a transport ship directly to avoid the situation where there was no place to store during the day. On the ship, Shan Mufeng simply explained that a nutritious fruit was found during the day, and the quantity was large enough to allow everyone to fill a small storage bag. A small storage bag can hold about 100 kilograms of items. After getting off the transport ship, the troops headed straight for the place Chang'e said. The pit that had been filled back was still very obvious. Shan Mufeng led the way to dig up the pit again. Men are much stronger than women. In a few strokes, they dug out a whole mangosteen, which was as long as peanuts. No need to say anything when seeing the real thing. Who would secretly tease Chang'e in this situation? They would tease her more if they could do this every day. They would set up the lighting and pick up the tools to start digging. It took a whole night to dig. The soldiers seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. No one wanted to rest. Chang'e and the other women couldn't stand it anymore, and went back to the ship to rest. When they woke up, they didn't see anyone coming back. The cargo hold at the back was packed full. When they arrived at the mangosteen field, they saw that the mangosteen field, which was still endless yesterday, was now only a mud pit with potholes. It was really difficult to find someone in a pile of identical military uniforms. Uniforms are the best skin for men. After mistaking several people in a row, they finally found Shan Mufeng and his men. Wake up! This should be over soon. Seeing his soft and tender little wife, Shan Mufeng's fatigue from the night was swept away. Walk slowly, be careful not to fall. Looking at her carefully jumping over, his face was full of tenderness. It was nice to have such a little sunshine in life. After there was no place to store in the warehouse, the mangosteens at the back were piled on the spot. There was also a small pile of ton rats next to the huge pile of mangosteens. The mangosteen land they dug should be the territory of ton rats. They encountered a few ton rats sporadically last night. The large group had been destroyed during the day. The few remaining sporadic ones were not a big deal, and were dealt with by raising their hands. Yang Huaheng from the military knew that the first team went out on a mission last night, and did not return all night. Thinking of the tools that Lingyu borrowed during the day, they would not really be opening up Wasteland. He dialed a call to Lingyu. When Lingyu received the call, he was digging so hard that he didn't notice who answered the call. Lingyu, did you guys go to open up Wasteland last night? No one has come back yet. Looking at the communicator, he mouthed to Shan Mufeng what to do. If Admiral Yang knew, he would definitely want to share. Shan Mufeng took the communicator, briefly explained the situation, and discussed with Admiral Yang to use half a truck of mangosteen as the cost, and asked him to bring people to help with transportation. At dawn, the number of hunting teams around will gradually increase. It will be too troublesome, so it is better to share some of the benefits with the military, who would complain about the lack of nutritious ingredients, not to mention the rare nutritious fruits. This thing is loved by both superpower warriors and gifted teachers. Admiral Yang thought to himself. He knew that Lingyu was not honest. No, yesterday's tools could not be borrowed for nothing. So he hung up the communicator, and immediately gathered his men and set off. I knew there were a lot of them before I came, but I was not shocked by what I saw. These piles of things, like small mountains, were all nutritious fruits. This was too exaggerated. Looking at the amount, their military department should not have to worry about the lack of nutritious fruits in this winter. Looking at the fruit mountain in front of him, Admiral Yang was very happy. He asked people to pack mangosteens. He had no time to settle accounts with Lingyu. He would take them back to the military department first. Admiral Yang arrived with new soldiers. The soldiers who had not slept all night finally breathed a sigh of relief and could rest. They handed over the territory to Admiral Yang, and Shan Mufeng and others drove the transport ship back to rest. With the addition of Admiral Yang and his team, the cleanup work was quickly completed. When other hunting teams arrived, they could only see a flattened wasteland. Ah! It's still the most comfortable at home. Lying on the sofa at home, Chang'e didn't want to move at all. Although she had slept before, it was not as comfortable outside as at home. I made a glass of juice for Chang'e with freshly harvested mangosteen. Just as I settled down here, I received a call. It was to urge Dan Mufeng to go to the military material warehouse to discuss the distribution. Rubbing Chang'e's soft hair, I'm going to the military first. You have a good rest at home. I bring dinner back. Don't do it yourself. Gently kissed her and stood up to leave. Well, I take a shower and rest for a while, and wait for you to come back home. This man is different at home and outside. It's easy to forget his coldness when you see him being so warm at home. Watching Shan Mufeng leave, Chang'e drank the juice and strolled back to the room. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed and took out her laptop. As she played, her eyelids became heavier and heavier. She didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was drizzling outside. It was dark, and she didn't know what time it was. It turned out that fatigue is the best medicine for insomnia. I got up and went downstairs. The living room was empty. It seemed that Shan Mufeng hadn't come home yet. It shouldn't be too late. I called and asked, Mufeng, have you discussed it? Can't you go home yet? I got up. I discussed it. I was just about to ask you. Lingyu said that we should go to his house to get together in the evening. Do you want to go? The man's low voice came through the communicator. Chang'e tilted her head and thought about it. There was nothing to do in the evening. It would be good to go out and get together. Then you go home and pick me up. Chapter 15. It was her first time visiting someone's house, and she didn't know what to bring, so she took 2 level 1 spiritual herbs. They had harvested so many rats today, so they would definitely cook rat meat in the evening. This level 1 spiritual herb could be used to make soup together, and the energy was milder, and suitable for women and children. Chang'e, come here. We've been here for a long time, and we're waiting for you. Leng Hui, Xiao Yakin, and Ling Yu's wife Ji Shuya were sitting at the coffee table. When they saw Chang'e enter the room, Leng Hui called her over to play cards. The women's cooking skills were not very good, so the kitchen was given to the men to play. The best cook was the quiet Xiao Mao, and you wouldn't have thought that this cool guy had such a good cooking skill. Hey! I shouldn't have played a pair just now, I should have played a straight. Leng Hui muttered, glancing at the cards she had just played, wishing she could take them back and play again. I bomb. I won't regret playing. I'm waiting for you. Xiao Yakin played quickly, not giving anyone any chance to regret. Leng Hui is too talkative, Chang'e can't stand it. She never stops talking. She has a reason for winning or losing. Anyway, the opponent is mostly wrong. The last round is over, don't think about the last round. Bomb. Sorry, I'm leaving first. The one who doesn't talk is the best. Ji Shuyao, the hostess, has never lost a night. The other 3 women can't remember the cards, but she counts the cards clearly. Ladies, take a break first, and start the game after dinner. Leng Yu came over to greet them. Come on, let's go eat. Leng Hui, who had the worst luck, threw away her cards first and ran to the restaurant. Well, one person ran away, so she didn't have to play the last round. The ladies' staple food is rat meat egg custard. Who made this? It's amazing, not fishy at all. The egg custard is smooth and tender, not fishy at all, so delicious. Chang'e swallowed the egg custard in her mouth and asked which master's skill it was. She could try it more in the future. She never succeeded in making egg custard herself, and the steps were obviously the same. Xiao Mao's skill. If you like to eat this, I will make it for you at home next time. Seeing that Chang'e was happy, Shan Mufeng considered asking Xiao Mao about the recipe. Xiao Mao, this is your skill. Chang'e put down the spoon and gave Xiao Mao a thumbs up. This skill is really good. Chang'e was very satisfied with the meal. After the meal, Leng Yu washed a plate of mangosteen. The men went to the room to talk about business, and the women continued the card game just now. The air after the rain was particularly fresh. Walking on the streets and smelling the cool air, the whole body seemed to be baptized, clean and thorough, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. After returning home and washing up, he lay on the bed. Shan Mufeng hugged Chang'e and whispered, "Ee, do you want to go to the Talent Academy?" Just now at Leng Yu's house, several brothers asked him if he was going to send Chang'e to the Talent Academy. They all knew that Chang'e failed the military test. It had nothing to do with them before, so they just treated it as a joke. A talent master is a money-burning existence. People without connections, resources, and low talents often cannot become real talent masters. They can only become the lowest level intern assistants, helping others with chores, which is no different from ordinary people. Shan Mufeng doesn't care whether his wife can become a real talent master, but he respects Chang'e's ideas. If she doesn't want him to support her, he will always support her. If she wants the resources and connections, he won't let her worry about it. Chang'e had learned about going to the Talent Academy. Her talent awakening was a little different from others, and she had not systematically learned the current refining methods. She was willing to learn if she had the opportunity, but doesn't the Talent Academy not accept people who awaken over 25 years old? Looked at by his wife's bright eyes, Shan Mufeng couldn't help leaning down, kissing her forehead, and stroking her smooth little face. You can go if you want. The Talent Academy has several special places for the military every year. If you want to go, ask for a place for you. He unconditionally supports his wife's desire to improve. The place for the Talent Academy was arranged by Shan Mufeng, and Chang'e didn't need to worry about it. She just had to prepare for school. In fact, there was nothing to prepare. The elementary basic class was mostly some common sense teaching, and even the refining exercises were some of the most basic things, mostly some conventional materials. After admission, the academy would provide basic materials, and if it was not enough, she could just buy them herself. Chang'e wanted to get high-level spiritual medicine to cure her father's injury before going to the Talent Academy. There was no ready-made high-level spiritual medicine on the market. Although Shan Mufeng said that he had found a connection and was ready to ask someone to refine it, it was not certain to succeed. The success rate of high-level spiritual medicine was too low. She couldn't sit and wait for death. She had never refined high-level spiritual medicine in this life, but she had refined medicine for a lifetime in her previous life. As long as she found similar medicinal plants, there should be a certain chance of success. After all, most of them were medicines that repaired body functions. The medicinal plants in the interstellar era were very different from the medicinal plants she was familiar with. She could only find substitutes with similar medicinal effects. Fortunately, the man she married had a rich family and extensive resources. After this period of time, she had almost collected the materials on the prescription from his material warehouse, and the medicinal plants purchased from other people through him. Now there was only one medicinal ingredient that had not been obtained. She has been issuing tasks to find medicinal plants. There was no news about this medicine until recently, and now someone has basically determined the location. Just go there to collect it. However, this medicinal material is special and needs to be refined on the spot. Brother, are you going on a mission recently? Can you accompany me to the A3 area? Said the coordinates to Chang Song. The coordinates of the medicinal plant are a bit remote, and she definitely can't go there alone. After receiving Chang Yi's coordinate information, Chang Song didn't know why she wanted to go here. This place is a desert with a shortage of supplies. Since it was developed, no hunting team is willing to go there. Recently, I heard that the team seems to want to explore this area to see if there are any available resources. Without rushing to reply to her, Chang Song asked Lung Yu and confirmed that the team's mission this time was to explore the A3 desert area. It was not a confidential mission. If there were any hunting teams willing to go, they could follow behind. After getting the information he wanted, he quickly told Chang Yi that if she wanted to go to this place, she could tell Shan Mufeng and go with the military department. It would be safer. As soon as Chang Yi received Chang Song's message, she called Shan Mufeng to ask if he could go with them. Shan Mufeng was a little surprised to receive her call. The place they were going to this time had a harsh environment and scarce resources. On the surface, there were no available supplies. If the military had not had a comprehensive exploration mission for the new habitable planet, they would not have gone. Many gifted masters in the military were unwilling to go on this mission, and he was even less prepared to take Chang Yi with him. He didn't know where she got the news, but since Chang Yi said she wanted to go, he helped her to do a good job of protection, and went to the Star Network to order a bunch of desert protection equipment for women. Chapter 16. This mission point was really bad. On the day of departure, only Xiao Yaqing, a gifted master, was with the team. Usually, when a team goes on a mission, those gifted masters would rush to go, but this time, they all hid and were unwilling to come. Chang Yi and Xiao Yaqing sat together, eating snacks and chatting, all about some meaningless topics. Xiao Yaqing didn't talk much, but she ate quickly, and was also a hidden foodie. They found a common hobby. The topic of discussion between the two women in the second half of the voyage was all kinds of delicious food. When they arrived at the destination, both of them were still reluctant to leave. Before coming, Chang Yi asked if it was possible to dock near her coordinates to facilitate her search for medicinal plants. This time, the flying ship was an exploration mission, and there was no fixed requirement for the docking point. Fortunately, it was docked near her coordinates according to Chang Yi's request. Before the group stepped off the flying ship, they were caught off guard by the yellow sand that hit them in the face, and they shut up forcefully. Ah! Ba! 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 The voices that rang out in succession were mostly those that were taught a lesson by the wind and sand. Everyone hurriedly ran into the protective shield and put on their equipment before setting off again. Shan Mufeng bought new products of the season, which were both beautiful and practical. The fitted protective clothing did not affect the action at all. Chang Yi's goal was to come for the medicinal plant, and she must have gone directly to find it. Xiao Yaqing, as the only official talent master this time, stayed behind to refine and provide combat support for the soldiers. As the captain, Shan Mufeng could not move around at will, so he could only let Chang Song accompany Chang Yi to find the coordinate point. Chang Song took out a small hovercraft and carried Chang Yi. According to the feedback location, they went straight. There was mostly yellow sand along the way, and no other creatures were seen. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the coordinate point. I saw a protruding rock, surrounded by yellow sand. The exposed rock looked only about 1 meter high. On the bare rock, there were 3 or 2 medicinal plants in the shape of stone lotus. Are you sure it's here? There's nothing here? Just that small rock. Chang Song stopped the hovercraft and walked towards the rock while talking to Chang Yi. It should be here. Do you see those medicinal plants on the rock? That should be what I'm looking for. Chang Yi compared it with the drawings in his hand. It showed that this was the place, and it was right when he looked around. Carefully observe the stone lotus on the rock. The whole plant grows close to the stone. It is in the shape of a lotus, with green leaves, golden edges, and yellow stamens. It is small, and about the size of a child's palm. Although the growing environment is very different from the previous life, it looks like the green lotus. In the previous life, it grew in extremely cold places. I didn't expect it to be in the desert now. However, whether the specific effects are the same still needs to be tested. Chang'e reached out to tear off a piece for testing. Ah! Snap! Chang'e pulled back the knife with pain, and the jade knife slipped. What's wrong? Are you okay? Chang Song quickly pulled Chang'e back, protected her behind him, drew out the energy sword, and looked around vigilantly. I'm fine, something just bit me. Luckily I was wearing protective clothing. It was just too sudden, the thing didn't even bite through the protective clothing, she was not injured. The two carefully observed, brother. Look, did the stone move? Chang'e pointed to a small stone next to the green lotus. Having just learned a lesson, Chang Song did not approach directly, but took out a biological detection instrument and probed towards the place Chang'e pointed. Ding! The detector immediately sounded an alarm without even getting close. Seeing this situation, Chang'e carefully released a trace of mental power perception. Unfortunately, the little thing on the rock was just an appetizer. Hiding under the yellow sand nearby were two huge chameleons. This kind of chameleon not only changes its skin color according to the environment. Even its body temperature can be adjusted according to the surrounding temperature. The detector can't detect them at all. Moreover, this thing is highly toxic fast, and extremely difficult to deal with. However, their skin is a good material for refining. Now there are only two of them. If they go up rashly without preparation, they will definitely not get the upper hand. They can only retreat temporarily, and come back later. The two retreated carefully, trying not to alarm the two. Fortunately, they have no intention of attacking at present. It is best to trap this small beast, which is easy and safe. After retreating far away, Chang'e searched for tools suitable for trapping. After searching for a long time, he found a large jar prepared for soaking wine. The most suitable one. This jar looks small on the outside, but there is a space capsule inside that can hold more than 100 kilograms of wine. Put a large piece of rat meat in the wine jar, deliberately let Chang Song bleed, tied a rope, and placed it not far from it. Take out a whistle that you have bought before, blow the whistle, and use the sound of the whistle to lure it over. Chameleons are particularly sensitive to sound, and this special sound frequency can seduce them. This method works. Chameleons often crawl over to the wine jar. Chang'e tries to suppress the scream in his heart, and keeps the whistle steady. The whole appearance of the chameleon can only be seen when it moves. Judging from its size, it is about 3 meters long, like a crocodile, and it climbs up at a whooshing speed. Almost there, it's about to go in right now, snap! When Chang Song saw it sticking its head into the jar, he pulled the rope to raise the jar when it was halfway in, and quickly closed the lid to prevent it from running away. This kind of creature is used to being quiet in a dark environment. The dangerous factors were eliminated, and the two checked again. Chang'e started to collect the green lotus, gently pulled off a piece for testing, and it was fine. Although there was a little deviation, it was not a big problem and could be used. Now that all the materials were collected, Chang'e took out the alchemy furnace, and prepared to refine it on the spot. He carefully took out the materials one by one, and processed them for use. When the ignition started, Chang Song was asked to help watch the fire as usual. Chang Song has now been trained by her to be a qualified fire boy who can accurately control the fire according to her requirements. When Shan Mufeng came over, he saw one throwing things into the furnace from time to time, and the other sitting in front of the furnace watching the fire and inputting some energy from time to time. His wife's refining method was unconventional, and she actually asked the supernatural warrior to watch the fire. Chang'e put the herbs away, and saw Shan Mufeng standing next to her without approaching. Why are you here? I saw that you two didn't go to lunch, so I came to see you. Raised his hand to tidy up the hair around Chang'e's ears. Can you leave now? Do you need me to bring it to you? Chang'e looked back at the medicine furnace. It would probably take a while to refine it, so she went to eat with Shan Mufeng first, and then came back to take over Chang Song. She asked Chang Song to take care of the medicine furnace. After a quick lunch, Chang'e continued to refine in the afternoon. It was not until the afternoon that the refining came to an end. She told Chang Song to continue with the low heat. She called Chang's father's phone and asked him to come to her. Then she asked Shan Mufeng to contact Admiral Yan Heng and asked him to come and take advantage of it. Chapter 17. Black clouds rolled over the top of the furnace. but the sun was still shining brightly outside. Chang'e, have you finished refining your furnace? It looks like it's going to rain on your part. After refining, clean up quickly and avoid the rain. Leng Yu kindly reminded. Chang'e looked up at the black clouds above his head and used his mental power to sense the situation of the elixir in the furnace. Admiral Yang had not arrived yet, and there was no time to wait for him. Mu Feng. Could Admiral Yang not have arrived yet? Admiral Yang is stuck at the military headquarters and can't come for the time being. Shan Mufeng just received the news and confirmed it. If they can't make it, they won't wait. Chang'e asked Shan Mufeng, Chang Jingtai, Chang Song, Leng Yu, and Xiao Mao to stand around the medicine furnace. I am refining a repair potion. You will be asked to take the elixir directly later. Don't hesitate. Remember to put up the protective shield as soon as possible after taking it. After giving the order, Chang'e ignored them and concentrated on injecting all his mental power into the furnace to melt the elixir. How can your family make medicine so mysterious? Among these people, Leng Yu is the most talkative. There is no time to chat with them anymore. The black clouds in the sky rolled more violently, and suddenly there was a loud noise. Bang! The top of the furnace was directly lifted by the airflow and flew out 10 meters away. A pill the size of a ping-pong ball rushed out of the furnace, surrounded by green mist, and flew into the sky, as if escaping from something. Chang'e held her breath and used her mental power to lock the pill tightly. Break! With her loud shout, the pill in the air was divided into 5 and accurately delivered to the 5 people. Hurry up! Take it directly. The 5 people were stunned for a moment by the exaggerated movement. When they heard Chang'e's voice, they subconsciously opened their mouths and swallowed the green pill. Seeing that the pills had been taken by them, Chang'e took out the feiyun that she had prepared long ago and ran away. As soon as she left, there was a deafening thunder behind her. She didn't bother to look back, because her small body couldn't withstand the thunder. Fortunately, the thunder didn't strike anywhere else, but only the 5 people who had just taken the pills. The first lightning came so fast that the 5 people didn't have time to put up a protective shield, and they were struck one by one, instantly becoming 5 beggars. They hurriedly put up a protective shield, but the thunder seemed to have eyes, and it struck wherever they went. They simply stood there with a protective shield and waited for it to finish. The thunder came and went quickly. After 5 strikes, the clouds and fog immediately dissipated, and the sun shone brightly. If it weren't for the mess on their bodies, they would have thought that the thunder just now was a dream. Shan Mufeng, I'd be struck by lightning if I eat your spiritual medicine. You must be refining an elixir. Seeing the clouds dissipate, they were sure they wouldn't be struck again. Everyone took down the protective shield, and Leng Yu was the first to make a joke. The medicine is very effective, and the injury has healed. Xiao Mao felt that the agitated genes of the superpowers in his body were calmed down because of the mission. Well, my combat power is recovering. Chang Jingtai felt the long-lost piece of the superpower genes in his body. Since he was injured, the genes have been agitated, and the combat power has been declining. Now he can clearly feel that the genes are recovering. Leng Yu felt it after hearing what everyone said. My combat power has increased a little. For strong gene warriors, like them, who are above S level, every bit of combat power improvement is not easy, and it is accumulated by a lot of manpower and material resources. It is rare for a spiritual medicine like this to improve them. I don't want outsiders to know about what happened today. The effect of this elixir is too strong. If it is spread out, it will easily make people worry. This is not what Shan Mufeng wants to see, and Chang'e doesn't want it either. Don't worry, no one outside the field will know. Although Leng Yu is usually talkative, he is not a person who does not know the importance of things. I don't know anything. Xiao Mao just pretended to be stupid. This is the most sinister one. The others are all family members. No one will put Chang'e in danger. Shan Mufeng put away the medicine furnace and walked towards the base together. Xiao Yaqing looked at the 5 beggar-like people in front of her. What's wrong with you? She had just been in the base and did not leave. She only knew that they had watched Chang'e make medicine before, but Chang'e came back earlier than them and was not as embarrassed as them. It's okay. I was accidentally struck by lightning just now. This is an indisputable fact. What bad things did you do to get struck by lightning? Who knows which of them did the bad things and implicated a good man like me? Leng Yu stroked his hair, trying to save his image. Get lost. Shan Mufeng kicked him with his foot. The most likely one is you. Everyone made jokes to fool around with the matter. The thunder just now was so loud that it was impossible to hide it. Now 5 people were struck together, but they were not injured. They could only say that they were unlucky and stood in the wrong place. This time, the refined 5th grade nourishing spirit pill consumed all the mental power that Changyi had finally recovered. Pills above 5th grade usually have thunder tribulations. She has found a tricky way to refine pills for many years, which is to refine only one pill in one furnace, and then divide the pill into several parts. The power of the original thunder tribulation is divided into several parts, and the danger is greatly reduced. Shan Mufeng walked into the lounge, and saw Changyi lying there with a pale face and a sick look. How do you feel? He approached carefully and whispered softly. Changyi opened her eyes. I'm fine. I just overused my mental power all of a sudden. I just need to take care of myself. I take you home later. You lie down for a while now. Seeing Changyi's condition, Shan Mufeng couldn't feel at ease. After leaving the lounge, he explained a few words to Leng Yu and others, and then took Changyi home. After Shan Mufeng drove to his home, he gently picked up Changyi, walked into the bedroom, and put her on the bed. He was worried about Changyi's physical condition, so he contacted Sun Miao and told him about Changyi's situation, asking him to help prescribe some health care packages, and the price was not a problem. Soon, the doorbell rang and the delivery truck arrived. Shan Mufeng signed for the goods, which contained various well-configured health care medicine packages. He hoped that these health care foods could help Changyi recover as soon as possible. Shan Mufeng walked into the kitchen and carefully prepared a nutritious meal. When he entered the bedroom with a tray, he saw Changyi had woken up and looked at him with a smile. Wake up! He put the tray down, sat down at the head of the bed, and gently hugged her to sit up against him. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Get up and eat something first. Much better, I'm fine. What delicious food did you make? It smells so good. I was afraid you had no appetite, so I fried some fragrant pork meat. Try to see if you can get used to it. Seeing that the little woman's face looked better, Shan Mufeng was in a better mood. After waking up, they didn't eat in the room. The two went to the restaurant for dinner. Changyi tasted the fragrant pork meat. It was indeed a very expensive high-end nutritious ingredient. It was full of fragrance and Changyi couldn't stop eating one bite after another. Seeing that Changyi had almost finished eating, Shan Mufeng stopped her from continuing. Come on. Drink this bowl of soup first. Changyi was a little full and didn't want to drink much, but she knew at a glance that the soup was specially stewed for her. Knowing that he was worried about her, Changyi obediently took a small bowl of it. Now she really couldn't eat anything. Chapter 18. Due to excessive mental consumption, Changyi was drowsy for the next month, either eating or sleeping. Her mother and Shan Mufeng treated her like a pig, feeding her with all kinds of nutritious ingredients in various ways. Before her mental strength recovered, she received the admission notice from the Emperor Star Academy. At the Emperor Star Academy, students can freely choose to study in a holographic way or in person, as long as they attend the actual combat assessment of the Academy on time. However, this mode is not suitable for superpower warriors, who need a lot of actual combat confrontation to improve. After receiving the notice, Changyi learned that she was assigned to the primary growth class because she failed the test in the military department. This class is full of old, weak, sick and disabled people, those who have not fully awakened, those who are unstable, those who are too old to awaken, and those who are too young to awaken are all here. The oldest in the class are Changyi and Murong Xian, who are already adults, and the youngest is a little kid named Han Lu, but he is just 3 years old and can barely take care of himself. The main group in the age class is teenagers aged 7 to 13. After understanding the situation in the class, and considering her current mental state, she decided not to study on the Academy Star, but to take the holographic course directly. In order to provide more humane services to students, the Interstellar Era allows students to take holographic classes on the Star Network. The graduation standard for gifted teachers is to pass the assessment of the Gifted Association and obtain the title of Junior Gifted Teacher. The holographic classroom is synchronized with the field classroom. Changyi followed a group of little kids to take basic classes. Fortunately, she didn't go to the field, otherwise she would be embarrassed. After taking the course for a month, Changyi had a basic understanding of the current basic materials. Today, she finally let them practice. The good kids followed the teacher's steps and placed the materials one by one. The materials and alchemy furnaces were all distributed uniformly by the Academy without distinction. Bang! Changyi's furnace explosion was like a command. The explosions continued one after another. The holographic feeling was too real. The whole class seemed to be setting off fireworks. Changyi felt like her ears were going deaf. She was much better than the teachers in the field. Teacher Qiao dodged the first one, but not the second one. She was blown up. It only takes a group of students who exploded to turn from an elite into a beggar. The first practical class ended with half of the furnaces exploding. She exited the hologram and called the intelligent housekeeper to clean up the refining room. She went to the bathroom to clean up herself. Refining today was not possible. She had not been to the planting field sent by the military. She took advantage of today's free time to stroll around. She planted a piece of spiritual grain under the planting bed sheet. It looked like the harvest this year should be good. Looking at the field of crops, the depression of the furnace explosion was swept away. The spiritual plants in the interstellar are fertilized with energy liquid. The ash from the furnace explosion, just now, was composed of some spiritual plants. Although it was not refined, there was a lot of energy in it. There were also people who used ashes to fertilize the fields in the past. Thinking of this, I went home and took the small bag of ash and sprinkled it on the spiritual valley field. There was not much ash, so I only sprinkled it on a small area. Adjust the monitoring of the spiritual field so that it would be convenient to compare the difference between the ash and the ash later. Done! Ding! Ding! The spiritual field is abnormal. The spiritual field is abnormal. The next morning, the alarm of the spiritual plant field suddenly sounded. It was fine yesterday, so why is it abnormal this morning? Chang'e and Shan Mufeng turned on the monitoring to check. Looking at the pictures in the monitoring, Chang'e was a little speechless. The places where the ash was sprinkled yesterday were all burnt and dead. She got on Feiyun and rushed to the planting field. In the past, whatever she planted died. Even the cheapest plants became delicate in her hands. Now this strange ability has reached a higher level. Just sprinkle some medicine ash, and a large area will die. Shan Mufeng arrived faster than Chang'e. He entrusted the military to take care of the spiritual grains in the planting field. If a piece of it suddenly died, he was afraid that it was some disease, so he came to check it as soon as he received the reminder. Why are you here? It's nothing, just a small piece of spiritual grain died, no big impact. Seeing Chang'e rushing over, Shan Mufeng pulled her into his arms to comfort her. He had contacted the military's inspection room about the cause of the death this time, and asked them to help test the cause. Knowing that Shan Mufeng was going to ask the military to help find the cause, Chang'e pulled his clothes, poked her head out of his arms, looked at the dead place, and blinked her innocent eyes. No need to check, I did it. The voice became smaller and smaller. After figuring out the cause of the death of the spiritual grains, Shan Mufeng felt confused. His little wife was so capable that she could poison a piece of spiritual grains by sprinkling some medicine furnace ash, which was better than the herbicide. Since it was not caused by some unknown reason, there was no need to worry about other spiritual valleys being damaged. I told the military that there was no need to investigate. Shan Mufeng told Chang'e not to worry about the planting field in the future, but Chang'e was unwilling to give up. Why couldn't the energy of the medicine residue ash be used? She was thinking about the medicine residue ash, and the furnace exploded every day for several days in a row. Nothing was refined but a pile of ash. There was another person in the class who exploded the furnace every day like her. That was Murong Xian from the Emperor's Star. She was also a freak. She always forgot something every time she refined. She clearly cleaned up before refining, but she always forgot when refining. The two of them were the furnace exploding duo in the class. The class teacher was glad that the two of them were holographically taught, otherwise the classroom would be blown up by them. Hey! Today we are just one step away, just one step away. Murong Xian did not make any mistakes in the beginning of the refining process today, but she forgot to turn off the fire at the last moment, and the liquid medicine dried up, and it failed again. You have a reason and there is hope that you can correct it, but I made no mistakes at every step, but the furnace exploded. The two of them could still develop feelings for each other even through the star network. The kids in the class could refine the medicine smoothly, but she failed every 2 days. Last time you said that the ash of the medicine residue can be used for farming. I tried it, and the effect is good. Really? Send me a picture. Murong Xian's news is good, just say it. The ash of the medicine residue of the alchemist has always been the favorite of the planter. Why doesn't it work for her? A photo of purple corn was sent over. Murong Xian's family is not bad, and they have a level 4 planting field. She sent over several comparison pictures one after another. The land using the ash of the medicine residue is close to maturity, while the land without the medicine residue has just formed ears. How much ash did you sprinkle? Not much. I used 3 furnaces of ash for that acre of land. Murong Xian thought about it and replied. At that time, she heard Chang'e say that ash could be used. She had 3 furnaces of ash in her hand, so she sprinkled them all on the acre of purple corn field. After hearing Murong Xian's answer, Chang'e thought carefully. At that time, she sprinkled all the ash on her hand on that corner. Could it be because she used too much? It seems that she has heard that too much fertilizer will burn seedlings. Now that the reason has been found, let's try again. After ending the communication with Murong Xian, Chang'e took the ash back to her mother's house. Although she knew the problem roughly, she was still a little worried about her skill that didn't work at all. Chapter 19. Chang'e parked her own car and shouted as she walked, "Mom! Mom! Mom!" When she walked into the living room, she saw a cleaning robot cleaning with a vacuum cleaner. Hearing Chang'e shouting, Su Huamin walked out of the kitchen with a soup spoon in her hand. "How come you have time to come back today? There was a big market this morning. Your dad saw someone selling seafood and bought some. He just said he would call you later and ask you and move phone to come back for dinner in the evening." The daughter's mental strength was damaged because she was refining a recovery potion for her father. They couldn't help her with this. They could only make her medicinal food to supplement her. The child has been drinking it for more than a month. Maybe she is afraid of it and hasn't eaten at home recently. Is the seafood in the market expensive now? It's the right season to eat crabs now. Let me see what my dad bought. Wandering to the kitchen, he saw a small basket of seafood in the corner. There were 5 crabs with their claws bared. One of them held up its big claws and kept spitting bubbles. It wandered around as if it was inspecting its territory. 2 others held up their claws and pinched each other. The remaining 2 lay quietly in the corner. There was also a bunch of colorful snails gathered together in a small pot. The highlight was a big eel kept alone in an aquarium. When it saw someone approaching, it would condense small water droplets to hit people. Most of this small pile was low-level ingredients. The eel had a primary ability and looked expensive. Chang'e kicked it lightly with her foot, and the snail that had just stretched its head shrank back and died instantly. "What is the price of seafood now? How much are these?" "Your father bought them. I didn't ask." Su Huamin handed the garlic in her hand to Chang'e. "You can eat it if you buy it, no matter how much it costs. Peel the garlic and make some garlic paste for later use." She has been peeling garlic since she was a child. Most people peel garlic faster after taking a photo, but she doesn't. She must peel it 1 clove at a time. She took the garlic, pulled a stool and sat down, peeling it carefully with her hands, muttering, "I know even if you don't tell me, seafood must be expensive now. Forget it. When she is free, she will go to the market to take a look. However, seafood bought is not as fresh as seafood caught on the spot. She will go to catch some if she has a chance. By the way, Mom, how is our planting field now?" Chang'e has not forgotten the purpose of her going home today. "What can the planting field do? Why are you asking this? Don't make trouble for me." When she heard Chang'e asking about the planting field, Su Huamin became alert and glanced at the quiet Chang'e with the end of her eyes. Her daughter is good in everything, but she can't let her go to the field. She is a mobile pesticide. Feeling Su Huamin's gaze, Chang'e cleared her throat and made herself more confident. "I got some ash from the blast furnace. You can sprinkle some on the planting field later to see the effect." "What ash are you sprinkling? Don't mess around. I heard from your brother a few days ago that a lot of the spiritual grains in your planting field died. Did you sprinkle this ash?" "Oh, that was an accident. I'm not going to do it myself. It will be fine if you sprinkle some." Seeing that Su Huamin was not willing, Chang'e moved to her side with garlic cloves. "Mom, you have to believe me, it's really okay. I sprinkled too much. This time we will control the amount, and it will be fine. Murong Xian in my class used it on her family's purple corn and said the effect was remarkable." To be more convincing, the 2 people's communication records were retrieved for Su Huamin to see. "Don't be silly every day. What have you grown since you were a child?" She was extremely worried about her daughter's planting skills at home. "Mom, please." Chang'e pulled Su Huamin's arm and shook it. "Just try it this time. If it doesn't work, I will be obedient in the future." Su Huamin sighed helplessly. Let's make a promise first. If it doesn't work, you are not allowed to toss it again." Chang'e nodded repeatedly. "Then go now, I brought the medicine residue ash." Throwing the garlic cloves in her hand on the table, washing her hands, and urging Su Huamin to go to the planting field and sprinkle the medicine residue ash now. Unable to persuade Chang'e, Su Huamin had to put down the work at hand and take her to the planting field to sprinkle the medicine residue ash. The mother and daughter drove to the planting field. Su Huamin didn't dare to sprinkle too much, for fear that a piece of it would be extinguished tomorrow, and she would be heartbroken. "Mom, what can you get from just sprinkling it like this? Sprinkle more." Seeing her mother being so stingy, She grabbed a handful of it and blew it away with the wind. It didn't even scatter on the ground as big as a palm. How could she treat her like a 3-year-old child? Seeing Chang Yi's eyes rolling up to the sky, Su Huamin rolled her eyes at her, holding back her own daughter, this is her own daughter, and grabbed more and blew it away. When it was about an inch of land, she tied up the bag of ash, ignored her daughter, who was jumping up and down behind her, and got in the car to go home. Mom. Chang Yi was impressed by her mother's operation and hurriedly chased after her and got in the car. Sitting in the car, she thought about it and decided to try harder. Mom, ash is really useful, just sprinkle more. Su Huamin was sitting in the driver's seat, pretending that she didn't hear anything. In this situation, he couldn't pay attention to her. The more he paid attention to her, the more excited she became. He let her talk by herself. After a while, she would be quiet when no one paid attention to her. As expected, Chang Yi talked for a while, and seeing his mother's reaction, he shut up. Anyway, the ash of the medicine residue had been sprinkled, so a little less would be enough. The difference should be noticeable. If it works then. Humph. When the mother and daughter arrived home, they walked in one after the other, ignoring each other. Hey! Where did you two go? Why did you come back together? Chang Jingtai didn't see anyone when he got home. He thought his wife must have gone out for something, so he went to the kitchen to clean up the seafood. Now seeing the mother and daughter walking in one after the other, his daughter's lips were so pouty that they could hang oil bottles. Chang Yi jumped towards her father, grabbed his arm, pointed at her mother, and complained, "Your wife doesn't believe me and ignores me. My little heart is hurt." Seeing Chang Yi's mean look, Su Huamin calmly watched her performance. "Your daughter brought a bag of medicine residue ash to me and asked me to sprinkle it on the planting field. I sprinkled it on 1 acre of land, and she complained that it was not enough." Well, after hearing his wife's words, Chang Jingtai hurriedly pulled Chang Yi's hand off his arm, turned around and walked quickly to the kitchen. "Well, I go and clean up the eel, and I can grill it when your brother comes back. You call and ask when they can come back." Chang Yi saw his father's reaction, snorted, turned around and picked up a red fruit and started eating. Wait until it works, I see if you sprinkle it." Lying on the sofa, poking Dan Mufing's communication to ask him when he will be back, and casually notifying him to go back to his mother's house for dinner today, not to go home directly, so as not to go home empty-handed. I walked to the door and looked around, but didn't see my brothers, so I went back to the living room. Shan Mufing said he would be here soon, and there was a sound of the door opening. It was Chong Song who came home. Chapter 20. Are you feeling better? Chong Song unbuttoned his collar, breathed a sigh of relief, and sat on the sofa. He reached out to pick up the cup on the table, and took a few big gulps. That's a lot. The red fruit today was the taste that Chang Yi liked. It was fragrant and sweet, and it was still very crispy when you chewed it. It didn't leave any crumbs when you chewed it. She didn't like soft things. Chong Song saw that she was eating happily, so he also picked a red fruit from the fruit plate. He took a bite of half of it, and finished one in a few bites. The red fruit this time is good. Take some back when you leave later, he said. Yeah. Chang Yi nodded. She liked the red fruit this time. She took another big bite with a hum. This bite was a bit greedy, and she almost choked. She swallowed it quickly, but she choked and coughed. Seeing this, Chong Song quickly stood up, walked to her side, and gently patted her back, while handing her a glass of water. Chang Yi took the water cup and finally recovered after a few sips. You are so grown up, and you can still choke on a piece of fruit. It's all because of what you said to me. What kind of perverse logic is this? When Shan Mufing entered the door, he saw the two of them bickering like children, and couldn't help laughing. Mufing. Chang Yi called out happily, with a happy smile on her face. Shan Mufing greeted them, and went into the kitchen to give the green beef he brought to Chang's father. This was a level 3 nutritious ingredient. He specially picked the tender apart so that Chang Yi could eat more. As soon as everyone arrived, Chang's father officially started cooking. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of meat. Chang Yi swallowed her saliva, got up and strolled into the kitchen. Father Chang skillfully picked up a piece of meat for her, try it, and see if it's salty enough. It was too hot. She took a small bite. The meat was very tender, and absorbed the soup. The more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. Dad, your cooking skills are getting better and better. She took the time to praise him. After satisfying her craving, she helped to bring the best dishes to the table. Everyone washed their hands and sat down to eat. 1 dish of crab with scallions, 1 dish of spicy fried snails, 1 grilled eel, 2 stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and finally 1 stewed beef. Each dish was quite large. Chang'e didn't have a big appetite to begin with, and she was greedy in the kitchen. She ate a lot of food. When she started eating, she couldn't eat after a few bites. Mother Chang didn't have a big appetite either. As an ordinary person, she would have indigestion if she ate too much nutritious food. The remaining 3 men ate the dishes on the table like a whirlwind. After dinner, the family sat and chatted for a while. It started to rain outside, so Chang'e and Shan Mufeng stayed at Chang's house that night. The next morning, Chang'e got up early. The rain last night washed away the dust, and the air was particularly fresh. When she opened the window, a cool breeze hit her face, making her feel relaxed and happy. She got up very early for her, but the others in the family got up earlier. The 3 men had left early to go to work, leaving only her and Chang's mother at home. Seeing her get up and go downstairs, Chang's mother took out her breakfast, a cup of nutritious juice, a portion of fried rat, a boiled egg, and a few slices of toast as the staple food, not much, according to her appetite. After breakfast, Chang'e couldn't wait to pull Chang's mother to go to the planting field to check. The planting field was not far away, and it was easy to get there by walking on the path. Today, the weather was good, so the 2 of them didn't drive but walked there. Walk out of the house and stroll on the street after the rain. The road surface is wet, and there is still some rainwater, like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding scenery. After the baptism of rain, the lingu looks more upright and green, and the slender leaves are hung with crystal clear water droplets, like pearls. The breeze blows, and the water droplets fall one after another, making a crisp sound, as if it is a symphony of nature. The rice in the rice field has grown to half a person's height. The breeze blows the rice field, raising layers of green waves. Walking on the ridge, there is a half-green rice field in front of you. Chang'e carefully observed along the ridge, and found that the rice ears in the area where the slag ash was sprinkled yesterday had begun to fill with pulp. Their rice heads were heavy and drooping, and you can tell that the grains are full by looking at each grain. She squatted down and carefully observed a rice plant. Its root system is well developed and deeply rooted in the soil. The grains on the rice ears are full and round. They are tightly together, forming a tight hole. In the area where the slag ash is not sprinkled, the rice ears have just grown straight up. The growth period is at least 10 days different between the 2. Moreover, the quality of the spiritual grain sprinkled with slag ash seems to be better. When the results came out, Chang'e began to show off, and her voice became higher. Mom, don't give me back your slag ash. Ahem. Chang's mother technically coughed twice. This slag ash looks good. I sprinkle the rest first. Do you have enough slag to sprinkle all of it? That's all the slag. Let's sprinkle it first. If there's not enough, ask Shan Mufeng how the slag ash from the furnaces of the awakened people in the military is handled. If no one wants it, we come over. Chang'e had thought about this problem a long time ago. Yesterday, Chang's mother sprinkled the ash of the medicine residue perfunctorily, and sprinkled as little as possible. Today, she held the ash of the medicine residue, and sprinkled it carefully, trying to spread as much as possible. After all, there is only 1 bag of it now, and the military department may not have it, and the effect is still uncertain. Seeing Chang's mother's stingy look, Chang'e wanted to laugh. It was really because you ignored me yesterday, and today I made you unable to reach me. You are really a fickle woman. The effect of the medicine ash is obvious. Chang'e discussed with Shan Mufeng and asked if he could collect the medicine ash of the military's gifted masters. After all, no gifted master can guarantee the success of refining every time, and there will always be more or less medicine ash. This thing is useless. In the past, it was treated as garbage and disposed of harmlessly. Now Chang'e wants to collect the medicine ash of the military, which is not a big problem. Okay. I tell you tomorrow. Shan Mufeng didn't ask Chang'e what she wanted this thing for. Anyway, it's not a big deal. There are many gifted masters in the military. Shan Mufeng asked for the useless medicine ash. There happened to be a batch that had not been processed before, so he was asked to take it away that day. This amount was enough for Chang'e's mother's family and his own planting fields, and there was still some left. Chang'e didn't dare to spread it herself, for fear that the strange skill points would waste her spiritual grain, so she had to let other people in the family spread it. It took 3 days to spread it. On the 3rd day, the area that was sprinkled on the 1st day was already harvestable. Shan Mufeng saw that Chang'e was smiling like a cat that had stolen fish, and shook his head and smiled. Invite the generals to gather at home tomorrow, and use the newly harvested spiritual grain. Nutritious ingredients cannot be harvested by robots, only by manpower. He couldn't bear to let Chang'e work, so he just fooled a bunch of free labor. Chapter 21. The main dish of the night was steamed rice made from newly harvested spiritual grains. Each grain was full and translucent like pearls. As soon as it was served, you could smell the rich aroma of rice. It was soft and chewy. If you chewed it carefully, the rice also had a hint of sweetness, which was a real sense of satisfaction. The rice made from freshly harvested rice was really fragrant. One mouthful after another, she could eat 2 large bowls of this white rice without anything else. Shan Mufeng followed Chang Yi's movements, moved his eyes to the rice bowl, and took a bite. Sufficient energy, high-quality spiritual rice. The energy was very mild. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa and chatted. Chang Yi yawned, and sleepiness gradually came over her. She was always sleepy recently because she was not in good spirits. Shan Mufeng looked at Chang Yi's appearance and felt a little distressed. He knew that Chang Yi's mental strength had not been well recovered, and she needed more rest. So he got up and walked to Chang Yi, gently picked her up, and walked upstairs. Go to sleep. I carry you upstairs. He comforted her softly. Chang Yi leaned in Shan Mufeng's arms, feeling his warmth and care, and felt a sense of security in her heart. She closed her eyes, and let Shan Mufeng take her upstairs, into the bedroom, help her wash up, and lie on the bed to accompany her to sleep. The next morning, Chang Yi woke up and found that there were a lot more energy flowers and plants at home. Most of these were sent by Shan Mufeng early in the morning, which was good for Chang Yi's mental maintenance. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but sitting among so many flowers and plants, she felt that her mind seemed to be much clearer. While she was in a good state, Chang Yi was going to try to refine. Recently, she had been blowing up the furnace according to the Academy's method, wasting a lot of materials. Today, she didn't care about the Academy's requirements. Anyway, it was not an exam, so she could refine it however she wanted. The old recipes are no longer useful now, so I can only slowly explore them myself. The basic principles are still the same. Prepare for refining, and clean the refining furnace. The furnace is too big, and there is no cleaning technique. Fortunately, there are robots to help, otherwise she will be exhausted every time she cleans it up. Shan Mufeng gave her a lot of primary energy stones and spiritual plants. When she started to ignite, the energy stones had different properties. For the sake of safety, she chose wood-type ones and threw them in. The spiritual plants were more casual. As long as they were not detailed and restrained, she put them in. Finally, she also picked a few energy flowers and plants. Just looking at the fire was too boring, so she moved a coffee table in, put it on the left, and took out a lazy recliner, so that she could refine and watch TV at the same time. Shan Mufeng went home early to prepare for the dinner party in the evening. He didn't see Chang Yi downstairs, so he went upstairs to look for her. He heard some movement in the refining room, and pushed the door in to take a look. My goodness, the fire was almost extinguished. Chang Yi was lying there snoring and smacking her lips from time to time. She had a good sleep quality. He gently picked her up. Mufeng, you're back. Chang Yi woke up as soon as Shan Mufeng picked her up. Well, I take you back to your room to sleep. You can't sleep well here. The person in his arms was soft and delicate, with sleepy eyes. Her soft and sticky voice made people feel soft in their hearts. She rubbed against Shan Mufeng's arms. What time is it? I remember I seemed to be refining. She was not awake yet, and her head was still dizzy. He turned her around with her in his arms, so that she could see her own refining furnace. The fire seems to be going out. Do you want to continue with this furnace? He looked inside, and extended his mental power, to sense the situation inside the furnace. There was a cloud of fog inside the furnace, but the energy was stable in a fusion state. Put me down. The furnace is almost ready. I wait until it's ready before I go down. Shan Mufeng was not like the gifted masters refining. Judging from her appearance, the furnace should not be useless. He turned around and put the person back on the recliner, and went downstairs to prepare. The first one to arrive was Xiao Mao, carrying a bag of nutritious fruits and carrying it into the kitchen, a few snacks for Chang Yi. Shan Mufeng took a look and did not refuse. Their relationship did not need these hypocritical courtesies. Thanks, she just likes to eat these small fruits. Xiao Mao had good cooking skills, and did not treat himself as an outsider. Seeing that Shan Mufeng had prepared a portion of fragrant pig meat, he raised his eyebrows. This was a big investment. Fragrant pig meat was tender, and had high nutritional value. It was most suitable for women and children to eat, but it was difficult to catch and expensive. I can't come. Shan Mufeng stepped aside, and gave the position to Xiao Mao. Although his cooking skills were good, they were not as good as Xiao Mao's. Giving good ingredients to him could add icing on the cake. Braised pork, Chang'e likes to eat it this way. Xiao Mao raised his eyebrows and didn't answer. Okay, listen to the master, he will cook it as he pleases. Wash, rinse, boil soup, put it in the pot, and the aroma will fill the room in a short while. What good food to cook tonight. So tempting. Leng Yu's voice can be heard from afar. Zhang Zixing, Zui Chengran, Zhou Fei, and others followed Leng Yu and arrived together. Everyone greeted Shan Mufeng and sat down one by one. Leng Yu went directly to the kitchen to find the chef. Chef, what delicious food do you have? He didn't need Xiao Mao to reply. Walked around and sat back in the living room. There was washed mangosteen in the fruit plate. Zhang Zixing picked up one and broke it open, gave half to Zui Chengran. Is Chang'e not at home? They had been in for a while, but Chang'e hadn't come out. She's refining upstairs. Shan Mufeng also took a mangosteen and threw it to Zhou Fei. Can she refine it? Chang'e and Murong Xian had not succeeded in refining since the start of school, and this had spread throughout the circle. I don't know, but the furnace hasn't exploded yet. There had been no movement upstairs for so long, and he didn't know if Chang'e could succeed this time. As everyone was talking, the main person came down from upstairs like a rabbit. It's time for dinner. Xiao Mao notified everyone to go to the dining room. Shan Mufeng helped to serve the food to the table, and the others washed their hands and sat down one by one. There was a large portion of hot rice in the middle of the table. Chang'e didn't care about eating and strongly recommended white rice. Wouldn't you try this dinner first? Others followed Chang'e's actions and moved their eyes to the rice bowl. What's so special about this rice? But since she said so, they had to give her some face, and they all started to get a small portion of rice. Dan Mufeng filled Chang'e's bowl and filled his own bowl. Leng Yu and others looked at Dan Mufeng's actions, raised their chopsticks, and took a mouthful of rice. He couldn't stop eating this mouthful, and Xiao Mu was the most careful to fill his bowl immediately. Sufficient energy, top-quality spiritual rice. Where did you buy it from? After eating a bowl, everyone had time to ask. It's not bought. Hearing his answer. It's not bought. Did you find natural spiritual valley? Chang'e smiled and squinted her eyes, picked up her bowl, and started eating well. The ones you grow yourself are fragrant, allowing her to forget for the time being. She provided some medicinal ash. Seeing the woman's boastful look, Shan Mufeng suppressed his smile and said, I didn't buy it. It's the spiritual grain from our farm. Chapter 22. Don't joke about the spiritual grains in your planting fields. They are the ones who harvest the spiritual grains from the military every time, so they don't know when they can harvest them. Shan Mufeng did not explain and directly called up the surveillance footage of the planting fields. When the ash of the medicine residue was sprinkled, Chang'e opened the protective cover for her own planting fields, so that the outsiders could not see the real situation inside. Under the surveillance, the breeze blew, and the heavy golden rice ears swayed gently, making a rustling sound. They stared at the rice fields in front of them quietly, thinking in their hearts, this is really the maturity period, it can be harvested. Did they remember it wrong? No. Shan Mufeng's spiritual grains have always been planted together with the military. I haven't heard that the military has any medicines recently that can improve the quality of rice and mature early. Shan Mufeng could guess what they were thinking. He leaned back in his chair and said directly without any hesitation, some ash was spilled a few days ago. It was from the furnace ash of a gifted master. Hinted master, furnace ash, these two words have never been linked together. It is common for gifted masters to refine furnace ash. The ash after the furnace ash has always been treated as garbage. Now they are told that this thing is more useful than the extremely expensive plant nutrient solution. They thought of the furnace ash they threw away before. That was not furnace ash at all. It was all interstellar coins. They couldn't think about it anymore. The more they thought about it, the more heartbroken they felt. Knowing that the furnace ash has this effect, they couldn't eat with peace of mind. While eating, they discussed the effect of the furnace ash and wished they could go back to their own fields to test it immediately. Tomorrow, the spiritual grains in my field will be harvested. Then you can compare it with the military. Yes, Shan Mufeng's planting field was managed together with the military in the early stage. Tomorrow, we will know the effect of the furnace ash after seeing the situation on the spot. After the harvest, after listening to Chang'e's story, Shan Mufeng figured out the whole story. In short, the last time the spiritual valley died, it was because of excessive medicinal ash, not because the medicinal ash was poisonous. The medicinal ash after the gifted master exploded the furnace can indeed be used for planting. When the official harvest was carried out the next day, General Yan also came. He had military affairs last night, and did not go to dinner. Leng Yu and others did not hide it from him and called him after dinner. Nutritious ingredients cannot be harvested by machines, which will reduce the energy of the ingredients. As for the reason, no one knows. More than a dozen superpower warriors, holding sickles, bent down and cut off the rice ears one by one. Their movements were skillful and quick. After a while, they cut off a large area of rice. The scene was still very spectacular. After harvesting the rice, the next step was threshing. The thresher used primitive foot pedals to make the thresher turn. There are many teeth on the drum of the thresher. When the rice passes through the drum, the teeth will knock the grains off the rice. During the threshing process, the grains splashed everywhere, making a crackling sound. Unable to wait for it to dry naturally, several fire warriors worked together to get it done. There is strength in numbers. 10 acres of land can be harvested, threshed, and dried in one day. Each soldier who came to help was given 100 kilograms of spiritual grains. This time, more than 1,000 kilograms were given away, and more than 3,000 kilograms were left, enough for the two of them to eat for 3 years. In the evening, Xiao Mao and Ling Yu and a few close friends stayed to eat together. Admiral Yan Huaheng was also there. Seeing the harvest of Shan Mufeng's planting field, they wanted to ask about the use of the ash of the medicine residue. After dinner, he made a cup of tea for each of them. Chang'e went into the room with the cup in hand to browse the star network, no longer caring about them, because he couldn't chat with them anyway. The men sat around in the living room, not paying attention to the rare tea. In order to nourish Chang'e's body, Shan Mufeng's family ate nutritious ingredients. This tea was also specially bought by him, and the price was extremely expensive. The quality of your spiritual grain is good. It was General Yang who spoke first. He knew that Shan Mufeng's family's planting fields had always been with the military, but he didn't expect that the quality of the last few days of ash would be so different. Shan Mufeng didn't expect the effect of ash to be so powerful. The quality of rice directly increased from primary first grade to third grade, and the output doubled. In the past, the empty shell rate of nutritious rice plants was always very high after filling, and the quality was also different. Most of them were primary first grade, and some would be returned to become ordinary ingredients. In addition, the amount of plant nutrient solution used in the last period was very large. Every time at this time, many talent masters would raise the price and sell it at double the price. Shan Mufeng explained everything from Chang'e's discovery of the use of medicine ash to how they collected it. I have someone send one of the newest aircraft tomorrow. Xiao Mao's family is one of the several large aircraft R&D companies in the interstellar space. Leng Yu was dissatisfied with Xiao Mao's interrupting. Why are you interrupting me? You sent this, what should I send? He was just about to send an aircraft, but he got there first, so he could only send something else. The aircraft on the market is not as good as the military one. I sent her one made in the military, and let her choose the configuration style herself. Admiral Yan Huaheng was still the most cunning, and this time he surpassed the other two. Xiao Mao, why did you transfer so many interstellar coins to me? Looking at the interstellar coin arrival reminder in the communicator, Chang'e walked out of the room and asked. Dan Mufeng and his men had everything they needed. Admiral Yang had intercepted and sent a spacecraft. Xiao Mao couldn't think of anything else and directly transferred 1 million interstellar coins to Chang'e. Leng Yu looked at the man sitting next to him. TSK. Everyone says I'm a fox, but I think you're the one. Such a quick move, too shameless. So he simply followed Xiao Mao and transferred 1 million interstellar coins to Chang'e. You can buy it yourself. These two people inexplicably transferred interstellar coins to others. Chang'e was confused and looked at Shan Mufeng with doubts. What was going on? Can he accept it? Shan Mufeng nodded. It's okay, keep it. It was clear after hearing this. He lowered his head and counted the deposits happily. It felt good to have a rich man as a friend. Chang'e, it's more reliable to plant with medicinal ash than to refine it. Just plant directly in the future. Leng Yu, this bad mouth, can't bear to see Chang'e happy, and he hits the point as soon as he speaks. Having just received a big red envelope, it's not good to turn against him so quickly. Chang'e snorted at Leng Yu, ignored him, and went back to the room to browse the star network and spend interstellar coins. What's wrong with her? I didn't provoke her. Leng Yu was confused by Chang'e's attitude. Where she sprinkled medicinal ash, the spiritual valley withered. Shan Mufeng explained to Leng Yu that Chang'e was not a good planner. It was difficult for anything she touched to survive. Leng Yu's flattery was just flattering. Leng Yu really didn't expect Chang'e to be so weird. Sprinkling some medicinal ash could make the spiritual valley wither. This is also a skill. Irritated by Leng Yu's words, Chang'e stopped chatting with them and went back to the refining room to check the results of her refining today. The fire in the furnace had gone out before she went downstairs to eat, so she waited for the temperature to drop and then opened the furnace to check. The furnace had been refining for so long today, and she used her mental power to check the inside, which was full of fog. She herself couldn't figure out what it was. Chapter 23. It is round and transparent, and you can see the colors inside are red, yellow, and green. It is very beautiful. Chang'e didn't understand it for the time being. She held the crystal ball, and went down to find Shan Mufeng to let him import some supernatural powers to see. Hearing that Chang'e had refined something again, Leng Yu and others came to watch the fun. The effect of the medicine she refined last time was really good. I wonder if it is also a potion this time. What are you refining? Is it also a potion? Admiral Yang regretted not getting a bargain last time. It's not a potion, it's this. Holding the crystal ball with both hands, he handed it forward so that they could see it more clearly. What is this? It's pretty good. It looks like an ornament. Can a talent master refine useless ornaments? I don't know what it is either. I'm asking you to try it. If she knew what it was, she would have put it away long ago. Why would she ask them? Shan Mufeng took it first, and helped to import a trace of supernatural power. It can absorb it, but there is no movement after absorbing it. Ling Yi walked around the crystal ball and observed it, then stopped beside Chang'e. He picked up the crystal ball, and looked at it from left to right. It looked like a decoration. Are you sure it's not a decoration? Chang'e didn't seem so sure now, and looked puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. There were energy fluctuations during the refining process, and it could absorb superpowers, so why didn't it work? Try to import a little more, maybe the energy is wrong. Okay, try again. After Leng Yu finished speaking, he raised his hand to transfer superpowers. This time, there was a reaction. The whole crystal ball turned red, and became a little hot. Seeing that something was wrong, Leng Yu quickly withdrew his superpowers. As soon as he withdrew his superpowers, the crystal ball immediately returned to its original state. Chang'e quickly took back the crystal ball. Don't burn it. Thunder and fire are not good enough. Chang'e held the crystal ball, looked at several superpower warriors, and then raised the crystal ball to look around. Pushing Leng Yu aside, he walked to Xiao Mao's side. You tried to import it. Xiao Mao directly raised his hand to release superpowers to the crystal ball, and saw a burst of green light on his hand, which represented the superpowers of the wood element. When the superpowers came into contact with the crystal ball, the color inside the crystal ball immediately began to float. The originally transparent sphere gradually became stained with a layer of green. With the continuous input of superpowers, the color inside the crystal ball became more and more intense, and the volume gradually increased. The whole crystal ball seemed to have turned into a green ball of light. At the same time, a fresh fragrance of flowers and plants began to permeate the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. It's a formation device. Xiao Mao looked at the changes in the crystal ball. It can absorb wood energy and transform it into some kind of power. This crystal ball is obviously a formation device. It is hard to tell what its specific function is. It doesn't seem to be an attack type, nor does it seem to be a protective type. After confirming that it is a formation device, Xiao Mao stopped inputting energy. You are refining air freshener. It smells good. Why don't you give me one? Leng Yu teased on the side. At this time, the crystal ball had no other reaction except that it became larger, and the fragrance became stronger. After hearing this, Chang'e rolled her eyes at him, put the crystal ball away, and thought to herself, I won't give you an air freshener either. After everyone had enough food and drink, they joined in the fun again, and then said goodbye to the couple and left. The next day, Chang'e got up, and she was alone at home. Before going out, Dan Mufeng made her a bowl of shrimp and corn porridge. The rice was cooked until soft and glutinous, perfectly blending with the sweet corn kernels. With the addition of fresh shrimps, it tasted both the softness of rice porridge and the chewiness of shrimps, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Today's course is still refining basic potions. I hope she can continue yesterday's good luck. Let the housekeeper robot do the cleaning and preparation before refining, and then make a pot of health tea for herself, ready to start. Before starting, I asked the class teacher whether it is necessary to refine according to the information steps she gave. The information is for reference only, and it is subject to personal actual operation. Chang'e felt like vomiting blood. She had always thought that she must follow the teacher's teachings before, and she didn't dare to change it at will. The furnace exploded for so long, but the teacher didn't care how you refine it at all. Adjust the strategy and start to select medicinal plants according to your own wishes. First, put some large rhizomes into the furnace with simple processing, light a small fire, and wait for them to start to precipitate the medicinal liquid, and then put the branches and leaves into the furnace. I was afraid that it would be burnt and added some wood energy liquid. This energy liquid was given by Shan Mufeng, and she had never extracted the energy liquid herself. She was very confident in refining today. When she was about to turn off the fire, her communicator prompted that someone was looking for her. Did you blow up today? I did it again. Woo woo. Murongxuan's own mentality was a little broken. She was just a little bit away from success today. She was too excited when she was fusing at the end. She kept saying that she finally succeeded in refining. Before she started to think about how to avenge her previous shame, the furnace exploded again. This may disappoint you. The camera turned and showed her refining. At this time, the fire in the furnace had gone out. As long as the temperature of the furnace body dropped, she could see whether the refining was successful. However, the possibility of success without the furnace exploding was still very high. Chang'e, can you open this furnace? What did you refine? Murongxuan was more concerned than Chang'e, the owner. One of the furnace exploding duo finally refined something today. She was too excited. Seeing Murongxian's proud look, Chang'e couldn't bear to watch it. She rolled her eyes and said, "Please, can you see clearly? This is my furnace, not yours." Murongxian said indifferently, "Oh, don't be so stingy. Yours is mine. We are friends." She excitedly urged, "Quick, quick, open it, and see what treasure is refined inside." Chang'e shook her head helplessly, and reminded her, "Why are you in such a hurry? The temperature in the furnace is so high now. If you open it now, you will be scalded to death. Do you want to boil me?" Murongxian's hands trembled slightly with excitement. She couldn't wait to post a message in the class group. Chang'e may succeed in refining today. This message was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, which immediately aroused heated discussion among classmates. At this moment, the class teacher also saw the message. Without any hesitation, he quickly picked up his mobile phone and called Chang'e, asking anxiously, "Chang'e, I heard that you succeeded in refining today. Is this true?" "Yes." Thanks to Murongxian, she is almost the focus. She prayed in her heart, hoping that this refining would be successful. After all, if the refining failed after the furnace was opened, she would be socially dead. "I don't know if it will succeed, but at least the furnace didn't explode today," she muttered softly. The class teacher didn't hang up the call, and waited with her for the furnace opening result. Time passed quickly with someone chatting with her. After a while, the refining furnace showed that it had returned to normal temperature. Chapter 24. Yi stepped on the ladder, opened the top of the furnace, and looked down at the furnace floor. A small pile of black insects crawled into the furnace. Chang'e was afraid of this shape, and did not dare to catch it. She took a clamp and picked up one. It was about 1 centimeter long, and was composed of sections. The outside was not black, but reddish-brown. It looked very much like a maggot, except that it did not move. Looking at the thing on the clamp, Chang'e's mouth twitched. How could she refine such a thing, and refine so much at once? She didn't want it so much. What is it? A potion or a formation device? Murongxian could only see from the projection that Chang'e had refined something, but she couldn't see clearly what it was. "It's a good thing. If you want it, I give you some." Chang'e's tone was like a black witch tempting people to commit crimes. "Really? You are so nice. I love you." Murongxian excitedly blew her kisses repeatedly. Seeing Murongxuan's reaction, Chang'e thought that she should give her more to enhance the friendship between classmates. "Murongxuan, Chang'e can refine it now. You should also step up your practice and strive to refine it as soon as possible." One of the two major difficulties in the class was finally solved, and the class teacher was in a good mood. "Chang'e, this is your first time to refine and purchase. You should remember the feeling of this time, and it will not be so easy to blow up the furnace in the future." The class teacher encouraged her a few words. The students in the class are capable, and the class teacher is also proud. Since the beginning of the school year, everyone else in the class has been able to refine smoothly, but these two people still blow up the furnace every day and have not refined anything. She was ridiculed by the class teachers of other classes for her teaching ability. Now she can finally save some face. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere in the class teacher announced something. The school will hold a mission practice in a week. The Talented Master Academy will cooperate with the Battle Academy to conduct an experience. This experience will be the final exam of this semester, so the whole class is required to participate. None of you are allowed to ask for leave. The teacher said seriously, "This experience is very important to everyone, because it is related to how much resources our class can get in the next semester. So you all have to go all out and can't slack off. He paused and continued. If our class gets the last place in this experience, then the refining materials for the next semester will be halved. Hearing this, the students protested, "Ah, no, teacher." A wailing sound suddenly came from the class group. For the gifted masters, refining materials are not a small amount, and they are not cheap. Originally, their refining materials are often insufficient. If they are reduced by half, it will be a double whammy. Thinking that their wallets may be hit hard by this, everyone felt panic and helplessness. Not every student in the class has a rich family background. They are not even as good as junior talent masters. It is time to invest. The resources can only be more, not less. The class teacher's words made everyone in the class pay attention. The students who were originally a little lazy straightened their backs, stared at the class teacher with curious eyes, ready to listen to more details about this mission. This time we are going to be 3-star to carry out the mission. The class teacher's voice was clear and powerful. B3 is a pure resource star, where there are endless treasures waiting for you to discover. The words of the class teacher are like a key, opening the door of imagination in the minds of the students. B3 has another biggest feature. There is a vast bamboo sea. If you are lucky enough, you may find the legendary mutants. These mutants are excellent materials for refining arrays. The class teacher once again threw bait to seduce everyone. Hearing this, the classroom suddenly exploded. Arrays are of great significance to gifted masters. They can enhance strength, improve realm, and even change the pattern of battle. As the key material for refining arrays, the value of mutants is self-evident. At this moment, the students' mood is like surging waves, and it is difficult to calm down. They can't wait to set foot on B3-star, find those precious mutants, and add a bit of brilliance to their future. Changyi was not sure if she could go. "Class teacher, I have signed the migration clause. I want to know if I can go? If I can go, what procedures do I need to go through?" The class teacher listened to Changyi's question patiently and replied with a smile. "Of course you can. The migration clause is mainly to restrict the signatory from escaping at will. As for reasonable temporary departure, as long as you make a good record, there will be no problem. You are participating in the practical assessment activities organized by the school this time, and the school will help you apply for the record. So don't worry, you can prepare your trip with peace of mind." Hearing this answer, Changyi's worries immediately dissipated a lot. "Okay, thank you, class teacher." Changyi smiled and thanked the class teacher. She was a little worried about the migration terms, worried that she would be restricted to one place for 10 years, but now she was surprised and relieved to learn that these terms were actually very humane. She secretly thanked her luck and did not encounter too many troubles. In the evening, when Shan Mufeng returned home, Changyi could not wait to tell him about the school's requirement to participate in practical training. She excitedly described this opportunity and expressed the hope that she could use it to improve her strength and experience. "Do you want to go?" Shan Mufeng had participated in many practical trainings before and knew the traditions of the two colleges, but his wife did not need to be under pressure. Even if there were no school resources, he could support her. Hearing Shan Mufeng's words, Changyi turned her head to look at him in surprise. "How can I not go? The class teacher said that I can't ask for leave." Shan Mufeng liked to hold Changyi, his chin against her head, playing with her palm from time to time. "If you don't want to go, then don't go." Changyi turned around and grabbed Shan Mufeng's big hand. "No leave, I want to go." Changyi used to be an ordinary person. From childhood to adulthood, except for the last forced migration, she had never been to other planets. After arriving at Chihong Star, she thought that her family could not leave the planet within 10 years, and she never thought that she could go to other planets. "Since you are going to experience, I will help you prepare supplies in the next 2 days. Is there anything you want?" This question asked Changyi's blind spot. "Do you have to prepare supplies yourself? Isn't it arranged by the school?" She thought that for such an official collective activity, they just had to follow along. Shan Mufeng knew Changyi's situation and guessed that she must not know these things. The school will provide basic supplies, but it is always good to bring some with you. Just prepare and go. I will arrange everything else. Tell me if you want anything. It's really a happy feeling to have someone take care of every aspect of you. Yeah. She would not refuse Shan Mufeng's kindness to her, but she could not rely on him completely. Chapter 25. Changyi, are you awake? I can't sleep. Ah! Changyi hugged the quilt tightly in fear, sat up, and woke up instantly. Just imagine, in the early morning, when you are half asleep, just open your eyes, and a woman holds a worm in your face. Murongxian, you are going to die. Seeing that it was Murong Xian, Chang'e patted her chest to calm her pounding heart. Murong Xian's resentment was about to materialize and attack her. If I die, I will definitely come to you to be buried with me. Why? How did I offend you? So fierce. What do you think? A worm was so lively, and pushed in front of Chang'e again. Seeing clearly that it was this thing, Chang'e smiled guilty, and moved her butt to the side. The express arrived so quickly. How efficient. Laugh. You are still laughing. You know I let the robot receive your express as soon as possible and deliver it to you. Who understands? After waiting for so long for the express, she opened it, and found a bunch of bugs, which made her scalp numb. Didn't you say you wanted it yourself? It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. It's a pity that I didn't see Murong Xian's expression when she unboxed it, which must be very beautiful. I'm going to strangle you to death. It's a good posture, but it's a pity that it's a projection. Chang'e reluctantly cooperated with her performance. Female warrior, spare me, I was wrong. Rolling his eyes, sticking out his tongue, spreading his hands, and falling down in one breath. Humph. Since you have a good attitude to admit your mistakes, I forgive you. Thank you for your tolerance and generosity. Tell me, what is this thing you are refining? It looks so weird. How are the materials for the mission prepared? I plan to work hard on refining in the next 2 days to see if I can add some spiritual medicine or array equipment. I will wait until the academy to see what else is missing. She will go to the academy a few days in advance to familiarize herself with the class. Yes, there are more than 10 people in our class who have not been to the academy since the beginning of the school year. The 2 of them are one of them. After chatting and hanging up the phone, Chang'e started her own refining. Maybe her luck ran out. She spent the next day blowing up the furnace, and the security team called to ask about it many times, but she didn't refine anything. There was no choice but to stop working and rest temporarily. Shan Mufeng came back that day and gave Chang'e a box of energy liquid, 2 of each of the 5 attributes, 5 basic spiritual medicines, and other protective clothing, small tools, etc. were also prepared. Since the spiritual medicine could not be refined, Chang'e began to study energy liquid. It had never been extracted. According to the Academy's textbooks, it was the gifted master using his own mental power to extract the energy from the energy stone. Shan Mufeng gave her a few level 1 energy stones to practice with. They were all level 1 energy stones, and she didn't know which attribute was easy to extract, so she just picked one at random. Chang'e concentrated her energy, put her hands on the energy stone, and slowly felt the energy flow in it. Just like the last time she gambled on the stone, she penetrated the energy stone with her mental power, and saw a bean-sized energy ball inside. She saw it, but she didn't know how to extract it. What did the teacher say to drive the energy liquid out? She tried to control her mental power to drive it away, but it would go off the track and get smaller and smaller. Finally, she extracted it. It was an energy liquid without attributes. It looked like a little bit. She used energy to pack her first portion of energy liquid. Shaking the energy liquid, a small bottle of about 10 milliliters of stuff, it takes more effort than her to refine it once, it's not worth it. Energy liquid is a bit laborious, but there is still some gain. She will continue to extract energy liquid for the next 2 days. Departure to the Academy 1 day in advance. The Academy is on the Central Star, one of the safest planets to live. It was gloomy on the day of departure, but fortunately it didn't rain. Shan Mufeng called Chang'e early, drove to the airport, and took a spaceship to the Academy. Chang'e took a spaceship to escape last time. This time she carefully visited this magical thing. After arriving at the Central Star, Shan Mufeng got a hover car from somewhere and drove to the Academy. After arriving at the Academy, Shan Mufeng parked the car directly in front of the student apartment. Although she chose to take holographic classes, she still had to come for major exams. The gifted student apartment is a 2-person apartment. When she arrived, the student on the right side of the 2nd floor should have gone out and was not in the apartment. Shan Mufeng went up to the room on the right-hand side of the 2nd floor, packed up the school stuff, and put it in the financial bag, replaced the stuff in the room with what they brought, and even changed the bed. After tidying up the room, Shan Mufeng took Chang'e to the trading city for a big purchase. There is a trading city in every place, and the trading city sells everything. No matter how big or small the team is, they will go here to trade. The most common thing in the trading city is a variety of nutritious ingredients, and the price is generally low. But the people are noisy, and there are all kinds of people, and the order is relatively chaotic. This is the first choice for most people to purchase nutritious ingredients. In the trading city market, Sean Mufeng specifically asked the price of the ingredients that Chang'e likes to eat. They have high nutritional value, good appearance, and are fresh. As long as the things are to his liking, the price is not a problem. With his ability, it is no problem to pamper Chang'e. He only has one wife. If he wants her to accompany him for a long time, he must take good care of her. Not long after marrying Sean Mufeng, Chang'e has become picky. Since marriage, she has never eaten ordinary food again. Even condiments are nutritious food. In the past, their family bought half and half. The price of nutritious food is too high. Halfway through shopping, she received a call from Murong Xian. She knew that Chang'e would come to the college today and asked her to get together in the evening. Murong Xian arrived at the college 2 days earlier than Chang'e. They had only met online and had not met in real life. Turning around to ask Sean Mufeng's opinion, "You decide, it's up to you." This is Chang'e's friend, he respects her ideas. Chang'e thought about it and called Murong Xian back, asking her to go to her apartment for dinner in the evening. Murong Xian was alone. Chang'e was not familiar with Central Star for the first time, so she simply asked her to eat at home for convenience. There was an extra person to eat at night. Someone was selling black-boned chickens in the market today. This kind of chicken is best suited for stewing soup and nourishing women. That person only had one left, so Sean Mufeng bought it. It was already past 5 o'clock when he returned home after visiting the market. Sean Mufeng carried the ingredients into the kitchen, washed his hands, took out the black-boned chicken first, processed it, and put it in the pot to stew it. Chang'e was familiar with the work of washing rice and cooking rice. She washed it 3 times, and the water covered one section of her finger. She put it in place and pressed the button to finish it. Chang'e's skills were not as good as Sean Mufeng's, so she could only help out, picking vegetables and washing things. Murong Xian held a bag of crystal-clear grapes in her left hand, rang the doorbell with her right hand, and stood at the door and shouted, "Is he here? Come out and greet me. Please come in, respected gifted lady." He opened the door and invited Murong Xian in. "Please sit in the living room for a while, and we have dinner soon." He turned and went into the kitchen, took out a few red fruits from the storage box and washed them. These red fruits were also bought in the trading city today. A hunting team found the red fruit forest and got a lot of harvest. Chapter 26. The day before departure, she officially reported to the class. She was a student in the elementary growth class C. There were 3 classes in this year's gifted class. The class was in the easternmost part of the college, a little far from the dormitory. Chang'e was a little afraid of heights. She didn't dare to drive a hover car by herself, so she chose the most basic energy car for transportation. The closer she got to the class, the louder the noise became. After verifying the information, she stepped into the class. No one noticed her. The 2 little girls in princess dresses in front were comparing their newly bought dresses. One said her dress was a new product of the season from a certain store, and the other said hers was a custom-made one. Normally, she didn't pay attention to these high-end brands, and couldn't tell who was more luxurious. Before marriage, her family couldn't afford it, so she didn't look at it. After marriage, Dan Mufeng filled her cloakroom full, so she just picked up ready-made ones, and didn't pay attention to the brand. The few fat guys in the back were very harmonious. They seemed to be discussing which restaurant had the best specialties. Chang'e was somewhat interested in this topic. There were also students who had never been to the class like Chang'e, fighting for seats with others. The classroom was very large, and Chang'e did not understand what they were fighting for. Sitting by the window was a little girl with long hair and very white skin. I don't know what kind of grievance she had suffered, but her eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. The noise in the class was comparable to that of a trading market. I looked around and found Murong Xian's position. She was at the back, wearing a soundproof cover, hiding there to browse the star network. Carefully bypassing these busy classmates, I walked through the crowd to a safe place, sat down next to her, and patted her shoulder. "Xian. You are finally here. I have something to tell you. The class is full of children, and they are not familiar with each other. Murong has a lot of complaints to tell Chang'e. Classmates, please go back to your seats." I was so focused on chatting that I didn't even know when the class teacher came in. After everyone found a seat and sat down, the class teacher asked, "This is the first experience. I hope you could all gain something. Are there any students who want to form a team? If you haven't completed it by yourself, then you can form a team randomly." On the day when the experience notice was issued, there was also a detailed explanation of the matters. In addition to informing the mission location, time, degree of danger, basic supplies provided by the school, It is said that the previous class has additional supplies subsidies and mission rewards. There is also a team formation rule. There is no limit on the number of people, but the team of the fragile talent teacher must have a superpower warrior. Students can form a team by themselves, or the school can arrange it uniformly. Snakes have their own ways, and mice have their own ways. Basically, the school's random team formation has never been used every year. Have you formed a team? Have you formed a team? It seems that both of them have formed a team. Chang Yi's team was contacted by Shan Mufeng, and she has unconditional faith in Shan Mufeng's ability. Murong Xian is the only girl of her generation. The other cousin is an ordinary person and has married. Her family attaches great importance to her training and helped her choose the team members as soon as they knew about it. Who are you teaming with? Can we team up? There are only 2 overage students in the class, and they have a common skill, furnace explosion, so the feeling is naturally different. This is the first time to go on a mission and want to be with familiar friends. Yes. Chang Yi was not particularly familiar with the team members and did not know how to introduce them, so she simply pulled out the information for her to see. Clicking on Chang Yi's information, the captain, Murong Yao SS level fire type superpower warrior, the deputy captain, Chu Shan S level gold type superpower warrior, the thunder type warrior Xiao Ran, etc. This list looks a little familiar. Quickly pulled out his own team information to check on. Looking at the 2 identical team information, you are the one who cut in line. Murong Xian pointed at Chang Yi and yelled, and she couldn't stop laughing after she finished speaking. Ha ha ha. Captain Murong Yao is Murong Xian's cousin. The Murong family and the Shan family are old friends. He is a graduate this year, and he will directly join the army after the training is over. Shan Mufeng specially contacted him and asked him to take care of Chang Yi. You are the useless one. No one should laugh at anyone. She doesn't know her own position in her heart. This sentence was very destructive. Why am I useless? I will definitely become a master of talent in the future. It's just that I haven't used it yet. Hee hee. Reply her 2 words and experience it yourself. They are actually in the same team. It's really a deep fate. Finally, find the class teacher to confirm the team information, add some attention, and then go home. Let them go back to make the final preparations, and board the ship on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The alarm clock failed to wake up Chang Yi. It was Shan Mufeng who held her and washed her. She woke up a little bit when she sat at the dining table. She had to get up at 6 o'clock to set off at 7 o'clock. She was really sleepy. Chang Yi's little head was moving little by little, like a chicken pecking at rice, and her beautiful big eyes were half closed. She held a bowl of food in her hand and ate it bit by bit. Seeing Chang Yi's drowsy appearance, Shan Mufeng had the idea of asking for leave for her. So he coaxed her softly, why don't we go this time? You look so tired. However, although Chang Yi was a little sleepy, she still shook her head and insisted, No, I want to go. Hearing this, Shan Mufeng smiled helplessly. It seemed that his little wife was still very determined about this experience, so he had to follow her wishes. He simply sat down next to Chang Yi and began to feed her food 1 spoonful at a time. Looking at Chang Yi sitting there obediently, chewing food in small bites, she looked like an exquisite doll, which made people feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In this way, Shan Mufeng stayed with Chang Yi until he sent her to the gathering place. At this time, Chang Yi was fully awake. After waving goodbye to Shan Mufeng, she trotted all the way to the location of the class. After finding Murong Xian, the 2 went to meet with their teammates. They had contacted last night and boarded the ship together to discuss the experience on the ship. Compared with a huge group of superpower warriors, gifted masters are really a minority. No wonder every gifted master is so arrogant. A little potato of 1.6 meters tall is really struggling to find people among the telephone poles with an average height of 2 meters. Moreover, the telephone poles are all wearing the same uniform. There is no dress code for gifted masters, but warriors are required to wear training clothes. I should have let them find them earlier. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find the pole I was looking for among the poles, so I chose a place to stand there and wait for them to find me. Who is Murong Xian? I am the junior gifted master Hao Lina, your teammate. The thin gauze skirt wrapped around her graceful body, and she walked awkwardly. This outfit is definitely for going out for training. A team of 15 people, 10 superpower warriors, 3 gifted masters. In addition to Chang Yi and 2 gifted masters, there is another gifted master. Chapter 27. Although the first impression was not good, I still had to greet her. I am Murong Xian, and the one next to me is another gifted master Chang Yi. Murong Xian's voice was neither cold nor indifferent. Hao Lina looked Chang'e up and down, covering her mouth with a fake smile. Gifted Master, I wonder what level of Gifted Master your sister is. As soon as she opened her mouth, Chang'e decided to cross this person out of her friend list. Damn green tea, it was none of her business whether she was a Gifted Master or not. I am not a Gifted Master, I just awakened this year. Oh. Sorry. I didn't know you just awakened. You can ask me if you have any questions in the future. If your tone was not so sarcastic, I would believe you were sincere, now haha. Thank you, sister. Our class teacher is the Intermediate Gifted Master Teacher Qiao. I believe she will not hide anything. It's just sarcastic, who doesn't know that? The invisible smoke filled the air between you and me, and it was not until the arrival of other people that the weird atmosphere between the three people was broken. Xian, I finally found you. Murong Yao saw them running over with others. No time, just roll the name and board the ship quickly. It took a lot of time to find people, and now there is no time for them to greet each other, so they can only simply count the number of people first. The three gifted masters saw at a glance that there was no need to count, and all the 12 superpower warriors lined up in groups of 4, and they boarded the ship quickly after the count. As expected, no matter where it is, good school resources are always enforced. This kind of large aircraft carrier can be easily taken out by only the 2 major colleges except the military. Each team occupies a position. It is easy to see from the position that the strong team obviously occupies a position that is closer to the front and has a larger space. Chang'e's group followed Murong Yao to a position in the middle and sat down. Hey! Murong Yao, why are you so modest today? What are you doing in the back? Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. As soon as he sat down, someone came to make trouble. Seeing that Murong Yao ignored him, Xiao Zhe became even more aggressive and mocked. Are you afraid of being counted down with your professional furnace blaster? He looks like a decent person, but his mouth is too stinky. Murong Yao doesn't want to pay attention to this jumping clown. Murong Xian can't stand it. When has she ever been so angry? Even before she awakened, she was always praised by others because of her background. You stinky lump baby, if your mouth can't speak, go to the treatment center for treatment. If you don't have interstellar coins, beg your aunt. If your aunt is in a good mood, it's not a problem to help you pay for the treatment. Little Pepper's mouth is also well trained, and every word is heartbreaking. Fearing that Murong Xian would suffer, Murong Yao stood up and blocked her in front of him. Wait until you beat me, I tell you, you're a defeated general. As expected, one family can support 2 families, Murong Yao's lethality is the strongest. You? Xiao Zhe was so angry at Murong Yao that he trembled. The truth was always so hurtful, humph. We see. Xiao Zhe and Murong Yao were in the same class, had the same superpowers, and even the same superpower level. He had been compared with Murong Yao since he entered school, but he always lost to Murong Yao by 1 step. This was the last experience before graduation, and he must beat Murong Yao. The annoying people were driven away, and they began to get familiar with their teammates in the remaining time to prepare for the future cooperation. The 3 most gifted masters submitted an energy liquid to the captain, and Chang'e followed the others to give the attributeless energy liquid prepared by Shan Mufeng. Murong Yao is the highest level in the team, and his special ability is the fire system with super high attack power, so he naturally becomes the captain. The other special ability warriors are basically people they have worked with in the past and can trust. This year, only Chang'e and Murong Xian are new members, and even that green tea Hao Lina has worked with them several times. Chang'e noticed that Chang Jiaojia was also on the ship. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Last time, the Star Beast Tide had an unpleasant quarrel with the family because of the evacuation quota. Later, Chang's mother contacted the family for her father's health, but unfortunately they thought they were of no value and didn't want to pay attention to them at all. Since then, they have never mentioned the family at home. They didn't expect to meet her in this experience. However, one of the reasons for snatching their family's quota was that Chang Jiajiu awakened her talent and might enter the talent academy. What are you looking at? Seeing Chang'e staring at the back, Murong Xian followed her gaze and looked. They were all people, and there was nothing special. The voice beside her brought Chang'e back to her thoughts. What didn't you see? I just didn't ride on this kind of warship, and was curious. Country bumpkin. The talent master who heard it turned to Chang'e and rolled his eyes, and whispered that the ignorant person must be from a marginal star. Who are you talking about? Say it again if you dare. Chang'e didn't do anything, but Murong Xian, the little explosive barrel, didn't agree. The other party saw that Murong Xian, who stood up for her, was dressed gorgeously, and they were teamed up with Murong Yao, a famous figure in the academy, and they were afraid that the matter would get out of hand. Just when a teammate tried to persuade them to stop fighting, they just shrank their heads and stopped talking. Sorry, she just has a bad mouth. Her teammate knew how to behave, and quickly apologized with a smile. Humph. Murong Xian was still a little angry. To thank her for standing up and protecting him, Chang'e took out a mangosteen for her. Eat some fruit and calm down. It's not worth getting angry with such a person. Last time, they harvested a lot of mangosteens. Everyone who went on the mission that time harvested a lot. They didn't feel that the things were too expensive. Besides, Murong Xian had a good relationship with her, so Chang'e was willing to give it to her. Hao Lina saw the mangosteen that Chang'e gave to Murong Xian, and her eyes flashed. Sister Yi, we are both teammates. How can you be partial to one and only give it to Murong Xian? This is playing moral kidnapping with her, but unfortunately, she doesn't buy it. Nutritious fruits are valuable and expensive. No one will give them to others casually, let alone ask you for them casually. I didn't see other superpower warriors turn their eyes away when they saw Chang'e taking out the mangosteen, so as not to be accused of greed. Chang'e raised his eyes and glanced at her, without saying a word, got up and moved to Murong Yao's side, and took out 3 fruits for him. This is my first training mission outside the school. I have to trouble you to take care of it in the future. These 3 fruits can be divided among the warriors. Don't think it's too little. You want to take advantage, and you dare to be sarcastic. You can see it but can't eat it. You be greedy to death. The supernatural warriors don't care about the pettiness between the gifted masters. They took advantage of Chang'e. They naturally sided with her because Chang'e said nice things. Hao Lina rolled her eyes to the sky, so they just pretended not to see it. Nutritious fruits are not often available. Usually, you can taste them when you go on a mission. Nutritious fruits have a good taste and mild energy, which are suitable for women and children. Supernatural warriors are not so squeamish. As long as there is energy, they will eat anything. For people share a fruit, and each person can take a bite. Hao Lina saw that she had offended someone, but didn't get any benefits. She stamped her feet in anger, and turned to find the familiar gifted Master Cricket. Chapter 28. Planet B3 is famous for its dense bamboo sea. The teacher who led the team chose a flat rocky mountain as the base. The ground here is flat, and there is no bamboo because of the rocks. On the first day of arrival, the gifted masters stayed in the base to refine and prepare for the next time. It was not so easy for the warriors. The school teacher was responsible for leading the team to open up a safe zone of about 300 meters around the base. The school was responsible for providing the materials for the first day. Chang'e had not been able to refine recently. He had just arrived in a strange place, and was more excited and could not refine. So he received energy stones from the class teacher for refining. What kind of attribute do you want? Energy stones of the same level have different attributes and different refining difficulties. Those without attributes are the easiest to refine. On the contrary, those with attributes are difficult to refine. Offensive attributes will even attack the refiner. Chang'e didn't have any feelings about the attributes. She would be tired no matter what kind of refining she did. I refine slowly, so any attribute is fine. Chang'e's talent level was registered when she enrolled. The class teacher knew her situation, and was not surprised to hear her say that she was slow in refining. She picked a small box of low-level energy stones, colorful, and with all kinds of attributes. Chang'e returned to her temporary hut with a box of colorful stones. This kind of hut is simply a must-have for going out. It can be opened with one click and installed in a foolproof manner. Dan Mufing prepared it very carefully for her. When the complete set of furniture was placed inside, no one could tell that this was a temporary house. Everything was the same as at home, and it was very comfortable to use. After washing her hands and preparing to refine, she picked up an energy stone and rolled it on the table. On a whim, she suddenly wanted to wash and polish them. She fetched a basin of water, poured all the energy stones into it, and used a small brush to wash them one by one. As she was washing, energy overflowed. Chang'e didn't react for a while, and the energy liquid fell into the water. What happened just now? The energy liquid ran out and fell into the water. Pick up the energy stone and observe it carefully. This piece has indeed been extracted. That's true. She swiped the basin again. It was just an ordinary basin. There was nothing special about it. The brush was just an ordinary brush that she saved. No, she seemed to have discovered the reason. The brush had traces of her mental power being used. She unconsciously released her mental power during the washing process. Concentrate on your energy again, attach your mental power to the brush. Every touch of the brush is like tickling the energy stone. The energy body inside keeps dodging and searching and finally rushes out of the energy stone. This discovery made Chang'e find fun, and the cat and mouse game officially began. There was no need to spend a lot of mental energy to control the path of the energy body. As long as they were disturbed by a little mental energy, they would find the best path by themselves, and there would be no loss. This time, the energy liquid extraction was unusually smooth, and the quality and quantity of the energy liquid were greatly improved. Staring at the energy liquid lined up in front of her, Chang'e didn't know how many to give to the class teacher. The average probability of a talent master extracting energy liquid is 1/2, and the standard for successful extraction of a junior talent master is 1/10. She didn't know how to explain this situation now, and finally decided to submit a little less according to the standard of a junior talent master, which was more in line with the standards of apprentices like them. Complete the task ahead of time. Now it is less than 2 hours since everyone received the task. Others must not have completed it yet. She doesn't want to be the first one to do it. She got up early in the morning, and now it's just time to catch up on her sleep. Chang'e was awakened by a noisy footsteps, and shouting outside the room. Chang'e got up from the bed in a daze, rubbed her eyes, and tried to dispel the sleepiness. However, before she could fully wake up, she heard a noise coming from outside. The sound became louder and louder, as if the whole world became lively and noisy. She frowned and muttered with some dissatisfaction, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" She put on a coat, opened the door and walked outside, looking at the chaos. The team sent to the south to clean up was running towards the garrison with a nervous look. Many people were injured. Their arrival made the scene chaotic. What did they encounter? Couldn't the teacher in charge solve it? The teachers at the garrison quickly went out to meet them. After a while, they received news that the cleanup team in the south encountered 3 level 4 alien beasts. The team in the south started the cleanup mission smoothly. When they were about 100 meters away, they found a level 4 long-tailed unicorn that had been alone. The horn of this alien beast is a precious refining material. They thought that there were many people, and it was the first day with abundant supplies, so they decided to encircle and suppress this alien beast. Unexpectedly, when they were about to succeed, 2 more large alien beasts appeared. After the energy liquid they brought was consumed and the alien beast was not killed, the teacher in charge could only hold up the protective shield and lead everyone to flee back in embarrassment. There was not much time for them to think. 3 alien beasts followed them and chased them. They were about to reach the garrison, and the deafening roar was already close to their ears. Inform the other groups of cleaning personnel to return to the station immediately to fight against the monsters together. At the same time, the large protective array was opened. The soldiers quickly gathered in the front line for protection. Only then did they realize that the training guards this time were not only teachers from the academy, but also people from various military departments. A familiar figure quickly approached Chang'e. "Do you have a protective array? If you have one, take it out and be ready to open it at any time. Now follow me. I will send you back to the aircraft carrier first." As soon as he saw that it was Zhang Zixing, another deputy captain in Shan Mufeng's team, he gave a lot of orders. Chang'e cherished her life. She knew very well that this was not the time to be hypocritical, so she nodded without hesitation and expressed her willingness to follow him on board the aircraft carrier. She quickly took out a small protective array from her pocket and held it tightly in her hand. Then, she followed him closely and stepped onto the aircraft carrier. Entering the interior of the aircraft carrier, Chang'e found that there was already a younger gifted teacher inside. Her eyes were full of curiosity and expectation, but she didn't say much. After Zhang Zixing arranged Chang'e properly, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Chang'e suddenly called him. Zhang Zixing stopped and looked at Chang'e in confusion. Chang'e quickly took out the energy liquid that had just been refined from her arms and handed it to him. Zhang Zixing took the energy liquid and saw that the box was full of liquid, and he was happy. He knew that in this situation, the energy liquid was crucial to them and could help them better deal with danger. Zhang Zixing took the energy liquid without hesitation and thanked Chang'e. He understood that every bit of strength at this moment could be the key to their survival. Level 4 alien beasts are already very dangerous, and now there are 3 of them at once. This is not a simple 1 + 2 = 3 situation. The battle ahead is imminent, and more gifted masters and wounded people are boarding the aircraft carrier. Chapter 29. The sound of fighting continued to come, and everyone in the aircraft carrier was in a panic. A wounded soldier's jeans collapsed, and he wailed in pain. The beautiful girl with long hair, white skin and cold face in the class was the first to walk into the wounded and feed him a soothing potion. As the potion took effect, the wounded soldier slowly stopped wailing and fell asleep. At this time, everyone seemed to remember that most of the people here were gifted masters, and they all had potions on them. Next, every wounded soldier with gene collapse could get potions from a strange gifted master. Chang'e also took out 2 potions and gave them to the wounded. The aircraft carrier temporarily returned to calm. A gifted master opened the isolation cover, apparently preparing to refine or extract. Chang'e followed suit and opened the isolation cover, took out the energy stone, and began to extract. The academy had finished extracting in the morning. These energy stones were all prepared by Shan Mufeng in the past. Who of you still has energy liquid and potions, regardless of attributes and levels? A superpower warrior rushed onto the aircraft carrier and shouted loudly. Sharp shouts interrupted the actions of the gifted masters, and Chang'e heard a lot of furnace explosions. My medicine. My furnace. Wailing sounds continued to be heard. The isolation cover was removed, and one by one, the gifted masters, who were blown up by their own refining furnaces, appeared. They were all angry, but when they saw the warriors who were more embarrassed than them, they shut up and took out a batch of energy liquid and potions and handed them to him. Chang'e's potions were all prepared by Shan Mufeng for her. In this situation, she only kept 2 for herself to save her life, and gave out another box of energy liquid. There were 12 in her box, with all kinds of attributes, but no attributeless ones. Seeing the warriors holding supplies and preparing to return to the battlefield, Chang'e hurriedly asked, "Can I go out and take a look?" "Okay. Just be careful. It's not recommended to go out to see the situation at this time, but no one cares about you." He protected Chang'e only because of Shan Mufeng's instructions. Now she wants to go out, so just remind her. It's not a good idea to wait for news passively in the aircraft carrier. You can't see the actual situation, and can only passively hear the fighting. I feel more and more uneasy. Chang'e opened the protective array and went out carefully. No wonder so many people fought for so long against only 3 alien beasts, and consumed so many supplies, but it's not over yet. This is poking the alien beast's nest. The news from the front line is always the easiest to complete. There were only 3 alien beasts. The academy and the military were ready to wait for the other teams to come back and kill them together. Unexpectedly, they came back, but they all brought back their little tails. Now they had to fight. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to. They could only open the protective shield and wait for support. "Why are you here?" Zhang Xingzi stopped to take a breath and saw Chang'e wandering beside him. Seeing that she had some sense and knew to open the protective formation, he didn't say much. "Do you have any more energy liquid?" The box of energy liquid that Chang'e gave him earlier had attributes, and was very pure. Zhang Zixing didn't know if she still had any, so he could only try to ask. Hearing Zhang Zixing asking for energy liquid, Chang'e nodded and gave him another box. At first, Zhang Zixing thought that Chang'e's energy liquid was extracted by herself, but now seeing that she took out another box so easily, it seems that this energy liquid should have been prepared by Shan Mufeng for him, and there was a lot of it. No matter who prepared it, it works. Zhang Zixing took the energy liquid and handed it to the soldier next to him, and took one himself, and returned to his position to prepare for battle. This was the first time Chang'e watched the superpower warriors fight at close range. The superpower warriors had different weapons. Some used swords, some used knives, and some even used a branch. These weapons should all be refined items, and they all have attack bonuses. Zhang Zixing's fire power was very domineering. A fire sword shot out and chopped directly at the head of the beast. The beast sensed the danger and quickly turned its head to the right to dodge. At the same time, it used its long tail to push another beast over to block it. The beast that was pulled over was hit by the fire sword just 3 inches away. The big guy fell to the ground and lost his combat power. Unfortunately, it was too dangerous outside, and there was no way to get close to collect it. Zhang Zixing didn't expect that the energy liquid Chang'e gave him this time was so powerful. "Do you have any more of this energy liquid?" Chang'e was a little slow to react. "You're fighting the monsters just fine, and you're asking me about energy liquid. What's the matter? Didn't I just give you a box?" Seeing her stupidly not reacting, "The energy liquid you just gave me is of high purity, and can improve combat power. General energy liquids don't have such a good effect. This kind of energy liquid that can significantly improve combat power should be refined from high-level energy stones." Understanding what Zhang Zixing meant, Chang'e took out another box of energy liquid for him. This box was specially selected, and all of them were fire energy liquids, all of which were just refined today. Zhang Zixing just asked casually again, but he didn't expect that she really had them, and they were all fire-type energy liquids suitable for him. While reaching out to take it, he explained to Chang'e, "Remember first, I won't take it for nothing. When this is over, I will apply to the higher authorities to resupply you with supplies." This is because he was afraid that Chang'e would be petty and refuse to give him supplies. Chang'e nodded to show that she understood. She didn't care whether it was returned or not. She was stingy, but not so ignorant of right and wrong. Without the protection of these people, a weak chicken like her would be destroyed in a minute. What supplies would she have at that time? Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, several huge warships suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. They were clearly printed with military logos, which looked particularly majestic. These warships slowly approached and finally landed in the open space to the east of the garrison. As the hatch opened, teams of soldiers in neat uniforms and high spirits walked down from the warships. They walked in unison and moved skillfully, showing a high degree of discipline and well-trained image. Chang'e saw Shan Mufeng and his men in the crowd. Chihong Star was relatively close to the B3 planet this time, and the support this time was basically from Chihong Star. Shan Mufeng was supposed to return to the military headquarters to cancel his leave after seeing Chang'e off, but when he received the news that they were in distress, he asked to lead the team here as soon as possible. The only gifted teacher wandering around in the crowd was his little girl, who could be spotted at a glance. He gave a few instructions to Ling Yu next to him, and quickly walked towards his little girl, pulling her into his arms and holding her tightly. Who knew how much he regretted letting her go when the training team of the Talent Academy was in danger. Now that he had the little girl in his arms intact, he finally let go of his worry. She hugged the man's strong waist with her backhand and comforted him softly. "I'm fine. Did you arrange Zhang Zisheng? He sent me back to the ship as soon as possible." It was less than a day since they separated, but it felt like a long time had passed. Dan Mufeng did not comment on the woman's words. He loosened his arms, pulled her around in place, and looked her up and down carefully. The little girl cooperated and jumped 3 times in place. Chapter 30. The arrival of reinforcements immediately changed the situation on the battlefield. The passive resistance that was originally suppressed by the alien beast group now adjusted the strategy and prepared to lead this wave of small alien beasts. This wave of small alien beasts mainly consisted of more than a dozen level 4 alien beasts that were more difficult to deal with, but other low-level alien beasts were not a problem. The military selected 100 main attacking soldiers and divided them into 10 groups to attack one by one. The arrival of Shan Mufeng gave Chang'e a backbone, and he stuffed him with 2 boxes of energy liquid. "This is what I extracted myself." Zhang Zisheng said it can improve combat power. This is her last stock, and she can only wait to extract it now. Shan Mufeng couldn't help but curl his lips when Chang'e stuffed his hands with energy liquid. As for improving combat power, Shan Mufeng just thought she was lucky to have 1 or 2 bottles. After all, he knew before marriage that Chang'e's talent was not particularly good, and he didn't even pass the basic assessment of the military, but his wife always gave him the best. "Remember to rest. Don't tire yourself out. I take care of the rest." "Yeah." Nodding her head heavily in affirmation, her man was really responsible. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and smack her lips. "I know what I'm doing. I won't tire myself out. Don't worry. The good life has just begun, so she doesn't want to let anything happen to herself. Go back to the cabin." Shan Mufeng was going out to fight, and he was worried about Chang'e hanging around here. "I don't know how to operate the cabin." Pointing to the temporary house built in front, "I go to the house." Looking at the place where Chang'e's temporary house was built, it was relatively safe at the back. Besides, with their family now, the beast tide was not very dangerous, so Shan Mufeng agreed with her opinion, personally sent her back to the house, and took out 3 boxes of energy stones and refining materials for her. "Keep it to kill time, don't tire yourself out, and rest more if you have nothing to do." "Okay." Chang'e obediently promised the man that she would rest more and work less. After watching Shan Mufeng leave, Chang'e put the refining materials into the storage jade pendant. This time she came out with 2 storage jade pendants she had refined last time. She didn't have much stuff, so a PCO jade pendant was enough. The storage space inside the jade pendant was very large. She couldn't say how big it was, but it was several thousand square meters anyway. She didn't have special instruments to measure, and she didn't want to reveal that she had a large space storage device, and it seemed that the energy loss of the things put in her PCO jade pendant was very small. As far as she knew, the energy of the things stored in the general storage device was lost very quickly, and the larger the area, the more it lost. Refining has not been in good shape recently, and she just found a method for refining. She was in high spirits. She took out a special small basin and added water. She first opened a box of energy stones, picked the one she liked, and put them in the basin, then took out a special small brush and started to wash the energy stones. In her happiness, she didn't notice that a box of energy stones had been extracted into energy liquid. She had no energy liquid storage tubes, so she had to stop her cleaning work. She packed up and strolled out to see the battle situation. The protective array must be opened first. Push the door to go out. Now the people walking outside finally stopped running and had obvious smiles on their faces. Yi! Murong Xian greeted her from a distance. In the situation just now, Murong Xian was also sent back to the ship warehouse as soon as possible. When she boarded the ship, Chang'e had already opened the isolation cover and started to extract. They reported to each other that they were safe. Now that the monsters were suppressed and the battle was coming to an end, she also came out to take a breath. Unexpectedly, she saw Chang'e as soon as she came out. The sisters were naturally happy to meet each other safely. The two gathered together to talk about the thrilling moment just now, although it was not that thrilling. The last few beasts were led to the distant battlefield by the supernatural warriors. The protective shield of the garrison opened a gap, allowing the logistics personnel to go out and start cleaning the battlefield. Huge risks bring rich rewards. The beasts that had just threatened them and had to fight to the death have now become supplies. Chang'e and Murong Xian also followed the logistics team to clean the battlefield. It was the first time for both of them. At the beginning, they stood there and didn't know where to start. They didn't know what they could do. The beasts this time were all long-tailed unicorns. The most valuable thing about this kind of beast is its horn. Seeing that others used knives to pry the horn, the two of them followed suit and randomly selected one that they liked and started to work. Talented teachers cannot fight, and their classes' refining and extraction capabilities are low. If the material collection lags behind other classes, the ranking will definitely be at the bottom. They were willing to work hard, but it was a pity that they had never done any hard work. They had not harvested many horns before their hands were broken and bleeding. The pain in her rubbed palms became more and more severe. Chang'e finally noticed that her white and tender palms had broken and bled several times. Murong Xian's situation was not much better than hers. She was just holding on. Xian, can you collect the whole thing first and then harvest it when you go back? Murong Xian looked at Chang'e strangely and put her hand on her forehead. You don't have a fever? Are you tired and confused? This beast weighs at least 1,000 pounds. How many can you harvest directly? You'd better harvest it honestly. If you can harvest one more, take one. If you are tired, take a break. Chang'e understood the meaning of Murong Xian's words. It was that she could harvest it, but it was not cost-effective to only harvest a few because the space was not big enough. She was relieved if she could harvest it. After greeting Murong Xian, Chang'e stood up and began to look for targets. Long-tailed unicorns have different levels. Since she wanted to collect them, she must have the most cost-effective ones. The first few level 4 beasts had already been cut off and taken away. She could only walk to the back to see if she could find some higher level ones. This was a job that tested her eyesight. The level classification standard of long-tailed unicorns was mainly based on the color and shape of the horns. The horns of primary juvenile long-tailed unicorns were flesh pink, with no rings at the bottom of the cone. The horns of adult long-tailed unicorns were beautiful silver, and there was an extra ring on the horns before the first level of growth. Walking to the outer circle, there were more and more long-tailed unicorns that had not been harvested. As long as she saw more than 2 rings on the horns, she would collect them. Although 2 of them had no rings, they were beautiful golden in color, so she also collected them. If the points given by then were not many, she would keep them for herself. They were pleasing to look at with their golden color. In this way, she picked and collected in the outer circle. When she saw someone approaching, she would speed up her pace to search and pick, and then move out. She was picked up by herself. Someone had seen her rummaging and picking up, but no one came to snatch from her because she just rummaged and looked for a while, and then changed places. I don't know which class this delicate kid is. He wandered around and messed around when he was on a mission. It's the class that got this kind of thing. After walking around, she only found one level 4 long-tailed unicorn. Its body was like a small mountain. This one was found near the edge. It should be the one that was let out at the end. After searching around, she didn't know how many exotic beasts she collected. Anyway, her soles were sore just from rummaging and walking around. Chapter 31. She was already on the edge, and she didn't see any superpower warriors. She didn't know where the final battlefield was. She was just wondering when a group of people came out of the bamboo forest in front of her. The leaders were all familiar people. Shan Mufeng also saw Chang Yi standing there looking around, and couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk towards her. She had been walking for too long, and was sweating a lot. Her hair was wet, and stuck to her cheeks. Shan Mufeng gently parted her hair, took out a small square towel from his pocket, and wiped the sweat off her face bit by bit. Why did you run so far? Chang Yi stood still obediently, and even raised her little face to facilitate his movements. Collecting supplies? There are too many people over there. I don't like it. It's quiet here. Shan Mufeng knew that she didn't like to compete with others. It was not her character to be outstanding. She would only stay quietly in her own circle. How much have you collected? Do you want us to give you some? Lung Yu suggested for Shan Mufeng's sake. It's not like no one has ever cheated by secretly seeking help from outsiders. Just don't go too far. No need. Chang Yi quickly refused. She wasn't going to be on the list. She just needed to do her best, and try not to drag the class down. There was no need to cheat. Chang Yi said no, so Lung Yu ignored her, and took out a knife, with the other warriors to start harvesting. The strength of the superpower warriors was different. They took the knife handle, and stabbed a small hole with the tip of the knife, then scratched a circle along the tail of the horn, and finally pried it hard to get a horn. They didn't just collect that horn and were done. After one person pried the horn, the other two simply cut the body of the beast, and put it into the material box. With a set of assembly lines, the efficiency was greatly improved. Compared with her previous harvest, this was a dimensionality reduction attack. The corners she cut at the beginning were all bumpy, and not smooth. They didn't look like they were cut by someone, but rather like they were chewed by someone. Do you still want a mobile phone? Others will do these finishing tasks. Shan Mufeng will go back to the base to communicate with others about the follow-up matters. If you don't want to collect, come back to the base with me. Although the space is not full yet, there should be quite a lot. Whether it is enough or not, she feels that her share of the task should be enough. She nodded decisively to indicate that she would go back. Holding Chang Yi's hand, she gasped in pain when she touched the broken skin. Sensing that something was wrong with Chang Yi, Shan Mufeng quickly let go, ignoring Chang Yi's guilty expression, and held her palm. When he opened it, he saw that the originally white and tender little hand now had damage on the palm and knuckles. The more he looked at it, the gloomier his face became. He bent down, picked her up, and strode towards the base. My feet are not injured. I can walk by myself. Shan Mufeng ignored Chang Yi's protest, and just glanced at her palm. Following Shan Mufeng's gaze to her palm, Chang Yi felt more and more guilty. She lowered her head and murmured in his arms, I didn't expect that I was so useless. I just cut 2 corners, and my hand was broken. I didn't cut it again later. Shan Mufeng controlled his temper, and spoke lightly. Our family doesn't need you to support the family. I was wrong. I will never let myself get hurt again next time. Unable to bear his cold face, which almost froze her numb, Chang Yi quickly raised her hand to promise him. As we walked along, the closer we got to the station, the fewer horns were left on the bodies of the beasts. We could hardly see even unicorns next to the station. There were more storage boxes on the ground. Busy people on the road saw Chang Yi being carried back, and even those who didn't know her would sneer at her behind her back. She had walked for so long when she came here, but she didn't have to walk back. It didn't take long for her to get to the place when she was carried. As soon as she got back to the temporary house, Shan Mufeng gently put her on the recliner, turned around, and found the treatment device to treat her hands. In the interstellar era, as long as it's not a problem of genes and mental strength, other skin injuries can be treated with a treatment device, and even limb regeneration can be done by just lying in the treatment chamber. As soon as we arrived, we encountered a tide of small beasts. Everyone was busy for most of the day, and hadn't eaten anything. It was already 2 p.m. When people relaxed, they felt hungry and wanted to eat cuckoo. It had been nearly 8 hours since Chang Yi's last meal. I go to the kitchen to get you something to eat. You can rest first. Knowing that she was hungry, Shan Mufeng left a box of snacks for her to fill her stomach first. Don't eat too much. Go to the kitchen again to get her some food. The logistics staff in the kitchen have already started preparing for cooking. The supernatural warriors are easy to deal with. There is ready-made supernatural beast meat, which can be boiled or roasted. It's a bit troublesome for the gifted masters, but no one will spoil them too much when they go out. Just pick the tender parts of the meat according to the existing ingredients and cook them. Those who are picky can do it themselves. Shan Mufeng went to the kitchen area to look around, asked the chef for a stove to cook a bowl of health porridge for Chang Yi with health-preserving medicinal plants, and also picked a few tender parts of meat for her to roast. Chang Yi can't eat spicy food but she is craving for this. So Shan Mufeng put a little bit of it for her to taste. After preparing Chang Yi's food, Shan Mufeng took his portion from the kitchen and brought it back to the house to eat. Unicorn meat is too hard for a gifted master, even if Shan Mufeng picked the tenderest part for her. After drinking a mouthful of porridge and picking up a piece of roasted meat, she chewed hard. Okay, after confirming with her eyes that this was not meat she could eat, she swallowed the meat in her mouth with difficulty. Fortunately, she still had the porridge that Shan Mufeng made for her. If she only ate this meat, she would not be able to eat a full meal even if she wore out all her teeth. Seeing that Chang Yi was really not used to eating roasted meat, Shan Mufeng did not force her. He swept all the remaining meat into his bowl and finished it all. He thought that he would always have better meat of exotic animals at home in the future, because his wife's teeth were not very good. Chang Yi did not participate in the subsequent battlefield cleanup. Shan Mufeng did not allow her to go on the grounds of recuperation. She asked Murong Xian where to sell energy liquid test tubes when she had nothing to do. Her test tubes had been used up. Normally, you can buy these things in the market. In this case, you can just borrow them from classmates. If you need them, you can only ask the teacher. She explained the situation to her class teacher, who told her that this had happened in previous years. For these basic materials, you can go to the material circulation office organized by the school. There, you can freely trade all kinds of materials, which is equivalent to a small trading market. After all, each trading time is not too short, the longest is half a year, and the shortest is a month. There are always shortages of various materials. It was interesting to hear what the class teacher said. Chang Yi asked Murong Xian to go to the material circulation office together. Murong Xian did not go to collect in the afternoon. Although she could use the treatment device for injuries, it would still hurt, and she could not bear it. This temporary circulation office is not small. It is a separate temporary house. It was only the first day of the stall. There were not many people buying goods. It was deserted, and there was nothing to see. The two went straight to the Talent Master Material Exchange on the second floor. Chapter 32. The second floor is full of school-run shops, mainly for refining items. When you walk out of the stairs, you will see a material store. The person in charge of reception is a chubby male shopkeeper. Boss, do you have energy liquid tubes? The shelves are full of various medicinal plants, and there is no energy liquid tube she needs. Of course, this store is dedicated to serving gifted masters. As long as gifted masters need something, you are the freshman this year, right? Only freshmen will lack such regular materials. The fat shopkeeper bent down and took out a small box from the shelf below. Energy liquid has 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Which one do you want? Chang Yi used small energy liquid tubes before. One tube is 30 milliliters, the medium tube can hold 50 milliliters, and the largest energy liquid tube can store 100 milliliters of energy liquid. What are the prices for these 3 types? Do you have your student ID? Students of this college can get a 10% discount on basic materials, and buy 100 tubes of energy liquid tubes and get 10 tubes free. If you have already passed the Gifted Master certificate, you can use the certificate to get a 30% discount. There are always preferential treatments for gifted masters, and the whole Xingyu hopes that they can all produce results. We are not gifted masters yet, but we have student IDs. It seems that the Gifted Master certificate is still very useful. Energy liquid is a daily consumable, and the boss said that there will be a discount. Chang Yi asked the boss to take 200 of each model and put them in storage boxes, so that there are exactly 10 tubes in a box. Murong Xian also bought 50 sets. Although she has not successfully extracted it yet, it is better to be prepared. Anyway, the price is not expensive and it can be discounted. After all, 1 tube is less than 10 star coins. Seeing the two people's enthusiasm for buying things, the boss's smile became more amiable, and he started to sell them other refining materials in the store. Originally, I felt that I had no shortage of things, but after the boss's eloquent salesmanship, I felt that there was nothing I couldn't buy. 10 primary soothing agent materials, 10 primary recovery agent material packages, these are enough for her to spend for a while. The material packages are much more expensive than the energy liquid tubes, and just these few materials cost her 200,000 interstellar coins. It turns out that a gifted master is not something that poor people can afford. Murong Xian bought more than her, and she asked for 20 recovery agents alone. Judging from the amount she bought, she should have touched the threshold and was about to succeed. The boss's eyes flashed. Our store also accepts energy liquids and potions. If you have extra, you are welcome to come to the store to sell them. Handing them 2 business cards, I learned that the fat shopkeeper's surname is In, and he has a very elegant name called Winchuan. He is a staff member of the school's finance department. I definitely find you if I have any. As expected, he is a smart man. He has already started to lay the groundwork. After buying things, the two of them return to the station together. The unicorn in Chang Yi's jade pendant has not been dealt with yet. They have to go back to discuss how to deal with it. Hey! The real drag is back. As soon as they arrived at the station, they were ridiculed by Hao Lina. Chang Yi and Murong Xian looked at each other. What was wrong with him? They bite everyone they see. A chestnut-haired superpower warrior explained to them, it is inevitable to be scared by the beast tide on the first day. They also gave potions and energy liquid. There is no question of whether they are dragging their feet or not. Chang Yi's energy liquid is effective. 1 box is a lot. Unlike Hao Lina, who was stingy and gave 2 bottles, she kept saying that she was losing a lot. Murong Xian also gave 5 bottles of potions. Even if the two of them did not harvest any beasts, they could not be said to be dragging their feet. TSK. Who knows if they really gave it to me or not? I can't afford to offend them, because they have a strong backer. I came here to tell you that I have found someone else to form a team with. Please give me my share of supplies. Hao Lina originally joined the team for Murong Yao, but this man was unyielding and brought in 2 people who didn't get along with her. Now Zhang Zixing has sent her a team, and she will definitely choose the one that is beneficial to her. Okay. A Fei. You calculate it for her. Murong Yao didn't care at all that Hao Lina was leaving. He wanted her to leave earlier. He was putting on airs all day long, complaining about this and that. The superpower warrior named a Fei looked thin and small, but his movements were not slow at all. He pulled out the light brain and calculated for her. This time we used a total of 26 bottles of energy liquid and 8 bottles of primary potions, and killed a total of 70 monsters, including 30 level 2 monsters and 40 level 1 monsters. Count the harvested amount first, and then calculate her. You provide 2 bottles of energy liquid in total, and collect 10 horns of exotic beasts. I can give you 3 level 1 exotic beasts, and 1 level 2 exotic beast. Why do you only give me so little? You said that you only get so much after using so much energy liquid? She is ready to tear her face apart, and even lose face. How many do you want? Murong Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes flashed coldly. He has never been a person who is afraid of things. If this woman goes too far, he doesn't mind teaching her the principles of life. Hao Lina swallowed her saliva, and was a little afraid of him. She prepared herself mentally, and mustered up the courage to I want 3. Murong Yao's eyes were so terrifying that Hao Lina swallowed back the words she had said halfway. I want 2 level 2 unicorns, and 2 level 1 unicorns. Afraid that he would not have the courage to speak if he did not speak, he closed his eyes, and finished speaking in one breath, exhaled quietly, and waited for Murong Yao's reply. Roar! You are really a liar, and you yawn with a big breath. A Fei couldn't help it and mocked. He had never seen such a shameless person. At this moment, Murong Yao's communicator suddenly flashed. He lowered his head and glanced, then raised his head, and stared at Hao Lina closely, making her feel scared. After a while, he slowly said, Okay. Here you go, I hope you won't regret it. Captain! When the other soldiers heard this, they couldn't help but protest. However, Murong Yao raised his hand to suppress their voices, saying that he knew his own limits. Afterwards, he ordered a Fei to take Hao Lina to the temporary supply point to collect her supplies immediately. Captain is the most reasonable, thank you. Hao Lina didn't expect Murong Yao to agree to her request so easily, and she was secretly happy, thinking that he still had some feelings for her. So, before leaving, she deliberately threw a wink at Murong Yao, and then followed Ah Fei crookedly and left. Murong Xian rolled her eyes at Hao Lina's back, not knowing what her brother was thinking to let this woman take advantage, and couldn't help but snorted at Murong Yao. Chang Yi quietly leaned over Murong Xian's ear and whispered a few words, which made her face quickly turn from sunny to cloudy. Neither Murong Xian nor Chang Yi were the type to harvest and clean up the battlefield, so they simply went back to their rooms early to extract what they needed to extract and refine what they needed to refine. Murong Yao and his men were not so leisurely. The battlefield had not been cleaned up yet. They had to hurry up to collect the supplies, and it might take until midnight just to collect them. They also had to count and put their own supplies into the warehouse. There were still tasks to be done tomorrow. It seemed that they would have no time to rest tonight. Chapter 33. It started to rain in the middle of the night, and continued to rain until dawn. The rain was heavy, and the teams were forced to stay in their camps again. Chang Yi had planned to collect the supplies today, and then go to the supply warehouse. Now she had to adjust her schedule and go to the supply warehouse first in the morning. Dan Muffin came back last night and continued to work after making sure she was asleep. He didn't come back until morning. The breakfast prepared in the kitchen was exactly the same as yesterday. After Changyi washed up, she reported to Dan Muffin that she was safe and went to the kitchen to eat breakfast. The breakfast in the morning made her deeply appreciate Dan Muffin's kindness. The ordinary rice porridge tasted like chewing wax and was a deceptive thing. The roasted beast meat was still hard to bite. After drinking the porridge, Changyi honestly started to eat snacks. After barely filling her stomach, she sent a message in the teen group asking them to gather at the supply warehouse. Come on! Let me see what good stuff you have hidden. If Changyi hadn't told her yesterday that there were still a lot of supplies hidden, she wouldn't have let Lena take advantage of her. Slow down, don't pull me. As soon as she arrived at the warehouse, she was grabbed by Murong Xian and dragged inside. The rest of the team in the warehouse were already waiting there. Although the Captain Murong Yao showed them Changyi's information yesterday and knew that Changyi still had strange beasts, he was still worried because he didn't see it with his own eyes. Except for Changyi, everyone else was very anxious. After a simple greeting, Changyi opened the Pichio jade pendant and released the strange beast. Why didn't he respond? Under the gaze of everyone, Changyi didn't take anything out after 1, 2, and 3 attempts. Are you sure you took the strange beast in? Ah Fei was the first to raise doubts. Did you remember it wrongly? Murong Xian rubbed her eyes vigorously, but there was still nothing. Others also stared at Changyi. Although they didn't say anything, their faces were not very good. It's okay if you didn't collect it, but it's too much to play with others when you have nothing to do. If Changyi didn't collect it personally yesterday, she would doubt whether she had made a mistake. She checked the situation inside the Pichio jade pendant again. There was a mountain of strange beasts. How could it not be taken out? I'm not kidding you. There really is, but I don't know why I can't take it out. Can you show me? Changyi didn't hesitate to Murong Yao's request and put the jade pendant directly in his hand. Murong Yao took the jade pendant and released his supernatural power to sense the energy fluctuations inside, and then returned the jade pendant to Changyi. It's not empty inside. It's not convenient to check other people's storage space carefully, but it's enough to sense the general situation inside, and the owner allows it. Why can't you take it out? Is this jade pendant yours? Changyi also wanted to ask the question about the superpower warrior. The jade pendant must be hers. As for the current situation where she couldn't take it out, she was also speechless. Has any one of you encountered this situation? There is strength in numbers. Maybe someone has encountered this kind of thing. There is something in your own storage space, but you can't take it out. Who would encounter such a weird situation? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads to indicate that they had never seen this situation. With Changyi's consent, everyone took the jade pendant and tried it. Unfortunately, they could all feel that there was something inside, but they just couldn't take it out. When they were at their wits' end and couldn't get the materials out, the military's material officer also came to the material warehouse. He worked until midnight yesterday and still hadn't finished counting the materials, so he would continue today. Wow! You young people are still very active. You have harvested so early? Adjusting the frame of his glasses, Jiao Wujua said to the Changyis who were gathered together. Jiao Wujua is the director of the military's logistics department, who is in charge of materials. He is tall and thin, wears a pair of glasses, and smiles all day long. There is no such thing as myopia in the interstellar. He wears glasses purely to cover his shrewd eyes, so that people can relax their vigilance. Ah Fei told him roughly what happened. The material minister is a well-known smart man, and maybe he can solve it. Show me the jade pendant. There is such a strange thing, which aroused his curiosity. As soon as Jiao Wujua finished speaking, the supernatural warrior handed the jade pendant to him. The eyes of others followed the jade pendant and shifted to him. At this moment, he was the hope of all the staff. Playing with the jade pendant, he turned it over in his hand. The pattern was a bit strange, but he couldn't see anything different. He released his supernatural power to sense it. There was indeed energy fluctuation inside. The owner said he couldn't take it out. Can you attack it and see? Everyone turned their heads to look at Changyi. Others couldn't make the decision on this issue. The space storage device that could hold the beasts must not be a small space, and it wouldn't be cheap. Changyi had never thought of attacking the storage device. What if it didn't work and the space was broken? If he didn't try, the space could only store, but not take out, which was equally useless. Go ahead. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to try it first. After Changyi, the owner, Agreed, Jiao Wujue released the wind blade to attack the Pishio jade pendant. Well, the jade pendant actually swallowed his wind blade directly. Interesting. You can swallow it, right? Jiao Wujue fired 3 or 5 wind blades in a row, and this time there was a reaction. The Pishio on the jade pendant even enlarged its mouth to swallow the wind blades. This jade pendant aroused everyone's interest, and they began to line up to send out various superpowers to attack it. The jade pendant became visibly larger, and the soldiers increased their attacks together. For a while, the material warehouse flashed with colorful superpower waves. Chang'e and Murong Xian hid behind the crowd and quietly opened the defense formation, fearing that innocent people would be affected. The jade pendant swallowed various superpowers, and became more than 2 meters high. The Pishio's mouth occupied almost 2/3 of the area. The superpower warrior stopped to rest after a wave of attacks and checked its reaction. Damn it, Jiao Wujue has lived for more than 200 years and thinks he is knowledgeable. He has never seen such a superpower that can swallow attacking and is not picky about attributes. The Pishio on the jade pendant swallowed all the attacks and burped loudly. Seeing that they stopped attacking, the Pishio's mouth slowly returned to its normal size, but the jade pendant did not shrink. Chang'e felt that she saw mockery on the Pishio's face. Hit it with your weapon. When Jiao Wujue said this, he stared at the Pishio on the jade pendant. Seeing the strange expression of the beast on the jade pendant, he suspected that the space jade pendant had awakened its spirit. This is a hard way. Hit it. Hit it. Chang'e was also curious about what she was practicing that was so difficult to deal with. Several superpower warriors ran to the armory to get weapons, and the noise became louder. People who met them on the road saw several superpower warriors carrying a bunch of various tools and running towards the supplies. They also said that they were smashing the storage space. It was raining, and they had a lot of free time at the camp. Now there was something exciting to watch, so they followed them to the supply warehouse. Make way! Make way! The people who were watching the excitement surrounded the supply warehouse, and the few people who were getting the tools were blocked at the door and couldn't get in. Chapter 34. Several soldiers held tools and squeezed into the center with difficulty. How to smash it? The tools were brought, but they were still a little hesitant to really start. This jade pendant is a rare thing just because it can absorb so many superpowers. Really smash it. Murong Yao was also a little reluctant. Don't smash it? Chang'e was a little confused by the question. Why did he take so long? You decide on your jade pendant. It's not bad to use it as a defensive array device if you don't smash it. Shan Mufeng was originally discussing the distribution of supplies with the school. He heard from his subordinates that Minister Jia encountered a space jade pendant that can absorb superpowers in the supplies. The more he heard the description, the more it looked like his family's, so he brought people to take a look. You are here too. Just staring at the jade pendant, Shan Mufeng didn't know how many people were fighting next to him. Minister Jia. Try smashing it. He brought it, so he had to try it anyway. Chang'e, the owner, nodded, and Jiao Wujue asked the soldiers to try to hit a corner below with a stick. The stick fell, but the jade pendant was not broken at all. The stick in the warrior's hand was gone. It was swallowed. Don't look at me, I didn't let it take it back. Chang'e hurriedly denied. The supernatural power doesn't work, direct attack doesn't work, this jade pendant is not soft or hard. What kind of beast is this pattern on it? The 2 jade pendant spaces refined by Chang'e, the beast patterns outside are quite strange. Shan Mufeng feels that he has never seen the prototype. This is a mythical beast in mythology. What are its characteristics? Shan Mufeng's question made Chang'e think of a thought. It has no buttocks, it only eats, but doesn't poop. This should be considered a characteristic. Oh! Chang'e thought of something, ran to the jade pendant, and took out an energy stone in front of the Pishio. I use this gem to exchange for the beast meat inside. Swoosh! The energy stone in Chang'e's hand disappeared as soon as the voice fell. A unicorn was thrown to the ground, and the onlookers were so scared that they quickly dispersed and were not hit. With this movement, can it be used? Has it been taken out? No way. It should be usable according to this movement. The people who were blocked outside could not see the situation inside, and could only make rough guesses based on the movement they heard and communicate with each other. Since Chang'e took out the first unicorn, Murong Yao and others began to clear out the irrelevant people in the material warehouse, and close the door of the material warehouse. Yesterday, Murong Yao and others only heard Chang'e say that she had harvested a whole unicorn. They thought it would be good to have a level 1 one, but they didn't expect it. It was so difficult to take it out, so of course they had to take a good look. A Fei and several soldiers surrounded it, and started to check it out. This unicorn was killed miserably, and the scales on its body were burned black and fell off with a knock. What a pity, this scale armor is only level 3 combat power. This doesn't need Ah Fei to explain, everyone has seen it. The scales of unicorns will become very hard from level 3, suitable for refining protective gear. Have you finished reading it? I don't understand. After collecting the strange beasts for so long yesterday, what's so good about only one now? After studying it for so long, Chang'e can only see the size, and the number of horn rings, and everything else is the same. You collected more than one. Ah Fei thought Chang'e collected only one. After all, each unicorn is very large. One is nearly 30 meters long and weighs about 1 ton. Collecting such items in their entirety consumes a lot of storage space energy, but Chang'e didn't expect that he collected more than one. Without saying too much, Chang'e used practical actions to tell them that there really were more. Knowing the method made things easier. Chang'e took out the energy stone to coax the Paishio jade pendant, and the energy stone was swallowed. Boom! Another unicorn was thrown out. This one is still a level 3 combat power. Ah Fei exclaimed loudly when he saw the horn of the unicorn. Without giving Ah Fei time to react, Chang'e coaxed the Paishio to release the beast. There were more. Chang'e's space was worthy of the noise it made. It could hold 3 of these large beasts. This must be a very large space. Chang'e deliberately frightened them, and quietly released 2 more beasts. Well, now the material warehouse is full, and everyone is forced to stand on the side. It's full now. Chang'e pouted. This material warehouse is not good. It's full before it's all released. Ah Fei and the others were already stunned by Chang'e's excitement. This harvest was several times more than their total. Let's go! Change to a bigger warehouse. As long as you have supplies, there is no need to worry about not having a big warehouse. Jiao Wuchu led them to the largest warehouse. Each team has its own independent warehouse, and the academy and the military also have a super large warehouse. Now Minister Jia took them to the big warehouse of the military. The transfer station warehouse, this thing is afraid of comparison. When I was in that warehouse just now, it looked very big. I didn't expect that this warehouse is 10 times bigger than that warehouse. How about this warehouse is big enough? Jiao Wuchu can take out as many exotic beasts as he wants. He is also a man who has seen the world, unlike those young people who were startled. He focused on Ah Fei and the others. Touching his nose awkwardly, Ah Fei said that he was a little ignorant and a little emotional. Chang'e was different. She was a professional at scaring people. As soon as Jiao Wuju finished speaking, she released a bunch of unicorns. Boom! Boom! Loud noises came one after another, and the ground under their feet began to tremble. With the loud noises, a small mountain of unicorns appeared. This scared everyone a lot. Jiao Wuju coughed twice to hide his surprise. Ah Fei couldn't control his expression after all. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He pointed at the mountain of beasts and couldn't say a word. Dan Mufeng clenched his fist and covered his mouth with a chuckle. His wife was still so naughty and liked to scare people. Chang'e was very satisfied with the effect he had caused. You are so awesome. For her sister's operation, Murong Xian could only grab her sister's arm, give her a thumbs up and shout show off. It's just SOSO third in Xingyu, we should be low-key. After saying that, Chang'e laughed herself. She didn't even know she had collected so many. She didn't check them carefully after collecting them. She just collected the ones she liked. No more. Jiao Wuju said jokingly. Chang'e just exchanged a whole bunch of energy stones for the jade pendant Pishio. I didn't pay attention to whether there were any more in the space. After hearing Jiao Wuju's words, I subconsciously scanned the space. There really were some. Seeing that Chang'e didn't reply, this was really some. If there are more, then you continue. This warehouse is not enough. Let's change another one. If not, Minister Jiao would be dreaming. What's the matter? Shan Mufeng lowered his head and asked softly. It wants to raise the price. There are only a few unicorns with different horn colors left in the jade pendant, but it is unwilling to cooperate and release them now. It wants to raise the price. Chang'e does not want to be threatened by the space. He is refined. There are only a few, are the ones just taken out enough to complete the task. There are only a few, so I can just give them up for now. The task has been completed long ago, but it was fine just now. Why is it throwing a tantrum now? Chapter 35. This Pishio jade pendant is really a spirit, and it knows how to raise the price. There are only a few left. If it wants to keep it, let it keep it. Jiao Wuju is now very tolerant of this space jade pendant. The array instruments that can awaken the spirit of the instrument are rare. Judging from the appearance of this jade pendant, it is not bad even if it has not awakened. The strange beasts are all whole and need to be processed. Seeing that Chang'e no longer takes the strange beasts, the special warriors began to divide the work and go forward to process the strange beasts. Some sawed the corners, some peeled the skin, and some divided the meat. They were busy for a while. Chang'e said that she didn't want it, but she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't like to be humiliated. She took the jade pendant and negotiated with it, 2 energy stones for 1. The jade pendant shook and lay down pretending to be dead at another piece. This time it was even more excessive, and it turned over to face her. Inhale, exhale, 5 energy stones for 1 price, don't go too far. The object resembles its owner. The Pishio jade pendant knows how to irritate people. The jade pendant flipped back and floated in the air. The Pishio opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of water at Chang'e, splashing her face. The water was not dirty, it was the water attack absorbed before. Puff. Seeing Chang'e in such a mess, Lung Yu couldn't help laughing. Once there is a first, there will be a second. Everyone who saw it laughed. Shan Mufeng hurried forward to help Chang'e clean up. It's okay, the water is clean. Although he also wanted to laugh, but whoever's wife, he would feel sorry for her. Humph. This feud is big. She still doesn't believe that she can't beat a formation device that has just been enlightened. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. Looking at Chang'e's expression, you can tell that she is unwilling and will definitely make trouble. You can put on a raincoat first. Lung Yu, don't be too active in watching jokes. Humph. Chang'e rolled her eyes at them. If you want to see her laugh, just wait. She took out the newly bought refining cauldron and chose an empty space to place it. She was afraid that the jade pendant would give her another mouthful of water, so she took out her raincoat and put it on, and also put on a protective helmet. She put the energy stone in place, called Murong to help her set a fire, and threw the jade pendant in with a whoosh. Jiao Wuji was startled by Chang'e's action. He was originally circling around to watch the soldiers harvesting, but he saw Chang'e throwing the jade pendant with the awakened spirit into the cauldron to refine it again. If it was broken, there would be nothing left. He was not familiar with Chang'e, and it was inconvenient to say anything to her, so he went to Shan Mufeng to chat with him, hoping that he would persuade Chang'e not to mess around. What a pity! Shan Mufeng didn't listen to him. As long as she is happy, it's just a formation device. A formation device, it's just one. He should find him a similar large space formation device with an awakened spirit. If he doesn't persuade him, he will persuade him himself. Shan Mufeng didn't cooperate. Jiao Wuju walked to Chang'e in 2 or 3 steps. Chang'e, right. Why are you arguing with a spirit? It's just a child. It will be obedient if you coax it. It spit my saliva. Chang'e replied with his hands moving constantly. How can it have saliva? It's just some ordinary water. Jiao Wuju continued to persuade. It spit my saliva. Chang'e had a stern face and spoke every word with a particularly heavy voice. Oh, that's not saliva. There are still a few strange beasts in it. I have someone record them for you directly. Can you let it go? For people or things with ability, you can always be more tolerant. No. Jiao Wuji wanted to persuade her again, but Chang'e didn't want to listen to him. She turned her back and rummaged through her material bag. Jiao Wuji talked around Chang'e, but she didn't respond. There was nothing she could do but hope that the jade pendant could escape this disaster. She said before that the jade pendant had a strange spirit, but now it seemed to be exactly like its owner. What kind of person has what kind of array weapon? The ears were finally quiet. As soon as Jiao Wuji left, Chang'e started throwing things into the cauldron. The jade pendant was burned by the fire in the cauldron without any change. She saw Chang'e and spit at her. The spit was too small, and was burned and vaporized before it touched Chang'e. Very good, very arrogant. Let's see if you can still be arrogant later. She sneered, and just put on the protective shield. She picked up the bag and poured it in. There was a bag full of peppers, and none of them were left. She put them all in, closed the lid and evacuated. But in a moment, the refining cauldron seemed to explode, with a ping-pong sound. Sensing the jade pendant being choked inside the cauldron, it ran around everywhere. See if you dare to spit at me. Chang'e answered with a string of water mist. Very good. She wanted to see how tough it could be, and asked Murong Yao to add fuel to the fire. This time, the noise was even louder, and the lid of the cauldron could not cover it. Fire kept spurting out from inside, pushing the lid open, like a boiling kettle. Jiao Wu couldn't help but come over to smooth things over. This punishment has been imposed, so just put out the fire. When parents are disciplining their children, people around them must not persuade them, otherwise the anger value of the parents, who have just subsided, will multiply. It won't admit its mistakes. Sensing that even if the whole body of the jade pendant turned red, the big mouth still stubbornly spit out saliva. The more Chang'e looked at it, the angrier he got. You're not afraid of spicy food, right? Then I give you something good. The smile on Chang'e's face made people feel cold all over. He took out the Qianli Piaoxiang pills left over from last time, and Chang'e chuckled. He didn't believe you could stand this stuff. As soon as the pills were thrown in, Chang'e added a layer of isolation cover to the refining cauldron, otherwise everyone in the warehouse would suffer. Qianli Piaoxiang was indeed powerful. The jade pendant in the cauldron was smoked to tears in just a moment. The smell was originally strong, and the bottom of the cauldron was heating. There were so many peppers in the cauldron, and the lid of the cauldron kept emitting green and red mixed gases. Chang'e had never checked the situation in the cauldron since he threw it down. The Pixiu jade pendant couldn't even find anyone to beg for mercy, so he had no choice but to throw out the several strange beasts in the space together. The superpower warriors were halfway through the harvest, and suddenly several strange beasts fell from the sky. Plop, plop, the sound of the strange beasts falling to the ground rang out one after another. After making sure that the remaining heads were taken out, Chang'e put on protective gear and walked into the isolation cover, extinguished the fire first, and used her mental power to sense the situation inside the cauldron. Is it still alive? If it is alive, make a sound. The originally flawless white jade pendant was now half red and half green, looking very miserable. The Pixiu jade pendant was also afraid of its owner Chang'e, fearing that she would not behave herself and treat it as dead, so it simply refined it and quickly forced itself to float up a little. You are quite strong. Come out by yourself if you can still move. I won't touch you now, if you are so smelly. Although there was a protective cover, Chang'e was still quite confident in the power of this thing. The Pixiu jade pendant had no choice but to force its last bit of strength to float out of the cauldron, and it fell towards Chang'e as soon as it came out of the cauldron. Pa! The Pixiu jade pendant failed to scam people. Its inhuman owner never thought of catching it, and let it fall to the ground. Now it is surrounded by a song of little cabbage. The ground is yellow. My owner is inhuman. Even Coptis chinensis water is not as bitter as it. Chapter 36. Jiao Wuchu had been paying attention to Chang'e's movements. Seeing that Chang'e finally turned off the engine and let go of the Pixiu jade pendant, he hurried over to check and entered the isolation cover. You? This smell is 10 times more smelly than the reincarnation thing. To withdraw a kind person, you only need a Qianli Piaoxiang pill. The smell is too strong, and the foot that just stepped in is quickly retracted. Choo-choo! Chang'e squeaked and laughed. No one can resist the charm of Qianli Piaoxiang pill. After retreating more than 1 meter outside the isolation cover, Minister Jiao Wuchu dared to breathe. What is in your box? Qianli Piaoxiang pill, don't you care about the Pixiu jade pendant? Why don't you go in and take a look at it? Let him keep pleading for the Pixiu jade pendant and nagging beside her for so long. You call this thing Qianli Piaoxiang? Chang'e's naming ability is unbearable. Can you help me get the jade pendant out? The Pixiu jade pendant was lying on the ground, still making a buzzing sound, vowing to let Chang'e know its existence. Jiao Wu turned around and left. He couldn't take anything. The thing was not his. What if he awakened the spirit of the weapon? He was so old, and this kind of thing should be left to the young. The realistic man was defeated like this. Chang'e could only look for another candidate. After choosing, Leng Yu was the most suitable. He had experience in dealing with Qianli Piaoxiang pills, and his water-based ability was just right. The material warehouse was too big, and Chang'e didn't want to walk so far, so he made a video call to Leng Yu and asked him to come over to help. Leng Yu received the video call from Chang'e, raised his eyebrows in surprise, and looked for Shan Mufeng's figure behind him. After finding him, he walked over. What kind of help can your wife ask you for? She has to ask me. Hearing Leng Yu's words, Shan Mufeng was also puzzled, but he would never restrict Chang'e's normal communication. She always has something to ask you. Go and take a look, and help if you can, otherwise I will solve it myself. Leng Yu was just talking nonsense. With his relationship with Shan Mufeng, Chang'e had already asked, and he would help as long as it was not too much. Shan Mufeng thought about it, and still felt uneasy. He said a few words to the superpower warrior next to him, and went to find Chang'e with Leng Yu. Chang'e only called Leng Yu, and did not expect Shan Mufeng to come with her, so she prepared an isolation mask. She originally wanted Leng Yu to take out the jade pendant to wash it, but now she could only change the plan and let Ling Yu go in to wash it before taking it out. Handing the isolation mask in her hand to Ling Yu, she turned around and pointed to the jade pendant lying on the ground in the isolation mask and said, "Go in and help me wash it and take it out." So simple? It's just washing a jade pendant. Why do you need an isolation mask? I threw a Qianli Piaoxue pill into the refining cauldron. Ling Yu was dumbfounded. The damn memory was attacking him. For such a serious matter, he needed to prepare himself mentally. Ling Yu took a deep breath, put on the isolation mask, and walked into the isolation hood. He carefully kept a proper distance from the jade pendant, and used his supernatural power to continuously rinse it with clean water. As the water flowed, the stains on the jade pendant gradually disappeared, revealing its original crystal-clear luster. Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and finally completed the task. He slightly raised his toes, and carefully kicked the jade pendant in the direction of Chang'e. It drew an arc in the air, and landed in front of Chang'e without bias. Ling Yu's operation. To be honest, Chang'e now washes the jade pendant. She doesn't want to touch it with her hands for the time being. Chang'e doesn't want to pick it up, so Shan Mufeng helps him pick it up. He comforts her while picking it up. Okay. It doesn't smell. The Pichio jade pendant seems to understand their conversation. It floats up and quickly gets into Shan Mufeng's pocket. It secretly makes up its mind to temporarily abandon its vicious owner. Well, Shan Mufeng feels the movement in his pocket, reaches out and touches it, and takes out the Pichio jade pendant. This little guy looks like you. He smiled and rubbed the jade pendant in his hand. Chang'e saw this scene and felt a little uncomfortable. She wouldn't be so naive. It goes wherever it wants. Go wherever it wants. Hee hee. Hee hee. Okay. I take it in for you first. My wife is too cute to refuse. Ding. Shan Mufeng's video call rang, and the caller ID showed Jia Wujue, Minister Jia. What's up? Come over with Chang'e. The exotic beasts just thrown out are a little different. Jia Wujue said anxiously. Shan Mufeng hung up the video call and asked Chang'e. Minister Jia asked us to come over, saying that the last few exotic beasts were a little different. Aren't they very beautiful? Minister Jia really has good taste. Chang'e likes the ones with different horn colors the most. They are pleasing to the eye and look rich. Beautiful? Few people use this word to describe the long-tailed unicorn. Its huge body is covered with dark scales, with a brown sharp horn on its forehead, and it crawls around without feet. It is one of the exotic beasts least liked by women. Your man's aesthetic taste is a bit special. Ling Yu bumped Shan Mufeng's shoulder, and teased in a low voice. Lung glanced at Ling Yu and ignored him. He went forward to take Chang'e to find Jia Wujue, to see why the strange beast was so strange. You guys are here? Look! The four that are placed alone are them. Shan Mufeng and the others approached, and Jia Wujue led them to check the unicorns placed alone. This. Ling Yu rushed to a golden-horned unicorn and stuttered excitedly, Is this the one I thought of? Oh my god! If it is really that thing, they will make a fortune this time. Shan Mufeng knew why Chang'e said these unicorns were beautiful. These 4 unicorns are much smaller than the others. The smallest unicorn is golden all over, and its scales faintly show a colorful halo under the light. The horn on its forehead is also golden, and there is no trace of mixed color on its body. The whole body looks like it is made of gold mine. The other 3 were a circle larger than the golden unicorn in size, with silver scales covering their entire bodies. When the silver horns on their foreheads were illuminated by the light, they flashed with layers of halos, and even their eyelashes were the same color. After the 3 people observed and discussed, they finally concluded that Chang'e really harvested 4 awakened ones among the exotic beasts. Some groups of exotic beasts will have awakened ones. Such exotic beasts often have spiritual wisdom, and are wise among the exotic beasts. Many beast tides are initiated by such exotic beasts, and such exotic beasts will produce spiritual cores in their bodies, which can be directly taken by the supernatural warriors without causing the supernatural gene to be agitated. However, such exotic beasts are rarely killed, and they are rarely found after being killed, because their bodies are also fatal temptations to their kind. Often, they are eaten up by other exotic beasts as soon as they are killed. Chang'e was lucky to harvest 4 at once this time. I want all the horns of these 4. Ling Yu was still circling around this rare thing, when he heard Shan Mufeng asking Minister Jia for the horns of exotic beasts. Chapter 37. Okay, then I won't give you the core. Jia Wujue responded to Shan Mufeng's proposal. As long as the materials harvested by the talent master meet the mission target, the rest are at your discretion. Shan Mufeng asked Chang'e for the horns of the 4 awakened unicorns, although it was a little bit more than that. The core talent master can't use it. These 4 different colored horns are not often encountered, so it's suitable for Chang Yi to keep them for refining. Give me 1 gold and 1 silver, and I want 1 core too. Chang Yi is not stupid. Shan Mufeng asked for 4 different colored horns for her, but Lang Yu just popularized the benefits of the core to the superpower warriors. Okay, I give it to you after I take it down. Jia Wujia agreed as soon as Chang Yi opened her mouth. The heterochromatic horns must be given to the gifted teachers. As the harvester of the 4 awakened unicorns, Chang Yi has the right to request the refining materials for his own use. According to Shan Mufeng's position, it is reasonable for him to request the allocation of a core. Now Chang Yi is willing to exchange 2 heterochromatic horns for 1 core, and they are still at a disadvantage. Will the school have any objections? Jia Wujia agreed readily. Chang Yi realized something was wrong later. This time, the military and the school killed the beast tied together. According to reason, the distribution of materials should be passed through the school logistics department. It's okay, we will communicate with the school. The military and the 2 colleges have always cooperated. They have no idea how many times they have fought together for temporary support like this. They already have a set of standards for the distribution of materials. Sister, what are you worried about? Do you believe that the last 2 heterochromatic horns will most likely fall into the hands of the class teacher? Chang Yi's surprise today was so great that she was paralyzed. Chang Yi's soul was unstable before, and she had not awakened. The family thought that she and her mother were ordinary people. The gifted teachers in the family ignored them. After awakening, she faced the beast tide and fled for her life. Later, she married Shan Mufeng and was still a little uncomfortable with the privileges of gifted teachers. After the business was over, everyone started to busy themselves. Chang Yi was worried about the refining cauldron in the isolation cover. She was angry, but now the chili powder in the cauldron was mixed with the fragrance of thousands of miles. It was really difficult to deal with. She had to deal with it no matter how difficult it was. She found a small brush, cleaned out the chili powder in the cauldron, and put it in a sealed can. She turned on the air purifier for more than half an hour before removing the isolation cover. The refining cauldron was also marked and kept separately. Let's get together at noon. Murong Yao sent a message in the group. Chang Yi told Shan Mufeng about their team dinner. Shan Mufeng nodded to indicate that he knew, since they had such a gain in the first experience, they should have a party. According to their current gains, even if they did not gain anything later, they could enter the top 50 teams in this experience without any accidents. Don't underestimate the top 50, the 2 colleges jointly experienced. There are thousands of teams, and the teams in the top 100 will be rewarded. Since it is a team dinner, they must not eat in a big pot. Murong Yao specifically asked Jia Wuqi to ask for a portion of awakened beast meat for the 2 ladies. The meat of awakened beasts is more delicious. Chang Yi sponsored a portion of spiritual grain. She was tired of the smell of ordinary rice in the morning. Murong Xian contributed a bottle of juice, which was a low-nutrition energy juice and was not cheap. She brought it to satisfy her cravings, so she only brought a few bottles. The team's first dinner was very successful except for a small incident in the middle. During the dinner, Hao Lina heard the news that Chang Yi had taken back a lot of unicorns. She felt that she had been cheated, so she came to ask for an explanation. Unfortunately, she had said such a decisive thing yesterday, so who would pay attention to her today? No one paid attention to her when she was throwing a tantrum. It seemed that she could not defeat them by force, so she could only leave in shame, cursing and threatening before leaving. This meal also brought out a teammate. On the day Chang Yi entered the class, she heard one of the parties discussing food. Okos, a greedy little fat boy, found that they ate so well that he was willing to spend money to team up with them. Although they were not so mercenary, it was hard to refuse Okos' spending. Each person had a new energy sports car worth 800,000 yuan, and the 2 ladies in the team were given an additional shopping card worth 200,000 yuan from the Central Star Trading City. They only asked to bring him along, and no other special care was needed. Okos was not actually an awakened gifted teacher. He was a special pregnant body. Although he was awakened, he was useless. At the same time, he was an E-level fire-type superpower warrior. According to his ability, he could not have enrolled in school. He relied on his family to spend money. His family's restaurants were all over the major planets. He had no other hobbies but eating. The formal training mission began in the afternoon. Shan Mufeng stayed at the garrison to handle the follow-up of this support on behalf of the military, and then returned to Qihong Star. Chang Yi and others took their new teammates and set off towards the bamboo forest in the east. The direction of travel was determined by the most scientific and rigorous method to throw stones. As a major overlord of B3 star, Unicorn was almost wiped out in the wave yesterday. Now it is likely that B3 is relatively safe at this time. In addition to bamboo, the most annoying mosquitoes and ants are the most in the bamboo sea. Snap! Snap! The sound of slapping kept coming from the side. Snap! The loud sound rang again. Murongxian slapped the mosquitoes and ants, but the mosquitoes and ants were not killed, and her arm turned red. What a useless mosquito repellent. I will get him a bad review when I go back. Mosquito repellent. Murongxian's words reminded Chang'e that the protective shield is useless against mosquitoes and ants. Mosquito repellent is a bit useful, but it is not very effective in an environment where mosquitoes and ants are piled up like them. She took out the can of chili mixture and quietly opened it a little. A pungent smell immediately floated out. What a stinky smell. Murongxian was the closest to her and smelled it first. Chang'e put the lid back on and asked calmly, "Do you feel that there are fewer mosquitoes and ants?" "How could it be? Aren't they still?" It seems that there are really fewer than before, and the buzzing sound that has been surrounding them is no longer heard." "Yee! How did you do it? A new mosquito repellent?" She was fed up with these mosquitoes and ants that could penetrate everywhere. She couldn't drive them away or beat them. Dang 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 dang. "Look, it's this thing." Chang'e shook the seal can in front of her. The transparent can the size of a kettle contained a red and green powder. Murongxian didn't suspect anything and just thought it was some new type of mosquito repellent. She took it and opened it directly. Before Chang'e could warn her, the strong smell spread. Ugh! Murongxian was the first person to be hit. Her hands were shaking. If Chang'e hadn't been quick-witted and immediately took back the sealed can and sealed it, the can would have been smashed by her. Who is it? So uncultured, pooping randomly. The people around him thought it was someone who had just come out and pooped. The area around Chang'e and Murongxian became a vacuum zone, and everyone unconsciously moved away from the source of the smell. "What did you do?" Murongxian was walking in front, and suddenly smelled a pungent odor. After careful observation, he found that it came from Murongxian and the others. Chapter 38. That's it. And then this, Chang'e explained to him. Can the smell be lighter, and still keep the mosquito repellent effect? Although the superpower warriors are not afraid of mosquito bites, they are also annoyed by them. If the effect is good, it is not unacceptable to have a little stink. This request does not seem to be impossible to achieve. I try it first. Chang'e asked the water superpower warriors in the team to provide her with a large bucket of water for backup. Open the isolation cover, set up the experimental tools, and start to try the ratio of chili powder and water little by little. After many attempts, Chang'e finally found the right ratio. She put the prepared liquid into the spray bottle and handed it to the superpower warrior. "Try this." The superpower warrior took the spray bottle and sprayed some on himself. A faint spicy smell mixed with a hint of stench spread, but it was not unbearable. "How does it feel?" Chang'e asked. "It's okay, the smell is much lighter, and the mosquito repellent effect seems to be good." The superpower warrior nodded with satisfaction. Chang'e smiled. "That's good. If everyone thinks it's okay, we make this mosquito repellent liquid according to this ratio." Afterwards, Chang'e made a large can directly according to this ratio, and then asked everyone to pack it according to the required amount. The Chang'e brand mosquito repellent liquid was completed, and they continued to move forward with these mosquito repellents. They were delayed for a while because of the mosquito repellent, and the outer area was swept by the team in front. There was nothing good left. There was an occasional bamboo shoot, and the wild vegetables were not worth stopping to collect. The large and small pits in the bamboo forest were all left by the bamboo shoots dug in front. The density of bamboo increased as they went deeper, and the ground was covered with bamboo leaves, which made a rustling sound when they stepped on them. Ouch! Murongxian accidentally stepped into a pit and twisted her foot. "Let's stop here and look for it first," Murongxian said, her body shaking a little. She needed to rest for a while. At this time, their location was relatively in the middle of this area, and some useful supplies might be collected around. So, everyone decided to stop here and start searching and looking for the necessary items. "Does anyone bring a therapeutic device?" Murongxian frowned and looked at her sprained ankle, which was already swollen, and the pain made her gasp. If it is not treated in time, it may affect the next action. Fortunately, Shan Mufeng was worried about her and stuffed a small therapeutic device into her, which was just right for Murongxian to treat now. Chang'e quickly took out the therapeutic device and helped Murongxian treat the sprain. He gently placed the therapeutic device on her ankle and turned on the switch. As the therapeutic device worked, Murongxian felt a slight vibration and warmth, and the pain gradually eased. "Thank you, Yi. I'm glad to have you," Murongxian said gratefully. "You're welcome. I just give you my body." Changyi replied with a smile. "You should be careful later and try to avoid getting hurt again." Under the treatment of the therapeutic device, Murongxian's sprain was quickly relieved. She tried to move her ankle and found that it was not so painful. "I'm fine. You can go find supplies too. I sit here and rest for a while before I come to find you," Murongxian said. Nodding and helping Murongxian sit on the chair, Changyi saw that the hole that caused Murongxian's sprain just now was a little strange. She walked back to the hole where she sprained her ankle, squatted down, and pulled the dead bamboo leaves next to the hole. The slanted hole was half trampled by Murongxian. She picked up a dead bamboo branch next to her and reached into the hole to poke it tentatively. It worked. I poked, and poked again. This little guy was so good at hiding. At first, there was a slight squeak when he was poked. If she hadn't been sure that it was still inside, she would have doubted whether she had heard it wrong. "Okos, do you have time? Come here." The little fat man came over after hearing the sound, looked at Changyi curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Changyi pointed to the hole on the ground. "Help me shoot a small fireball into the hole." The little fat man leaned closer to the hole and looked at it. The hole was not big, a little deep, and it was dark and he couldn't see anything clearly. "Will it be good if I just put one in?" "Yeah." Changyi was not sure in her heart, but nodded and let him do it directly. Okos waved his arm lightly, and a fist-sized fireball fell into the hole. As the fireball entered the cave, black smoke came out of the cave entrance, and a faint smell of burnt meat could be smelled. Changyi and Okos looked at each other, wondering if the fire had gotten too big. The black smoke became smaller, and there was no movement in the cave. Changyi was sure that the thing inside would not come out, so he urged Okos to start digging. Okos used a shovel to dig from the entrance of the cave. The cave was not big, but because it was tilted, the area became larger and larger. "Oh," Okos paused, poked it lightly with the shovel, and felt soft. He looked up and gave Changyi a look. "Did you dig it?" Judging from Okos' reaction, he should have dug it. Okos adjusted the angle of the shovel to ensure that it would not damage the thing. He inserted the shovel into the bottom, which was a bit heavy. He stepped on the shovel head a few times, grabbed the pole and pressed hard. There was a mass of black stuff in the mud, and the smell of burnt meat was even stronger. "What are you doing? It smells so good." Murongxian was attracted by the smell. The black meat mass had been cleaned out by Okos, fragrant bamboo pig. Murongxian swallowed her saliva. No wonder it smelled so good. Changyi actually found this half-cooked fragrant bamboo pig. Seeing the miserable appearance of the fragrant bamboo pig being dug out, Changyi didn't know how many times he rolled his eyes at Okos. "Ha ha." Okos had been showing his big teeth since he dug out the fragrant bamboo pig, giggling foolishly, picking up the shovel with nimble hands and feet, and continued to dig, looking like a robber with red eyes. There was only one fragrant bamboo pig in this cave, and no matter how hard Okos dug, he couldn't dig out the second one. Changyi had led Murongxian away long ago, leaving Okos alone to dig foolishly, and refused to leave. "Don't dig anymore? If you don't want to dig, come here." He stomped the pile of dead bamboo leaves under his feet and called out to Okos, who was sitting on the ground and panting. Okos' eyes lit up. He stood up, patted his butt, and ran to Changyi in 3 or 2 steps. "Where are you digging?" He is indeed a foodie, and he will be full of energy only when he eats delicious food. "Don't dig yet. Try to put a smaller fireball in, and try not to burn it to death. It would be best if he could catch it alive." Afraid of being burned to death, Okos was stingy, and put a flame the size of a fingernail, which floated into the cave slowly. Sure enough, a wisp of smoke came out, and the flame went out by itself without touching the bamboo dolphin. Feeling the death gaze of Changyi and the others, Okos quickly released a larger fireball again. The squeaks were getting closer and closer, and the 3 of them stared at the cave entrance with wide eyes. A bamboo dolphin with all its hair burned crawled out of the cave, bald all over, looking very funny. It squeaked in pain and looked around cautiously, seemingly confused and frightened by what had just happened. Chapter 39. The hairless bamboo porpoise climbed out and flew away in just a moment. Okos picked it up happily, and got another good ingredient. This time the team made the right choice. A rustling sound came from the cave. "What else is there in this cave?" A bamboo porpoise with half of its hair burned crawled out of the underground cave. It looked very embarrassed. The originally smooth gray fur has now become charred and uneven, revealing its tender skin. Its eyes are full of fear and pain, and a faint squeak comes out of its mouth. So miserable. This half-burned fur looks even more miserable than the one that was completely burned. Murong Xian couldn't bear to watch it. She still had to eat it. The meat of the bamboo porpoise is a good ingredient. Although it doesn't look good, it will be cooked deliciously in the end anyway, so why bother so much? I sent a video to Murong Yao and asked him to send a water-based person over. Chang'e also looked down on Okoza's capture technology. It was always so ugly that even the best ingredients were affected by it. After receiving Chang'e's video, Murong Yao did not ask too much about the specific situation and arranged for a water-based psychic, Zhang Haolan, to support them. Zhang Haolan is an experienced and powerful water-based psychic. His water-based skills can play a huge role in battle. Murong Yao has full trust in him and believes that he can help Chang'e and others solve the problems they are facing. When Zhang Haolan came over, he saw 3 people holding a dry branch each, sticking their butts out and poking around. Yee! Is there really still this? Although Chang'e carefully introduced how to find it, Murong Xian only saw a piece of dry bamboo leaves in her eyes, and did not see any difference. Yes! The branch in his hand poked through the dead bamboo leaves, and a squeaking sound immediately sounded. Okay. This technical job is not something that everyone can do. Murong Xian and Oko simultaneously gave up their own actions, and approached Chang'e to help her. I do it! I do it! I do it! Throwing away the branch in his hand, Okos waved his arms, and ran over happily. Without waiting for Chang'e's order, he raised his hand to prepare to release the fireball. No, don't do it, let him do it. Chang'e quickly stretched out his hand to interrupt Okos' action to release his supernatural power, pointing at Zhang Haolan and said. Zhang Haolan didn't say much, and walked forward obediently and asked, What do you want me to do? Help me pour water into this hole. The branch in his hand simply pulled twice, and the hole covered by the dead bamboo leaves was revealed. The hole was the size of a woman's fist, and it didn't look big. Zhang Haolan released a stream of water and poured it into the hole, and there was no movement. Go on, stop only when I tell you to. Seeing that Zhang Haolan was stingy and stopped after releasing a small stream of water, Chang'e urged. Zhang Haolan didn't expect that such a small hole would be quite deep, and he continued to release water streams to pour in according to Chang'e. Stop! Enough! Chang'e pricked up his ears and listened carefully, and the gurgling sound of choking water and coughing approached the ground little by little. The hair soaked in water stuck to its body, and it crawled out of the flooded cave, and water droplets dripped down along the hair. Today, this bamboo dolphin felt terrible. It was lying in its cave, and sleeping like usual, waiting to come out after dark at night to eat a delicious bamboo shoot feast, but the cave suddenly began to flood, forcing it to wake up and flee in panic. As soon as it came out of the cave, someone grabbed its neck and lifted it up. It twisted its body, waved its limbs, and struggled non-stop, squeaked and swore. It was obvious that it was cursing. It's very energetic, it should be able to be kept for a few days. Do you have a cage? Zhang Haolan asked the others. He didn't expect to catch a living thing, so he didn't bring a biological cage. I brought it. While talking, Okos took out a huge biological basket and dragged it forward. Chang'e did bring a few small ones, but she didn't want to carry this thing. The meat of this fragrant bamboo pig is delicious, but it looks like a sly eye, with 4 big teeth that are always exposed, and its fur is blue-gray. It has a thin tail behind its butt. It likes to live in humid underground caves, hiding during the day and coming out at night. When she saw this thing, her hair stood up unconsciously. Lazy people work more actively when there is a harvest. As soon as the bamboo dolphin entered the basket, Okos urged Chang'e to continue, go find it. We are trying to catch it. As long as Chang'e didn't have to catch it, it would be easy to find the cave. In the following time, Chang'e carried a small branch and strolled around to find the bamboo dolphin cave. When she found it, she would stick a small branch as a mark. Murong Xian couldn't find the bamboo dolphin, and she didn't need her to catch it, so she dragged a small basket to dig some wild vegetables. The 4 people divided the work and cooperated. Chang'e poked all the large and small holes nearby. Okos and Zhang Haolan were too slow to catch. Chang'e sat down to rest for a while, but they didn't come over. So he simply took a small basket and dug wild vegetables with Murong Xian. Zhang Haolan didn't come back once he left. Murong Yao was afraid that something might happen, so he called another water-type supernatural warrior to go find them. This was another case of throwing meat buns at dogs, and there was no return. How long? What's going on with you guys? One or two of them never came back. Murongyao couldn't help but dial the phone. Captain, Changyi found a lot of bamboo dolphin caves. The three of us can't catch them all, you guys come and help. How many are there? Are we all going to withdraw? There are a lot more can come. Changyi hadn't been looking for bamboo dolphin caves for a long time, but now they looked at the bamboo forest, and saw that there were only marked caves that had not been caught. They couldn't look at them anymore, and hurried to catch them. The more they looked, the more anxious they became. What if others saw so many? After hanging up the phone, Murongyao led the team back to meet them. Murongyao and others' hunting today was not smooth. They only caught a few stone weasels with poor meat quality. They were worried about what to do at night. They officially started hunting, and the quality of the food depended on the harvest of the team. Murongyao and his team quickly rushed to Changyi's location. There were marked caves in front of them, and everyone was excited. Those with water system helped to drain the water for standby, and the others will work together. Murongyao got it done as soon as he arrived. Song Haoan and the others were busy catching them, forgetting that other superpower warriors could use water to fill the bamboo forest, and they didn't have to use their own superpowers. Everyone worked together, and the efficiency immediately increased. A group of people harvested like a carpet. The fragrant bamboo dolphins in this bamboo forest were bound to be wiped out today. When it was getting dark, they finally swept all the marked places in the bamboo forest. Changyi and Murongxian also joined them with a full basket of wild vegetables. How many did you catch? Changyi was only responsible for marking, and she didn't know how many fragrant bamboo dolphins she could catch. There must be hundreds of them. We will count them when we go back to the material warehouse tonight. At the beginning, they still remembered to count, but later, as they caught more and more, no one remembered. Anyway, there were a lot of them, and it was not enough to fill the baskets they brought. The ones at the back were tied up with ropes and strung together for easy lifting. Chapter 40. There were too many things to take back, so Murongyao asked Fei to go back to the camp first and secretly drive a transport truck over, not wanting other teams to see their gains. Fei, who was returning to the camp alone, originally wanted to borrow a transport truck from the school's logistics department, but he met Chiozei there, so he turned around and went to the military's material warehouse to borrow one from Minister Jiao Wuchu. Borrowing a transport truck, did you get a lot today? The material warehouse is not big enough, you can put it here. In response to Minister Jia's question, Fei pretended to be stupid and smiled, saying nothing. He borrowed a transport truck and drove away. Minister Jia saw that Fei was in a hurry, so he touched him and told the sergeant around him, keep an eye on them. If the material warehouse is not enough, take them to the big warehouse. The sergeant nodded, not too worried. Just a group of students, how much supplies can they have? The teams on the list of the best have this strength, but this small team of more than 10 people can never have it. A group of people dawdled until there were few people on the road, and then drove the transport truck back to the station stealthily. Captain, I borrowed the car from Minister Jia, and I will return it to the military headquarters later. After failing to borrow the car from the school, Fei briefly told about his encounter with Chiozei at the logistics department. After listening to Fei's words, Murongyao asked him to change his route instead of going to the school's material warehouse, and go to Minister Jia to ask the military to borrow a material warehouse. He was afraid that Chiozei would see him and cause trouble. Okay. When I borrowed the car, Minister Jia said that the material warehouse was not enough and asked him to find him. Now is just the right time. Fei was also afraid of running into annoying people again when he went back later, so it was just right. He turned around and drove to the military's material warehouse. Driving the military's transport truck all the way smoothly, he drove directly to the door of the material warehouse. A sergeant saw the transport truck early, and after it stopped, he went forward to check. The people getting off the car were not sergeants, but a group of students. Thinking of what the boss had just said about borrowing a transport truck to students, it should be this one. Quickly inform the boss that the student has returned to return the car. Jiao Wujia has been waiting for news from Changyi and the others. He thought it would take a long time to get any news. Unexpectedly, he returned to return the car so soon. It seems that the harvest is not very big, but he still goes to take a look. Children, how did you harvest today? Jiao Wujia asked with a smile, with his hands behind his back. Not bad, thank you Minister Jia for the transport vehicle. We heard that you are willing to lend us the material warehouse, so we came directly. Murong Yao came forward to deal with Jiao Wujue. Jiao Wujue's eyebrows jumped. This is really a big harvest. He waved to a sergeant to take them over, and he followed behind. My friends, do you mind if I follow you to see the excitement? Of course. Thank you, Minister Jiao. Chang Yi and the others didn't mind whether Minister Jiao followed or not. The people in the military were knowledgeable, and didn't look down on their little harvest. He asked A Fei to control the transport vehicle, and follow the leading sergeant to the material warehouse. He passed through the warehouses in front, and arrived at the warehouse he had just left in the morning. There were no unicorns in the warehouse now. One afternoon was enough to transport them all away. When they arrived at the material warehouse, A Fei stopped the transport vehicle, and everyone got off the vehicle one by one. Each of the superpower warriors held a huge basket. Their faces were blocked by the baskets, and they could not be seen. From a distance, it looked like the big baskets had grown 2 legs, and got off the vehicle by themselves. They carefully took the biological baskets off the transport vehicle one by one, and every movement was full of caution and concentration. The baskets were covered tightly, and nothing could be seen from the outside. However, from the noise, because they were small animals, more than a dozen soldiers went back and forth 2 or 3 times to move them. In the middle, a sergeant saw Jiao Wujue and wanted to help them, but they were all declined. Just as Jiao Wujue was looking at these biological baskets, a strong curiosity surged in his heart, and he wanted to open them to have a look. Murong Yao and his men got off the car and approached with the last fragrant bamboo pigs. Is this what you have in your baskets? I knew they had a good harvest, but I didn't think it was so good. This is a fragrant bamboo pig. Usually, if you can catch 1 or 2 on a mission, you are lucky. They have poked the nest of fragrant bamboo pigs. How many of them must there be in so many baskets? Yeah. A Fei grinned foolishly. Minister Jia, we will eat fragrant bamboo pig meat tonight. Would you like to try it later? Murong Yao invited Jiao Wujue. Okay. I will definitely come. The temptation of the fragrant bamboo pig was too great, and he couldn't resist it. He was afraid that he would be jealous, so he quickly turned around and left the material warehouse with the sergeant. As soon as Minister Jiao left, A Fei and his men opened the biological baskets and began to count today's harvest. Chang Yi was afraid of this thing. She was afraid of any one of them at ordinary times, let alone the baskets of them now. She couldn't bear to see any of them. She dragged Okos and Murongxuan to prepare dinner. Chang Yi was not good at other things, but she cooked rice well, with the right softness and hardness. She was responsible for washing and cooking rice. Murongxuan washed the wild vegetables they dug today. They could blanch them in water later, add some seasonings and eat them cold. It was refreshing and refreshing. The highlight of the show, the fragrant bamboo pig, could only be handled by the fat boy Okos. Neither of them dared to do it, so they had to trouble him. The awakened beast meat in the morning is tender and chewy, and in the evening, you can taste the fragrant bamboo pig meat which is famous for its fragrance. You are simply the happiest person. Who wouldn't envy such a life? Every greedy little fat boy has good cooking skills. They will make the food they like very delicious. Just like the little fat boy, he skillfully peeled the bamboo pig, bled it, rinsed it, and put the blood in a basin. This is a good thing, delicious and nutritious. We harvested a lot today. We are all young people, and no one will treat themselves badly. Each superpower warrior comes with 3 pieces, and the 2 ladies also prepare 1 piece each to ensure that there is enough to eat. The meal is almost done. Okos asked Murong Xian to notify the people in the warehouse to come over for dinner. Dinner was placed in Murong Yao's temporary house. The group walked in with laughter and chatter. Smelling the sweet aroma of rice, they quickened their pace into the house, washed their hands, and started to eat. The basin-sized fragrant bamboo pork exuded an attractive aroma and was placed in front of everyone. It was a full basin, making people salivate. Everyone was immersed in the temptation of food and had no time to take care of other things. They just devoured this delicious food. Chang Yi and Murong Xian also ate until their stomachs were full. The fragrant bamboo pork was indeed a famous delicacy. After being carefully cooked by Okos, the meat was tender and juicy, and melted in the mouth. Every bite exuded a rich aroma, making people salivate. Are you going to sell this batch of bamboo porpoises? After eating and drinking, Jiao Wujue picked his teeth and looked at Murong Yao and others with a look of expectation. It was really frustrating to watch such a good thing, but not be able to get it. After hearing this, Murong Yao and others were stunned. To be honest, they had never thought about selling these bamboo porpoises before. After all, this is a treasure that was caught with great difficulty. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is not impossible to sell a small amount to the military. After all, it is often difficult to feed the exotic animals caught in the wild. And this time, there are so many bamboo porpoises, they are not sure whether they can feed them all. If they can take this opportunity to sell some in exchange for some necessary supplies, it will also be a good choice. Thinking of this, Murong and other team members exchanged glances and made a decision in their hearts. Chapter 41. I can give you 10. Today they harvested about 400 in total, so selling a few to the military department would not make much difference. 10 is too few, adding a 0 is enough. 10 is not enough for him to buy alone, but it is not enough to fill the gaps in the military department, so Jiao Wujia refused. What? You want 100? Everyone took a breath after hearing this number. Jiao Wujia was really bold. They only had so many in total, but he asked for a quarter of them. This number was too much. Murong Yao shook his head and refused. 100 is not enough, 50 at most. The two sides were in a stalemate, and no one was willing to give in. The number Jiao Wujia wanted was too much, and Murong Yao was already considering the possibility of exchanging the material warehouse now. Why don't you catch them yourself? In addition to bamboo, the most common thing in the bamboo forest is the fragrant bamboo dolphin. If you want to catch it yourself, just go ahead. Why are you pushing it here? Catch it yourself. How can we catch it? We don't even know where to find the fragrant bamboo dolphin. Where can we catch it? Are you going to take us to catch it? Jiao Wujia asked back. Sure. No. It was Changyi who agreed. The others disagreed. They waited until dark to come back, and secretly asked the military to borrow the material warehouse. The purpose was to cover it for a longer period of time and catch more. If they took the military to catch it, they would not be able to grab them. All the teammates disagreed. Changyi was also a little hesitant. There are really a lot of fragrant bamboo dolphins in the bamboo forest. Changyi felt that they might not be able to catch them all by next year. That won't work either. No matter what Changyi said, they disagreed. I can give you 20 people, but I only need half of the supplies they harvested. Jiao Wujia spent a lot of money this time, trying to lure the other party with generous conditions. He knew that this proposal was very attractive to many people. After hearing Jiao Wujia's words, Murong Yao's heart was moved. Such conditions did make him a little tempted. After all, such conditions were advantageous for them. But they were not alone after all, so he replied calmly, "We need some time to discuss it. Please wait a moment." After speaking, he turned around and began to discuss in a low voice with his companions around him. "Okay, but the school needs you to communicate. This is the school's training task. With so many more military personnel, it is necessary to discuss with the school." That's right. As long as Murong Yao and the others agree, the school will be easy to talk about. After discussing things, they dispersed and waited for tomorrow to show their skills. We agreed to have 20 people last night, but when we got up the next morning and were about to set off, we found that the military personnel had expanded to 50 people. When Jiao Wujia contacted the school, he thought that it didn't matter how many people he contacted, so he temporarily changed it to 50 people. Fearing that Changyi and others would have objections, Jiao Wujia said in advance, "The rules are the same, we only need half." He doesn't count. Zhang Zixing was kicked out by name, and Shan Mufeng was worried before leaving, so he deliberately left him to follow Changyi. Okay, anyway, 20 people are the same, and 50 people are the same, and they will get more with more people, so Changyi and others didn't object anymore. In one night, the small team of more than 10 people became a medium-sized hunting team of more than 60 people. With more people, people are more courageous. Changyi led the group through the bamboo forest yesterday and advanced deeper. There are nearly 10,000 people and thousands of teams in the college. They are also a group of ants scattered in this vast bamboo sea. Today, they have not met other teams since they entered the forest. They want to catch more fragrant bamboo dolphins. They went straight to the central area of the bamboo sea, which is no longer within the 500-meter safety zone. How to find it? The forest area that has not been stepped on for a long time is lush with grass and trees, and mosquitoes and ants are swarming. These can't stop their enthusiasm for catching fragrant bamboo dolphins. I taught the people in the team yesterday, but unfortunately they didn't get it. They couldn't find it no matter what. It's very simple. You just look at the dead bamboo leaves on the ground. The ones at the entrance of the fragrant bamboo dolphin hole will be a little fluffy, and the top will be slightly raised into a sharp corner. The leaves are relatively dry. As she said that, she took her small branch and poked the pile of dead leaves on the ground. After poking, picking, and pulling twice, a small hole was exposed. Seeing Changyi find the cave of the bamboo dolphin so easily, the soldiers in the military were full of confidence. They followed her example, and picked up a small branch to start looking. Their appearance made Chang'e full of confidence in them. To be honest, it would be stressful for her to be responsible for the search alone. It would be great if they could find and catch the dolphins by themselves. Chang'e no longer cared about them, and lowered her head to start looking. She found one just like yesterday, inserted a branch, and the people behind her watched the branch fill with water, and waited for the bamboo dolphin to crawl out and grab it to put it in the basket. Learning from yesterday's lesson, each of them brought a lot of biological baskets today, so as not to have no place to put them in the back, and could only tie them up and carry them. Zhang Zixing was the first to give up the search. His main task was to protect Chang'e. After searching for a while, he found nothing except the ant nest, so he simply gave up following Chang'e. With Zhang Zixing protecting her, Chang'e was more assured. She didn't care about the distance and focused on finding the traces of the fragrant bamboo dolphin. Slowly, the branches behind her became more and more, and the two of them were getting farther and farther away from the team. Seeing that Chang'e was going to go deeper into the bamboo sea, Zhang Zixing couldn't help but stop her. Don't go any further. It might be dangerous to go in. Wait until everyone behind you gathers. At this time, Chang'e stopped and looked back, only to find that there was no one around except Zhang Zixing. They had walked a little far, and were approaching the central area. No wonder she felt a little sore in her feet. Is it enough for everyone to catch? She had been trying hard to find it today, just because she was afraid that she would waste resources if she brought so many people out and didn't find a few. They didn't have an easy life like now without fighting, consuming a lot of supplies, or getting hurt. They just hunted so easily. It's enough. Zhang Zixing had been following Chang'e, and he knew how terrifying the number of dolphins Chang'e was looking for. I'm afraid that with just 60 people, they wouldn't be able to catch them all day today. After that, Chang'e moved out a chair and sat down to rest. She was in the bamboo forest, with a table, a chair and a pot of tea. Let's drink together. She took a sip and the sweet taste filled her mouth. It filled her mouth, rose to her nasal cavity, and resonated with her chest. Zhang Zixing did not respond. He sat down and took a sip of the tea. Chang'e brewed flower tea with a hint of sweetness. This kind of tea is suitable for women and children. The superpower warriors don't drink this kind of tea. They stop after drinking a cup. Seeing Zhang Zixing like this, she knew that he was not lucky enough to enjoy it. With a glance, Chang'e pointed at a few short bamboo leaves beside Zhang Zixing's feet. If you are not used to drinking flowers and plants, try to pick up a few of those leaves and make bubbles. Following Chang'e's finger, she looked at the small bamboo leaves at her feet and kicked them lightly. Aren't these bamboo leaves that have not grown up? I haven't heard that this thing can be used to make tea. No, I'm not thirsty. Zhang Zixing's expression showed that he didn't believe her, and thought she was playing a trick on him. Chapter 42. After finishing the flower tea in the cup, he stood up and walked over there, plucked off all the small bamboo leaves, and sniffed them close to his nose. It was indeed the thing. Washed with water, put it in a transparent crystal pot, and place the clay tea stove on the table, light a fire. There are fire-type supernatural warriors following in the wild, so this job is convenient. Zhang Zixing was tired of watching Chang'e's slow movements. He flicked his finger, and the fire in the stove rose. He stood up and walked to the side to see if there was any unexpected gain. He didn't want to drink this bamboo leaf water at all. Chang'e didn't stop Zhang Zixing from leaving, and waited for the water to boil. In the transparent crystal pot, the emerald green bamboo leaves floated up and down with the bubbles, and slowly the color of the water in the kettle turned into the emerald green of the bamboo leaves. The bamboo leaves that could be seen undulating in the water slowly disappeared as the color of the water deepened, and a faint fragrance of bamboo leaves floated in the air. Turn down the fire, and pour out a cup of bamboo leaf water. The green tea water has a fresh fragrance. Pick it up gently. It's a little hot. Blow it a few times and take a sip. Hiss, the cool feeling goes straight to the top of the head. It's such a domineering feeling. After the cool feeling fades, the tense mental power also relaxes. Unexpectedly, the Polygonatum odoratum leaves in the interstellar era have such a strong recovery of mental power. I wonder how many there are in this bamboo sea. After drinking the cup of Polygonatum odoratum water in her hand, Chang'e put away the teapot on the table, picked up the small bamboo basket, and began to look for Polygonatum odoratum leaves. This thing is more attractive to her than the fragrant bamboo pig. After looking around the seat, there was no trace of it. Instead, the tree next to Zhang Zixing who was digging the fragrant bamboo pig hole looked like it. She walked to Zhang Zixing and asked him, "Lift your feet and move to the side." Is Shan Mufeng's wife sick? There are bamboo leaves all over the forest, but she always wants the small and short ones at his feet. This is not his wife. Zhang Zixing could only mutter in his heart and consciously move aside. What a waste of natural resources. Looking at the leaves crushed by Zhang Zixing, Chang Yi couldn't help rolling her eyes at her, pursed her lips, and started to pull the remaining leaves. Pull these bamboo leaves down for me when you see them. Okay. You move aside first. I dig out this nest of fragrant bamboo pigs first. He is a fire element, and there is no way he can do anything. As soon as his hand shook, the fire magnified, and the fragrant bamboo pigs inside were burned to death. Now he can only dig. Before Zhang Zixing's fragrant bamboo pigs were dug out, he encountered several uninvited guests. Help! Is there anyone? Save us! The cry for help came from the bamboo forest in the south. Chang Yi and the other person stopped what they were doing, stood up, and looked in the direction of the sound. Zhang Zixing hurriedly filled the hole he had just dug with his feet, walked in front of Chang Yi and protected her behind him. Classmate, help me. Ah! The cry for help was mixed with a shrill scream, and the chaotic footsteps came from a distance, getting closer and closer. Chang Yi squinted her eyes and took a closer look. Ha! The woman who was crying with tears in her eyes was an old acquaintance, Chang Jiaoju. Her originally smooth little face was now swollen like a pig's head. If it weren't for her red dress that she never changed, she would really not be recognized. Seeing that it was Chang Huanhuan, Chang Yi didn't want to pay attention. It's a spirit bee. Zhang Zixing saw the miserable state of the people running in front, and knew that this group of people had provoked a group of spirit bees. Don't come over, just run outside and go back to the camp. Zhang Zixing shouted at the crowd, turned around and dragged Chang Yi away. Spirit bees come in groups when they go out, and their tail stingers can secrete corrosive liquid, ignoring the protective shield. In the wild, the superpower warriors are unwilling to provoke them, and no one knows how this group of people provoke them. Chang Jiaojiu and her friends saw that no one was willing to leave, so they followed Chang Yi and her friends, vowing to drag them down with them. Murong Yao received Chang Yi's call for help, and brought his team to pick them up. After meeting up with Murong Yao and her friends, Chang Yi and Zhang Zixing stopped running. Fortunately, Murong Yao and her friends came in time. If Chang Jiaojiu and her friends followed them, the bamboo dolphin would not be able to hide. The superpower warriors in front formed a human wall to block Chang Jiaojiu and her friends' steps. Stop and don't come forward. Leave quickly. Why? We are all students of the academy. You have the responsibility to protect us. The group of spirit bees behind them was about to catch up, and the group in front watched them die without helping. Chang Jijiao's eyes were swollen to a slit, but her eyes were still as vicious as ever. She forced her way through the crowd and found Chang Yi hiding behind the crowd. Cousin, is that you? I'm Chang Jiaojiao. Hurry up and ask your teammates to help us. Yi, do you know them? Murong Xian asked Chang Yi in a low voice. The woman's face was so swollen, but she could still see Chang Yi at a glance, which was amazing. Since she was recognized, Chang Yi no longer hid behind, walked through the crowd, walked in front of Chang Jiaojiao, let her pull her arm, and talked non-stop with her sausage mouth. Chang Yi sneered at her, and reached out to touch her body. Good, he found her. Yi! What are you doing? Chang Jiaojiu was confused by Chang Yi's touch. What? Help you find reinforcements. After saying that, he turned on the signal device he had just taken from Chang Jiaojiu. Swoosh! The red signal flare shot into the sky, indicating that Chang Jijiao's team's harvest for the day was 0. Where's the sugar? Chang Jiaojiu was swollen, and she turned into a red pig head. Cousin! If you are so swollen, just say less. I know you want to thank me. You're welcome. This is what I should do. During this time, the bee swarm has already caught up. Chang Jiaojiu and her group of troublemakers are now determined to run into Chang Yi's group. Let a row of soldiers block them. Chang Yi asked Murong Yao for a few wood and wind-type supernatural warriors, and quietly went around to the back of the bee swarm not far away. You input your superpowers here. Chang Yi took out the air freshener she had made and asked the wood-type superpower warriors to input their superpowers into it. When the sphere became about the size of a football, she asked the wind-type superpower warriors to input their superpowers into it, and send it to the bee colony. As the superpowers were continuously introduced, the sphere continued to grow and rotate automatically. Countless flowers bloomed around it, and the sweet fragrance of the flowers attracted the spirit bees to swarm in. When the teachers of the school guard team arrived, they saw a large number of spirit bees surrounding a large flower cluster for a long time. A group of students with bruised faces and noses stung by the bees confronted the soldiers of the military department with angry eyes. A group of students behind the sergeants dragged bamboo baskets to dig wild vegetables everywhere. Whose flare was it just now? Theirs. When the school guard team asked, Chang Yi and several others pointed at Chang Jiajiao and said in unison. They set it off secretly. Chang Jijiao's teammates complained to the teacher of the guard team. They were doing fine today in order to harvest more supplies, but they didn't expect to encounter a swarm of bees, and Chang Yi stole the flare. If they admitted it, their crime today would be in vain. Whose flare is it? The guard team is only responsible for rescue, and they don't care about this kind of lawsuit. Chapter 43. Mine. The sound was only slightly louder than the sound of mosquitoes and ants. Then come back to the base with us. But we are not in danger now, and we did not release the flare ourselves. The Lingfeng group was trapped by the strange flower cluster that appeared inexplicably behind them. Their crisis has been resolved, and there is no need to return to the base. You are not going back to the base now? The teacher of the guard team asked again. If we don't return to the base, can today's harvest not be cleared? The captains are all smart, and the captain Chang Jiajiu stood up to discuss with the guard team. The teachers of the guard team looked at them and sneered. No, you think this is your family playing house. There were also such students who released flares in the past. When the guard team arrived, the danger had been resolved, so they said that the flare was sent by mistake, and they did not return to the base, and asked to keep the harvest of the day. At first, the school teachers also considered the students' situation and agreed. As a result, one after another, students would send flares first when they encountered danger, regardless of whether they could solve it or not. Anyway, they could cheat when there was no danger. Later, the school made a rule that as long as the flare was fired and the guard team arrived, the harvest of the firing team on that day would be reset to 0. But we didn't want to fire our flares. Chang Jijiao's captain wanted to struggle. Today, they ventured into the outer periphery of the center and had a good harvest. If it was reset to 0, it would be difficult to get on the list later. Even the flares of your own team could be taken away. You should go back to the base and reflect on yourself. After saying that, he ignored them and urged the guard team to count the number of people and take them back to the base. The words of the guard team teacher made others glare at Chang Jiajiao, the culprit. If her flare hadn't been taken away, they wouldn't have worked in vain for a day. Who made that thing? That's a good idea. The teacher in charge said, as he looked at the flower ball surrounded by bees before leaving. Chang Yi didn't respond. Zhang Zixing stepped forward and said, I didn't expect to use something I got by accident. He didn't want to talk about the refiner. He just thought it was strange and asked casually. If he didn't want to say it, forget it. He waved his hand to indicate that he knew and took Chang Jiajiu and the others back to the base. After the teacher of the escort team left with Chang Jiajiu and the others, Zhang Zixing looked at the bead ball and asked Chang Yi, how long can this thing last? I don't know. It depends on the energy they input. Chang Yi also used it for the first time, so how could he know how long it could last? Can I continue to import superpowers now? It's a bit troublesome to be uncertain about the duration. As long as the array device is not broken, you can continue to import. With Chang Yi's words, Zhang Zixing knew what was going on. He found 3 Wood-type superpower warriors, and asked them to keep an eye on the array device. If they found that the energy was gone, they should continue to input it, and not let the bees disperse before they came back. He also selected 10 soldiers to follow him in the direction of the bee colony. Seeing that Zhang Zixing was about to lead the team to find the beehive, Chang Yi gave him a bottle of mosquito repellent that he had prepared himself. This is mosquito repellent, I made it myself. Spray it on your body. It can repel most small insects. Our team uses this and it works well. There are many more small insects in the central area than outside. Chang Jiajiu and the others not only have traces of bee stings, but also many wounds from ordinary mosquitoes and ants. Zhang Zixing had long discovered that Chang Yi and his group were not bitten by mosquitoes and ants, and wondered if the mosquito repellent he bought was more useful. He didn't expect that it was Chang Yi who prepared it. He took the mosquito repellent and thanked him, thank you. Seeing Chang Yi still standing there, Zhang Zixing asked in confusion, do you have anything else to do? Well, if you see the bamboo leaves just now, bring some for me. Knowing that Zhang Zixing looked down on the little bamboo leaves, Chang Yi had no choice. The bamboo leaves seemed to like Zhang Zixing, and she could always find some next to him. Zhang Zixing thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just this. She didn't know how delicious the little bamboo leaves were. She had already rubbed a lot of them behind him that day, and this was not enough. Okay. I rub them back for you when I see you. As soon as Zhang Zixing agreed, Chang'e picked up the small bamboo basket hidden behind her and stuffed it into Zhang Zixing's hand. Thank you. Put them all here for me, and I give you some later if you need them. No, I give them all to you. She even brought him a basket specifically. How much did she want? Women are troublesome. There was no way she had already agreed, so she could only leave with the basket. Why did you bring a basket to Captain Zhang? It's understandable that Chang'e gave Zhang Zixing mosquito repellent, as Chang'e's mosquito repellent is much more effective than the one sold, but it's a bit hard to understand why she stopped him with a small bamboo basket. I asked him to pick some small bamboo leaves for me. It's hard to explain the thing called Polygonatum odoratum leaves, as they look no different from small bamboo leaves. As he spoke, he took out the teapot, poured out a mouthful, and handed it to Murong Xian. Take a sip and see. I just drank water, I'm not thirsty. He said he wasn't thirsty, but he still took it and drank it in one gulp. Ha, hiss, so cool, his pupils widened, the tea leaves were too cool, and the cool air rushed straight to his head after taking a sip. Ha ha. Chang'e looked at Murong Xian with her mouth wide open and breathing continuously, her eyes widened like a frog. Still laughing, what kind of tea is this so cold? Can't bear to see Chang'e laugh at her, Murong Xian tickles her. Ha ha ha. Chang'e still has the kettle in her hand, turns around and runs away, puts the kettle away first, if it falls, she will be heartbroken. Stop. This is a good thing, feel it carefully, what's the difference? Different, isn't it just a cooler tea, what's the difference? Tilt your head and smack your lips twice, there's no difference, right? Oh. No, grab Chang'e's arm and jump up excitedly, I feel so clear now, so clear, this tea. This is tea made from Polygonatum odoratum leaves, it can refresh the mind, soothe the spirit, and eliminate fatigue. It seems that Murong Xian has realized the benefits of Polygonatum odoratum leaves, only Zhang Zixing, this stubborn donkey, doesn't want to drink it. Thank you, Yi. After experiencing the effects of Polygonatum odoratum leaf tea, Murong Xian was so lucky to have Chang'e, a good friend who was willing to share such good things with her. You're welcome. I teach you how to find Polygonatum odoratum leaves, and you can make them at home in the future. Then Chang'e took out Polygonatum odoratum leaves for Murong Xian to see, and gave her pictures for her to compare when she looked for them herself. Murong Xian didn't expect Chang'e to be so good to her. Not only did he give her such precious tea, but he also taught her how to find Polygonatum odoratum leaves. You be at a disadvantage if you do this. Will you let me suffer if I teach you? She didn't have many friends. When she met Murong Xian with such a good temper, she was willing to be nice to her. What's more, Polygonatum odoratum leaves were not something she could find if she wanted to. If she wanted to drink it, she would be discovered sooner or later. There was no need to hide it from everyone. If Zhang Zixing was willing to take a sip, Chang'e would not do so, and would not fail to explain it to him clearly. Murong Xian looked at Chang'e and said seriously, I will never let you suffer any loss. After saying that, she raised her finger to the sky and swore. Chang'e smiled helplessly and said, Okay, let's find it first. Chapter 44. Dragging a small bamboo basket, from full of confidence at the beginning to full of doubt later, is there really one here? Yes. This is the 800th time Murong Xian has asked. It's been an hour, and the two of them have been walking around the bamboo forest with bamboo baskets for several times, but they still haven't found a single one. Chang'e has marked many fragrant bamboo pig holes. I can't find it anymore, I need to take a break. If she continues to look like this, her waist will break before she finds the Polygonatum odoratum leaf. Chang'e was also a little dazzled, so she sat down to take a break. I wonder if Zhang Zixing and the others have found the beehive. Chatting here and there, beep. It's Chang'e's communicator ringing. It's the class teacher calling, connecting the video. Chang'e? How did you harvest today? Several classmates in the class want to find you to form a team. On the other end of the video, the class teacher blinked, looked back from time to time, and asked perfunctorily. There was someone next to the class teacher, and this question was interesting. At first, Chang'e considered teaming up with classmates, but they all thought she was a drag, so no one even asked. Class teacher, I'm just a burden who got in through the back door. How can I know what the harvest is? The captain is responsible for it. Oh, you don't know either. That's okay, I just ask, you guys pay attention to your own safety. After saying that, the class teacher cut off the video without waiting for Chang'e to reply. What does class teacher mean by this? He called without a reason, just to ask, is the class teacher so free? Murong Xian curled her lips and said angrily, someone must be jealous, What else can it be? Jealous? What do we have to be jealous of? In addition to the unicorn, they secretly put the harvest of bamboo dolphins in the military's material warehouse, and have not reported it yet. What is there to be jealous of? There are so many teams that have harvested more than them. How much do you think other people can harvest in our last place class? Maybe we are the ones who have harvested the most in the class. Murong Xian knows a little more than Chang'e. Most of the people in their class are left over from other classes. No one wants to push them over. A group of people at the bottom are so cunning. Then is the class teacher calling me on video? Someone wants to take advantage of them. I didn't expect that she, a burden, could make others take so much trouble to calculate. It must be, otherwise the class teacher wouldn't say that suddenly. No, I have to tell my brother that the supplies behind are hidden first. It's not so easy to take advantage of them. Murong Xian is impatient. Before she finished speaking, she ran away. Chang'e was left standing there in a daze. Forget it. It's not her business whether to have people or not. She just needs to protect her own things. She dragged the bamboo basket and continued to search. Only when she put it in her pocket could it belong to her. Hey! After searching for so long, she finally found one. She dragged the small bamboo basket and ran over. Hey! Don't step on it. Bigfoot was frightened by Chang'e's shout and ran to the side. Fortunately, she didn't step on it. Chang'e happily stepped forward to pull the leaves. How many of these broken leaves do you want? I look for more. The more the better, no matter how many, it's not too much. As he spoke, he looked up and saw that the owner of the big foot was Zhang Zixing and his friends, who were looking for the beehive. As expected, Yazhui favored him. You are back. How is it? Did you find the beehive? We found it, more than one beehive. There's a beehive nest over there. We cut a lot of it. Before Zhang Zixing could speak, the round-faced soldier behind him excitedly rushed to answer. Zhang Zixing looked at Chang'e's small bamboo basket and found that there was only a small handful of leaves in it, which were just picked. You picked a lot. Thank you. Not as much as you. This man must not have a girlfriend, Chang'e retorted angrily. Not as much as mine. Zhang Zixing returned the bamboo basket that Chang'e gave him to her. Seeing the full bamboo basket, Chang'e took back the words she was about to say, took the bamboo basket, held it tightly in her arms, and smiled. Not as much as you, not as much as you, you are the best. How can I compare with you? Chang'e blushed at the flattery, and asked carefully and tentatively, do you want to share some with you? Seeing Chang'e's stinginess, he couldn't bear to see it. No, all for you. What was the use of this broken bamboo leaf for him? He didn't want to find it for her at first, but he saw it under his feet and brought it back. Okay. Thank you. Then I won't share with you. Great. She was reluctant to share with him. Now he didn't want it just right. Happily put away the bamboo basket. We are going back to the base. Do you want to go back with us? Honey is not suitable to be kept in space for a long time. It must be processed and sent back to the military as soon as possible. Okay, I am planning to go back too. She also wants to send back the newly harvested Polygonum odoratum leaves. Find an energy basket to put them, otherwise the energy will be lost over time, Chang'e replied happily. Murong Yao also took a few teammates back to the base, and agreed to share the harvest with their team in half, and the honeycomb and their part would also be processed. Along the way, everyone talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After returning to the base, Jiao Wuqi had received Zhang Zixing's communication, and was waiting at the door of the material warehouse. When he saw their transport vehicle appear, he immediately asked the sergeant to open the door of the material warehouse, so that their vehicle could drive directly in. After their car entered, Jiao Wuqi had carefully asked someone to close the door of the material warehouse to prevent anyone from coming. Where's the beehive? Jiao Wuqi didn't expect that Zhang Zixing and his team would be so lucky to have not only the fragrant bamboo pig, but also such a good thing as the beehive. He took out the barrels containing the beehive from the storage space. There were a total of 15 barrels, each one was as tall as a person. Jiao Wuqi circled around these barrels again, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. The wrinkles on his face smiled so much that they could kill mosquitoes and ants. He nodded continuously. You have worked hard. I will ask the kitchen to prepare dinner for you. What are you going to do with your share? The military share will be sent back to Qihang Star later. We will divide our share and deal with it ourselves later. Just before coming, they discussed that the beehive was relatively rare, and they unanimously decided not to count it as the result of their training, and directly divide it up for everyone to deal with. Should I send your share back to Qihang Star? Zhang Zixing asked Chang'e. Yes. Send this back for me as well. It would be best if we could take a ride with the military, and even let them help take the jade bamboo leaves back. Can you bring me something when you come back? She didn't expect to meet energy plants like jade bamboo leaves this time. She didn't bring a special storage device, so she asked Shan Mufeng to send a few when the military sent supplies back. You really don't want this bamboo leaf? Chang'e looked at the bamboo leaf in her hand, and a trace of reluctance appeared on her face. No. Seeing that Chang'e didn't want to give it, and asked him against his will, Zhang Zixing couldn't help but tease him with a bad heart. If you really want to give it, I can reluctantly accept it. Don't force it. Don't force it. Don't force it. Then he quickly packed the bamboo leaves and handed them to Zhang Zixing. Please send it back to Shan Mufeng for me, thank you. Without finishing his words, he turned around and left without waiting for Zhang Zixing's reaction. Chapter 45. According to Jiao Wujiu's instructions, dinner that night was prepared at the military's logistics department. Not only was there a sumptuous meal, but 2 boxes of nutritious fruits were also sent. A small box of delicious food was picked out for Chang'e. Chang'e was not pretentious about having good things, and she happily accepted them. The bamboo dolphins had not been caught yet, and the people who came back first went to take over after dinner. Chang'e did not go back with them, but only asked Zhang Zixing to help her check whether the formation device had exploded when he came back. If it had not exploded, he would help bring it back to her. Before, Zhang Zixing and others came back after cutting the beehive, and asked the superpower warriors to control the formation device, the colorful world, and withdraw their superpowers after getting away from the hunting team, and then take back the formation device after the bee swarms dispersed. Murong Xian found out the trick of refining, and she was refining in the bamboo forest all day today. She should be refining a soothing potion, which feels better in the bamboo forest. Chang'e saw that she did not reply to the message and must be still refining, so she did not disturb her. After a day of hard work, I was exhausted. After washing up, I poured myself a cup of Polygonatum odoratum tea to relax and laid down to rest. Zhang Zixing and his team worked until dark, and then they came back with baskets of fragrant bamboo dolphins, and Chang'e's array equipment was also brought back. In the next few days, Chang'e spent half a day looking for the caves of the fragrant bamboo dolphins. When they found enough, he dragged Zhang Zixing around to pick Polygonatum odoratum leaves. This was really mysterious. Chang'e might not find a tree even if he looked for a long time, but he could find one in 3 or 5 steps with Zhang Zixing. Chang'e was temporarily bound to Zhang Zixing's navigation. Except for the ones left for the class to hand in, Chang'e's share of the fragrant bamboo dolphins harvested every day was sent back to Qihong Star by the military. After their first day, the class teacher told her that they had to sneak into the warehouse every day to help count the numbers, but they didn't report it to the school's logistics department. As a result, their team's ranking dropped from the top 50 to outside the top 500. Unfortunately, they tried so hard to hide it, but they couldn't hide it. This day, Chang'e and her friends set out early to the new bamboo forest that they had booked last night. As usual, someone is following us. After leaving the base, Zhang Zixing and his friends found that a hovercraft had been following them. Speed up and see. When they speeded up, the hovercraft behind them also speeded up. When they slowed down, the car behind them slowed down, deliberately keeping a certain distance, and following them not too far or too close. It should be a training team. This time, there were only people from the academy and the military on planet B3. The military was mainly responsible for the escort mission, and hunting was just a side job. Moreover, they were originally cooperating with the military, and the military didn't need to follow them so secretly, and their technology was so poor. Don't worry about it. When we get off the car, we know who they are. They were not afraid of ordinary hunting teams. After arriving at the forest area, they deliberately waited for the hovercraft behind them to stop, and did not go in directly. The hovercraft behind them wanted to follow them quietly after they entered the forest area, but seeing that they were waiting there and not going in, they had no choice but to pretend to circle around for a while, then turned off the engine and stopped. What a coincidence, Murong Yao, you are also here to hunt today. The first person to get off was Chiozei, an old acquaintance of Murong Yao, followed by a few familiar faces, who were Chong Jiaojiu and others. This is really a gathering of lumps and treasures, disgusting together. We arrived here first. You can choose another hunting area. As soon as Chiozei opened his mouth, he asked them to move. Murong Yao really felt that this man had a hole in his brain. Just looking at the number of people, he knew that they had the advantage. Where did he get the confidence from? With his ability as the second best player, or with his third-rate family? Why? We have also set our eyes on this hunting area. You should move. The bamboo forest is so big, you should move to the side. Chang Jijiao's pretentious voice came from the other side. Hearing the voice of this dead green tea, Chang Yi wanted to roll her eyes. Yes. The bamboo forest is so big, you must be snatching something from us. Just move. How can you say that? Last time you snatched my flare, we had to hand in all our supplies for the day. Green tea is all water, tears come when they say it. Stop. What do you mean by stealing your flares? Didn't you come to us for help because you were stung by spirit bees? I was kind enough to help you fire the flares. That was to save you. You are not grateful, and you blame me. It's hard to be a good person these days. So what if they stole it? If you have the ability, you can take it back. Who told you to show off and put the flares on yourself? Who asked you to save us? The bee swarm was not chasing us at all. The teammate behind couldn't help but retort. Besides, didn't you steal our beehive? The captain Chang Jiaoji was so angry when he mentioned this. That day, he was taken back to the garrison by the escort team, and the harvest was handed over. He was just glad that they hadn't harvested the beehive yet. Who would have thought that they went to the beehive before dawn the next day, but what was waiting for them was the retaliatory bees. There was no trace of the beehive at all, which made them run in vain and stung by the bees again. Beehive? What beehive? You said we stole your beehive. Do you have any evidence? What a joke. Unowned things belong to whoever gets them first. Zhang Zixing didn't want to talk to them anymore, so he warned them. Leave quickly, or you will bear the consequences. Don't bully others just because you are from the military. They didn't expect that there were so many military people on Chang Yi's side, and they thought that they could crush them with just 2 teams. The situation was too chaotic that day, and many people were swollen on their faces due to the stings of spirit bees, and they saw that there were quite a few of them. Bullying people, he let him see what bullying is. Zhang Zixing waved his hand, whispered a few words in a sergeant's ear, left a team of guards, and turned into the forest with the others, not wasting time with them. Qiuzhe and his companions watched as a row of soldiers on the opposite side directly took out their weapons, and trembled and said, "What are you trying to do?" "What? Boy, didn't you say we were bullying people? Come here, and I tell you what bullying is." The soldier played with the energy weapon in his hand, and provoked Qiuzhe and others. A few young boys wanted to grab territory with them. "You can't do this? I want to protest to the school. This is a training for students. You soldiers can't join. Damn it, why are there so many soldiers in Merongyal's team? He must report to the school. Protest, whatever you want, now you leave our territory immediately." The weapon in the soldier's hand pointed directly at Qiuzhe and others. "Captain, forget it. Let's withdraw first and settle accounts with them later. They called so many military personnel without authorization, which is cheating." A thin and tall boy helped Qiuzhe with ideas and gave them a way out. In this situation, it is obvious that they can't take advantage. Unable to fight or talk, Qiuzhe could only follow the excuse given by his teammates, uttered harsh words, and led his men away. "Just wait and see. I will definitely not let it go like this." TSK. No one took his harsh words seriously. The sergeant watched them drive the hovercraft away before entering the bamboo forest to gather with the main force. Chapter 46. The sergeant reported to Zhang Zixing that Qiuzhe and his group had left, and mentioned that before leaving, Qiuzhe threatened to report to the school that Chang Yi and his group cheated. Zhang Zixing didn't care at all about Qiuzhe saying that Chang Yi and his group cheated. They were in a cooperative relationship through formal procedures, and they were not afraid of him reporting them. However, he still mentioned it to Chang Yi and Merongyao, so as to avoid being stabbed in the back by someone and not knowing who it was. "Are you sure this is your opponent? Not those immature little rascals in our class?" Chang Yi was shocked by Qiuzhe's kindergarten operation. Ahem. Merongyao coughed awkwardly and explained to Qiuzhe, maybe he has been the second for a long time, and his spirit is a little, well, you know. He didn't expect Qiuzhe to do this. No one cared about this little episode, and continued to follow their own pace, catching bamboo porgy and refining bamboo porgy, and each started to work. Chang Jiajiu and the others were forced to leave, but they were unwilling to do so. Qiuzhe said that he would complain, but he was too embarrassed to really go. Seeing that Qiuzhe did not take any follow-up actions, Chang Jiajiu was unwilling to do so. She secretly contacted several talented teachers at the bottom of Chang Yi's class, and told them that Chang Yi and Murong Xian had used the back door to ask for help from the military, cheated illegally, and obtained rare materials for private collection. "Chang Yi, did you meet someone today?" Just as he was about to return to the base, he received a video call from the class teacher. Chang Jiaojiu and the others followed us to the hunting area in the morning, but we drove them away. Hearing the tone of the class teacher, he really went back to complain. Now several people in the class are clamoring to merge with your team and demand to share all the profits. Such a shameless request. It's a pity that they have the nerve to ask, but unfortunately she can't afford to offend the people who made this request, so she can only quietly remind Chang Yi and the others. Roar! What a big face! She has never seen such a shameless person who made this request. It was Su Liu in the class who took the lead, and then Yi Yunqi and Han Lu also joined in the booing. The three of them put pressure on the school together. The school may ask you to compromise. You and Murong Xian should also contact the elders at home. Chang Yi was able to join the class after the registration period. I think her family has some background. The Murong family is a famous big family, and its combat power should not be underestimated. Contact the elders at home. Only the elders in her family who flatter the superiors will not give her a chance to get ahead with her talent, not to mention that she dared to use her superiors to guarantee that Chang Jiaojiu was involved in this matter. Got it, class teacher. I will discuss with everyone and see how to deal with this matter. Although she didn't have the support of her parents, she was not a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. If they wanted to share her profits, she could just give the military another gift to show that the military and the people were one family. Teaming up would be easier to solve, as long as she didn't go looking for Xiang Zutun. It was not certain who would take advantage of whom. Having made up her mind, after hanging up the class teacher's video call, she calmly packed up today's supplies, then carried the bamboo basket, and went to meet Murong Yao and the others to return to the garrison. In the car on the way back, Chang Yi mentioned what the class teacher said to Murong Yao. Murong Yao couldn't believe that Xiuzhe could really do such a disgusting thing. It doesn't matter. I contact my family later about this matter. My Murong family is not a pushover, and they dared to pick the fruit on my head. The Murong family's reputation for fighting is not for nothing. Chang Yi also told him about her plan. It's not that far. Murong Yao looked at Chang Yi with new eyes at this moment. He didn't expect that a person who looked weak and fragile could do such a thing. Zhang Zixing listened to the whole process from the side. Seeing that Chang Yi had no intention of contacting Shan Mufeng, he couldn't help but said, "Why don't you call your family and talk to them?" "No, my elders are biased and won't help me. I don't want my parents to worry about it either. I can solve this problem." Zhang Zixing knew her situation. She married Shan Mufeng, and the little things about her family had spread in the military long ago. Especially those who were close to Shan Mufeng knew about it. "No, I mean you are married now. How could this woman be so stupid and not hug the thigh that was ready-made?" Chang Yi realized that Zhang Zixing wanted her to complain to Shan Mufeng. She hadn't thought of this. Wait until we get back and see what happens. If Murong Yao can solve it, that would be the best. If not, she will see what happens and decide whether to go back and complain. Seeing Chang Yi's reaction, Zhang Zixing didn't say anything more, but secretly sent a message to Shan Mufeng. While they were talking, the transport vehicle had already arrived at the station. Today, they couldn't go directly back to the military's material warehouse. Qian Fuchu, the person in charge of the school's logistics department, led people to wait at the entrance of the station. After the vehicle stopped, Chang Yi and others got off. Qian Fuchu led people to come forward. "How did you harvest today? You students are really stupid. The material warehouse is not big enough. Why don't you tell the teacher? The teacher will change it to a bigger one for you. Come on, the teacher will take you to the big material warehouse." Without waiting for them to refuse, teacher Qian Buchu took the lead and led them to the school's material warehouse. Chang Yi and others had no choice but to look at each other with a bitter smile, and followed him obediently towards the material warehouse. The school really gave them a large material warehouse. "Come, take a look. Is it big enough? If not, the one next door can also be given to you." Qian Buchu greeted them warmly. "Enough, teacher. Thank you, teacher." Everyone was already here. Murong Yao and others gave up struggling. He asked everyone to get off the car, carry the materials down and count them. After all the inventory was completed, Zhang Zixing asked people to take away some of the materials belonging to the military, and he stayed to accompany Chang Yi, so as not to let her suffer before Shan Mufeng came. As baskets of materials came down from the car, Qian Buchu's eyes flickered again and again. No wonder he was remembered by others. This was equivalent to the harvest of the team of hundreds of people on the ground. Qian Buchu accompanied them to count the supplies. He didn't say anything in the middle. After the count, he said to Murong Yao, "I haven't seen your hot-tempered old man for a long time. Let him come over to get together when he has time." Before leaving, He also instructed the caretaker of the supply warehouse to take good care of it. You've worked hard all day. Let's go eat first. We talk later. The supply warehouse is not a place to chat. Murong asked others to go to his place. The dinner in the evening was still very rich, but everyone was a little absent-minded. They simply sped up and finished it in a few minutes, cleaned up, and discussed things. Ding! There was a video call. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Sean Mufeng calling. What was he calling at this time? Why are you calling at this time? Sean Mufeng, who was on the other end of the video, raised his face and looked at Chang Yi seriously and asked, "Where are you now?" "Me? I just finished eating at the captain's place. I go back to the house later." Chang Yi's voice also became nervous unconsciously. She didn't seem to have caused any trouble, right? Chapter 47. Beep, beep. Chang Yi was confused by the video call that was hung up. On the other side, Sean Mufeng hung up the video call and went straight to the door to find someone. Looking at the person who followed Murong into the house, Chang Yi was stunned and rubbed her eyes hard. She must have seen something. How could someone who should be on Chihong Star appear here? Taking 3 or 2 steps forward, Sean Mufeng looked Chang Yi up and down. The little girl's eyes were red from rubbing herself, but her eyes were bright. She looked at him with a smile and didn't blink. He hugged her into his arms, rubbed her soft hair, and whispered, "Why didn't you find me when you were bullied?" There was more pity than blame in these words. "No. I've thought about it. If they go too far, we can't fight, so we just go our separate ways. No one can take advantage of him." Looking up at Sean Mufeng, his face was full of the little arrogance of "praise me soon. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can force you to break up." When he spoke, a murderous look flashed in Sean Mufeng's eyes. Feeling the little girl's arms tightening in his arms, Sean Mufeng gently comforted her. "You have to remember that we are already married. No matter what happens, you can find me. I will always be by your side. It feels warm to be protected unconditionally." She is very lucky that her family members have always pitied her physical condition and have always favored her. If it weren't for the last beast tide, her grandfather was too much. She might have been shrinking in her tortoise shell and refused to come out. Her unstable soul is partly due to her own reasons. In the previous life, before the master was exposed, he had always been very good to her, making her feel that she was the happiest disciple of the master. The master told her not to learn the law, saying that it would hurt her, and not to let her leave the master, saying that he was worried and reluctant to leave her, saying that she was her baby, but in the end, she was just a pig raised, waiting to dedicate the final value. At this time, Zhang Zixing saw the two people hugging each other and teased, "Oh, you two are almost done." Sean Mufeng glared at him, let go of Chang Yi, took her hand and walked to the sofa to sit down. He looked at Murong and said seriously, "I talked to your elders before coming here. They should be here by now." Murong nodded. Sean Mufeng's arrival made the atmosphere relaxed. With the support of the Sean and Murong families, they would not suffer any loss. The atmosphere was just right. Chang Yi took out her precious Polygonum odoratum leaves and prepared to make tea. "Do you drink bamboo leaf tea?" These days, I have seen Chang Yi and Murong Xian drinking this green bamboo leaf tea. Murong Xian also took a hissing breath while drinking. "I don't drink it." Zhang Zixing declined Chang Yi's constant promotion of this bamboo leaf tea. "Give me some to try." Murong was somewhat interested in this tea. Murong Xian drank tea from Chang Yi every day, inhaling and rubbing it constantly, and she treasured it so much. "You have good taste. I guarantee you will not lose out." He gave a thumbs up and praised Murong Zhang Zixing, who didn't know the goods, would regret it one day. Others also said they didn't need it. Murong Xian had already taken out a special large cup and placed it in front of them. They sat down obediently and waited for Chang Yi to pour tea. Pinch a handful of bamboo leaves and put them in the pot. Fill it with water. Think about it. Take out a bottle of non-attribute energy liquid and add it in. Not too many small bottles. 10 milliliters. Put it on a special small clay stove and start boiling. You boil bamboo leaves and use energy liquid? I didn't see her boil bamboo leaves so extravagantly. It's the first time. Let's try the effect. Chang Yi also added energy liquid for the first time, thinking that energy liquid can restore the physical strength of the soldiers, so this should be okay. Then don't waste it. Pour me a cup later. Bamboo leaf tea is not rare, but you have to drink some with energy liquid. Chang Yi paused, fiddling with the teacup. Don't you want to drink it? Why can't you bear it? He didn't drink it, and she always tried to sell it to him when she got the chance, but now she doesn't want to give it to him. No, it's just that you said you don't want bamboo leaves before, you can't regret it. The loss can be reduced a little bit. Chang Yi is heartbroken for the fact that she is about to lose a civilian. Don't worry, I keep my word, and I don't want it if I say I don't want it. Zhang Zixing raised his eyebrows and smiled. What does this woman think of him? Does he look like such a tasteless person? It's better that she doesn't distrust his character, but she is confident in her tea. Chang Yi smiled and stopped talking, concentrating on making tea. The tea was not ready yet, but the school called first, saying that the people from the Han and Su families were waiting for them in the meeting room, and the elders of the Murong family were also there. The tea is not ready yet. The tea was half cooked, and the water in the kettle was not even boiling yet. It's okay, just keep making your tea and let them wait. Shan Mufeng asked Murong Yao to tell the elders at home that they would go later, and as for the others, they could wait. Murong Yao nodded and sent a message to the elders, telling them the approximate time they would go. Most of the Han family have bad tempers. Zhang Zixing didn't comment on this, but reminded them. You just sent out a few super strong fighters, and you think you are the boss. Shan Mufeng didn't care about the Han family's reckless men. Shan Mufeng knew what was going on, so Zhang Zixing didn't say anything more. The meeting hall was waiting for them to come, and the Han family first attacked the school. How can you be a teacher? The students are so arrogant that you make so many teachers wait for them? No one invited you to come. The school representative picked up the tea and suppressed the sarcasm. In this democratic era, we must also be considerate of the students. They have just come back from hunting outside, so they always need to rest. A third-rate family, just after producing a few talents, they are so proud that they don't know who they are. Thank you teachers for your understanding. Thanks to the school for teaching the useless young people in the family. Thank you for taking care of them. The elders of the Murong family didn't even bother to look at the Han family. After receiving Murong Yao's message, they started to greet the school leaders. Since the Murong family elder appeared, the Su family has not spoken again. They sat aside. Looking at the situation in the house, I'm afraid that the young people in the family will not be able to take advantage this time. The meeting room maintained a calm surface, waiting for the protagonist to appear. The floating leaves of Polygonatum oderatum gradually became smaller and disappeared completely, and the water in the pot slowly changed from transparent to verdant green. The tea was ready. Chang Yi first poured a cup for Shan Mufeng, pushed it in front of him, and reminded him, this tea tastes relatively cool. If you are not used to it, take a small sip first. Murong Xian pushed her large teacup forward impatiently. Fill it up for me, thank you. She herself had never found a tree, otherwise she would not have been shameless to rub Chang Yi's every day. After filling Murong Xian's cup, Chang Yi poured a small cup for Zhang Zixing, and finally struggled. You don't have to force yourself if you are not used to it. Zhang Zixing raised his eyebrows, did not respond, picked up the small teacup, put it under his nose and sniffed it. A fresh smell of bamboo leaves came to his nose, nothing special. Chapter 48. It smells good, and after blowing it cool, he took a sip and drank it. The cool feeling made Zhang Zixing take a breath unconsciously. When the coolness faded a little, he handed the teacup to Chang Yi. Fill it up for me. With Zhang Zixing taking the lead, Murong Yao quickly asked Chang Yi to fill it up after he finished drinking. Pour it. Pour it. I won't make it for them after today. Let them find it themselves. Fei and his friends are not stupid. From their reaction, they know that this tea is good. Those who didn't want it before now do it themselves. In a blink of an eye, the teapot is empty. A dozen people share a pot of water, which is enough for each person to take a sip. Just when they feel that little bit of meaning, it's gone. At this moment, Murong Xian, who was huddled aside, holding her big cup, trying to drink it all, seemed not so sociable. This time, Chang Yi added energy liquid to the tea, and she couldn't drink it. The energy contained in the energy liquid is too great for non-superpower warriors to absorb in large quantities. Although the energy in the tea is diluted, she can't finish it, but she can't bear not to drink it. If you can't drink it, don't drink it. The teacup in Murong Yao's hand was empty a long time ago. It was not easy to snatch it from his sister, but now that he saw that she couldn't drink it but wanted to drink it, he couldn't help but persuade her. I keep it for tomorrow. As he said that, he wanted to change to a sealed cup to fill it with water. Don't. If the energy is left to dissipate, it will be a loss. We will find it for you tomorrow, and cook it then. Fei was the fastest. With a whoosh, he rushed over and stretched out his hand to stop the tea that Murong Xian wanted to hide. I've drunk it. She had drunk it for several days, but she was still reluctant to give it away like this. I don't mind. Murong Yao snatched the cup from Fei's hand and drank it all in one gulp. Fei was such a fool. He wanted to drink the tea that his sister had drunk. What a joke. Ah Fei looked at his empty hands, and then looked at the captain who returned the cup to Murong Xian after drinking. He was so upset. He was so active that he just served tea and water to others, but he didn't even have the chance to say he didn't mind. Wu, he was the only one who got hurt. Give me some? Zhang Zixing didn't know when he quietly touched behind Chang Yi, patted her shoulder, and asked in a low voice. No, oh, I can't ruin your character. Chang Yi also deliberately lowered her voice to talk to Zhang Zixing. I don't have any character to protect. Character can't be used as a spiritual plant. Sometimes it's okay to throw it away. Chang Yi rolled her eyes at him, asking him not to listen to good advice. Now he regrets it. Why didn't he do it earlier? It seems that Chang Yi has no chance of picking out the Polygonata moderatum leaves. He can only look for it himself tomorrow. Tell me, why is he so stubborn? He has done it so many times. Even if he just tasted it, he would not waste so many days. Thinking of the full basket he pulled for Chang Yi, my heart aches. This is a lawsuit between the two of them. Shan Mufeng just stood by and smiled without saying anything. Seeing Murong Yao being humiliated, he smiled even more happily. After finishing the tea, everyone got up and walked to the meeting room. Along the way, Fei and others kept whispering about picking a few people to look for Polygonatum odoratum leaves tomorrow. If they had known that this thing was so good, they would have gone with Chang Yi a long time ago. Some people said that they had seen it, but ignored it. Thinking back then when we were. The conversation between Murong family elder Murong Fantian and school representative Jun Maching was interrupted by a knock on the door. Elder teacher, we are here. As soon as he entered the room, Murong Yao greeted the elders and teachers first, and pretended not to see the others. Long time no see, Shan Mufeng. Jun Maching was once Shan Mufeng's instructor. He looked gentle and elegant, but he was actually a tough guy. Instructor Jun, long time no see. I didn't expect that this person would come to the school this time. It seems that even if he didn't come, Chang Yi and the others would not suffer. Have you made up your mind? The abrupt voice interrupted everyone's greetings. Shan Mufeng and others then turned their attention to the Han family. They were still wearing armor in the room, with a face full of flesh, sitting in the main seat with a big horse and a golden sword, and their eyes swept over them, rolling their eyes, as if they were calculating what oil and water to squeeze out of them. Jun Maching pointed at the Han family and introduced them. This is Han Ao from the Han family. This is Su Qishan from the Su family. The reason why we asked you to come here this time is mainly because these two heads of the family want the juniors to form a team with you. Jun Maching briefly explained the situation to them, and pointed out that the school had no intention of taking sides. Who among you is Chang Yi? Han Ao directly picked a person who he thought was easy to control. I am. Chang Yi stood up and answered. Looking Chang Yi up and down, Han Ao looked at her with a squint and said with contempt, Are you Chang Yi? My junior is in the same class as you and wants to form a team with you. Don't worry, we won't take advantage of you. We will give you 2 bottles of energy liquid as compensation for the supplies you left. He is also a talent to make robberies sound like charity. Thank you for your kindness. We are not worthy of your energy liquid, so we won't take advantage of you so much. Let your junior choose another teammate. You? Han Ao was very angry with Chang Yi. Do you know who you are talking to? Isn't it that I am talking to a human? He turned around and asked back, Isn't he a human? So scary. Chang Yi pretended to be scared and hid behind Shan Mufeng. You are looking for death. Han Ao's eyes were round with anger, and he wanted to slash her with his eyes. Shan Mufeng lowered his head and gently stroked Chang Yi's little hand on his arm. He raised his eyelids and looked at Han Ao. Elder Han, you are so arrogant. I am Shan Mufeng's wife. I am afraid you can't touch her. Shan Mufeng, the abandoned child of the Shan family, who was exiled to the marginal star, what can you do to me? He asked briefly before coming. Although Shan Mufeng had some ability, it was a pity that he was injured in the last big beast tide, his combat power decreased, his genes were damaged, and he was abandoned by the Shan family and exiled to the marginal star. Can you try? Shan Mufeng has never been someone who relies solely on his family. Even if he is abandoned by his family, it is not a problem for him to protect his wife. Moreover, he was not exiled by his family, as the outside world said, when he went to the Edge Star. He applied to be transferred from the Central Star himself. Hey! Don't be so angry. We can discuss things together. Su Qishan interrupted Han Ao, a reckless man, when he saw that he could not get the upper hand. Colonel Shan, I haven't seen you for many years. You are more powerful now than before. Mr. Su, you are polite. What are you here for today? The people of the Su family are notoriously cunning. Seeing that Han Ao is not good enough, they are ready to take the field themselves. Su Qishan took a sip of the tea in front of him and said slowly, "It's not a big deal. It's just that the younger generation in the family wants to form a team with their classmates. They are embarrassed and ask us elders to mediate." "Oh, your Su family can't even form a team for the younger generation in the family now. You have to find someone to cut in line. It seems that your Su family is in trouble." For those who are looking for trouble, Shan Mufeng never indulges them. Chapter 49. Su Qishan paused with the tea in his hand, withdrew the cup to his mouth, and placed it on the table. Colonel Shan is joking. If the juniors want to improve their relationship with their classmates, the elders should always help them. Han Ao followed up, and shouted loudly, "Why are you wasting your words with this kid? It's not up to him whether to form a team or not." "Old man, you are so arrogant." Murong Fantion stopped Han Ao from saying the rest. "It's not up to you whether to form a team or not. What Elder Murong said is that this is a matter between the juniors. Let the juniors decide for themselves." After saying that, Su Qishan turned his eyes to Chang'e. "Why does everyone treat her as a soft persimmon?" Chang'e looked him straight in the eye. "Team up? It's not a fight. We want to form a team now. We should show our teammates the benefits of teaming up with you." "Benefits? The biggest benefit is that we are willing to team up with you." Han Ao had a condescending expression on his face. Chang'e thought he was just kidding. There's already a precedent of someone joining the team in the middle. You guys can't be worse than him, right? "Hey! Yes, we have a standard here." The others' eyes lit up when they heard Chang'e's words. "Yes. Cutting in line. It's not like no one cuts in line. If everyone does the same as the little fat guy, it's not unacceptable." "Standard? Oh, what is your standard?" "It would be best if they didn't have to fight. If the request is not too much, just give them a break." Su Qishan was thinking about it, and calculating his bottom price. Me. The little fat guy swallowed the snacks in his mouth and raised his hand and said, "I am the standard." Su Qishan turned his eyes to the little fat guy and raised his hand to signal him to continue. "When I joined the team, each of us was given an 800,000 new energy sports car as a joining fee, and 2 beautiful ladies were given a shopping cart of 200,000 for the Central Star Trading City. Others are fine as per the specifications, but if there is anything delicious, you must bring me a portion." When it comes to the last point, the little fat man scratched his head embarrassedly, but the most important thing on this point must be said. Puff, Han Ao was frightened by the little fat man's words, and the tea in his mouth spurted out. Each person has a new energy sports car, and there are no special requirements, just asking to eat together. Which landlord's stupid son ran out? He thinks that interstellar currency is virtual points, right? You look familiar. Whose family are you from? Su Qishan then looked at the little fat man seriously. "I am not from anyone's family. My family is a chef who runs a restaurant." The little fat man Oko smiled with a simple face. After listening to the little fat man's words, Su Qishan remembered that the strange family that specializes in foodies has average talent from generation to generation, but only has excellent luck. There are restaurants on all major planets with this family. After thinking for a while, Su Qishan started to negotiate. "Mr. Ao is indeed rich. We don't have Mr. Ao's family background, but we can't let you lose money. We are willing to provide 7 bottles of energy liquid as a material sharing in the front. I hope you can take care of my younger generation. She left the team before and lost points. I hope you can help her, and don't count her as joining the team halfway." Old fox. It sounds good, but you still want to take advantage. Just 7 bottles of energy liquid, you want to share their achievements of more than a week, bah. Shameless. 7 bottles? High purity and attribute, big tubes of energy liquid? If it's 7 tubes of high-level energy liquid, it's barely not too much. Humph. Han Ao sneered. 7 tubes of advanced energy liquid, you are worthy. The elementary ones are good enough. She still needs to consider the advanced ones, and Chang'e quietly rolled her eyes, and said with a fake smile, "Thank you for your kindness, our team is not short of people for the time being." You? After talking nonsense for so long, they retreated again and were rejected. "Don't be shameless." Han Ao slammed the table, and stood up. Jun Maching said lazily, "Elder Han, just talk, don't make so much noise, it will scare the children." Maching. Elder Han just spoke a little loudly, no other meaning. Su Qishan took over the conversation and turned to ask Han Ao, "Your Han Yu's combat power has just been upgraded to SSS level some time ago. I heard that he is going to be transferred to the Central Star Academy as the chief instructor recently, right?" "I haven't decided whether to go or not. It depends on the sincerity of the academy. Talking about this, Han Ao's face was full of joy. A soldier with SSS combat power can at least protect the family's century-old honor. The chief instructor of the academy is also an opportunity they have exchanged for a lot of resources. I want to use this to threaten him, but unfortunately Jun Maching doesn't buy it. It turns out that Major General Han doesn't want to come. Then I have to go back and talk to the principal and others. Why are you forcing others? The chief instructor of the academy has always been a gunman position. It's funny to use this as an excuse. Han Ao was speechless after being confronted by Jun Maching, so he had to sit down and drink the tea. Su Qishan saw that even if he mentioned Han Yu, Jun Maching would not give in. Instead, Han Ao would not dare to be arrogant anymore. He changed the subject. I'm kidding. Who wouldn't want to be the chief instructor? I think Major General Han will take office soon. Don't you think, Elder Han? Humph. Han Ao hummed twice as a reply. Seeing that Su Qishan and Han Ao had restrained themselves, Jun Maching did not dwell on the matter. After all, although he did not like the Han family's rough guys, Han Yu's personal ability was still there. If he got rid of the school's chief instructor, he would inevitably be criticized. If the students feel that 7 bottles of energy liquid are not enough, they can add 2 more primary potions. How about that? Su Qishan thought he was generous and added. What else? Nothing, 2 primary potions. Who are you humiliating? Do you really think they are beggars? Seeing that no one said anything, Su Qishan turned around and threatened Jun Maching again. My Wana has recently refined a bottle of level 5 spiritual medicine. She often feels that if it weren't for the busy school affairs, she might be able to refine a few more bottles of spiritual medicine. Her energy is limited. If she hadn't been thinking about the good of the school, she would have wanted to turn down the teaching job in the college. Good you, Su Qishan, you actually threaten people with this matter. The school has long had opinions about Su Wana. She used the school's resources to refine her own things. Every time she was asked to teach students, she would take the textbooks and let the students read them by themselves. Let her refine. She may not submit 1 result out of 10 materials. If she dares to resign, the principal will not let her spit out the benefits of the past few years. He is not the surname Jun. Can refine level 5 spiritual medicine, right? The college just needs a level 5 spiritual medicine to show to the students. He will send a message to the principal and tell him not to worry about the spiritual medicine. Master Su can refine level 5 spiritual medicine. This is a good thing. After so many years, the school has finally cultivated another talented master who can refine level 5 spiritual medicine. It's great. Without the resources of the school, she could refine level 5 spiritual medicine so quickly. It's not so easy to cross the river and burn the bridge. Jun Maching was unyielding, which made Su Qishan and others very unhappy, but they couldn't do anything about him for a while. They could only turn their attention to Chang'e and others. Chapter 50. Elder Murong, the children are ignorant. As a parent, please help persuade them. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The younger one cannot be persuaded, but the older one will not be ungrateful. Su Qishan turned to Murong Fantian and said. Murong Fantian did not accept his words, and directly replied, let the children solve the problem. If they don't want to add people, then don't add people. Hearing this, Su Qishan's face darkened. Seeing that he was about to speak again, Murong Fantian said before he spoke, your energy liquid and so on, keep it for yourself? They don't need it. Murong Fantian. What's the matter with them asking so many soldiers to help with hunting? Han Ao frowned and looked at Murong Fantian with displeasure, with a hint of questioning and dissatisfaction in his tone. We didn't ask the soldiers to help with hunting. We cooperated with the military to hunt, and reported it according to the normal process. Murong Yao looked directly at Han Ao and answered. They had long guessed that this question would be brought up, and the procedures were complete from the beginning, so they were not afraid that they would make a fuss about it. Is it lively? Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Jiao Wujua walked into the meeting room with a smile. He looked around and asked everyone, what are you doing here? Why don't you go back to rest at night? Aren't you going out hunting tomorrow? Hearing this, Murong Xian took the opportunity to put on eye drops for them. Minister Jia, we also want to rest. Didn't they force us to come over and say they want to form a team with us? After hearing this, Jiao Wujua nodded to show his understanding. Then he turned to look at the students who wanted to form a team, and said seriously, team, you don't have enough people, it's easy. I will give you another 100 people tomorrow, now hurry back and rest. However, at this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, hey! Jiao Wujua, what do you mean? It was Han Ao who was speaking, and he was dissatisfied with Jiao Wujue's arrangement. Jiao Wujue frowned and asked back, "What do you mean? The children are sensible, and they will not forget our military department when there is benefit, and they will form a team with us. Why do you have any objections?" He glanced at everyone present, and his tone was firm and powerful. Faced with Jiao Wujue's questioning, Han Ao was speechless for a while. After all, as a representative of the military, Jiao Wujue's words have a certain authority. In the end, this farce ended with Jiao Wujue's arrival. He also forced Han Ao and Su Qishan to take out a lot of energy liquid and potions that they had promised before, under the pretext of laying the foundation for the next cooperation team and enhancing the friendship between classmates. Their cooperation with the military department was exposed, and Jiao Wujue sent 100 sergeants the next day. After seeing the military, Chang'e discussed with Murongyao and asked Minister Jia to send another 100 soldiers. Those people were jealous. She let them be jealous to the end. They could see, but could not touch, which made them anxious. After receiving the communication from Chang'e and others, Jiao Wujue did not ask anything. He just thought that they wanted to catch more at one time so as to finish the task earlier. He sent them another 100 people with a wave of his hand. With the newly added 200 soldiers, they went straight to the Bamboo Sea. After arriving at the selected hunting ground, Chang'e made a simple division of labor for this group of people. The warriors with water and earth abilities went to catch the bamboo dolphins. After a few days of experiments, only the earth-based ones could find the nest of the bamboo dolphins according to Chang'e's teaching, while the others could only find a mosquito and ant nest. She took the fire-type superpower warriors to look for Polygonatum odoratum leaves. Before they set off, each of them took a sip of Polygonatum odoratum leaf tea, so they wouldn't be worried about not looking seriously. Since there were people doing the work, Chang'e had some free time and began to wander around in the Bamboo Sea, trying to find strange plants. She had been on planet B3 for so long, but she had never seen a single one. Murongxian was lucky enough to find one on the third day. Although it was still a little small, she asked someone to help her dig it up with the roots and bring it back to the central star, saying that she wanted to plant it. According to gossip, a senior sister found a small nest of strange plants, which directly raised her class ranking by 30 places and squeezed into the top 50 of the list. Before Shan Mufeng came this time, he was assigned a military escort mission, so he could accompany Chang'e and go back together after her mission was over. With someone to accompany her, Chang'e kept talking all the way, telling him in detail about the interesting things she had experienced in the past few days, and Shan Mufeng listened to her sharing patiently beside her. "No, my eyes are dazzled and I haven't seen a single exotic plant. I need to rest for a while." Chang'e was accompanied by Shan Mufeng. There were many people hunting today, so they walked to the central area in no time. Unfortunately, they didn't find what they wanted after walking for a long time. With Shan Mufeng following her, Chang'e didn't have to worry at all. When she said she was tired, Shan Mufeng made a flat and spacious place, and put tables and chairs for her to rest. Sitting on the lounge chair, sipping a cup of tea, wonderful, beautiful scenery, handsome men and good tea, there is no greater joy in the world. Out of boredom, she reached out and pulled a small bamboo branch next to her, 1 or 2 times. This bamboo branch is still long and strong. She stood up and pulled it hard. She didn't believe that she couldn't pull it down. 1, 2, 3 times, Chang'e gritted her teeth for a long time, but the bamboo branch didn't move at all. She was so angry that she took out a small machete and prepared to chop it down. She held the machete tightly, stretched out her arm, and gathered strength to chop it down. The huge vibration made her hand loosen unconsciously, and the machete fell to the ground, but fortunately it didn't hit her foot. Originally, Shan Mufeng saw Chang'e struggling with a bamboo stick, and thought she was just having fun. Who would have thought that such a small bamboo stick could hurt herself? He walked over and pulled up her hands to check. Fortunately, her palms were only slightly red from the shock. "What do you want this bamboo stick for?" Chang'e felt wronged. Whose broken bamboo stick is so strong? Her hands were numb from the shock, but she was still unwilling. With red eyes, she acted coquettishly with Shan Mufeng. "Help me cut it off." Looking at Chang'e, who deliberately spoke with a hoarse voice, he had no way to deal with her. "Speak nicely, go back and sit there and wait, I will cut it for you." He picked up the machete that Chang'e dropped and weighed it in his hand. He thought Chang'e was just a delicate person and had too little strength, so he didn't take the small bamboo stick seriously. Until the hand raised the knife and fell, the bamboo stick was still motionless, and there was not even a mark left on the bamboo plant. Seeing that Shan Mufeng also stumbled on this small bamboo stick, Chang'e stood up and took a closer look. She didn't see anything different. The main trunk of this bamboo was not big, only as thick as a fist, and the branches were even thinner. But how could it be so hard? Could it be the strange plant she was looking for? Every time, the strange plants everyone found looked different. Some were dry and looked dead, some were covered with spots and looked sick, and some were no different from ordinary bamboos. Suspecting that it was a strange plant, Shan Mufeng put away the ordinary machete, took out the refined energy knife, introduced energy, and cut it down. This time the bamboo stick broke with a sound, and there was no accident. As the bamboo stick broke and fell, a trace of energy escaped. Feeling this trace of energy, Chang'e jumped for joy. God will not let down those who work hard, and finally let her find it. Afraid that if it was cut down, too much energy would escape, Chang'e and Shan Mufeng prepared to dig it out completely, trying not to hurt it, and let the energy escape. Chapter 51. Digging deeper and deeper, after digging it out completely, Shan Mufeng jumped up from the pit and carefully pulled it up, and the whole picture of the bamboo was seen clearly. The bamboo trunk is not long in general. Measured with a ruler, the total length is 256 centimeters, just 7 feet and 7 inches. The part exposed on the ground is transparent green, accounting for just half of the total length. The underground part is wrapped in the bamboo shoot shell. When you peel it open, the bamboo pole is slightly darker in color, rich green, and at first glance it looks like black with green light. The upper part of the bamboo extends all the way to the top, showing a perfect symmetry and balance. The branching of the bamboo branches is very even, and the left and right sides grow relatively, as if they were carefully designed. The distribution of the bamboo nodes is also very even, with a node appearing at a certain distance, and each node is about 20 centimeters apart. Shan Mufeng looked at the long and tangled bamboo roots. Do you want to deal with the roots? There are too many bamboo roots, and they are too long. When they were dug just now, some tiny hairy roots were broken. Now there is energy escaping from these broken parts. Chang'e is not good at planting, and the energy of this bamboo is always escaping. She wants to just start refining directly. After all, the alien plants are refining materials. No need. I will deal with it. You help me clear a piece of open space. I want to refine here. He didn't understand the refining of the gifted master. He did what Chang'e said, and took out the tools to work. It was not difficult to clean up ordinary bamboo. Shan Mufeng quickly cleared a piece of open space along the place where she had just rested. Chang'e walked around the open space, chose a good location, took out the refining furnace, and placed it properly. Then she took out the energy stones and picked them out. She chose 5 energy stones with different properties and put them into the furnace. She used to put only 1 energy stone in. Today, she couldn't explain it clearly. She just felt that 1 was not enough. The whole bamboo was too long. Even if the furnace was turned to the largest mode, it couldn't be put down completely. Chang'e stood on the ladder and looked at the bottom of the furnace. Looking at the dark bottom of the furnace, she wondered how to put it down completely. She asked Shan Mufeng to help lift the bamboo and tried to put the root in first. It didn't work, so she put part of it in. The branches above blocked her view, and she couldn't see the situation inside the furnace. There was no way to take it out again. She tried to put it in upside down. The branches were too big to fit in. Chang'e used the branches she had just cut as ropes to tie the bamboo strips at the top together and put them into the furnace. The bamboo strips at the back still didn't work without something to tie them up. She simply braided them into a braid. Perfect now can be easily stuffed in. The bamboo was too long to be completely stuffed in. Shan Mufeng tried to put it in with brute force, but it worked, but it would bounce back as soon as he let go. He simply left the lid on and started refining, then slowly put it in the middle. Chang'e started refining with a fierce fire at the beginning because he was afraid that it would be difficult to refine without the lid on. He checked the situation in the furnace from time to time. After 1 hour of refining, the bamboo leaves in the furnace began to liquefy slowly, and the branches began to soften. When it softened a little, he stuffed the exposed part in. He kept refining and put the rest in. It took 3 hours to put it all in. The energy stone that was originally pressed was also consumed and needed to be replaced with a new one. However, except for the bamboo leaves liquefying and the bamboo strips softening and coiling at the bottom of the furnace, there was basically no change. After barely putting it all in, the root slightly raised up and pushed against the furnace cover, but it was still not tightly covered. Chang'e ran to the place where she had just dug out, collected a bag of its original soil, and pressed it on top, so that it would not be lifted up, and the furnace top was just right. Original soil turned into original bamboo, focusing on the original flavor. Fearing that the mud would fall and absorb all the liquid below, she threw in a few bottles of energy liquid with all kinds of properties. She continued to refine with a high fire until the large army came to notify them to prepare to return to the base. But there was still no change. Chang'e thought the refining speed was too slow, so she returned to the mud pit where she dug the soil, poured water into the mud pit to make mud lumps, and then used the mud lumps to seal the gaps around the furnace cover with mud, and the homemade high-pressure refining furnace was completed. The refining was not over yet, and it was not convenient to return to the base, so Shan Mufeng stayed to accompany Chang'e, and the others returned to the base first. The risk factor outside the safe zone increases after dark, and Shan Mufeng needs to prepare early. How long will it take to finish? Looking at the still silent refining furnace, Chang'e shook her head, and couldn't estimate how long it would take. It won't be good today. After Chang'e said this, Shan Mufeng began to prepare for the night. While it was still early, he quickly cleared a piece of open space to park the suspension car. They would spend the night in the suspension car tonight, so that it would be convenient to evacuate in case of any unexpected situation. Chang'e was not idle either. She put on an isolation mask and sprayed concentrated mosquito repellent along the periphery of the open space cleared by Shan Mufeng. Although this thing smelled, it was effective. After making preparations for the night, Chang'e sat aside and refined it with peace of mind. He was still awake in the first half of the night. After midnight, his eyelids kept fighting. It was time to miss Changsong again. Shan Mufeng offered to help her watch. Chang'e thought about it, checked the energy stone on the refining furnace, and turned down the fire. It should be fine until dawn, so she took Shan Mufeng to the car to rest, and let it refine by itself. She put a protective cover on it before leaving to prevent the furnace from exploding. Chang'e was awakened by Shan Mufeng. After a night of refining, the refining furnace needed to change the energy stone. After changing the energy stone and adjusting the firepower, the rest was waiting. After refining for 3 days and 3 nights, Chang'e's patience was about to run out. There was still no movement in the refining furnace. Chang'e stopped watching it all day long. He calculated the time of the energy stone, and went to do other things after placing it properly. After Zhang Zixing, the living guide of Yezhuai, left, Shan Mufeng took over. The fire-type supernatural warriors had an inexplicable buff bonus for finding Yezhuai. The fire-type warriors on the mountain have made a gratifying harvest these days, and the number has doubled. Chang'e couldn't find any mushrooms herself, so she could only wander around the forest and dig some fresh mushrooms. She didn't know many of them, so she could only dig the 2 that she knew. The mushrooms in the piles of rotten leaves in the bamboo forest were in small nests. Each one was plump and tender. Adding a little to the soup would make it so delicious that it would make your eyebrows drop. The little girl picking mushrooms, carrying a small bamboo basket. Just after finding a nest of fresh mushrooms, Chang'e was in a good mood, A big black moth flew around in front of her. She waved her hand to drive it away, and touched its wings. Fine powder fell on her hands, slippery. She kept rubbing her fingers, but she still couldn't rub them clean. She rinsed them twice with water. After washing her hands, she continued to squat and pick mushrooms. The annoying big moth came to make trouble again. She couldn't drive it away or hit it. Chang'e endured it, and pretended not to see it, speeding up her hands to pick mushrooms. After she had picked the big moth, but hadn't left yet, she rummaged through her storage container, found the watering can, filled it with water, and started spraying it at the moth. Chapter 52. Water drops fell on the wings, and the big fluttering moth lost its balance and fell to the ground. After landing, it tried to drill into the pile of dead leaves, pupating left and right, and its speed was quite fast. It disappeared in a short while. Chang'e's bad intentions came out. You dared to harass me just now, and now you want to run away like this? How can I do that? Take a small branch and gently pick up the pile of dead leaves that the big fluttering moth has drilled into. There is not only one big fluttering moth inside, but a group of them. The big wings of gray and black are huddled together. The big fluttering moth squeezed in the middle twists its body from time to push its companions aside a little. As the dead leaves are lifted, the sudden light startles them, and they all shake their wings and fly away. The departure of the big fluttering moth reveals the fat round cocoons underneath, mostly white, with a small amount of yellow and green round cocoons in the middle. The round cocoons below made Chang'e, who was about to leave, stop and approach carefully. She used a branch to dig out a round cocoon the size of an egg. When shining a light on it, she could vaguely see a black shadow inside. When she put it close to her ear and listened carefully, she seemed to hear the rustling sound of an insect gnawing on leaves. She was so lucky to pick up such a good thing. It happened that the big fluttering moths had flown away. She took the time to take out the bamboo basket to pick up the round cocoons. She wanted them no matter what color they were. She picked up more than 50 round cocoons before the big fluttering moths came back and left. She held the bamboo basket with the round cocoons in her hands, and the backpack on her back was filled with freshly picked mushrooms. Seeing Chang Yi's strange appearance, Shan Mufeng quickly stepped forward, took the bamboo basket from her hand, and asked with a smile, "What treasures are you looking for?" Before Chang Yi could answer, a large, gray, fluffy moth flew out of the basket, and flew away with a face full of powder on Shan Mufeng's face. "Is this stuff in your basket?" Shan Mufeng asked Chang Yi after shaking off the powder on his face. Looking at Shan Mufeng, whose face was covered with gray powder, Chang Yi felt a little sympathetic. This powder was not poisonous, but the slippery feel was annoying. She nodded and shook her head. Chang Yi nodded and shook her head again, making Shan Mufeng a little confused. He looked inside and saw that the basket was full of round cocoons. He looked up and asked Chang Yi, "Are you going to raise moths?" No, I'm not taking them back to raise." Chang Yi quickly shook her head to deny it. "She didn't raise this thing." "I won't raise it." Shan Mufeng raised his eyebrows. "I won't raise it. Why do you make so many cocoons?" "This is not a cocoon, it's a silk cocoon. I want to take it back to spin silk." This explanation is not clear. Chang Yi pulled Shan Mufeng back and said, "You will know when I finish it. Don't worry, I won't raise it." Clothing in the interstellar era is made of various synthetic materials, which are convenient and fast, with high output and good quality. Things like this are hard to find, with low output and complicated processes. They have long been eliminated and no one makes them. Back to the temporary resting place, where the refining furnace is placed, Chang Yi is afraid that there will be big moths biting through the silk cocoons and flying out. As soon as he arrived at the place, he hurriedly took out the new furnace top he bought last time, placed it properly, added water and poured into the silk cocoons, and stirred it slightly to make the silk cocoons fully soak so that it can fully absorb water. The soaking time is a bit long. In the middle, Chang Yi is curious about whether it can be dyed, so he took out a few and soaked them separately. The dye inside is energy liquid with different properties. After 1 hour, the silk cocoons absorbed water and sank into the water to varying degrees. The ones that absorbed the energy liquid also dyed successfully. Seeing that the silk cocoons could absorb the energy liquid for dyeing, Chang Yi also put the remaining white cocoons into the container with energy liquid and colored them all. For the ones that originally had colors, she poured a bottle of non-attribute into them. More than an hour later, all the silk cocoons absorbed water and became plump. The outside became sticky due to the dissolution of the colloid. In this state, the cocoons can be boiled. The first thing to boil is the red silk cocoon. She wants a good sign for a good start. The silk cocoons and the soaked cold water are poured into the refining cauldron together, and the medium fire is turned on. Slowly heat for about 15 minutes. At this time, the temperature is just between 80 and 90 degrees. Turn down the fire to keep the water temperature. The water temperature for boiling cocoons cannot be too high. During the heating process, the silk cocoons must be stirred continuously so that the saracen in the cocoons can be evenly dissolved. During the slow stirring process, some silk was wound on it. When it was lifted up, it could be seen that the entire silk cocoon below could be lifted up and pulled smoothly. That was the silk head. After finding it, she started to draw silk. She did not have a special silk drawing machine. Just like pulling noodles, she pinched the thread head, pulled it while pulling, and threw it into a prepared large round plate. After drawing it, she would rewind it. Many people in the middle saw that it was fun and insisted on coming to try it. Chang Yi was relaxed and helped them find the silk head. The rest stepped aside and let them play by themselves. After drawing silk, only the round pupae were left. Chang Yi did not throw them away. When they exploded later, she would find a few brave ones to try. She could not eat them herself. "Why do you collect these insects?" Zhang Zixing was also one of the people who experienced it. Seeing that Chang Yi even collected these small insects, he asked curiously. Holding the jar of insect pupae, he showed it to Zhang Zixing. "Eat it. Do you want to try it later? It's a good thing, right?" Zhang Zixing turned and left, so he asked unnecessary questions. Chang Yilian looked at Zhang Zixing's back as he fled and couldn't help laughing. She turned to the other onlookers and asked, "Does anyone else want to eat this delicious high-protein insect pupae?" Everyone shook their heads, with horrified expressions on their faces. Only the fat boy Okos was the bravest. He approached the insect pupae cautiously, and stared at it curiously. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Chang Yi, is this thing really edible? Why do I feel a little disgusted? Chang'e smiled and nodded, and answered affirmatively, of course it is edible. You will know when you try it later, I will never lie to you. Then, she carefully covered the jar. Let's go, I will go and fry it now, let you know whether I lied to you or not. Today, I was busy with the cocoon, and I had snacks for lunch. Now it's time to go back. Before going back, I checked the condition of the refining furnace as usual, replaced the energy stone for it, adjusted the temperature, climbed onto the hovercraft, and went back to the station to fry the insect pupae. After getting off the car, she did not follow others to the material warehouse, but together with the fat boy Okos, she carefully held the insect pupae and prepared to return to the temporary house to start making delicious food. Hee. She and the little fat boy Okos laughed and talked all the way, and the little fat boy wanted to eat the insect pupae alive. However, at this moment, a discordant cold snort suddenly came, breaking their interest. Their eyes fell on the 3-inch little bean in front and below, imitating the appearance of an adult, hugging her arms, and trying to raise her fat neck to make herself look mighty and imposing. She couldn't help but frown and whispered to Okos, whose child is this? Why is she stopping us? The little fat boy Okos pulled the corner of her clothes and whispered, she is Han Lu. Chapter 53. Chang'e didn't understand who it was. Wasn't the matter resolved this time? What did this little kid from the Han family mean? Why are you stopping us? Humph. If you don't team up with me now, I won't team up with you in the future. Wait and regret it. Humph. She said one sentence, hummed twice, and didn't leave after she finished speaking. She crossed her arms and glanced at Chang'e and the others from time to time. Looking at the attitude of this little kid, she was giving them a way out and asking them to beg her. The Han family was all arrogant, but they couldn't do anything to such a little kid blocking their way. Chang'e squatted down so that he could look at Han Lu at eye level. Han Lu, right? Our team is full this time, so it's not convenient to team up with you. Sorry. The little bean's attitude softened a little, and he hummed twice to show that he heard it. Chang'e held back his smile and continued, as for you not teaming up with us in the future, that's your right. We respect your decision. Can you make way now? The attitude that had just softened exploded again because of Chang'e's words. The little bean's eyes widened, and he jumped up and pointed at Chang'e and shouted, you don't keep your word. The elder said that he had agreed with you that he would take me with him next time he teamed up, and he gave you a deposit in advance. Looking at the little bean whose face was flushed with anger, Chang'e and Okos looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know how to explain to the 3-year-old little bean that it was not a deposit for teaming up, but compensation for his family's old game loss. Be careful with your words so as not to hurt the little kid's young heart. Classmate Han Lu, first of all, that is a gift from your family elders to us classmates for emotional exchange, not a deposit for the next team. Secondly, don't you want to team up with us? We respect your personal wishes. I don't know if the little bean understood, but she nodded vaguely. Then you accept the gift from the elders, and we will be friends in the future. Don't worry, I will protect you in the future, and I will still consider you when forming a team. Puff. Chang'e couldn't help laughing out loud. Are all the characters of the Han family so weird? This is really awkward. Okay, classmate Han Lu, thank you for your generosity. Now we have to go back. Can you make way? The little bean finally put down her arm, moved 2 steps to the side awkwardly, and made way for them. Goodbye, classmate Han Lu. Finally dealing with this arrogant little bean, Chang'e and Okos continued to walk to the kitchen. On the way, Okos shared some gossip and rumors about the Han family with Chang'e. Han Lu is the only awakener who has the opportunity to become a gifted master in the past 30 years. Chang'e was surprised to hear this. She asked, isn't the Han family a big family? How could it be possible? Okos smiled and continued, the Han family specializes in warriors, and this generation has produced a SSS-level genius like Han Yu, but their entire family has no girls, let alone gifted masters. The Han family was originally going to send a group of guards for Han Lu's training this time, but Han Lu didn't want to, and ran to form a team with others. As a result, I heard that she was despised. After hearing what Okos said, Chang'e understood that this was a typical rich second generation, who had no hardship to endure, and there were a bunch of brainless elders at home who spoiled him. It was really not easy for this child not to grow up crooked. While they were talking, the kitchen was there. Chang'e directed, and Okos took action. First, rinse the pupae with clean water, put them in a bowl, add appropriate amount of seasoning, stir evenly, and marinate for about 15 minutes. Separately, take starch and flour and mix them in a 1-to-1 ratio, add appropriate amount of water, Stir evenly, and make a batter. Put the marinated pupae into the batter, and evenly coat them with the batter. Pour oil into the pot, and heat it to 60% hot, then put the pupae coated with batter into the pot, and fry them until golden brown. Then you can remove them and drain the oil, put the fried pupae on a plate, and sprinkle appropriate amount of seasoning according to your favorite taste. 50 or so pupae were fried and filled a large pot, that's it. The fried pupae were golden in color and fragrant. Okos couldn't help but pick one up with his hand, and put it in his mouth. He bit it, and it made a crunch sound. The skin was crispy, and the meat inside was soft and juicy. Okos ate 3 before stopping. Didn't they just say they didn't want to eat? The fat man's memory of delicious food is always very clear. You should ask them, I don't know. Chang'e heard the sound of the large army coming. What good food are you cooking today? It smells so good, I can smell it from a long distance. The enemy has 3 seconds to reach the battlefield. Okos heard the sound outside, and quickly picked up another one and stuffed it into his mouth. This was not enough, so he picked up his own bowl and quickly picked up a few more to fill it up. Little fatty, what good food are you eating behind our backs? Following the smell, Ah-Fei walked to Okos' position, and picked up a fried insect pupa from his bowl and put it in his mouth. Anxious Okos hurriedly turned his back and used both hands to protect his bowl, and quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. This is a worm pupa, you just said not to eat it. The worm pupa in his mouth had not been swallowed yet. Hearing Okos' words, Ah-Fei subconsciously chewed twice. You told me that this crispy, soft and juicy thing was the disgusting worm pupa just now. He didn't believe it. Ah-Fei imitated Okos' way, first stuffed one into his mouth, and then tried to fill the bowl. Okos took advantage of the fact that no one else was grabbing it, and quietly filled his bowl again. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhang Zisheng smiled and said, Isn't it just a worm? Is it so delicious? Not delicious. Ah-Fei took the time to answer, and the action of grabbing food with his hands did not stop at all. Okos also nodded in cooperation and said, Not delicious. Seeing Ah-Fei take another one, he quickly swallowed it and took another one. The two people's answers were not convincing at all. The fried insect pupae were golden in color, and did not look disgusting at all. Others also took action, and picked up one from the basin to taste. There were only 50 insect pupae in total. Okos and Ah-Fei alone ate about 10 of them. The rest were gone in a short time. Those who were slow to eat them had nothing. Those who didn't eat them curiously asked the people in front of them how they tasted, but these people said in unison, It's not delicious at all. Seeing these people so naive, Chang'e laughed at the side, This thing tastes good? Shan Mufeng followed in, and didn't eat it either. Chang'e took out her bowl, and handed it to him, Try it. Fortunately, she had just secretly hidden a few. I don't eat it. Sensing Shan Mufeng's gaze, Chang'e shook her head. Although the insect pupae were nutritious and tasted good, she couldn't get over it, and didn't dare to eat it. Seeing Chang'e's reaction, Shan Mufeng didn't eat it either, and shared the few in the bowl with the people next to him. Chapter 54. The people next to him took it quickly, and divided it among themselves. Seeing Shan Mufeng's reaction, Chang'e smiled and said, You eat it, it's okay, I just don't dare to eat it myself. Shan Mufeng took Chang'e's hand and stroked it gently, Let's go eat something else. Since Chang'e herself didn't eat it, he wouldn't be greedy and disgust her with a bite of food. Although she didn't mind Shan Mufeng eating it, he was able to consider her feelings. This thought made her very happy. She grabbed Shan Mufeng's hand and shook it. I also picked a lot of mushrooms today. I asked the kitchen to help me grill a lot of them separately. We will eat them secretly, and not share them with them. Okay. Shan Mufeng liked to see Chang'e's clever look. He let her pull him, bent over, and tiptoed to the back of the crowd. Yesterday's fried insect pupae ignited the stomachs of foodies. When they met Chang'e in the morning, they asked about it, and asked all kinds of questions about how to find insect pupae. Chang'e was also happy to share. They wanted pupae, and she wanted silk. It was a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In just one night, Okos and Ah-Fei even made an automatic silk drawing machine for her. It can only be said that the charm of food is endless. The scale of the hunting team has quietly expanded again. The soldiers said that they are willing to hunt every day for such hunting. They don't need to consume supplies or fight with strange beasts directly. They can easily collect supplies. Everyone is very satisfied, only Chang'e can't laugh at her refining furnace that eats energy stones every day and doesn't move. It has been 7 days since the refining started. From the 3rd day, Chang'e can't see the situation in the furnace. She can only perceive it with her mental power, but every time she sees a dazzling golden light, nothing else. From full of expectations to now, she just wants it to end quickly. The energy stones in her pocket can't hold on. On the 5th day, the primary energy stones were used up. In the next 2 days, she used the intermediate energy stones. Today is the last time. She took out the advanced energy stone and pressed it hard, muttering, "For the last time, if you don't end it, I have no energy stones for you to use, so I can only force it to turn off the fire." Although she was reluctant, she really had no energy stones, and she was embarrassed to ask Sean Moofing for them. He had given her a lot before. Except for what she extracted, the rest was all spent on the refining furnace. I don't know what will be refined, and whether it will lose money. This wait lasted a day. At dusk, the things in the refining furnace finally showed signs of ending. First, the fire that had been burning for 7 days and 7 nights was extinguished. Unable to wait for it to cool completely, the things in the furnace were restless and kept making ping-pong noises, as if they would break the refining furnace if they were not released. Chang'e had no choice but to ask several wind-type warriors to help speed up the cooling process. In case it hadn't come out yet, he first dismantled the furnace and coaxed it with kind words. "Be gentle, wait a little longer, I let you out right away." He also threatened it with harsh words. "If you dare to smash my furnace, I lock you in the furnace and refine it again." After coaxing and threatening it, he finally calmed it down. When the furnace temperature dropped, Chang'e climbed up the ladder and shoveled away the mud used to seal the furnace cover. After being baked for so long, the mud became dry and fell off with a shovel. As soon as Chang'e moved the furnace cover a little, the things in the furnace pushed the furnace cover open by themselves and rushed out. The golden light circled in the air. Since it came out by itself, Chang'e didn't bother about it. He just looked at his feet and carefully got down from the ladder. He stamped his feet, and after making sure he was standing firmly, he looked up at the golden light spinning in circles. "What good thing did you make? It makes such a big noise." "It's right there, you can see for yourself." It's not a good idea to let it spin in the sky all the time, so Sean Moofing and Zhang Zixing prepared to drive the hovercraft up, tie it up with a rope, and pull it down. When the golden light saw the hovercraft approaching, it thought it was playing with it, so it kept dodging and refused to be caught. The golden light slid the hovercraft around in the sky again and again. "Is this thing for us to play with as a pet?" Zhang Zixing was annoyed by the golden light. Sean Moofing controlled the hovercraft to descend. "You are too cunning, you can't catch it at all." Zhang Zixing complained as he walked. "It came back by itself," Chang'e said, as he looked at the golden light approaching behind the hovercraft. The golden light slowly approached, and the light of the whole body gradually faded, revealing its true form. Only then did Chang'e see clearly what she had refined. Looking at the golden stick standing in front of her, the villain in Chang'e's heart was already reveling with her hands on her hips. She never thought that one day, she would be able to experience the feeling of being a monkey king. "I thought it was something, but it's just a fire stick." Zhang Zixing's mouth was full of bad words. Chang'e rolled her eyes at him, stretched out her trembling hands, rubbed the golden hoop, and comforted him. "Don't listen to him, he is the fire stick, you are not, you are the golden hoop." The golden hoop was considered to be an acknowledgement of Chang'e's words, shrinking the stick body, extending a branch, and lightly touching her palm. Chang'e was delighted and held the golden hoop. She didn't know how to play with a stick, so she tried to wave it lightly twice, and found it very light and smooth. It has awakened its intelligence. Zhang Zixing tried to reach out and grab it. The golden hoop suddenly became longer and rushed towards Zhang Zixing, which scared Zhang Zixing, and he quickly dodged. The golden hoop followed him like a shadow, chasing him and whipping him left and right. Zhang Zixing dodged left and right, in a mess, and shouted, "Chang'e, make it stop quickly." Chang'e saw this and smiled and said, "You just said it was a fire stick. If you praise it, maybe it will stop chasing you." Zhang Zixing was amused by Chang'e's words. He asked him to coax a stick, but there was no other way but to try, and he praised, "I was wrong, you are the golden hoop, the most handsome and powerful golden hoop." Zhang Zixing took out all the words he could think of and praised it, and the golden hoop finally let him go and stopped chasing him. Chang'e and the golden hoop stick took the time to cultivate their relationship. Zhang Zixing chatted with Sean Moofing. Chang'e's array weapon is very powerful. Sean Moofing could see that Zhang Zixing didn't need to say this. The array weapon that can attack independently must be good. Her little wife is always so unexpected. Just when everyone was relaxing and chatting, a black bird suddenly appeared in the sky. The bird was huge, with a wingspan of more than 2 meters. It hovered in the air, making sharp cries. They were stunned by this sudden scene. Without giving them time to react, the bird began to attack them. It flapped its wings and fanned a hurricane. It condensed a purple thunder ball in its mouth and threw it at them. Hurry, get back to the car. Sean Moofing took out his weapon, sent out a fireball to resist, and shouted for everyone to retreat to the hovercraft. He ran to Chang'e and carried her away. Bang! The explosion was deafening. A soldier fell to the ground and lost consciousness due to the impact of the explosion. Chapter 55. Everyone who had already boarded the bus looked outside and saw the soldier lying motionless on the ground. They were tempted to get out of the bus and save him. However, it was too late. They were not the only ones who saw their fallen comrades. The flying monster in the sky also noticed the prey on the ground. It folded its huge wings and swooped down at the soldier at an astonishing speed. The monster opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, ready to tear the soldier in front of it into pieces. At this moment, the golden hoop in Chang'e's hand suddenly began to tremble violently. She felt the movement of the golden hoop, and she loosened her hands immediately. The golden hoop was no longer restrained, and it flew out, slashing at the monster's head and hitting the monster's vitals. Woo woo, the monster wailed and fell to the ground. This amazing change shocked everyone. Was it solved so easily? Is this still the most difficult flying monster in the Interstellar? Sean Moofing was the first to react and got off the car. He ran to the injured soldier. After checking, he found that he was just fainted by the impact. He arranged for someone to take him back to the car for treatment. After confirming that the monster was completely dead, everyone surrounded the flying monster to check it out. They saw that it was huge, with a length of more than 5 meters from head to tail. When it was in the sky, it felt that its wings were more than 2 meters long. Now it looked at least 3 meters long. The bird's beak was blood red, the front beak was like a barb, the black feathers were like a sharp blade, and the sharp claws were as tough as iron. I dare not think about what would happen if it caught me. After the crisis was resolved, everyone was in a mood to joke. With this monster, we can squeeze into the top 10 of the list. Someone praised the golden hoop standing next to the monster, praising it so much that it was floating in the air. The stick twisted around, stretched out 2 branches, and held a stick head with a shy look. Sean Moofing asked Chang'e to put away the monster, and prepared to return. Chang'e, come here and put away the monster. They were afraid that the smell of blood would attract other monsters, so they had to evacuate quickly. When they were about to get on the bus, the golden hoop refused to get on the bus, and its branches kept pointing to the forest. You still want to fight monsters? After hearing what it meant, the golden hoop excitedly jumped up and down, and the stick body shook like an electric shock. The child was praised to his heart's content. Heroism is not good, but now is not the time to educate him. Chang'e could only coax him. Be good. Let's go first. Now the monsters are afraid to come because you beat them. Wait until there are monsters next time, and then you can show your power, okay? The child, who was not very worldly, was coaxed by his parents to get on the bus and go home with just a few words. After getting on the bus, the golden hoop still refused to settle down. It came to the side of the soldier who had just praised it, and pulled the corner of his clothes. The soldier did not understand what it meant, so he reached out and held its branches, shook it twice, and let it go, but it still did not leave. Do you want to eat? Although I have never heard of formation equipment eating, what if it can eat with intelligence? He took out a fruit and handed it to it. The golden hoop took it and looked at it for a while, then stuffed it back. It didn't want this kind of thing, and it was useless. The soldier was also good-tempered, and took out another energy stone for it. This time, it took it. Xiao Xia took it, and put it on the top of the stick and put it in. But it still refused to leave. The little soldier had no choice. Anyway, it just grabbed the corner of his clothes. It didn't affect anything. Let it grab if it wants. It would be even better if it was willing to go home with him, the little soldier thought happily. Chang'e saw that his golden hoop had cheated someone of an energy stone, and still refused to return it. He walked up and gave the little soldier a bottle of energy liquid. I don't have any energy stones. This is for you. The little soldier hurriedly stood up and refused. No. I like the golden hoop stick. I give it to it voluntarily. The two of them were still pushing and sending, and the branches of the golden hoop stick entangled the energy liquid tube, and it was pulled out in a swish, and the tube cover was opened, and it poured into the stick in 2 swooshes. Chang'e felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, and hurriedly took out another bottle of energy liquid and stuffed it into the little soldier. This time, he didn't give him a chance to refuse, and forcefully stopped his hands that were about to push and refuse. Hurry up and put it away. Turning his head to the golden hoop stick, he muttered, Can you eat this thing? Don't stuff everything into your body. You are a golden hoop stick, not a storage space. The tender green branches protected the top of the stick, fearing that Chang'e would let it return the good things just now. What is in the body of the golden hoop stick belongs to the golden hoop stick, and no one can take it. I won't take yours. Can you pour your energy liquid directly in? Array devices generally use energy stones to replenish energy. I have never seen energy liquid used, and I don't know if it will be damaged. The small branches swayed wildly. The energy liquid tasted good, and the golden hoop stick liked the energy liquid. Looking at its lively appearance, it was fine. As long as it didn't get sick, it would eat the energy liquid. Anyway, her extraction efficiency was pretty good now, so she could afford it. Let's go, don't disturb others' rest here. When it came to leaving, the golden hoop stick became awkward again. It moved to the side of the little soldier, and didn't grab the corner of his clothes. It just stood in front of him, and turned around from time to time. The little soldier hoped that Chang'e, the master, could translate what the golden hoop stick meant. Try to praise it a few more times. The golden hoop stick's flamboyant appearance made Chang'e figure out some of the meaning. After hearing what Chang'e said, the little soldier hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Golden hoop, you are really great. You look so handsome today, the universe is invincible and powerful." The golden hoop seemed to understand. The light on its body flashed a few times, and the small branches kept brushing the non-existent dust on the stick. Chang'e smiled at this, thinking that this golden hoop is really a cocky person, just likes people to praise it. "Okay, you are so powerful, you have to keep a little mystery in front of them. Let's go," Chang'e called. After that, she left with the golden hoop, leaving the little soldier holding the energy liquid, with a puzzled face. The formation device also likes to hear people say good things. He just took an ordinary energy stone, and exchanged it for a tube of energy liquid with attack attributes. "Should I return it to her?" After Chang'e left, Shan Mufeng gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Keep it. This is an equal exchange for her." The voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a kind of magic, calming his originally uneasy heart. Today was a day of great harvest for Chang'e. It was a great surprise that the golden hoop could attack autonomously. She was still worried that she didn't know any martial arts moves, and how to use it in the future. Now the problem is perfectly solved. She found a lot of martial arts and attack videos for the golden hoop to watch, so that it could learn autonomously, regardless of whether the moves in the video were outrageous. The golden hoop was stunned by the heroic characters and cool fighting moves in the video, and learned very seriously. Murongyao and others received the good news from Chang'e and waited in the material warehouse early, waiting to see the true appearance of the monster as soon as possible. This is the first monster of their team. When the school logistics department received the news, they also sent someone to say that the material warehouse was not big enough and they could open another bigger one, for fear that they would go to the military material warehouse again. Chapter 56. Here we come! Fei saw their hovercraft from afar with his sharp eyes. Murongyao and others could not wait for the hovercraft to stop completely, so they went to meet it. "Where is the monster? What kind of thing is it? What level is it?" Chang'e was frightened by their enthusiasm and took a step back. What were these people excited about? Their small hovercraft could directly carry the monster. The golden hoop stick was not afraid of strangers. He touched his stick and confirmed that there was no problem. He floated steadily to the center of the crowd with golden light. The monster had not been seen yet, but they saw such a golden stick first. Just when everyone was puzzled, Murongyao brain was still flexible. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood something and said, "This is the formation device you made." "Yes. It's called the golden hoop stick." "Handsome, right?" Chang'e replied with a smile, revealing a hint of pride in his eyes. Hearing his name, as if responding to Chang'e's words, the golden hoop stick stood straighter, and the light on his body became more dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at him. "Take it easy, and keep your light down, it's too dazzling." The child couldn't help but praise. The warriors behind him told others about the majestic deeds of the golden hoop stick. When they heard that it was the golden hoop stick that killed the monster, they all cast envious eyes at Chang'e. After seeing the treasure array, they now wanted to see the main purpose of today, the monster. Everyone surrounded Chang'e and his companions, and went to the material warehouse. After arriving at the material warehouse, Chang'e directly released the flying monster, bang. The huge monster landed with a violent crash. "If you sell it, the school will buy it for you." The meat taste of flying monsters has always been ranked at the top. This time, no team has harvested flying monsters. Hearing the words of the school representative, the military personnel became anxious. "What do you mean you have bought it all?" "Shan Mufeng, if you want to sell it, give priority to the brothers in the military. Murongyao and Shan Mufeng looked at each other for a moment, and Murongyao said, "Thank you, everyone. Sorry, we are not going to sell this monster to the public. Sorry. If we sell it next time, we will tell you first." That's right. This time their team can't even be called a team. The number of people is the number of a medium-sized hunting team. With just this one monster, the other team will be gone in a split. It's a pity that they don't have this good fortune. Sending away the onlookers, the superpower warriors began to cut up the monster. If there is something good, they must enjoy it first. Cut off a thigh for the kitchen to have a dinner in the evening. When there is something delicious, Okos is the most active. He carried the thigh weighing hundreds of pounds and ran to the kitchen. Others also took action, cutting off various parts of the monster, preparing to store or process and eat. The dinner lasted until midnight, and then everyone dispersed. In the second half of the night, it rained heavily. The crackling sound of the rain was the best sleep aid. The cool feeling after the rain made Chang'e want to lie in bed for a day. The hunt was coming to an end, and some teams had already set off to return. Their teams had not decided when to return, because Chang'e's refining had not been completed. Now that Chang'e's refining was finished, they also had to consider the time of return. For the school training task, Chang'e had kept herself from the bottom from the beginning. The current results far exceeded expectations, and she had no objection to when to return. Knock knock. The knocking sound kept coming, forcing Chang'e to get up and open the door. It was the golden hoop that knocked on the door. "Why are you knocking non-stop? Have you finished watching the video?" She downloaded a lot of videos for it. It shouldn't be so easy to finish watching them all. The golden hoop waved its branches, pointed at Chang'e, and then pointed outside, and danced with joy, vowing to make Chang'e understand. How could she, who wanted to be lazy every day, produce such an activist who wanted to fight with the monsters early in the morning, and the lazy plan was forced to end. She had told Murongyao and others today that she would not go hunting with them, and stay at the garrison to rest for a day. Urged by the golden hoop, she speeded up the washing and took it out, finally catching up before the main force left. Shan Mufeng stretched out his hand to pull her into the car. When she got up today, Chang'e said she didn't want to get up and wanted to rest, so he didn't call her again. "Didn't you say to rest for a day?" "Huh?" Took a long breath. Chang'e took a breath first, and then replied to Shan Mufeng, "It wants to go to the big monster. It's tiring to have an active and motivated array master." Chang'e and the golden hoop stick were warmly welcomed by everyone, and they gathered around to welcome them. After such a long hunting, everyone was already familiar with the collection of fragrant bamboo dolphins and Polygonatum odoratum leaves. After arriving at the destination, they dispersed and acted separately. Shan Mufeng and Murongyao followed Chang'e and the golden hoop stick to find the monster. Maybe because they fought a flying monster yesterday, the golden hoop stick kept looking in the sky. Shoo! The sound of a flying monster came from the front, and the golden hoop stick took the lead and flew away following the sound. Chang'e and others followed the golden light of the golden hoop stick and ran after it. When they arrived, the golden hoop stick had already solved the monster, and it was shining with golden light, standing in front of the monster, waiting for them. "Good golden cudgel, you are awesome." Knowing that the golden cudgel likes to be praised, the first thing the warriors did was not to check the fallen monster, but to praise it first. For 5 consecutive days, Chang'e was dragged by the golden cudgel to hunt monsters every day. It was the golden cudgel that fought, and she was responsible for providing energy liquid to the golden cudgel hero after the battle. When the school notified the academy that the training was over and everyone returned, Chang'e was moved to tears. She was a gifted teacher, and didn't want to be forced to cross mountains and ridges to fight monsters every day. She didn't want to be on the list of the best, and the school's generous rewards couldn't make her work hard. She just wanted to pass, but her formation device disagreed. On the way back, the golden cudgel was surrounded by the warriors and praised it a lot. Chang'e hid far away. She didn't want to see the golden cudgel so much recently. After returning to school, the training rankings were announced. Because Chang'e's team had the particularly hard-working golden cudgel, they guaranteed a monster every day in the last few days, and squeezed into the 3rd place on the list. Chang'e got a high-level defensive array device, and the others also received generous rewards. With the end of the training, the courses of this semester also came to an end, and the mid-year vacation began. Chang'e and Murongyao, holding the shopping cart set by Okos, went to the trading city of Central Star to make a lot of purchases. Chang'e bought a lot of specialties, and prepared to go back to give them to her family. After saying goodbye to the classmates, who had just become familiar with each other, they returned to Chihong Star. Shan Mufeng had military affairs to deal with at the military headquarters, so he had gone back in advance. There is no place better than your own doghouse. On the first day back home, Changyi slept all day and night. The next day, she took the specialty she bought on Central Star, and went back to her mother's house for dinner to report her safety. Changyi didn't know that before she went home, someone had already been thinking about her gains, and wanted to take advantage of her. "Mom, I'm here. Make me some soup in the evening. I miss your soup." She took the ingredients she was carrying into the kitchen, and put them away, and said coquettishly to Chang's mother, who was busy in the kitchen. Chapter 57. I haven't seen my daughter for almost a month. I want her to eat whatever she wants. I've prepared it for you. She pointed and asked Changyi to look inside. Your father went to the trading city to buy young chickens early in the morning. He stewed them all morning. Do you want to taste it first? As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, the aroma of young chickens mixed with the fragrance of mushrooms came to my nose. Come and try it. How does it taste? Chang's mother scooped out a small bowl and handed it to Changyi. Unable to wait to take it, Changyi scooped up a spoonful of it with Chang's mother's hand, blew it, and slurped it into her mouth. Mom's cooking skills are great. This tastes amazing. I want to drink more before they come back, so that they won't snatch it from me. Although this method is exaggerated, Chang's mother is the one who buys it. It has not changed for decades. It took a while to coax the old mother into submission. The mother and daughter chatted and prepared dinner. Shan Mufeng was the first to go home today. Today, he did not come alone. There was a golden hoop following him. Since arriving at Chihong Star, it has been following Shan Mufeng to the military department every day, studying hard and striving to become the most powerful formation weapon. The golden stick was favored by the old mother. Before others had dinner, it had dinner first. Mother Chang secretly stuffed it with several energy stones. In the evening, the family had a reunion dinner. Changyi had mushroom chicken soup. In addition, they cooked a bamboo pig that they sent. It was a big pot full of it, occupying half of the table. Mother Chang did not forget the golden hoop's dinner, and prepared a bottle of energy liquid for it. At the dinner table, Father Chang said to Shan Mufeng, "My Yi is young and ignorant. Please be considerate. We have everything we want to eat. You hunted hard, so you can keep the good stuff and eat it slowly. You can't take everything back to your parents' home. You can take it all back when you go back later." He was happy that his daughter was filial, but he didn't want others to think that his family was sucking his daughter's blood and look down on her. Dad. Yi's meaning is what I mean, and what's more, these are all harvested by Yi herself, so you two elders can accept them without worrying about it. Shan Mufeng put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said solemnly. When his wife gave something to the family, they were married and they were one. Changyi could decide what to do with the things in the family, so he wouldn't be so fussy. What's more, these were the things his wife hunted herself, and the Chang family was good, so he was happy to help. Chang's father wanted to refuse. Unable to see Chang's father's unfamiliarity, Changyi pouted and said unhappily, I harvested it myself, and I'm honoring you, but you still don't like it, right? If you don't want it, I'd throw it away. How can you talk like that, kid? Good stuff, others can't buy it, but you threw it away. Fearing that her tiger daughter could really do this, Chang's mother quickly took over the conversation. Move phone. Changyi's father didn't mean that. We just saw that you sent too much this time, and were afraid that you wouldn't have enough. During the period of Changyi's training, the military sent things to her every now and then. At first, it was a few fragrant bamboo pigs, saying that they were hunted by the daughter, so that they could taste it. Later, it was even more outrageous, such as the Polygonatum odoratum leaf that could warm the spirit. In the last few days, they directly sent them the whole thigh of the flying monster. When she sent her a message, she only said that she hunted it, so they could eat it without worry, and there would be more after eating. She was very careless. How dare they eat it casually? If Shan Mufeng is unhappy, where can they find this rare thing to return to them? Until now, the beast's thigh is still in the material warehouse. Dad, it's okay. Just keep the gift from the couple. Why are you so distant from your family? Chang Song followed and advised, but in his heart, he was thinking that if he came across something rare next time, he would leave a portion for Changyi. Halfway through the meal, it started to rain outside, and Chang's mother asked them to stay. The Chang family didn't have Shan Mufeng's clothes, so Chang's mother gave him a new pajamas from Chang Song. They were of similar body shape, so it was just right for them to wear. After washing up, Changyi put on her pajamas, snuggled into Shan Mufeng's arms, and played with his hand. Will you be angry that I'm moving things to my mother's house? Shan Mufeng turned off the light computer in his hand, hugged Changyi, and said solemnly, Since I marry you, I will accept everything about you, and it won't be a big deal to support you. Hearing Shan Mufeng's words, Chang Yi was satisfied, and asked again, why did you really agree to marry me at the beginning? She was forced to take a risky move at the beginning. In fact, she didn't expect Shan Mufeng to really marry her. She just bet that the military would not take advantage of her for nothing. Even if he didn't give her any benefits, he would protect her for a while to stop the gossip. Shan Mufeng didn't answer her question directly, but asked her with a smile in his eyes, aren't you worth it? Cunning man. Chang Yi was not so satisfied with this answer, hummed twice. Shan Mufeng leaned down, his lips lightly touching her forehead, and the man whispered in her ear, I don't need a reason to choose you. Chang Yi's lips curled up slightly, yes. I just like you. There's no need for so many reasons. She adjusted her body, and found a comfortable position in the man's arms, and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, before Chang Jingtai left, he received a call from grandfather Chang Jingtai. You don't want the family anymore? Grandfather Chang never thought that his original decision was wrong. The complaining voice came into his ears. It had been a long time since he heard it. Chang Jingtai almost forgot that he still had a father. Didn't you say you didn't want our family? How can you say that? When did I not want you? Grandfather Chang was used to Chang Jingtai's obedience, and the occasional rebellion made him uncomfortable. Chang Jingtai didn't want to waste words with him, so he asked directly, tell me, what's the matter with you calling me? If there was no matter, Grandfather Chang wouldn't remember that he had such a useless son. On the other end of the communication, Grandfather Chang felt that Chang Jingtai had given in to him, so he deliberately drank a sip of tea, paused for a moment, and spoke with dignity, I heard that EE performed well in the training at the academy this time. Chang Jingtai responded indifferently, not bad. I don't understand the child's affairs, so I don't know. How can you not know? It's such a big thing. Grandfather Chang said with a harsh tone. Chang Jingtai didn't want to tell Grandfather Chang too much about Chang Yi and the others, so he just laughed it off and said, it's their own business, I can't help much, why bother so much? Grandfather Chang got angry when he heard this, and couldn't help but lecture him. What are you talking about? Whether you can help or not, you are still her father. Chang Jingtai responded impatiently, well. Okay, I get it. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I hang up. I still have to work to pay off my debts. Grandfather Chang cleared his throat and said, it's nothing big, I just heard that Chang Yi has made it, and she's on the list of the best, and my family wants to hold a celebration party for her. Lively. Lively. No, we won't. Chang Jingtai refused without hesitation. Chapter 58. Grandfather Chang didn't take Chang Jingtai's refusal seriously, and said to himself, why is it inconvenient? You don't need to prepare anything else. Your sister-in-law and others will help you. Your family just needs to send some monster meat or something as a token of appreciation. How could he have the nerve to say that monster meat was just a token of appreciation? Chang Jingtai was shocked by his father's shameless words. We won't go. We don't have any monster meat. For such an outrageous request, Chang Jingtai refused without any hesitation. When Grandfather Chang heard this, he shouted, are you blaming us? Didn't I tell you to wait for the next batch? I'm not ignoring you. Everyone knew whether to care or not, and didn't want to argue with him, so Chang Jingtai reminded him, we signed the relocation agreement and arrived at Kahangsing. Grandfather Chang forgot about this and slowed down his tone. I forgot about this. Tell me, what relocation agreement did you sign? I told you that the next batch would pick you up. Yes. Come to pick up the bodies of our family of 4. Chang Jingtai has lost his patience with this biased father. Asshole. I'm your father. After cursing, Grandfather Chang suppressed his anger and ordered, well, the venue for this gathering will be changed to your house. We will go there in 2 days. You'd better prepare, don't be stingy and make people laugh. As if worried, he continued to order, you don't have to buy 2 good ingredients, just take some of what he harvested this time, take some of the fragrant bamboo pig monster meat, etc., take more, don't be stingy and make people laugh. Grandfather Chang was getting happier and happier as he spoke. I heard that there are some polygonatum leaves that are good for mental strength. Please prepare some when the time comes, so that I can bring some back to make tea when I have nothing to do. Chang Jingtai became more and more angry as he listened, and was amused by his father's shamelessness. Who said this? You can ask whoever you want. We don't have it at home. Grandfather Chang was just getting excited when Chang Jingtai poured cold water on him, glaring and threatening. What are you talking about? What do you mean your family doesn't have it? You don't even listen to me, right? What are you talking about? My family doesn't have the things you said, and we won't hold a celebration party. Chang Jingtai hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He didn't want to listen to Grandfather Chang's nonsense anymore. He was afraid that he would be angry to death. Chang Jingtai didn't tell anyone that Grandfather Chang called to hold a party, and he didn't want to cause trouble for others. On the other end, Grandfather Chang looked at the disconnected call and trembled with anger. Rebellious son. He is going to rebel. Dad. Calm down. Second son, you have had this bad temper since childhood. He is holding back because of what happened last time. In order to achieve his goal, Uncle Chang pretended to persuade. Grandfather Chang was still angry. No one had talked to him for a long time. Today, he was even hung up by his most obedient son. Is he angry? What is he angry about? He dared to hang up my call. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Do you think I care about them? You don't care, but I do. Uncle Chang complained in his heart, and continued to persuade. Dad! How can you, as a head of a family, care about your juniors? Look, we haven't visited second son and his friends on Chihong Star yet. Why don't we take the time to visit them in the next 2 days? Grandfather Chang said that he didn't care, but he still wanted to. With the excuse given by Uncle Chang, he just went along with it. Okay. How can I, as a father, argue with my son? In 2 days, we will go to see this unfilial family in person. Dad. Isn't this bad? Uncle Chang felt a little uneasy when he saw that Grandfather Chang was urged by the third son to go directly to Chang Jingtai. What's wrong with it? I'm going to see them to give them face. You should also prepare, and go together in a few days. The eldest son's timid character is not as likable as the third son. Chang Jingtai thought that he refused so clearly that if they had any face, they would definitely not come. Unexpectedly, when he got home that day, he saw a room full of people young and old. Hey! The second son is back. Why are you standing at the door? Come in. Uncle Chang greeted Father Chang warmly, making people feel that this was his own home. And Chang found some melon seeds from nowhere, and cracked the shells all over the floor. Her second uncle is so happy to see us that he is dumbfounded. Chang Jingtai was pulled into the house by his uncle. He was still dizzy, and didn't know what was going on. Grandfather Chang looked down on his stupid look. He raised his eyelids and looked at him sideways. Go ask your good wife when she comes. You don't know how to greet guests at home. What's the point of hiding in the room? There is not even a pot of tea, and you want your eldest sister-in-law to do it. What kind of words are you talking about? Taking a deep breath, Chang Jingtai tried to calm his anger, and then said, I go upstairs to take a look. He didn't dare to say more, fearing that he would lose his temper, and turned around and walked towards the room. Look at this. What kind of attitude is this? The big show just started, and before it even started, the opponent ran away. Grandfather Chang was so angry that he was shaking. Uncle Chang had no control over whether the old man was angry or not, but he hadn't taken advantage yet, and would have to rely on him later, so he could only coax Grandfather Chang with words. Dad. Calm down. Don't forget the purpose of our visit. Chang Jingtai went upstairs, and opened the door of the room, and saw Mother Chang lying on the bed. She approached the bed, bent over, and patted Chang's mother, Hua Min. Hua Min. Are you asleep? Su Hua Min didn't sleep at all, but she didn't want to see those people outside, so she hid in the room. Now that the real owner is back, she wants to ask him whether she can live like this. Why are you yelling? Why don't you go serve your old man? Come to me? Not long after the others went out today, Chang's grandfather and his people suddenly came to the door. As soon as they entered the door, they asked her to serve tea and water. They also said that they had discussed with Chang's father 3 days ago to come to her house for a party. They asked her if she was ready, and said that if there were not enough things, she should buy them quickly, so as not to be looked down upon. She was so angry that she pouted on the spot. She originally wanted to ask Chang Jingtai to come back to deal with it, but she was disgusted by their shameless behavior. She simply locked the material warehouse at home, and went back to her room to turn a blind eye, and let them do whatever they wanted. Seeing Su Huamin's attitude was wrong, Chang Jingtai quickly explained, I refused 3 days ago. I never agreed to let them come. Seeing Chang Jingtai swearing, Chang's mother believed him a little, now everyone is at home, just tell me what to do. Chang Jingtai thought for a moment, and made a decision, you stay at Chang Yi's place for a few days, you will go there later, and send a message to Chang Song, asking him to stay at the military headquarters, and not come back for the next few days. I will handle the rest. You solve it. How do you solve it? Chang's mother looked at Chang's father, and asked in disbelief. Chang's father patted Chang's mother on the shoulder, and comforted her, Don't worry about it. Just play at your daughter's house for a few days, and I will pick you up. After the two discussed it, Chang's mother packed a few personal belongings and followed Chang's father downstairs. She didn't want to see this group of people for a moment. Chapter 59. Seeing the two of them going downstairs together, Grandfather Chang opened his mouth and sneered. Can you bear to come out? You hide in your room without greeting the guests. You are really going backwards as you grow older. Hurry up and prepare dinner when you come down. You let so many people wait for you all day. Father Chang stopped Mother Chang from talking and shook his head to stop her. Now is not the time to quarrel. I don't know if you don't have anything to eat when you come to our house. We will go out to buy some and come back soon. Sister-in-law, please help take care of it again. After saying this, Chang Jingtai pulled Su Huan away quickly. As soon as Chang Jingtai and Su Huan arrived at the door of Chang Yi's house, they heard her roaring at the golden hoop from the room. I don't know what the golden hoop did to provoke her again. The smart housekeeper reminded that there were guests visiting, and Chang Yi warned the golden hoop not to practice moves in the room. Recently, the golden hoop felt that he had achieved academic success. When he returned home, as long as he remembered, he had to perform a trick for her. The defense system at home had already been activated countless times. Today, he learned the trick from someone in the military, and he performed it as soon as he came back, messing up the living room. Chang Yi was too late to stop it. After making sure that the golden hoop would not cause any trouble, Chang Yi went to see the visitors. Knowing that it was her parents outside the door, she quickly opened the door and let them in. Dad. Mom. Why are you here at this time? It's not too early or too late, maybe there's something wrong. Nothing. Your mom just said she missed you and came to stay with you for a few days. Chang Jingtai's voice was a little guilty. Chang Yi glanced at him without saying anything, and moved aside to let them go into the house first. The living room was too messy, so she had to take them to the restaurant next door to sit down. Chang Jingtai couldn't sit still, so he ran to the living room to clean up the living room with the robot, and quietly pricked up his ears to listen to the noise in the restaurant. Chang Yi found his old father's guilty look a little funny. What did my father do wrong? Su Huamin took a sip of tea, and said after thinking for a while, your grandfather and others are at our house. She didn't dare to say more, because the last incident made the child very angry. Chang Yi nodded, with no expression on her face, and said to Chang's mother, then you stay at my house for a few more days, I will talk to Dad first. After that, Chang Yi walked towards the living room, stood in front of Chang Jingtai, and looked at him quietly without saying anything. Being stared at by Chang Yi, Chang Jingtai had to stop what he was doing, straightened up, and squeezed out an awkward smile at Chang Yi. Have you talked to your mother so soon? What are you going to do with them? I won't give them my things even if I feed them to dogs. Chang Yi made her position clear, and from that day on, there was no place for those people in her family. Chang Jingtai assured him repeatedly, don't worry. No, I just want to borrow your storage space to clear out the things in the warehouse at home. Chang Yi nodded in response, and was quite satisfied with his performance. As long as Chang's father could keep a clear mind, I give it to you later. You can leave the things with me first, and take them back after they leave. After the discussion, Chang Yi took the Pishio jade pendant back to Chang's father, and then sent a message to Chang Song to tell him about the family, so that he could have a clear mind. After leaving Chang Yi's house, Chang Jingtai turned to the trading city to buy some ordinary ingredients. Since he was not going to let them touch any of the ingredients at home, he had to prepare the ingredients for the evening separately. The people in the living room saw that only Chang Jingtai was there, but Su Huamin was not, so they asked, why did you come back alone? Where's Huamin? Chang Jingtai pretended not to hear, and walked to the kitchen with the ingredients. Sister-in-law, I need your help with dinner. Unhappy with not getting an answer, Grandfather Chang said, I'm asking you a question. Where's Su Huamin? The child misses her. Let her stay for a few days. Chang Jingtai said perfunctorily in a faint tone. Grandfather Chang glared and began to educate people again. She is rebellious. I, as an elder, came to your house, but she actually hid away. Does she think we are monsters? How good monsters are, you can still eat meat after killing them. Thinking so in her heart, she answered lightly, you are my father, not her father. It doesn't matter whether she is there or not. Sister-in-law Chang took the things from Chang Jingtai's hand. They were all ordinary ingredients, without any nutritious ingredients. She looked at him unconsciously. Chang Jingtai lowered his eyes, focused on the dishes in his hands, and washed them by himself. She retracted her gaze, and did not say anything, and started to prepare dinner. As the food was served, the faces of the people sitting there became worse and worse. Finally, Grandfather Chong could not help but start the fight. You let us eat these? You are treating us like beggars. My family is poor, so we can only afford these. If you like to eat, eat. If you don't like to eat, go back to your own home to eat. Pa! He slammed the chopsticks on the table and stood up. I'm full, you guys enjoy. Uncle Chong was unwilling to not see the things he had been thinking about. Second brother, I heard that Chong-yi got a lot of flying monsters this time. Didn't she show you filial piety? Filial piety is my family's business. If you want something, go find your own daughter. After saying that, he pushed the chair and strode away. He was worried that the things in the material warehouse had not been collected yet. Chong Jingtai's tough attitude made everyone feel troubled, but Grandfather Chong and others were unwilling to go back in disgrace. Chang's sister-in-law pulled her husband's sleeve, and the couple looked at each other. Uncle Chong lowered his eyes slightly and held the chopsticks tightly in his hand. Dad, there is something going on at home, so we will go back first. He knew that he could not persuade his father, but he did not want to cheat the second son with his father and others. The last time, they were sorry for the second son's family, but he was too weak to do anything. Knowing that the eldest son's family was cowardly, and not as smart as the third son, he wanted to leave, and Grandfather Chong did not stop him. Uncle Chong looked down on the behavior of the eldest son, who wanted to take advantage and save face. It was better for him to leave, so as not to drag him down. With the approval of Grandfather Chong, Uncle Chong and his wife sped up their actions, packed up after dinner, and left this place of trouble. Those who wanted to run away had already run away. Uncle Chong rolled his eyes, and gave Grandfather Chong another idea. Old second, they are so poor that they can only eat ordinary food. Let's go to his warehouse, and see what we can give him. Humph. He didn't believe old second's nonsense at all. Chong-yi had harvested so many things. How could he not give him anything? After listening to old second's words, Grandfather Chong began to look for Chong Jingtai, old second. Old second. He collected everything in the warehouse, and went around to make sure nothing was left out before locking the door and leaving. As soon as he came out, he heard Grandfather Chang shouting. He took a deep breath, walked to the living room, and asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" In order to achieve his goal, Grandfather Chong was also very patient. "Where have you been for so long?" "Your brother and I wanted to go to your material warehouse to see if there was anything missing, so that we could replenish it for you, so that you wouldn't think I was mean to you." "Humph." Chong Jingtai sneered and stared at Grandfather Chong expressionlessly. He couldn't sit still, so he responded in a low voice, "Okay, go and see if you want." Chapter 60. The empty warehouse seemed to be mocking them. Their wish was not fulfilled. "Is this your warehouse?" Uncle Chong was not giving up. "Yeah." Chong Jingtai could not suppress the smile on his face. The expressions of these people were too funny. It was a pity that he could not take a photo. I wonder if the surveillance camera recorded it. Chong-yi and the others must want to see it. "Dad, I am short of a lot of things. How many are you going to give me?" Hearing Chong Jingtai's words, Grandfather Chang's mouth couldn't help twitching. "Let's talk about this later." Staring at Chong Jingtai fiercely, he did not see any guilt. Instead, he looked away first, sighed, and asked everyone to go out. Here, the father and son were fighting, and the smoke was everywhere. On the other side, Chong-yi and Su Huamin recalled the past and wanted to slap themselves twice. Why were they so sloppy? Grandfather Chong and others had not taken advantage of Chong Jingtai for 3 consecutive days, so they wanted to target Chong-yi. After Chong Jingtai left, they went straight to Chong-yi's house. Fortunately, Chong Jingtai had seen through their evil intentions and had informed Chong-yi early. These people could not even enter the door of Chong-yi's house. As soon as they arrived at the door, they were attacked by the defense system. They dodged left and right, and finally escaped this wave. They were taken away by the guards, who came. No matter how they explained, it was useless. The guards contacted the owner in front of them. Shan Mufeng and Chong-yi both denied having any relationship with them, and insisted that they were the ones who broke in privately. Chong Jingtai even shut down the communication directly. Although the interstellar era emphasizes family relationships, individuals have absolute autonomy over personal property, and no one can infringe on the private property of others. After locking them up for a whole week, Chong-yi finally gave in, issued a letter of apology, and released them. This trip to Chihong Star was a waste of their efforts, and they spent 7 days in a small dark room for nothing. After they came out, they returned directly. Afterwards, Grandfather Chong went to the main family to complain, saying that Chong Jingtai's family was unfaithful, unfilial, unkind and unjust, and wanted to expel them from the family. The main family sent someone to contact Chong Jingtai and asked him if he was unwilling to support his parents. Chang Jingtai said frankly that as long as his parents were willing to come, he was willing to support them all the time, but his ability was limited, and he could not meet his father's outrageous demands. After understanding the situation, the main family rejected grandfather Chang's request to expel Chang Jingtai's family from the family, and advised him not to be too partial. Chang Jingtai's family: the son is a high-level superpower warrior, the daughter is a student of the Talent Academy, and is married to Shan Mufeng of the Shan family. How could such a family be expelled from the family just for some personal grudges? The annoying people left, and the dark clouds hanging over the Chang family were swept away. The golden hoop stick had not been out hunting for a long time, and it was too late to stay at home. Chang'e heard that there were many migrating fish schools near the big river in the south recently, and someone caught a rare and delicious fish, so she asked Su Huamen to go fishing with the golden hoop stick. Before leaving, Chang'e asked people carefully, and found that there were some professional fishing teams with a large number of people in the upper reaches, and the middle was mainly composed of small teams formed by free teams. For those like them who were fishing for fun, they were all in the downstream area. If they wanted to have a good harvest, they must go upstream. The golden hoop stick had not been out for a long time. When he went out, he kept flying in front of them, and circled around them from time to time. They arrived a little late, and there were already many people by the river. Looking around, it was actually difficult to find an empty place on the usually spacious river bank. The mother and daughter were not very active, so they could only walk to the back silently to see if there was an empty seat. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally found an empty seat. This was almost the end of the river, and it would meet another river if they went further. They took out the chairs and placed them. Originally, they only placed 2 chairs, but the golden hoop refused to agree after seeing it, and kept throwing a tantrum, so they also placed a chair for it, and then let Chang'e go. The fishing rod was newly bought, but the bait was not bought. The small insects that Chang'e refined last time were just used to try. Before going out, Shan Mufeng introduced some supernatural powers to her. Now when the box is opened, it is a white and fat big insect, and it is just right to take a fish. Chang'e did not dare to put up the bait, which was all done by Su Huamen. After the preparations were done, the 2 of them, 1 rod and 3 fishing rods, waited for the fish to bite. Next to them was a woman with a child. The child looked about 5 to 6 years old. He was holding a small fishing rod, staring at the water with a tense face, afraid of missing the fish. The woman was an outgoing person. Seeing that Chang'e and her daughter had settled down, she turned around and asked with a smile, "Is this your first day here? I haven't seen you before." "Yes, I heard that you can catch fish here, so I came here to try. I didn't expect so many people," Su Huamen answered casually. "How did you catch today?" The woman looked annoyed. "Oh, don't mention it, I came late today, didn't have a good position, and haven't caught anything yet." As she was talking, the child next to her stood up excitedly, pursed his lips, held the fishing rod tightly, and pulled it back hard. Wow! Before the fish left the water, it made its last struggle, struggling desperately, and the sound of the fish's tail hitting the water surface came. "Oh! The fish is caught, baby, it's great." As the woman praised, the little brother's mouth opened wider and wider, and he pretended to be calm and slid the fish ashore. It should be the first time that the little brother caught a fish. He refused the woman's help and took the fish by himself. As soon as his hand approached, the fish kept struggling and slipped away without holding it. The woman gestured to tell him the technique, and the little brother tried again. With his chubby little hand, he pinched the fish head to force the fish to open its mouth. With the other hand, he pinched the fish hook and gently pulled it off the hook. His bright eyes stared at the fish in his hand, and he looked at it again and again after putting it into the water tank. The little brother's harvest stimulated the golden hoop stick, and it kept lifting the fishing rod, wondering why it had no fish. Chang'e looked at its stupidity, and covered her mouth and laughed. After lifting it many times without seeing the fish, the golden hoop stick threw the fishing rod in his hand, and flew towards the little brother's position. "Golden hoop stick, what are you doing? Come back." Chang'e's call failed to stop the golden hoop stick. The golden hoop stick stretched out its branches, and wrapped around the kid's fishing rod, pulling it in front of him. He picked up the fishing rod, and found that there was still no fish. After a pause, he stuffed the fishing rod back into the kid's hand, and gestured for him to pick up the fishing rod. The kid was confused by the golden hoop stick's behavior. He didn't react when the fishing rod was stuffed back into his hand. He looked at the fishing rod blankly, and then looked up at the golden stick. A stick that can fly and grab fishing rods is amazing. The adults nearby were also frightened by the cleverness of the golden hoop stick. The IQ of this array weapon is not low. Chang'e was so annoyed by the golden hoop stick's tricks that she wanted to disappear on the spot. She was afraid that it would cause trouble, so she quickly put down the fishing rod and walked over to explain to the little brother, "I'm sorry, little friend, it has no bad intentions, it just feels strange to see you catch a fish." After saying that, she pulled the golden hoop stick back. It kept twisting and Chang'e could hardly catch it. "Be good. We caught a fish ourselves, you go and have a look. Don't let the fish run away." Chapter 61. After coaxing and tricking, the golden hoop finally returned to its original position. The golden hoop reluctantly returned to its position, picked up the fishing rod and pulled it up. Splash. The exaggerated sound of water attracted the attention of people around. This time, the golden hoop no longer lifted an empty rod. The slender body kept struggling, and the tail was still condensing a thunder ball in the water, smashing it at the fishing rod. Crack! A crisp breaking sound came, and the thunder eel disappeared into the water together with the broken fishing rod. The golden hoop held up the half of the fishing rod and flew to Chang'e, dancing and waving his hands. It can be seen that he cursed very dirty. The store owner recommended that the best-selling fishing rod was of this quality. She would give him a bad review immediately. "Okay. Don't be angry. If the rod is not good, we can change it. Change to a sturdy one, and you will definitely catch a big fish next time." "What a pity. What you just caught was a supernatural water beast, which is usually difficult to catch. This kind of ordinary fishing rod can't catch it. It needs to be refined by a gifted master." The woman's words reminded Chang'e of something. After discussing with the golden hoop for a while, Chang'e took out the refined insect silk line and matched it with a fish hook and tied it to the branch at the top of the golden hoop. Su Huamen prepared the bait for the golden hoop, and the golden hoop flew to the middle of the river before throwing out the fishing line, stopping in the air and waiting quietly. Su Huamen's fishing rod moved the fastest. She saw the float floating up and down, carefully held the fishing rod, and tentatively dragged it gently. The resistance in the water was obvious, and the thing biting the hook was quite strong. She was not in a hurry. She continued to pull the thing in the water back and forth, and slowly dragged it out of the water. It was a big shrimp, a greedy creature. Even after being fished out of the water, its two big claws still held on tightly. Chang'e also had something on the hook, it's so heavy. "Mom, are you done? Help me pull it." She didn't know how big the fish was, but she felt like she was going to be dragged into the river. Su Huamen threw the big prawn she had just caught into the aquarium, and came to help Chang'e pull it together. The mother and daughter barely held the fishing rod, and were not dragged away by the fish. The two of them pulled the fish out of the water a little bit, and judging from the fish head, the fish must be quite big. Hey. Just after it was pulled up a little bit, it was dragged back by the big fish, and the fish head sank back into the water. The two sides pulled back and forth for nearly 20 minutes, and finally the line broke, and the fish ran away, ending the drag race. Looking at the half-remaining fishing line, Chang'e could somewhat understand the feeling of the golden hoop stick when the little brother caught the fish just now. She was so depressed. It was hooked, but it could still run away. The women next to them saw their actions just now. "You are so lucky. Most of the fish you caught are big ones." The fish ran away, but it is rare to get the supernatural water creatures to bite the hook. "Where did you buy the bait?" "I go buy some too." Su Huamen let go of Chang'e's fishing rod and asked her to change the line of the fishing rod. She smiled and replied, "No, we did it ourselves." "Can you sell me some?" Hearing Su Huamen say that it was hers, the woman hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Chang'e turned her head and looked at her. The little boy next to the woman also stared at Chang'e quietly, waiting for her answer. "I can sell you 1,000 interstellar coins." This price made the woman's expectation look down a little. 1,000 interstellar coins were too expensive. If she couldn't catch the supernatural water creatures, she would lose a lot. Chang'e saw that she was backing off, and reminded her, "This is the bait made by the gifted master. Just consider it as an apology for scaring the kid with the golden hoop stick just now." The kid wanted it very much. He saw that the fish that just ran away was accumulating water balls to prepare for attack. Their bait can really catch supernatural aquatic creatures. Unfortunately, the woman still thought the price was too expensive. She shook her head and took the kid away. Supernatural aquatic creatures are rare, but if they can't catch them, it's not worth it. They themselves have only caught one fish until now, and it may not be a supernatural aquatic creature. Forget it, Chang'e shrugged and stopped looking at the mother and son. turned around and changed the fishing line and bait with Su Huamin again. This time she replaced all the lines with her own worm silk line. The line she bought was too unreliable. There is no way to change the fishing rod for the time being. Tomorrow, we can consider buying a few fishing rods made by gifted masters. We will just make do with it today. In order to avoid catching big fish again, Chang'e asked Su Huamin to divide a portion of bait into many portions and only hang a little on the hook. If the tools are not good, we dare not catch big fish, but there is no such trouble for the golden hoop stick. After a long time, Chang'e thought that there was no fish on the hook. Who knew that the golden hoop stick was self-taught and stretched out its branches to drive away small fish and prevent them from biting the bait. It wanted to catch big fish. It waited and waited in the lower section, but did not get the big fish it wanted. It dragged the bait all the way up to find the trace of the big fish. Golden hoop stick. Don't run too far. Chang'e was told not to care about it anymore. There was no one in the river. It was safe to fly in the river. Then, the frequency of Chang'e and her daughter lifting the rod formed a sharp contrast with the people next to them. The bait was changed to a smaller one, and the things caught were no more than 3 kilograms, which was much more convenient to lift. After fishing, Chang'e didn't know how many fish she had caught. She cast the line and lifted the rod. The creatures in the water seemed to have not eaten for 8 lifetimes. They bit the bait as soon as they saw it. Their hands were sore. No, Mom, let's take a break. I can't lift it anymore. She caught another big prawn, took it off, and threw it into the aquarium, put away the rod and sat down. She needed to rest. Fishing was too tiring. When she was free, Chang'e looked around to see where the golden hoop had gone. It hadn't come back for so long. She thought to herself that she would go find it after she had a break. Get up. Look there. As soon as she squinted her eyes, she was awakened by Su Huamin's anxious voice. Looking in the direction she pointed, the golden hoop was dragging something. It was flying in front of her, with golden light shining towards this side. The thing it was dragging behind it was causing huge waves. From time to time, you could see its green back. There were still many people on the shore running over here. You can see that they were pointing and talking at the golden hoop and the things it was dragging. The golden hoop was even more excited when it saw Chang'e and the others. The golden light on its body kept flashing, and it dragged the things towards them faster. The things in the water were dragged here by the golden hoop from upstream. The only feeling of relief was gone the moment it was dragged ashore. Just because it was greedy for the big fragrant bug, it was inexplicably dragged to swim for so long. I don't know what this line is made of. No matter how you pull it, it won't break. It can also be immune to its supernatural attacks. The flying stick in the sky becomes more excited when it attacks. Seeing the big thing that the golden hoop dragged ashore, Chang'e gave it a thumbs up and praised, "You are so awesome." She was really convinced. Although she couldn't tell what this aquatic creature was, she knew it was not a simple thing just by looking at its car-like body. The golden hoop rod was praised by Chang'e, and it floated on the water creature, shining with golden light. 2 branches grew from the bottom, stepping on the water creature below. This was a new posture it had learned, and it felt very majestic. The people chasing from the shore also arrived at this time. This is a 3rd-level water creature. Someone recognized it and exclaimed. Chapter 62. More and more people gathered around, talking about the aquatic beast, even discussing its value, which parts were valuable and delicious. Chang'e saw that the situation was not right, so she secretly took a photo and sent it to Shan Mufeng. "Is this formation device yours?" A tall and burly man with arms like tree trunks squeezed out from the back of the crowd and asked Chang'e. The man asked without waiting for Chang'e to answer, and walked forward on his own, looking around the aquatic beast and the golden hoop. Feeling the man's unfriendly gaze, the golden hoop drew a golden light, forcing the man to take a step back. "You have a bad temper?" The man was hit by the golden hoop, but he was not angry, and his interest in it became stronger. "Are you going to use this array weapon?" Seeing that the man had his eye on the golden hoop, Chang'e stepped forward and refused. "No. Please stay away from our prey." The man shifted his gaze to them and asked thoughtfully, "Are there only 2 of you?" The man's words made Chang'e and the others more alert. In the interstellar era, it was common to fight for prey. If you couldn't keep an eye on the prey, you could only blame yourself for your lack of strength. No one could say anything. Chang'e responded calmly, "We are from the military. The main force is upstream, and will come soon." Hands behind her back tightly grasped the defensive array plate. "She's lying. There are only 2 of them." The woman spoke hastily from behind the crowd. Chang'e's sharp eyes quickly locked onto the woman who was speaking. She was the mother of the child's brother. This strange beast was stolen from our fishing area. I'm going to take it back now. While the man was speaking, he called his companions who followed him, and stepped forward to grab the prey. There was no time to deal with the woman. Chang'e called for the golden hoop stick to drive them away. While they were retreating, she opened the defense array and recalled the golden hoop stick. The rest was to wait for reinforcements. Fortunately, the reward given to her by the academy this time was a defense array, which was just in time for use. The man and his teammates saw that Chang'e and the others had hidden in the defense array, and their faces were gloomy. They took out energy weapons to attack the defense array, and they were determined to break the defense array. The superpowers hit the defense array, causing ripples, and the halo on the array became dimmer and dimmer. Su Huamin held Chang'e's hands tightly. What should I do? It's okay, at worst, I can give them the prey. He comforted his mother, and made the worst plan. He secretly prayed that Shan Mufeng and the others could come quickly. It seemed that the defense array would not last long. The constant attacks outside caused cracks in the defense array. Seeing that the defense array was about to be broken, the leading man had a distorted face and smiled confidently at the people in the array. He wanted both the array weapon and the prey. Lung Yu's appearance turned the tide of the battle. Chang'e had never felt that he was so handsome. At the critical moment, Lung Yu controlled the energy weapon and sent out a thunder ball to block their attack. Gao Taizan, you have become more capable. You even dare to touch our military personnel. Lung Yu narrowed his eyes and questioned sternly. It's really your people. He was about to succeed, but this incident forced him to stop. The man was a little unwilling and stared at Lung Yu's face, trying to find a flaw. Lung Yu's face sank, and he sneered. I need to lie to you, she is Shan Mufeng's wife. Gao Taizan gave up and left with his men. The onlookers saw that he couldn't afford to offend Lung Yu, so they dispersed one after another. The woman who had just spoken shrank her head and quietly followed the crowd away. After watching the others walk away, Chang'e removed the defense array. The array device seemed to be unusable, and was only one step away from exploding. Lung Yu looked around the aquatic creatures and said, It's amazing. You can catch such a thing by fishing. Shan Mufeng's wife is really capable. She can catch a level 3 aquatic creature with a fishing rod. No wonder some people get red eyes. I didn't catch it. I caught it with the golden hoop. What I caught is in the aquarium. They are all small aquatic food. Chang'e responded uninterested. Lung Yu didn't take her attitude to heart. He was only responsible for solving the problem and taking care of her mood. It's Shan Mufeng's business. You are weaker than others, and you deserve to have your good things robbed. When he came, Gao Taizan dared not say a word and continued to discuss with her. Are you still fishing? If not, leave the golden hoop stick, and I will send it back after the job is done. Fishing. How could she not fish? The backer has come, why not fish? She came here to fish today, and now she has lost a defensive array device. She wants to make up for the loss. Okay. Then let's move to another place. You can't catch good things in this broken position. Lung Yu is here, and he must not make a small fight here. He ordered the sergeant to send the aquatic beast back to the military headquarters by transport vehicle and hand it over to Shan Mufeng, and he took the others to occupy the place upstream. Chang'e packed up the things quickly and followed Lung Yu on the hovercraft to move upstream. Do you have a fishing rod made by a gifted master? My fishing rod is not good enough to catch big fish. Chang'e asked. If not, she would place an order now, and it would be delivered immediately if she added money. Lung Yu smiled at Chang'e and said calmly, Yes, you can catch as big a fish as you want. The upstream is different. There are no empty people or land on the river bank. The fishing teams have divided the territory and fish in their respective areas. There are almost no people fishing with fishing rods here. There are only a few little superpower warriors, who should have come with their parents, and were sent to fish with fishing rods for fun. Fishing nets of all sizes were cast down one by one, and the soldiers worked together to gather the nets and drag them to the shore. Chang'e looked over to see how the others had caught them. She looked back. She felt that the upstream was not very good either. This big fishing net was full of small fish and shrimps. There were not many big ones, and the number was also sparse, not as many as she had just caught. Had the fish upstream been caught almost? This doesn't look good. Chang'e whispered to Su Huamin. Su Huamin nodded and said nothing. She saw that the people nearby seemed to hear their voices, so she stopped Chang'e from continuing and told her not to say anything to avoid causing trouble. The superpowered soldiers all had sharp ears, and Chang'e thought she was whispering, but in fact they heard it clearly, but they didn't say anything because they saw that they were from the military. Lung Yu also heard Chang Yi's crickets and felt a little amused. She thought that aquatic food was so easy to catch, and she was so self-righteous if she was lucky enough to catch one or two. She would know it later. There were also soldiers in the military who were fishing upstream. A team of strong men were busy casting nets, trying to catch a big one. They just heard that a formation device caught a water creature alone, which was exciting enough for everyone. When the soldier who was picking the water catch saw Lung Yu, he stood up and saluted him. Lung Yu smiled and returned the salute, then asked, "How was the harvest?" The soldier grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and replied, "Not bad, we haven't caught a big one today, they are all small water catches. But overall, it's not bad. We heard that a formation device caught a beast alone, but we don't know if it's true." At this time, another soldier who was sorting the water catch continued, with envy on his face. He also wanted to catch a water creature. "Really? The real boss is here." Lung Yu laughed and pointed at Chang Yi and others to introduce them. Chapter 63. The soldiers didn't react to Lung Yu's words for a while. They just expressed their feelings for the lucky guy, but they didn't expect the real owner to suddenly appear in front of them. "Hi! Jin Hu Bang, come and say hello to them." Chang Yi was pleased by the cute expression of the soldiers, so she let them get close to Jin Hu Bang. Although Jin Hu Bang had been to the military headquarters with Shan Mufeng many times, he was basically with Shan Mufeng's group of officers, and the people below didn't see him very often. Jin Hu Bang liked this kind of moment the most. He flew in front of the soldiers, stretched out his branches in a reserved manner, and swayed gently, indicating that they could shake hands with him. The soldiers also gave him face, and shook hands with him one by one. Everyone would also praise him a few words. After the fan meeting, Jin Hu Bang's desire to perform was directly bursting, and he urged Chang Yi to give him bait impatiently. He wanted to catch bigger aquatic animals for the fans to see. Chang Yi took out a small box of bait, and asked Lung Yu to help him introduce his supernatural power. Lung Yu took the box and opened it to see that it was full of insects the size of a fingernail. "You use this to fish?" "Yes." "Do you want it?" Chang Yi asked him casually. "No need. Such small things. Just catch some small things for fun. The military uses refined fishing nets to catch them. This thing is not suitable." According to Chang Yi's words, he introduced superpowers into the bait. With the input of superpowers, the size of the bait continued to increase. Fortunately, Chang Yi replaced the storage box in advance. "Are you sure you don't want it?" Chang Yi asked Lung Yu again. Although the bait has become much larger, it is still not suitable for their large-scale use. Lung Yu still shook his head and refused. Okay, Chang Yi didn't force it. He asked Lung Yu to help the golden hoop prepare the bait, and sent it to follow Lung Yu. She took the fishing rod Lung Yu had just given her, put on the bait, and found a place to fish for big fish. Su Huamin didn't change her fishing rod. She felt that it was difficult for the two of them to catch big fish, but her daughter was determined to catch big fish, so she let her go. At worst, the line would break and the fish would run away again. Surrounded by people of her own, fishing was more comfortable. She found an empty seat where the little superpower warrior was fishing and sat down, casting the rod in line. There were only children fishing here, and suddenly two adults came. They were full of curiosity. The fat boy sitting on Chang Yi's left glanced at her several times, wanting to say something but embarrassed, looking at her for a while, meeting Chang Yi's eyes and turning back, and then peeking at her again after a while. Chang Yi was so amused by the kid that she asked him, "What do you want to tell me?" The soldier was caught again, his eyes were erratic, and he dared not look directly at Chang Yi, and he said stubbornly, "I didn't want to talk to you." "Then why are you staring at me? There is an aquatic beast on my face?" He is still a cool guy who loves face. After being exposed by Chang Yi, the soldier's face began to turn red, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, "Why are you adults here to catch small fish?" "Who said I'm here to catch small fish? I'm here to catch big fish," Chang Yi retorted with a smile. The soldier obviously didn't believe what Chang Yi said. Don't think he can fool him just because he is young. He has never heard that a hand rod can catch big fish. He thought Chang Yi was lying to him, so he deliberately moved to the side and ignored Chang Yi. "You still don't believe her? Wait and see, little brat, wait to be slapped in the face by your sister." In order to catch big fish, Chang Yi asked Ling Yu to use a lot of supernatural powers. This time, her bait became 1 meter long, like a boneless beast, swaying in the wind from time to time. She asked Lung Yu to help with hanging the bait, and even Su Huamin was unwilling to help. The upstream position is good. Not long after putting it down, the fishing rod moved. The fishing rod did not move when it was pulled. It stood up and pulled hard again. The fishing line jumped straight. Not only did Chang'e fail to pull it closer, but she also staggered forward 2 steps. Su Huamin, who was next to her, saw it and quickly put down the fishing rod in her hand to help. Not only did they not pull up the things in the water, but they also felt that they were getting heavier and heavier. At the beginning, they could still pull it a little, but the fishing line behind them was sinking more and more. Chang'e was about to call for help, and the little cool brother next to her ran over, pursed his lips, and helped pull the fishing rod back. The little soldier was strong since he was a child. He could fight Chang'e and the other 2, but he still couldn't lift the fishing rod. The things in the water seemed to be getting heavier. "Come and help, there is a big guy." The little cool brother was the first to call for help. Following the call from the cool guy, a bunch of little soldiers came running over. They disliked Chang'e and the others for being too weak and taking up space, so they drove them away to make room for them to take over. Chang'e and Su Huamin were squeezed out of the battle, and stood by to watch a group of little soldiers grabbing fishing rods and playing tug-of-war with the things in the water. The fishing rods didn't have enough space, so the little soldiers behind grabbed the waists or clothes of the people in front and shouted slogans to work together. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The little soldiers were focused, shouting slogans, and walking in unison, and the fishing line in the water was dragged towards the shore little by little. "It's out! It's out! It's about to land," and Chang'e and Su Huamin became nervous unconsciously, clenching their fists and shouting slogans with them. Wow! The moment the things in the water were brought out of the water, the scene was quiet for 3 seconds. Wow! There are so many little AO beasts. The little soldier wearing a red belly band at the end of the team opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed. The spherical body, which was estimated to be more than 1 meter long, was densely packed with little AO beasts, trying their best to drill in, fearing that they would miss out if they were too late. The few at the tail were shaky, waving their big pincers, using their companions' bodies as support points, and struggling to climb up. "Quick, quick, quick! It's falling, it's falling!" The hurried shouting brought everyone back to their stunned minds. The little soldiers hurriedly continued to drag it ashore. Aquatic things behaved well once they were ashore. Little Ku urged Chang'e to bring the aquarium to hold it, fearing that one of the little AO beasts would run away. Chang'e didn't have to do anything. The little soldiers gathered around to help Chang'e sort. The little soldier, who was full of laughter, held a little AO beast and showed it to the person next to him. "This one is so big. Mine is also big. Look at its big claws. How powerful they are." The companion was dissatisfied and felt that the one in his hand was bigger. The other little soldiers each found the one they thought was the biggest and best, and showed off to their companions. "This one has a big tail, it must have a lot of meat." They had never seen so many fish caught at one time. Chang'e's aquarium was full, and more than half of it was left. Little Ku contributed his aquarium, but it was not filled. Finally, after picking up and counting, 5 aquariums were full. "Do you want to move it? I lend you the aquarium first, and you have to return it to us later." Little Ku pretended to be an adult and explained to Chang'e. The harvest of incidental personnel like them usually does not need to be handed over to the public, and whoever harvests it belongs to him. Chang'e didn't respond to Xiao Kuji's words, but called Leng Yu's number. "I caught some small AO beasts. Do you want to distribute them to the military?" It's customary to ask clearly. Chapter 64. Leng Yu was surprised when he received Chang'e's communication. He thought she was robbed again. He didn't expect that she would ask this. "No, keep those things for yourself. Do you want to team up with me? I only want half." After confirming that it would not be distributed to the military, Chang'e discussed with the young soldiers. "Really?" Chang'e's words instantly lit up the eyes of the young soldiers, and they looked up to confirm with her. Chang'e kicked the aquarium and told them with practical actions that she was not joking. "Here. I give you half." "Wow!" The young soldiers cheered. "You won't lie to us, will you?" Little Ku was more cautious, and confirmed with Chang'e again. He was afraid that adults would trick children into working, just like her mother, who always tricked him into working for nothing. Although he was not very suspicious, Chang'e suggested maliciously, "No, if I lied to you, you just ran away with the aquarium, and I can't catch so many of you with just 2 people." Su Huamin patted Chang'e when she heard this, and said without restraint, "What if these children really ran away with the aquarium?" Chang'e smiled and dodged her mother's iron palm. She lied to the children. "Who of those who can fish here is not a military family member of the military? The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. It will take only a few minutes to find them. We won't run away." Afraid that Chang'e would suspect them, Xiao Ku promised anxiously. After the two sides reached an agreement, the little soldiers did not need Chang'e to do anything. The older little soldiers directed the younger ones to pick up the broken bait that had just been bitten. Half of the bait was still usable. They were all people who knew how to live. Chang'e did not need to intervene in casting the rod. Xiao Kugu, as the leader, took the fishing rod and walked to the shore surrounded by other children. Throw it there. There are many small AO beasts there. The little soldier next to him kept giving instructions, asking Xiao Kugu to cast the hook in the place he liked. There were too many people giving instructions, and Xiao Kugu was stern and hesitant. Shut up. I find a place myself. The one who lifted the rod was the eldest. When Xiao Kugu gave an order, the children next to him fell silent and did not dare to disturb him. No one disturbed him anymore. He didn't know where to cast the hook, so he chose a place near the place where Chang'e had just cast the rod. Xiao Kugu was also afraid that he would not catch anything. There was a group of little soldiers here to take care of it. Chang'e had nothing to do for the time being. He took out a bag of snacks and started eating. It felt good to have someone working. He also asked Su Huamin if she wanted to eat some together. Su Huamin ignored her. She didn't know what happened to the rod she threw down in a hurry. She had to go back and take a look. Chang'e followed her slowly, and she also went to take a look. The fishing rod fixed there was bent into a bridge by the things in the water. Su Huamin quickly stepped forward to hold the fishing rod, loosen it a little, so as not to break it again. It was a bit heavy to pull it back, so she told Chang'e not to eat it, and help her pull it down first. The two of them finally dragged the fishing rod to the shore, and lifted it up. Well, no wonder it was so heavy. With that little bait, 3 big AO beasts were caught. The last one, with the big pliers, clamped the tail of the previous one and shook it. Hey! It's going to fall. The one on the tip of the tail was about to fall into the water, after the pliers were released. Before he could finish his words, a little soldier ran over from the side, and caught it steadily with a scoop net. He held the net bag higher than him, and ran back to show Chang'e the big AO beast he caught. He was too young to squeeze into the little soldier's place. He happened to see this side, and rushed over with the net bag. Great! Chang'e gave the little soldier a thumbs up and praised him. The little soldier was so proud of Chang'e's praise that he grinned, hee. He also thought he was very handsome just now, and jumped to help Chang'e put the big AO beast into the aquarium. The aquarium was full of AO beasts of all sizes, and there was not enough space. The AO beasts inside raised their big claws, and pushed their companions to protect their territory. Some of them were still quietly condensing small water droplets, trying to attack people, but unfortunately the aquarium beasts that came ashore were basically half useless, and those small water droplets were not enough to wet people. Ding ding ding. It was Lung Yu calling Chang'e, saying that the golden hoop had caught another big fish, and asked her if she wanted to go over to take a look. Chang'e refused, saying that she couldn't catch the big fish, and it was not as fun as fishing with the little soldiers here. Wow! Wow! The exclamations from the little soldiers kept coming. The little soldier who had just helped Chang'e catch the big AO beast heard the noise, fiddled with his short legs, and ran towards the crowd, followed by Chang'e. It was another big harvest. This time, the little soldiers divided the work, and worked together, and moved faster. The younger ones carried the aquarium, and put it next to them, to help watch the little AO beast to prevent it from running away. The other older ones quickly pulled the little AO beasts off one by one, and threw them into the aquarium, trying to waste less bait. This bait is so useful, and those that have been caught are not qualified to eat again. Don't say it, there is strength in numbers. This wave of pulling was fast enough, and the bait was not damaged much, and it can be fished again. According to this operation, Chang'e thinks that this bait can be used for a day. These little soldiers know how to live better than her adults. The little soldiers are very satisfied with their masterpieces, and continue with their fishing rods. For 3 consecutive times, all the aquariums they brought were filled up. The young soldiers surrounded the wave of little AO beasts that had just been dragged up, looking at each other in confusion, wondering what to do without the aquariums. Oh! Put them in a basket first, don't let them run away. Chang'e threw out a few empty baskets. To solve this problem temporarily, aquatic food will die soon if it is not stored in an aquarium. Send a message to Lung Yu and ask him if he has a large aquarium to lend her. Lung Yu didn't expect Chang'e to be so lucky that the aquarium she brought could be filled, so he sent a sergeant to bring the aquarium to her. Today's harvest is good. The array device brought by Colonel Lang just caught a large aquatic beast for them, which is enough for their 3 days of hard work. When Xiao Ming was busy collecting the net with his comrades, Lung Yu asked him to deliver the aquarium to the gifted master. Although he was reluctant, he had to obey orders. Xiaoming muttered to himself all the way, and when he arrived at the fishing place, he saw that the little soldiers who used to fish separately were now crowded together. The other young ones didn't go fishing, but followed a woman to look at a few bamboo baskets. I don't know what they were doing, and they kicked the baskets from time to time. It seems that this woman should be the gifted master Leng you mentioned. Is that the aquarium you want? Xiaoming shouted to Chang'e. He was a little impatient to go back and fish. When they saw that it was an aquarium that was sent over, Chang'e and the other young soldiers shouted excitedly, "Yes! We want it!" They enthusiastically called him to come quickly. Xiaoming carried the aquarium and walked quickly to them and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Look at the little AO beasts." Facing the basket full of little AO beasts, the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. The little soldier didn't even raise his head, and was busy transferring the little AO beasts in the basket to the aquarium. Only then did Xiaoming see clearly that there was a basket full of little AO beasts. These little soldiers were lucky today. They couldn't find the nest of little AO beasts, but they caught so many old ones. Chapter 65. Just as the little AO beast in the bamboo basket was moved, a shout came from the fishing side, "Come and help!" Hearing the call from their companions, the little soldiers ran over to help. Xiaoming saw so many little soldiers dragging the same fishing rod, and they all looked quite skilled, so he stood aside and watched curiously. The moment the little AO beast ball came out of the water, Xiaoming's eyes shrank slightly. He unconsciously stepped forward and stretched out his hand to help pull the fishing rod. With the participation of the superpower warriors, this rod was easily brought ashore. Some dragged the aquarium, some pulled it, and those who fell and escaped were caught by the younger ones and thrown into the aquarium. Xiaoming did not mention going back, and threw the fishing rod into the water with them. The little soldiers caught more with one rod than their big fish net. The more excited Xiaoming was, the more depressed Lingyu was waiting. Xiaoming, this kid, sent an aquarium and even lost a person. Where did he go to be lazy? He called a sergeant and asked him to go and see what happened to Xiaoming. The number of missing people who went and never came back was increased by one. One went and one was missing. Lingyu didn't believe it. He told the sergeant next to him a few words, mainly to pay attention to the movement of the golden hoop stick. The golden hoop stick had been silent for a long time, since it caught the aquatic beast. He went to find the two missing people himself. Lingyu went over and saw that the two missing people were fishing with a rod each, and there were several little supernatural warriors squatting beside them. Chang'e, the woman, was mixed with another group of little warriors, eating snacks in her mouth, and discussing something with the little warriors next to her from time to time. "What are you doing? You don't go back to fish, but fool around with a group of children." Lingyu was so angry that he kicked Xiaoming. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard Lingyu's voice. Then he turned around and greeted Lingyu with a smile. "Colonel Leng, you will know in a moment." The rod was almost ready to be lifted, so he stood up, held the rod tightly and lifted it. "Come on, let's get to work." The little soldier automatically greeted his friends and started to work. Lingyu waited for Xiaoming to put the rod down again before he reacted. He raised his foot and kicked him again, scolding him with a smile. "You kid, why didn't you say it earlier?" He also saw the bait just now, which was the thing that Chang'e asked him to input supernatural powers. He wanted to slap himself twice. Ahem. He coughed twice tactically and asked Chang'e, "Do you still have that bait?" Chang'e didn't want it when she gave it to him, and now she asked her for it again. Lingyu touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. "Yes. Don't you want it?" Chang'e had seen Lingyu coming, and thought he was looking for the two soldiers, so she didn't go forward. "Give me some." How could he know that her bait was so useful? Chang'e took out another small box of bait and handed it to Lingyu, and reminded him, "You can import the supernatural power yourself, and you have your own rod, which is made by a gifted master. Don't use ordinary ones that break easily." After telling Lingyu how to use it, Chang'e ignored him, and continued to accompany the little soldiers to fish for the little AO beast. After getting the bait, Lingyu immediately took out the fishing rod and hung it up, and began to join the fishing team by throwing the rod. Lingyu felt the joy of fishing here. In the upstream large force, the golden hoop was holding the bait and pointing at the soldiers, but unfortunately no one could understand what it meant, so it could only be sent here to find its owner to solve the problem. Seeing Chang'e, the golden cudgel was so excited that the bait on the fishing line was swung by it, and the branches flew up and down. Obviously it was very angry. It was so angry that it ran to Lingyu, and hit him on the head with its branches. Lingyu was sitting there, and was hit twice by the golden cudgel, which made him a little dazed. "Ouch! Ouch! Chang'e, what's wrong with your golden cudgel?" Why did you hit me for no reason? The golden cudgel was still angry and wanted to hit him twice more, but Chang'e quickly stopped him. Change it. Let him change it for you now. After catching the aquatic beast, the golden cudgel was praised by the soldiers and his blood was boiling. He only wanted to catch a more powerful aquatic beast so that they could admire it more. The original bait was eaten by the aquatic beast, leaving only a little bit, so Leng Yu threw it away and replaced it with the military bait. As a result, it turned back and forth several times, but no big beast was willing to bite the hook. It also hit it with a water ball and spit at it. The stick was wet from being hit, and no beast was caught. The golden hoop thought about it, and thought it was all the fault of the bad man Leng Yu. The bait he gave it was not good, and he didn't want it to be praised and envied by so many people. Chang'e explained the meaning of the golden hoop to Leng Yu, and Leng Yu couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth. This stick was really cunning, but it was really his fault. Who asked him to change the bait? He could only honestly change the bait for the golden hoop and apologize to it. The golden hoop reluctantly forgave him for once because of his good attitude of admitting his mistakes. With new bait, he set out again to find his aquatic beast. He must catch the aquatic beast that spit at him. After the golden hoop stick's commotion, Leng Yu had a new understanding of Chang'e's bait. The golden hoop stick returned to the waters where he had just been ridiculed, looking around for the aquatic beast just now, and dangling the bait in front of it. The aquatic beast didn't want to pay attention to this fool, but this time the food it brought smelled a bit good, so it opened its mouth tentatively and bit it, but missed and didn't bite anything. Seeing the aquatic beast biting the hook, the golden hoop stick deliberately pulled it up. Hey! It just couldn't bite it. The chasing game between the two guys started again. You chase, I run, you can't escape even if you have wings. The aquatic beast was angry because of the golden hoop stick, and condensed a water ball to attack the golden hoop stick, taking the opportunity to open its mouth wide and bite the food it had been thinking about. Delicious. The golden hoop stick was hit by the aquatic beast without noticing, which gave it an opportunity to take advantage of. It hasn't had enough fun yet, so now it can only send this guy back to the station and change the bait before coming back. It still remembered what happened before. This time, after the golden hoop brought the aquatic beast to the garrison, it did not let the soldiers help it take it down. It just came to show them so that they could praise it. The soldiers in the garrison saw that the golden hoop brought back another aquatic beast, and they cheered and praised it. They were ready to help drag the beast to shore, but they did not expect the golden hoop to stop for a while, and turn around to continue flying down with the beast. The golden hoop was fishing the beast in front, and the soldiers ran and chased it. Led by the golden hoop, the large army rushed to Chang'e's fishing area. After arriving at the place, the golden hoop breaks suddenly, and the aquatic beast in the water rushed to the shore due to inertia, bringing huge waves, soaking Chang'e and others. Ah! Pooh! Pooh! The sound of spitting water continued to be heard. Chang'e wiped his face, not understanding what the golden cudgel was doing. Golden cudgel, what are you doing? The golden cudgel pointed at the aquatic creature that had half of its body washed ashore, and imitated the way it spit, condensing a small water ball and throwing it at Chang'e's face. Chapter 66. Good fellow, the water that had just been wiped off was refilled by the golden cudgel. Stop! Chang'e quickly stopped the golden cudgel from continuing the action. If she let it continue the demonstration, she could perform a bathing show on the spot. What does it mean? Leng Yu heard from the soldiers that the golden cudgel had wandered around the garrison, but they were not allowed to collect the aquatic beasts. I don't know what they are doing. Chang'e looked at Leng Yu's expression and couldn't describe it. He was half responsible for her being soaked. Because he had replaced the golden cudgel's bait before, it now forgave him, but it didn't trust him. Ah! Sighing, Leng Yu asked the soldiers to drag the aquatic beasts away first. Chang'e walked to the golden cudgel and analyzed with it that it could let the soldiers take the prey at the garrison and then come to her for new bait. There was no need to make such a big fuss. After sending the golden cudgel away, Leng Yu discussed with Chang'e how to use the bait on a large scale. Try it, sprinkle it in small pieces. Will it work? Will it be useless if it's separated? Chang'e didn't waste time talking to him, and took him to see Su Huamin's harvest. It just so happened that Su Huamin was holding a fishing rod, so Chang'e asked her to give the rod to Leng Yu so that he could feel it for himself. Different from their whole bait, Su Huamin's hook only had bait the size of a little finger. It didn't catch much, but the bite was fast, and basically there was no need to wait, and it would be hooked immediately after throwing it down. Knowing that the bait can still be used if it is dispersed, and the effect is not bad, Leng Yu took the small box of bait given by Chang'e back to the fishing team for testing. Leng Yu was more cautious. He only separated the palm-sized bait for the first time, chopped it carefully, and mixed it with the original bait of the military in a 1-to-1 ratio, and personally scattered the bait evenly on the riverside. The bait slowly spread with the waves. In a short time, the water surface was like a pot of boiling water, with the bait scattered as the center. Various aquatic fish and shrimps rushed to swim in, fearing that they would be one step slower than their companions. Many fish were squeezed out of the water and jumped forward. Quick! Quick! Cast the net quickly, don't let them run away. With the shouts of the sergeant, large and small fishing nets were put into battle. It was too late at all. Many fish and shrimps on the shore fluttered directly up. Several people in the logistics department were reluctant to give up the fish and shrimps they had caught, and they had to pick up the fish and shrimps on the net. They wished they could turn into octopus monsters. There were not enough people, so they could only watch the fish that were caught in the net escape. Don't catch those small fishes, hurry up, come here to help. Lung Yu urgently called Chang Yi to bring the young soldiers back, because the logistics department was seriously short of manpower. Is the effect so good? With so many people, they are still too busy. Chang Yi calls on the little soldiers to pack up and help. Wow! There are so many aquatic fish and shrimps. The moment the big fishing net is put down, the small mountain of fish and shrimps is scattered. The fishing team is busy. Seeing the little soldiers coming, the sergeant in the logistics department calls them to come and help sort. The little soldiers came back to their senses and quickly joined the sorting team, working hard. There was something to do, and I didn't feel like taking a break. Chang Yi looked here and there all morning, and she never stopped eating snacks, and she didn't feel hungry. When Shan Mufeng arrived, he saw Chang Yi holding snacks in her hand and walking around the place. Wherever there was excitement, there was her figure. Stopping Chang Yi's steps to watch the excitement, Shan Mufeng lowered his head and asked softly, "Have you eaten?" "Eat? Is it time to eat? Don't you feel hungry?" Everyone was busy fishing. No one mentioned eating, and Chang Yi herself didn't feel hungry. Dan Mufeng took the snacks from her hand, frowned slightly and reminded, "Don't eat snacks now. Empty your stomach. Save it for eating later. Go play for a while. I call you when you're ready. Remember to eat next time." "Yeah." Chang Yi nodded and smiled obediently. She knew it was for her own good. Women's bodies are more delicate. They need to be well taken care of to live longer. Watch Chang Yi jump away and go find her friends. Dan Mufeng prepared lunch for Chang Yi, watched her finish eating, and then let her go. At this time, the lunch of others was also ready. Time was tight, and the logistics simply steamed it in one pot. Fresh aquatic ingredients, specially picked larger ones, no other seasonings, dipped in soy sauce and vinegar, a bite, tender and chewy. Lung Yu had time to chat with Shan Mufeng at this time. "When did you come?" Shan Mufeng replied, "I just came here not long ago." "How come you have such a good harvest today? Which talent master has released a new array device?" "Usually, the harvest is not so good. The fishing team with bad luck can't catch enough to consume by their own team." Lung Yu swallowed the meat in his mouth and replied with a smile, "You don't know? What should I know?" Shan Mufeng didn't understand what Lung Yu said. "This time, I used your Chang Yi's bait. Everything else is the same as before." As he said that, Lung Yu seemed to think of something and sped up his eating. "No, I want to ask Chang Yi how much of this bait is left. If there is enough, we will change places tomorrow. The aquatic population here is still too small." Shan Mufeng thought about how effective Chang Yi's bait was. Lung Yu was a man of this character. He didn't say anything on the surface. He sat for a while, and went to the fishing team outside to see the situation. Lung Yu went to find Chang Yi after dinner and asked her, "Do you have much bait left?" Chang Yi asked in confusion, "What do you want to do?" "There is still a little." "Is the catch not enough?" "It shouldn't be. I heard from others that some fishing teams don't catch enough for the team members to eat. They have a lot of harvest here." "Only a little? I was thinking about going to a bigger place tomorrow to catch some big ones." Lung Yu was a little disappointed. If there was less bait over there, it would not be enough. Chang Yi thought about it and replied, "If it's not enough, you can try to ask my classmate to see if I can give you some." I gave her some. "You still have some to give to others. How can you give it to others?" Hearing Chang Yi say that she gave it to others, Lung Yu became anxious. Chang Yi didn't like what he said and didn't bother to pay attention to him. It was her own stuff. She could give it to whoever she wanted. Dan Mufeng didn't say anything to her, so why did he make such a fuss here? No. Knowing that Chang Yi was unhappy, Lung Yu still had to say, "Which classmate did you give it to? Can you ask her to return it, and we will pay for it? I want to be proud." I won't ask for someone else's stuff if I give it away. You can ask her if she is willing to sell it. Chang'e wouldn't ask them to do that, but she also told Leng Yu that she gave some to Murong Xian. Afraid that Murong Xian would be fooled by Leng Yu and sell the bait cheaply, he sent her a message privately, telling her that the little bugs can catch aquatic animals. Chang'e didn't want to help Leng Yu contact, so Leng Yu found someone to contact himself to see if he could get all the bait back from Murong Xian. The Murong family is a large family. Although Leng Yu does not have Murong Xian's direct contact information, his sister Leng Hui is also a gifted master and should have her contact information. Chapter 67. Leng Hui actually knew Murong Xian, and they had a pretty good relationship. When she received a call from Leng Yu asking her to ask Murong Xian what kind of small insect bait she wanted to buy, she was nonchalant at first, but when she heard Leng Yu say that if she could get it, he would give her 10 kilograms of aquarium fish and shrimp, she immediately became interested. Murong Xian had exceeded her training mission this semester, and she was so free and easy when she went home during the holidays. The gifts given by the elders in each room alone had made a qualitative change in her little private room, and she was praised by people at home every day. Murong Xian saw Leng Hui's call and happily answered, "Leng Hui, why did you think of calling me?" They hadn't seen each other for a long time, since Leng Hui and the military moved to Qiheng Star. Xian, do you still have the small insect you refined? Can you give me some? I exchanged things with you. Leng Hui didn't beat around the bush with Murong Xian. Are you going to fish for aquatic animals? Who will be there? Can you take me with you? She saw the message Chang'e sent her. Now Leng Hui asked about this again. It should be a team to go fishing. It just so happens that she is a little bored at home recently. Murongxuan's reaction was not what Leng Hui expected. Aquatic animals? Leng Yu didn't tell her that the little bugs he asked her to get were used to fish for aquatic animals. No, she had to ask for clarification. Leng Hui chatted with Murongxuan for a few more words, and said that she would give her news later, then hung up the call, and went to find Leng Yu. As soon as Leng Hui said that, Leng Yu knew that his plan would not work, so he asked Leng Hui to tell Murongxuan that she could take her with her and meet at Haolon Star early tomorrow morning. After making an appointment with them, Leng Yu applied to Admiral Yang Lahang to change the place with the fishing team tomorrow. Before the team was withdrawn, the Golden Hoop sent another aquatic animal, which put a perfect end to the fishing that day. The next day, before dawn, Chang'e was awakened by Shan Mufeng. Haolon Star was far away, and it was also the gathering place of large fishing teams. They had to go there early to occupy a good place. After getting on the airship, Chang'e was shocked by the scale of today's trip. Isn't it just to catch some aquatic food? Why are there so many people? Looking at the crowd walking back and forth, there must be more than 200 people. He hugged me. As soon as he got off the airship, he felt Murong Xian's enthusiasm. Cough, cough, cough. Let go. Let go, I can't breathe. It's the most difficult to accept the favor of a beauty, especially a beauty with great strength and enthusiasm. Yee! Don't you miss me? Murong Xian loosened her tightly clasped hands and pulled Chang'e's arm to shake. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. But don't shake it anymore, your arm will break. This woman's hand strength is really not small. Leng Hui pretended to be angry and asked, Murong Xian, you can't see others, right? How could that be? My dear Hui Hui. The rain and dew were equally shared, which made Murong Xian understand. The meeting of the three girls of similar age ended, and they walked around the island hand in hand. The stationing site was not ready yet, and the official fishing would have to wait for a while. Haolon Star is an ocean planet, and the entire planet is covered by water. 90% of the area, every year during the fishing season, there are countless fishing teams coming to this planet to fish. When they arrived, there were already many fishing teams on the planet. Leng Yu and his team found an uninhabited island at the end to dock, which was a little far from the fishing teams on both sides. Yesterday, Murong Xian suddenly said that she wanted to come to Haolon Star to fish with her friend's fishing team. Her family didn't agree at first, but they couldn't persuade her. Later, the elders of the family contacted Leng Yu. After understanding the situation, they simply asked Murong Yao and his family to go to Haolon Star with their fishing team to cooperate with Leng Yu and his team to fish. Both parties are experienced in fishing. After choosing a place to stay and making some adjustments, they officially started fishing. The people in the military have already adapted to Chang'e's strange bait. The Murong family has never seen it before. Seeing a worm the size of a fingernail become the size of an arm, the members of the Murong family fishing team forgot to close their mouths. I have never heard that a gifted master can refine this thing, that I don't know whether it is a calculation device or a potion. The large monsters in the water will attack the boats, so the fishing team's floating boat can't stay on the sea for a long time. Lung Yu divided the bait, mixed it with other baits, and sprinkled it on the selected fishing spot like yesterday. The waves slowly sent the bait far away. Today, there is enough bait. Halon Star has rich aquatic resources. Groups of aquatic creatures are rushing here. The calm water surface is covered with waves. Standing on the shore and watching, you can't see where the end of this wave of aquatic creatures is. Lower the net. With an order, the huge fishing net is shrouded above the aquatic creatures. Under the operation of the superpower warrior, the large mechanical arm lifted the fishing net, and the creatures in the net suddenly left the water and struggled in panic. The fishing net was opened, and a heavy rain of aquatic creatures fell on the empty table. If the fish and shrimp piled up yesterday was a small mountain, then today's net is a mountain of aquatic creatures. As soon as the aquatic creatures fell, the people in charge of logistics rushed up and sorted them quickly. People like Shawnee and others who were not quick-witted were sent to the shore to pick up the fish that slipped through the net. Affected by the bait, many aquatic creatures crawled up the shallows on the shore. They were all small creatures with shells, which were the best snacks. Each of them looked small in size, but their short legs moved very quickly, and they could dig a hole and bury themselves in a short time. There were too many of them, and the clamps could not catch them at all. Murong Xian was anxious to give up the clamps and catch them directly. Changyi was afraid of being caught, so he used a small bamboo basket to catch them. This was much more efficient, but it was inevitable that some mud and sand would be brought with it, but it was okay, just let it sit in the water and shake it. Lung Hui's long skirt was already soaked for the most part, and she didn't care about her image at this moment. Aquatic creatures with shells are not often encountered. The waters of Howlon Star are vast, and the Golden Hoop was very excited to get here. It felt that there were many large aquatic animals here, so it urged the soldiers to help it hang the bait, and it jumped out impatiently. Changyi had been catching fish for more than half an hour, and the aquarium was almost full. She asked Leng Hui to bring it back first, because they couldn't carry more. The sergeant from the logistics department saw them, and hurried to follow them. Are there so many on the shore? The aquarium in their hands was not light. Leng Hui nodded. There are many, let's drink some water, and take a break, and then go back. There is another person waiting over there. The sergeant next to them took out an empty aquarium and gave it to them. There are drinks and fruits over there, you can take a rest there. This time the harvest was good, and the supply manager who followed was generous, and moved 3 boxes of popular drinks, and 2 boxes of nutritious fruits. In the past, let alone nutritious fruits, there was not even a bottle of drinks. The fodder was prepared. What could the cows and horses do? Naturally, they took up their tools, and continued to struggle. Murong Xian didn't slack off. When she arrived, the other aquarium was also full. This time, Changyi was at the beach, guarding the aquarium and continuing to work hard. Chapter 68. The sky gradually darkened, and the fishing team collected the nets and did the final cleanup, ending today's fishing. After it got dark, Changyi and the others walked and chatted, discussing tomorrow's plan to pick up leeks, and return to the camp with the final harvest. The time was too short to count the specific quantity. When eating in the evening, the material officer did not clearly state the number of harvests that day, but from the ingredients in the evening, it can be seen that he must be very satisfied with today's results. In the evening, in addition to the aquatic creatures harvested today, the logistics and material department also contributed a lot of nutritious ingredients. Changyi also received a box of nutritious fruits with good taste in private, and Murong Xian also received a small bag of nutritious fruits, all of which were common varieties. Leng Hui, who got in through the back door, did not receive this treatment. Everyone was very happy when talking about today's harvest, except for the golden hoop stick, which was low-key all day. After going out in the morning, they did not come back until they finished eating. The hook was empty, and there was no trace of prey around. Empty rods are common, and no one takes it seriously. When the supply officer saw it coming back, he gave it dinner, a bottle of energy liquid. Today, the golden cudgel was embarrassed for a moment, so he ran away without taking it, pretending to refuse. The supply officer was amused by the golden cudgel's behavior. You're welcome, it's what I want. It accepted it. Since they had a good harvest, they wanted to find some sense of accomplishment from others. The logistics department contacted other fishing teams to get information. When it comes to supply issues, they are all 1,000-year-old foxes, talking about this and that, and none of them will give a straight answer. Those with good harvests are afraid that you will take advantage of them and grab their territory. Those with bad harvests will never give you a chance to show off. The final statistical result is that every family is okay. Whether it is true or not, it depends on how you think. Chang'e has no idea about this kind of rhetoric analysis, but the people in the logistics department have a very clear analysis. The man surnamed Chow has a good catch today. You can hear him laughing like a fool. Go to his place to ask if you have time. I don't know if Lao Chai can make a profit today. The voice just now sounded a little weak. After the people in the logistics department got the news, they analyzed it one by one. If the harvest is good, you can go and observe to see if they have any seals. If the harvest is not good, you have to be careful of them coming to inquire about the information. Murongxian listened with relish, eating fruit and gossiping. Does anyone have a better harvest than us? The sergeant in the logistics department laughed. I guess not. After that, he took a sip of tea. After dinner, everyone strolled back to the temporary airship to rest. Not long after, a strong wind blew outside, and the waves were blown up by the wind, hitting the rock wall, raising huge waves. The airship's shield was opened urgently to isolate the strong wind and huge waves outside. Everyone fell asleep to the sound of the waves that night. When they woke up in the morning, the sea was calm, as if the scene last night was an illusion, and the traces of fishing left by them yesterday on the shore had disappeared without a trace. There were no smuggled fish on the shore at this time. Chang'e and Murongxian were talking, and went together to the small pond surrounded by reefs that they saw yesterday. Put on waterproof fishing clothes, take a small basket, hold the reef, and carefully test with your feet first to confirm that there is no problem before standing down. No one has been to the small pond. The water level is not high, just above the ankles. The water surface is calm, and has not been muddy for the time being. The mud and sand below can be clearly seen. It seems like there is nothing? Murongxian glanced around, bent down, and fumbled around her feet, thinking she could find a treasure, but there was nothing. Chang'e stared at the dark reef in a daze. She seemed to have just seen the reef move. Without responding to Murong's words, she took out a small shovel and gently tapped the reef that had just moved. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was wrong. This was really not a reef. Chang'e opened her eyes wide, observed carefully, and looked for the position of the shovel. After tapping a little bit, she finally found the edge gap of the small reef. The small shovel was aimed at the gap and tapped continuously, 1, 2, 3 times, and with a thump, the small reef was knocked down by Chang'e and fell into the water. Chang'e bent down to pick it up, turned over the shell of the small reef, and the golden skirt continued to shrink inward. Is this abalone? Murongxian exclaimed. Isn't it said that this thing rarely appears? Chang'e's luck is too good. Chang'e put away the black abalone and tried to shrink her body, pretending that she didn't exist, and then nodded in response. Following Chang'e's instructions, Murongxian embarked on her journey to eliminate black abalone. When Linghui got up in the morning, they were nowhere to be seen. She followed the others to pick up seafood and waited for them, but no one came. The aquarium she brought was full, so she sent it back to the station with others and took the time to call Murongxian. When she received Linghui's call, Murongxian had just discussed with Chang'e whether to send some back first, because there were too many baskets in the basket and they couldn't carry them. Hui, drive a small transport truck over and bring a few more baskets. With Linghui's delivery, she and Chang'e wouldn't have to make this trip. It was so cool to dig black abalone. One knocked one, and one was 100,000. She could knock until the end of time, and didn't want to waste a minute or a second. Linghui drove a small transport truck over to the address given by Murongxian. Seeing 2 people holding shovels and constantly knocking rocks, she asked, "What are you 2 knocking rocks for?" Murongxian said without even turning her head, "Knocking rocks for fun." Stopping the knocking action, Chang'e rubbed his sore wrist, squatted down to pick up the black gold abalone he had just knocked down, and handed it to Linghui. "I give it to you to eat." It was just picked up from the water, and there was still water dripping from it. The shell looked hard, but the bottom of the tentacles felt chewy and soft. Linghui was confused by Chang'e, and almost threw away the things in her hand. Fortunately, she had sharp eyes, and saw the golden edges. "What are these reefs?" Linghui still couldn't believe that these inconspicuous reefs could be related to expensive nutritious ingredients, such as black gold abalone. "You can find out if you knock it yourself." Chang'e gave the shovel to Linghui. She didn't have Murongxian's endless energy. After knocking for so long, her wrists were a little numb, and she needed to rest. Linghui took over Chang'e's job and knocked the black gold abalone. From the first one she knocked, she stopped chatting like Murongxian. She was full of strength and kept repeating 100,000, 100,000 in her mouth. She knocked harder and harder. Chang'e shook her head and ignored the two women who were blinded by the black gold abalone. After knocking for so long, she didn't know how many there were. Chang'e stretched his head to look into the basket. It was pitch black, and he couldn't count them. He used his hands to pry the basket and tried to shake it, but it was too heavy, and he couldn't shake it. It seemed that a few of them didn't like to move. Maybe they were dead. He looked again, and still didn't move. If it didn't work, he would send them back and put them in the cold storage. It seemed that it was not realistic to ask Leng Hui to drive back. Chang'e also wanted to go back and see what others had gained. Chang'e shouted to the two people who were working hard, "I will send these back first." Murongxian and Leng Hui waved their hands to show that they understood. No one could disturb them from making money. Chapter 69. When we returned to the garrison, a sergeant came up to help us move the bamboo basket from the car. "Why didn't you bring an aquarium? It's easy to kill seafood in this kind of bamboo basket." As he spoke, he leaned into the basket and looked, "Slow down, don't shake." Chang'e helped to hold it. She was so young, why was her hand still shaking? The sergeant swallowed his saliva, held the bamboo basket firmly, walked into the house quickly and put it down, picked up a piece, and looked at it carefully in his hand. It was a real black gold abalone. Black gold abalone for lunch? Chang'e also wanted this thing. The sergeant was a little hesitant. The material officer might not agree. With so many people eating, how much would be enough? He hesitated. "I ask first." "Okay. Ask now." Chang'e watched the sergeant dial the communication. If he didn't let her eat, she wouldn't look for him. The material officer who came with him, this time was named Qian. You can tell how calculating he is by the surname. When he received the sergeant's communication, he thought he had heard it wrong. He was still dreaming. As soon as Adjutant Qian came in, he asked, "Where is the black abalone?" He wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. After he had enjoyed it enough, Chang'e asked again, "Can we have black abalone for lunch?" Adjutant Qian waved his hand and agreed generously, "Yes. How do you like it cooked?" "Scallion oil, steamed, or braised is fine." Chang'e was happy. She wanted to eat the good things she had harvested as soon as possible. She wanted to eat them all. She replied, "Scallion oil for lunch, and let the chef braise it in the evening." "Okay, I braise it for you in the evening. Come back early for lunch, and I make arrangements for you." Adjutant Qian was in a good mood and easy to talk to. He agreed with a smile. Chang'e was happy to be able to eat good things. She ran out to drive the transport truck. She wanted to share this good news with her friends. On the way, I hummed a little song. "Today, the people are so happy. So happy." I was in a good mood and drove fast. When we got to the reef pond, I got off the car and said, "How are you guys doing? Do you want to take a break?" "I tell you." Chang'e opened her eyes wide and stared at the fish at Leng Hui's feet. "What do you want to tell us?" Chang'e stopped talking halfway. Murongxian turned her head and asked her curiously. Leng Hui turned around and looked at Chang'e in confusion. Don't move, wait for me." Chang'e stopped them from moving. "What should I do? These three weaklings with no fighting power, it must be too late to go back and find reinforcements." Broken Hand, why are you making trouble at this time? Don't shake, calm down, and frantically search for the storage device. I found it. Fortunately, she brought the fishing rod. Now there is no superpower warrior to help her import superpowers, so she can only directly hang the bait on it. I don't know if it will work, and there is no other way but to try. Chang'e tiptoed slowly towards the reef, afraid to disturb the creature in the water. At this time, Leng Hui and Murongxian also saw the creature swimming around their feet. The two almost screamed and covered their mouths urgently, not daring to make any sound. Leng Hui's legs were trembling with fear, and she could feel its powerful tail passing between her legs. It was unknown when this yellow electric eel swam in, and they were too focused on hitting the black gold abalone to notice it. The yellow electric eel has its own supernatural power since birth, and it is a natural thunder-type beast. It is a nightmare to meet it in the water. The three people's eyes followed the bait in Chang'e's hand closely, swimming over, praying silently in their hearts, "It must bite the hook, it must bite the hook." Huh! The rapid breathing sounded unusually loud at this moment, and they felt their hearts were about to jump out. Paw paw paw. The sound of the tail hitting the water surface sounded, the hook was bitten, and Chang'e used all her strength on the shore to control the fishing rod to prevent it from slipping out of her hand. Leng Hui and Murongxian seized the opportunity, climbed ashore with their hands and feet, and helped Chang'e grab the fishing rod. The three of them finally pulled it out of the water together. The three people who were slumped on the ground had no strength to care about the yellow electric eel that kept bouncing on the ground. Murong Xian hugged Chang Yi's face and kissed her hard twice. She was saved. I love you so much. Lang Hui was not so familiar with Chang Yi. She just smiled and said, Sister, thank you. Finally alive. Okay. I'm glad you're fine. Why are you being so polite? Wipe off Murong Xian's saliva, Chang Yi said disdainfully. Look, it's all your saliva. What did you just want to tell us? After returning to her senses, Murong Xian remembered what Chang Yi had not finished saying. Calming down her pounding heart, Chang Yi responded, Oh, I just wanted to tell you to eat steamed black abalone for lunch. No. Murong Xian stared at the yellow electric eel fiercely and said, We won't eat black abalone for lunch. We eat it. Murong Xian looked like she was going to eat the yellow electric eel alive. With the powerful fighting power of the yellow electric eel, Chang Yi had only heard of it, but had never eaten it. Today was the first time she saw the real thing. It was said that its taste was proportional to its degree of danger. Okay. Eat it. Chang Yi climbed up and picked up the golden eel. Anyway, they didn't dare to go into the water to knock on the black abalone, so they simply went back to the camp first. Adjutant Qian saw Chang Yi coming back so soon after leaving, and in such a mess, and asked curiously, What are you doing? Adjutant Qian, we need to have a snack at noon. We need to eat yellow electric eel. At this time, Murong Xian did not show any signs of fear, and happily asked Adjutant Qian for a request. Adjutant Qian was choked by Murong Xian's words. Eat, if you can catch it, I will ask someone to make it for you. Yellow electric eel, how much do you drink? People are so floating. Lang Hui and Chang Yi looked at Adjutant Qian and said nothing. Very good, the probability of eating yellow electric eel at noon has increased again. Murong Xian didn't care about anything else. With Adjutant Qian's words, she asked people to help move the bamboo basket and sent it directly to the kitchen. She wanted to braise the yellow electric eel. Adjutant Qian was confused by the looks of the three people. No, it's not right. Did they really catch it? Slow down. Let me see what good stuff you caught. He stopped the bamboo basket that the sergeant was going to send to the kitchen, opened it and looked inside. Pa! He covered it again and walked back with it, saying, I cooked black gold abalone for you at noon. Steamed, braised, and scallion oil, all are made. No! You just promised to do all of them. Murong Xian grabbed the corner of Adjutant Qian's clothes tightly, just not letting him leave. On the other side, Lang Hui and Chang Yi also quietly moved to block his way. Yellow electric eel. If you miss this time, who knows if there will be a next time? The smile on Adjutant Qian's face gradually became stiff. He secretly regretted his broken mouth. You said, why did you speak so quickly? Well, I have someone send you a box of nutritious fruits and a box of energy stones for you to practice. You can't rob by force, try sugar-coated bullets. Chang Yi and the others shook their heads like wave drums. We listen to you next time we catch them. They refused to eat them no matter what they said, and were determined to eat them. Adjutant Qian could only let go and watch the sergeant holding the bamboo basket with the yellow electric eel and walking to the kitchen. In order to prevent Adjutant Qian from changing his mind again, Chang Yi and the other two tacitly surrounded the bamboo basket in the middle and tried their best to block his sight. Chapter 70. Since we can't stop them from eating yellow electric eels, let's maximize their value. Adjutant Qian asked the kitchen staff to make a portion of braised yellow electric eels for the three of them, and to add some ginseng grass to the rest of the soup so that everyone else can have a taste of the soup. The meat of the yellow electric eel can calm the soldiers' restless genes. It is a natural soothing medicine, and there are no side effects after taking the medicine. The soldiers in the kitchen surrounded the yellow electric eel and looked at it curiously. Where did you find it? Do you have more? Dreamers. Young people dare to think and speak. The chef pointed at Chang Yi and the others. They caught it. It was already a dog shit luck to come across this one and catch it back. Chang Yi shook his head. The young soldier didn't hesitate and continued to discuss with his companions. It must be 20 pounds. Look at the tail. The meat must be very firm. The soldier praised and nodded. Everyone agreed. No matter how they looked at it, it was not enough. The more they looked, the rarer it became. The chef said, Today's meal is thanks to the ladies. The logistics department sent us some ginseng grass. We will add it to the soup later. Just hearing this makes people drool. Chang Yi said, I just saw some wild onions over there. I go pick some. The wild onions taste good and go well with the soup. The chef replied, Pick more. If you don't, it will be tasteless. Be careful. Thinking that she can have a delicious meal at noon, Chang Yi happily left to find wild onions. The place where wild onions grow is relatively close to the inside. She drove a small energy car there. The soil layer on the island is relatively thin, and there is no tall vegetation. She arrived at the place quickly. It rained heavily last night, and the moisture on the ground has not completely dried up. Ouch! She was busy picking wild onions, and didn't pay attention to her feet. She didn't step firmly and slipped. She fell directly on her buttocks, and subconsciously supported herself on the ground with both hands. Hiss, hiss. The palm of her hand was burning with pain, and Chang Yi blew on it with her mouth. She didn't bring the treatment device with her, so she could only deal with it casually for now and go back. Hiss. Chang Yi screamed. Her eyes were slightly red, and her expression was in pain. Unlucky, it seemed that her ankle was sprained. She just stood up halfway and sat back down again. She took off her shoes and socks and saw that her ankle was swollen like a pig's hoof. There was a dent when she pressed it. There was nothing she could do but ask for help and wait for someone to come to rescue her. Chang Yi sat there, looking at the stone next to him. The more he looked at it, the more he disliked it. He took out a small shovel and smashed it. The place where the skin was broken by the shovel looked a little different. He continued to knock and hit the broken skin. As the exposed area increased, Chang Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his face became more and more excited. She stopped hitting it and started digging the soil around it. As she dug, Chang Yi found something wrong. The egg-sized stone exposed outside became bigger and bigger as she dug. It seemed that it was not a small stone, but a pile of stones. When Shan Mufeng arrived, he saw his wife, with a bare red and swollen foot, lying on the ground and hitting a stone. With a frown on his face, he approached and forcibly picked her up. He said with a reproachful tone, "Your foot is injured and you still don't stop. Look, this is what I just dug." Chang Yi, who was about to struggle, found that the person holding her was Shan Mufeng. She relaxed her body and excitedly held the energy stone she had just dug to show him the treasure. In the middle of the woman's muddy hands was a freshly baked red energy stone. Shan Mufeng's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and his vision moved to the stone that Chang Yi dug. The originally smooth stone pile now had several obvious hollows. His wife's luck is really amazing. She can dig up energy stones by just pulling some onions. Shan Mufeng first carried Chang Yi to the car and placed her. The originally white ankle became red, swollen and translucent. She carefully laid it flat and used the treatment device for treatment. Put the treatment device in the storage space and carry it with you. After the treatment, he reminded her worriedly that he didn't want such a thing to happen again in the future. After confirming that Chang Yi's wound was fine, he notified Leng Yu and asked him to lead the team to dig energy stones. The energy stones have been exposed, and it is definitely not appropriate for them to leave directly. Shan Mufeng did not wait, and strictly ordered Chang Yi not to get off the car. He continued Chang Yi's great cause of digging energy stones. The strength of the superpower warrior can be seen from this. Chang Yi dug for so long and only found a little scrap. Shan Mufeng took out a big pickaxe and smashed it, and whole pieces of energy stones fell easily. Leng Yu jumped out of the car and saw Chang Yi sitting alone in the car, rubbing his hands and asking excitedly, "Where are the energy stones?" Chang Yi turned his head and pointed. Leng Yu saw Shan Mufeng in a half-man-high pit, constantly waving the pickaxe in his hand, looking inside, and then jumping in. He chose a position next to Shan Mufeng, raised his hand and hammered. Stone chips flew, and the red energy stone rolled down with the broken stones. Other warriors brought by Leng Yu also jumped down one after another, and the armor-breaking hammers danced vigorously. The places where the stone piles were exposed were constantly disappearing visibly. Leng Yu and his team were digging energy stones. Shan Mufeng jumped to the edge of the pit, dusted off the dirt on his body, and told Leng Yu and others, "Hurry up." With so many energy stones dug out, the energy fluctuations that escaped are likely to attract the attention of the talent master. Let's go back to the camp first. Shan Mufeng was still worried about Chang Yi. After the sprained foot was treated, it would take some time to rest, and she couldn't go out right away. Chang Yi nodded and pulled at her muddy trouser legs. She was too dirty now, and she had to go back and clean it up. After returning to the temporary house at the garrison, Shan Mufeng carried Chang Yi into the bathroom to wash up. She had just wrestled and dug energy stones, and her whole face was covered in dirt. There was no clean spot. Shan Mufeng had just helped Chang Yi blow dry her hair when Murong Xian's voice came from outside the door. "Yi, is your foot okay?" Murong Xian held a lunch box in her hand. This was Chang Yi's lunch. She was originally waiting in the kitchen for the chef to cook the yellow electric eel. Unexpectedly, before the meal was ready, she heard that Chang Yi had sprained her foot while picking onions and couldn't come back. It's okay, you see it's all healed. Chang Yi moved her feet to show her. It's good that you're fine. Come on. Try this yellow electric eel. Chang Yi's feet didn't show any injuries on the surface. Murong Xian put her lunch on the table. Mufeng, come and eat with us. Shan Mufeng came back with her, and hadn't eaten yet. Chang Yi called him. Shan Mufeng shook off the water on his hands, and picked up the freshly washed fruit for them to eat. No, I go to the big kitchen to eat. You eat well. Chang Yi nodded and didn't object. Pick up a piece of yellow electric eel meat from the lunch box, and pass it to his mouth. Then try this. Shan Mufeng's eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled and opened his mouth to eat. Although he didn't need this piece of meat, he was very touched that the woman thought of him. Touching her hair softly, don't move after dinner. Wait for me to come back and clean up. He nodded to Murong Xian again, said hello, and then closed the door and went out. Colonel Shan is so gentle. He is completely different from the cold and ruthless person outside. Murong Xian couldn't believe that Shan Mufeng had such a side. Chang Yi smiled and didn't answer. If he was still as cold as an iceberg to his family, how cold would he be? Chapter 71. Chang Yi's foot was injured, so Shan Mufeng didn't allow her to go out in the afternoon and let her lie on the bed to rest. It was too boring to lie alone in the house for an afternoon. At dinner time, at Chang Yi's strong request, Shan Mufeng could only carry her to the big kitchen to eat. After the sun went down, the wind started to blow. Shan Mufeng found a big cloak from the cabinet and wrapped Chang Yi tightly. Don't move, it's windy outside. Chang Yi was held by Shan Mufeng like a child. At first, she was a little embarrassed, but later she felt quite comfortable. Anyway, she couldn't see anyone wrapped in the cloak. She persuaded herself and lay quietly playing with her fingers, and the man still held her and paraded her around. Yo! What kind of treasure are you holding? Leng Yu was rude, and no one else said anything, but he had to point it out. Shan Mufeng gave him a glare, signaling him to say less. Chang Yi was originally thin-skinned. What if she refused to let him hold her next time? Leng Yu curled his lips. He couldn't bear to see Shan Mufeng doting on his wife, but he didn't dare to tease him anymore, fearing that Shan Mufeng would really get angry. Come on, great hero, this is a special dinner for you. At the critical moment, Adjutant Qian presented Chang Yi with a special dinner. Chang Yi's dinner was all delicious seafood that she had picked out specially, and there was not a single cheap one. Today, Leng Yu and his team dug up 1,000 energy stones, large and small, which was comparable to the output of a small energy mine. Moreover, they were all intermediate energy stones with abundant energy. Even without testing, it could be seen that the quality was not bad. There is also a box of purple crystal fruit that has just arrived. Remember to take it back when you leave later. This box of fruit was bought by Adjutant Qian. I also want to eat purple crystal fruit. Does Adjutant Qian's logistics department have any? A woman in a white gauze skirt sitting next to Leng Hui asked. No. Adjutant Qian refused without even raising his eyes. If you want to eat nutritious fruit, you can also find an energy mine for the team, so you can have whatever you want. You are biased. She is not even a gifted teacher in the military. He Qiao shouted loudly. If you give me an energy mine, I will also be biased towards you. If you want someone to be biased, fine. Show your ability. If you don't have it, stay away. Choked by Adjutant Qian's words, He Qiao's face was gloomy. She pursed her lips unconvincedly and winked at Chang Yi with a knife in her eyes. If you are unbalanced, you can apply to withdraw from this mission. Shan Mufeng looked at her and spoke lightly. He Qiao looked around, hoping someone would stand up to support her, but unfortunately, no one said anything. You are all cowards. Didn't you also dislike them having a special meal at noon? No one answered, and the scene was silent. The few people who had played crickets with her at noon wanted to bury their heads in the ground. Others looked at her as if she were a clown. Humph! He Qiao had no choice but to stamp her feet and run out of the restaurant. She was just a junior talent master. The harvest this time was better than ever before, and the danger was less. She just couldn't stand it. Adjutant Qian gave Chang Yi a special meal. At noon, she saw that Chang Yi and the others ate differently from them, but she didn't want to leave the fishing team. Murong Xian snorted at her back as she left. Red-eye disease. If you don't attract envy, you are a mediocre person. After He Qiao's disturbance, Chang Yi ate more happily alone. She likes this kind of thing. You don't like me, but you can't get rid of me. At night, The golden cudgel came back empty-handed again. As usual, he got his energy liquid from Adjutant Qian and asked Chang Yi for today's pocket money, energy stone. After 2 days of no catch, the strange thing was that he was in a good mood. If he could talk, he would sing a song. The next morning, Chang Yi tried to get off the ground and jumped twice. Very good, her ankle was completely healed. The black gold abalone in the reef area has been taken over by the superpower warriors, who are afraid that something else will swim in and cause an accident. Dan Mufeng didn't let her go to the shore to pick up seafood, because her feet couldn't be soaked in water for a long time. Chang Yi, who had nothing to do, strolled along the coastline, and finally chose a sheltered corner to resume fishing. Golden Cudgel, what are you doing? Before Chang Yi could even sit down, the golden cudgel came to make trouble, and splashed water on her. The golden cudgel seemed to be carried by something, and the water waves spread from the middle to both sides. A sharp mouth poked out of the water, making a crisp sound, and then the silver-white head floated up and down the water. Chang Yi could see clearly that the golden hoop rod was riding on the head of the big fish. The smooth skin floated up, and the sea water quickly slid down. This is why you have been going out early and coming back late these days. The golden hoop rod came back empty-handed every day these 2 days, and slipped away early in the morning with the bait. The big fish made another cry, and this time it sprayed an extra stream of water. The golden hoop rod gestured to Chang Yi. It wanted bait to feed the big fish. As his own formation device and his own pet, Chang Yi took out the box of bait, and let the golden hoop rod do it himself, and feed his friend. The generous golden hoop rod directly picked up the whole box of bait, and poured it into the big fish's mouth. After eating and drinking, the big fish made a happy cry and rubbed Chang Yi with its sharp mouth. The big guy was quite sensible, and Chang Yi didn't feel sorry for the box of bait anymore. She reached out, and touched the sharp mouth of the big fish. The accident happened at this moment. There was a sound like a hiccup, and Chang Yi was covered by a transparent ball. Chang Yi slapped anxiously, looking at the film that broke with a poke, and it didn't break no matter how she tossed it. Hey! What is this thing? Let me out. The golden hoop didn't help Chang Yi break the ball membrane, but gestured to her not to move. The golden hoop stretched out its branches to drag the ball membrane, turned around with the big fish, and swam into the sea. Chang Yi put on a small protective shield for herself, sat cross-legged in the ball membrane, and swam to the bottom of the sea with the two of them. The fish seemed to be very afraid of the big fish, and they avoided it when they saw it from a distance. Just looking at its head, she knew it was not small. After entering the sea, Chang Yi felt its hugeness. She was under the belly of the big fish. This position was right between its two fins, but she couldn't see the end of the two fins. She could only see the white giant fins occasionally flipping up and down. Knowing that the big fish had no intention of hurting her, Chang Yi felt relieved to enjoy this magical underwater sightseeing trip. In front of her was a colorful scene. The coral reefs were like huge gardens, blooming with flowers of various colors. The fish swam in the coral reefs, their bodies flashing with colorful light. As the big fish continued to go deeper, Chang Yi didn't know how deep the big fish took her. Anyway, the light around her was getting less and less, until it was pitch black all around. She took out the lighting stone, and could only see about 1 meter ahead. Finally, the big fish stopped diving and moved in one direction. It seemed to be very familiar with this place. This should be its way home, Chang Yi thought to herself. Green light came from the front, adding a bit of mystery to the dark deep sea. Chapter 72. The source of the green light is the dense lingxing grass below. This grass is a low-level spiritual plant. Each plant contains very little energy, but it has a rare characteristic, that is, it does not need to be refined and can be taken directly. And it is precisely because each plant has very little energy that ordinary people can also take it to regulate the body. It likes to grow in dark and humid places. Chang Yi tried to reach out, but her hand still could not pass through the ball membrane. The big fish saw that she wanted these weeds, opened his big mouth, and sucked hard. This mouth was better than a vacuum cleaner. The place that was just full of lingxing grass became bare, revealing the mud and sand underground. The green ball capsule wrapped with lingxing grass was gently pushed into Chang Yi's ball membrane by the big fish. The ball membrane that could not be punctured no matter how she tossed it was so smooth to accept the new lingxing grass ball. The ball membrane directly wrapped the new ball capsule in. Chang Yi tried to open the storage space, and put the lingxing grass ball into the space. There was no obstacle. She tried again, and made a call to the outside. The message still showed that the message failed to be sent. She tried it when she was just wrapped by the balloon and it failed. The lingxing grass outside was pulled out, and the seabed returned to darkness. The big fish continued to move forward with them. The big fish called out to the coral group in front of it. The big fish responded from the coral group. The big fish circled left and right, passed through the coral group outside, and swam into it. Unlike the darkness outside, there was a little light here. The light came from the middle position. It was rare to be connected to the outside world in this deep sea. Another big fish appeared, calling happily, her sharp mouth with a touch of pink. Let's call it Shiofan. Little Pink swam around the big fish, and the two big fishes' sharp mouths touched and rubbed each other. After the welcome ceremony, Little Pink looked at Chang'e in the balloon curiously and made a humming sound, as if asking the big fish something. Following the two big fish to their home, Chang'e didn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. No wonder he saw a little light just now. It was not the light from the outside world, but the light from the energy crystal underground. Above the energy crystal, there is a bunch of plants that look like vines and trees. It is like vines because each of them has many vines extending and intertwining with each other. It is like a tree because each tree looks very thick and tall. The trunk and leaves are light blue, very beautiful. The intertwined vines weave into a natural bed. Looking at the concave position in the middle, it should be the place where the big fish often rest. It was obvious that the golden hoop stick was not here for the first time. It rushed to the energy crystal below with familiarity, and occasionally picked and stuffed a few pieces into its body. Chang'e had no way to take it, but she also controlled the balloon and approached the energy crystal. The closer she got, the more excited she was. It was spectacular from a distance, and it was even more self-lost when she looked at it up close. An energy crystal that was hard to find outside was just like an ordinary rubble here. The treasure could be seen, but not touched. Chang'e's heart was so painful. The golden hoop stick was busy stuffing itself, and didn't know how many pieces to stuff for its owner. After the big fish got home, it ignored Chang'e and the others, and swam to the nest in the middle. After Chang'e tried to summon the golden hoop stick to no avail, she could only sit bored and watch the golden hoop stick get rich. The piece that the golden hoop stick had just stuffed in was too big and stuck there. It was obviously bulging a lot. It took a while for it to digest and return to its original size. Woo! The big fish came with a fish in its mouth, which was as dazzling red as a gemstone, and the long tail was outlined with a golden color. It was a pretty fish. The fish was sent to the ball membrane by the big fish, and the big fish pushed forward with its sharp mouth, indicating to Chang'e that this was food for her. Chang'e was far away from the red fish, looking at the big fish with a smile on her face. It was the top 3 poisonous marine creatures on the list, the kind that could seal the throat with one bite. She waved her hands desperately to reject the big fish's kindness. The big fish didn't understand her very well, and felt that this little thing was a bit picky and disobedient. Translation: Woo! It called out and turned away. It seemed that the big fish finally gave up the idea of letting her eat the red fish. Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief, but she was afraid that it would be stubborn and insist on letting her eat it. She just breathed a sigh of relief here, and saw the big fish coming back again. This time, its sharp mouth was stuffed with bulging, and it rushed towards Chang'e's ball membrane, like firing a series of cannons, throwing various aquatic creatures into it. After the big fish finished, it said to Chang'e, "Woo!" This time, Chang'e understood. This meant that she should pick something she likes and stop being picky. Chang'e smiled bitterly and nodded. She chose a breadfish from the many aquatic creatures. This fish is suitable for eating raw. She dared not eat other fish raw. Seeing Chang'e start to eat, the big fish left with peace of mind. In the following time, Chang'e moved the ball membrane and visited the big fish's nest. She saw many rare things, including the white bones of a strange beast that looked like a house. There were so many good things, but she couldn't get any of them. Later, she encountered a group of stones wrapped in small sacks. She approached them with her own ball membrane, and the small sacks could be pulled in. She was so excited that she didn't care whether the things were useful or not, and directly put them all into the ball membrane. Later, the big fish gave her all kinds of good things it thought were good things, including shiny beast cores, energy crystals that Chang'e had wanted for a long time, ordinary water plants, and some skeletons of beasts. Among them, Chang'e's favorite was a huge sea-suppressing beast shell that the big fish gave her. Chang'e and the golden hoop stick were so happy in the big fish's home that they didn't want to leave, not knowing that the people on the shore were already crazy looking for them. In this deep sea, it was impossible to feel the passage of time. Chang'e and the golden hoop stick began to return with a long cry from the big fish. After approaching the sea surface, Chang'e was shocked to realize that she had been at the bottom of the sea for a day, and it was already dark. At this time in the past, the fishing team had already withdrawn to the station, and the coast would return to calm as the crowd evacuated. The high-hanging lighting stone made today's coastline as bright as day. People walking quickly kept calling Changyi's name, and the supernatural warriors drove the hovercraft to search on the sea surface. Lung Yu stopped Shan Mufeng, who wanted to go out to sea again, and advised, "Mufeng, Changyi should be gone. We have been looking for her for a whole day. If we could find her, we would have found her long ago." When Shan Mufeng couldn't contact Changyi in the morning, he started looking for her. After searching for a long time, he only found traces of Changyi fishing on the shore. There was an empty bait box left there. Looking at the signs there were traces of large creatures landing on the shore. They were afraid that Changyi was trapped by something and dragged into the sea. Shan Mufeng went into the sea several times at the place where Changyi was fishing, and searched the large alien beast nest nearby, but didn't find any clues. "You go and rest first. I drive the hovercraft and look ahead." Shan Mufeng grabbed Lung Yu's hands and said lightly that was his wife. No matter what, he couldn't let her disappear inexplicably like this. He wanted to see her alive or dead. Chapter 73. Lung Yu failed to persuade Shan Mufeng. He was worried that he would continue alone, so he boarded the boat with him to search. Shan Mufeng had a cold face and stared at the sea, not missing a single trace. Changyi had the defensive array he gave her, and ordinary beasts should not be able to hurt her. After so long without any news, he was more inclined to believe that she was temporarily trapped somewhere. Turn left 30 degrees, and go full speed ahead. Shan Mufeng ordered Lung Yu to adjust the sailing direction. He seemed to see the golden cudgel shining. Turn on the indicator light at the top to illuminate the channel ahead. That's Changyi's golden cudgel. Lung Yu also saw the half-stick exposed on the seashore. The golden cudgel went out early, and came back late every day these days. They never knew where it went. Although the golden cudgel came back late these 2 days, it didn't come back as late as today. Maybe Changyi was with it. At this time, Changyi, who was in the belly of the big fish, was also worried. She had been missing for a day, and she didn't know if anyone came to look for her. Would they think she was a jerk and just ignore her? Life in the interstellar era is long, but also short. Every time you go out, there is a risk of death. Whether it is hunting or fishing, it is normal for someone to die. Women and children are even more vulnerable. In addition to the threat of foreign beasts, the extreme weather in the cold season is a desperate struggle between life and nature. So before the cold season comes, all forces will work hard to store supplies to ensure that everyone can safely survive every cold season. Nutritious food can nourish the body, strengthen the physique, and prolong life. Ding ding. The alarm of the floating ship sounded, which means that there are large creatures nearby. Slowing down the speed of travel, Lung Yu asked anxiously, "What should I do?" The detector shows that there is a super large organism under the position of the golden hoop. "Wait here, I go down and take a look." Changyi is his wife. He has the responsibility to take care of her, but Lung Yu doesn't need to take risks with him. Lung Yu thinks his decision is too absurd and refuses it sternly. "No, are you crazy? You are looking for death if you get close to a large sea beast in the sea." Looking directly at the direction of the golden hoop, Shan Mufeng said word by word, "That's my wife." Just as Shan Mufeng was about to go into the water, a huge sack appeared in the direction of the golden hoop, which was colorful and had a lot of things. He squinted and looked carefully. There was a little man in the middle of the sack, which was the woman they had been looking for a day. At this time, Changyi also saw the floating ship in front of her, jumped up excitedly in the sack, and waved desperately at it. "I'm here." Although she couldn't see who was on the boat, and didn't know if the people on the boat could hear her voice at such a long distance, she still shouted hard. The big fish probably didn't want to meet other people, so after communicating with the golden hoop, it dived into the seabed and left first. After the two sides approached, the golden hoop dragged Changyi to fly onto the floating ship. The balloon Changyi was in was much larger than before, with various balloons floating inside. She stayed in the balloon pile, jumping up and down, like a toy in a claw machine. What a weird thing. Lung Yu was amazed at the balloon and patted it with his hands, like patting a rubber ball, which was quite fun. "Let me out quickly." Seeing that Lung Yu was using her as a racket, and had no intention of letting her out, Changyi turned to Shan Mufeng for help. Shan Mufeng comforted Changyi in the ball softly. "Don't worry, we can't open this thing now. We can do it when we return to the base." He had tried to open the balloon, but couldn't. This balloon looked like the legendary thing. They didn't have the tools and couldn't open it. They went back and thought of a way. Fortunately, Changyi was in good condition and should not be injured. "Okay." Knowing that they couldn't open the balloon, Changyi temporarily stopped thinking about going out, thinking that if it didn't work, she would wait until tomorrow to let the golden hoop stick find a big fish. Tell me, what happened to you today? The person was found. Lung Yu smiled and chatted with her. Speaking of this, Chang'e had a lot to say. Her little mouth was chattering, and she didn't finish talking about the floating ship landing. Shan Mufeng found Chang'e and sent a message to the base to inform them that the person had been found, and there was no need to look for him anymore. The missing person, who had been looking for a day, actually came back safely. Anyway, it was already this time, so there was no time to waste. Everyone waited on the shore for them to come back. Chang Yi's strange appearance caused a commotion among the crowd. What is this? Why doesn't she come out? What's in her? Everyone looked at her and talked about it. She didn't look like she was suitable to reminisce with everyone, so she let the golden hoop take her away first, leaving Shan Mufeng to deal with the aftermath. Shan Mufeng raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, bowed slightly to express his gratitude, and said to the crowd, "Thank you for your concern. I'm sorry to bother you today. I will send you a thank you gift later. Now please disperse first. We still have some things to deal with." Although everyone was very curious, they were also very tired after a busy day. Seeing that everyone had returned safely, they dispersed and went about their business. However, on the way back, they continued to discuss this matter, waiting to get first-hand information tomorrow. Shan Mufeng returned to the rest room, where Leng Yu, Adjutant Qian and others were already there, studying Chang'e. "Shan Mufeng, you're back." Seeing him come in, Chang'e felt like she saw a savior. Leng Yu and the others had been making her dizzy, but they still couldn't figure out how to get her out. Glancing at her, Shan Mufeng comforted her. "It's okay, there must be a way to get you out." "Is there a way?" Shan Mufeng asked Adjutant Qian. Adjutant Qian shook his head. He hadn't seen this thing either, but it looked very much like the legendary prison in the sea. "No, it looks very much like that. If it was that, it would disappear by itself in a few days, and there would be no way to break it by force." "You think it looks like that too, right?" Shan Mufeng nodded in response to the expected answer. "What kind of riddle are you playing? What on earth is this?" Leng Yu didn't understand what they were saying. "What this thing? What that thing? What on earth is it?" Chang'e looked at Shan Mufeng, her eyes full of curiosity. What exactly was the big fish she encountered today, and what was this magical sack? "Can the small sack inside you be sent out?" Shan Mufeng did not answer Leng Yu directly, but turned around and asked Chang'e. Chang'e nodded, controlled a small sack filled with stones inside to push it out, and demonstrated to them. "Things can come out, but you can't." Leng Yu asked curiously. He just thought that the things put into the sack could not come out, but he didn't expect that only people couldn't come out. Seeing Chang'e successfully send out the small sack, Shan Mufeng was more certain that the big fish Chang'e encountered today should be the legendary master of the sea, the divine beast Kunwei. The sack that trapped Chang'e was called the sea prison. According to legend, this prison was a gift from a divine beast. People in the prison can walk freely in the sea without being disturbed by sea beasts. This prison cannot be broken by external forces, and can only be dissolved by itself. Chapter 74. There was no way to break Chang'e's sack, but fortunately, she was not in any danger inside, so she waited for the sack to disappear by itself. Shan Mufeng stayed by Chang'e's side at night. The sack disappeared in the early morning, and as the sack disappeared, the things inside also fell. Shan Mufeng had not fallen asleep, fearing an accident. As soon as the sack disappeared, he protected Chang'e to prevent her from being drowned by the things inside. There were so many things in the sack that the two had to remove the temporary house and stand directly in the open air. Chang'e stared blankly at the mountain-like things. She didn't feel that there were so many things when she was in the sack. At that time, she just thought that many of them were energy-containing items and could not be kept in the storage space for a long time, so she didn't put them in. Now she has no house to live in. What should we do? Put it in the space? Since she's back, she doesn't want to put it in the space. What a waste. Shan Mufeng took off his coat, put it on Chang'e, and hugged her in his arms. "It's okay, I take care of it." Called Deputy Manager Qian, and asked him to bring people to deal with the supplies. Adjutant Qian, who was busy counting energy stones in his dream, was awakened by Shan Mufeng's call. "Hey! The energy mine in his dream can mine top energy stones, just a little bit, and he still has some unfinished memories of the beautiful dream." Shan Mufeng's message to him to collect supplies came to his ears. He suspected that he was still asleep. He looked at the time, and it was right. It was midnight. At this time, where would the supplies come from? He still needed to bring people to collect them. He felt like he was dreaming when he ended the call, but looking at the call that just ended, it seemed real. Real or not, you will know if you go and see. A team of people was called up temporarily, and rushed to Shan Mufeng's house. The sea breeze was blowing, and there was no temporary house for Shan Mufeng, only a treasure mountain that suddenly appeared. Adjutant Qian secretly pinched his thigh. It didn't hurt, he was still dreaming. Ah! The sudden pain successfully drove away the soldier's sleepiness. Adjutant Qian, why are you pinching me? Ah! I pinched you, haha. I thought I was pinching myself? No wonder it didn't hurt. Great, it wasn't a dream. Adjutant Qian looked at the treasure mountain in front of him. If he didn't want to maintain his image, he would have rolled on it. You pinched me, of course you don't feel pain. What to do when encountering such a thing? You can only blame yourself for being too close to the superior. The soldier secretly sighed in his heart, and quietly moved his feet away from Adjutant Qian to avoid being pinched innocently again. Adjutant Qian smiled and replied, "It's good to hurt. It's good to be able to hurt. Pain can prove that this is true. You guys sort it out first. Contact the military to send a large transport ship over. I take Chang'e back to the ship to rest." There were too many things, and the transport ships they brought were not enough, so they had to ask the military to send another one. Shan Mufeng said to Adjutant Qian, and left with Chang'e in his arms. The wind was too strong at night, and he was afraid that Chang'e would catch a cold. "We need to send a bigger one." Adjutant Qian liked this job, and everyone in the supply department didn't like to use a large transport ship to load things. He didn't expect there would be so many supplies at first, and the people he called were not enough, so he called others up. People who were reluctant to get up, seeing this mountain of supplies, all moved in unison, rubbing their eyes to see if they were still asleep and blurry, and a few ruthless people slapped themselves twice. The lighting stones that had been put away were hung up again, and this time they grinned and turned into ruthless transport machines. Is this shingling grass? Someone secretly picked a leaf and stuffed it into his mouth. The subtle energy was nourishing his body. It was true. The light in his eyes was frighteningly bright. Energy crystals. So many energy crystals that they were about to blind their eyes. There were also many refining materials. These were the favorites of the gifted masters. Unfortunately, the gifted masters were delicate, and they were not included in the list of people to be transported. Otherwise, the material officer would probably be entangled by them again. Minister Jia, the military material officer, received the news and personally went to Howlon Star with the ship overnight. He was worried if he didn't see it with his own eyes. When Minister Jia arrived, the materials had been basically classified, and they were just waiting for the transport ship to arrive and load the ship and leave. Minister Jia looked at the mountain of materials and wondered if they had robbed someone's treasure house. He blinked his focused eyes and happily commanded the sergeants to move the materials onto the transport ship. Ask Chang'e if she wants anything. If the military has it, she can ask. If the military doesn't have it, I will definitely find a way to satisfy her. I will not let anyone touch those refining materials. It was too late. The child was working hard every day. It was not good to wake her up. He was in a hurry to return to Chihang Star. These materials had to be put into storage as soon as possible. He could only let Adjutant Qian convey it. Adjutant Qian was very worried. If Minister Jia didn't mention it, he would also report to the higher-ups. People with ability should be treated accordingly. The hearts of meritorious officials should not be chilled. Minister Jia continued to remind, I brought a few boxes of snacks and fruits on the ship. Remember to give them to her. Also, ask her how she will say this to the outside world. The military must like to keep the news secret to prevent the brother units from asking for money, but they also have to consider personal wishes. After all, some gifted masters like to be praised. Chang'e slept until the afternoon of the next day. Yesterday was too exciting and her mental strength was always tense. After coming back, she slept very soundly. Are you awake? Come and eat something. Shan Mufeng did not go out today. He kept watching Chang'e and sat in the room to handle military affairs. When he saw Chang'e wake up, he put down his laptop and got up to get her food. How are the things from yesterday? She slept in a daze yesterday and didn't know how those things were dealt with in the end. Minister Jia came over overnight last night and sent them all back to Chihang Star. Shan Mufeng served Chang'e a bowl of tonic soup, which he specially stewed in the morning to calm the mind. Seeing Chang'e drinking the soup obediently, Shan Mufeng continued, Minister Jia also brought you a few boxes of snacks and fruits, which are placed outside. You can go and have a look later. Is there anything you like to eat? If not, ask him to send it again. It's so good that he can still choose it. It seems that Minister Jia is very satisfied with yesterday's things. Yeah. Chang'e smiled with curved eyebrows, and her tone unconsciously rose. Seeing that his wife is so easy to satisfy, then his next words will not make her jump for joy. Wiping off the soup on her mouth, Shan Mufeng said dotingly, "That's enough. Minister Jia also asked you to ask for anything you want, and the military will definitely find a way to do it for you. This promise is a big deal, and Minister Jia is not stingy. Minister Jia said that he will take good care of those refining materials for you and deal with them when you go back. The materials harvested from the mission were originally to be distributed uniformly, and this time the military also handled special matters specially." With the previous promise in front, this news did not make Chang'e particularly excited. But Chang'e was still very happy. Minister Jia is so generous. "But I don't want anything." Shan Mufeng smiled. Only Chang'e would say that Minister Jia was generous. Then let him do whatever he wants. Anyway, with him around, Chang'e wouldn't suffer any loss. Chapter 75. Many people wanted to find Chang'e to inquire about the situation in the morning, but they were stopped by Shan Mufeng. Those who participated in the transportation of materials last night were also ordered to keep silent. He did not want his wife to be in danger. Chang'e herself did not want to be in the limelight, and her things were all given by Yu. She was not capable of leading them to find so many materials again. For the next 2 days, Shan Mufeng accompanied Chang'e and did not go out. He let her go out only when everyone's curiosity was not so strong. After being stuck in the house for 3 days, she was finally able to come out for some fresh air. Today, she made an appointment with Murong Xian and others to pick fruits. Someone found vine plow fruits in the middle of the island. "Yi! Come quickly, I'm waiting for you." Murong Xian's call was heard from a distance. "It's a pity that you were not here yesterday. We found a particularly large vine plow tree with big and sweet fruits. It was just that there were only 2 of us, and we didn't have time to pick them, so that shameless person took advantage of it." Murong Xian complained to Chang'e that they were more people, and she and Leng Hui could not compete with them. The things that women picked, such as this small amount of fruit, belonged to whoever picked it, and they didn't have to hand it in. Those who rob others will be robbed, and the 3 of them were ready to fight back. Then let's rob them today and make them cry. The fruits in the outer circle had been picked almost all, and only a few crooked melons and cracked dates were left on the vines. There were many people picking fruits, and in just 2 days, a path was trampled in the middle. Continuing to walk along this path, more and more people came. The gifted masters carried baskets and moved quickly. There was no longer the usual reserved look, for fear that if they moved slowly, they would not pick as much as others. Of course, there are a few who can't do the work themselves, so they do some tricks and steal from other people's baskets. They were caught in the act. "Guh! What are you doing?" Everyone picked the fruits well, but she was shameless and didn't pick them herself, but stole from her basket. "I just saw there were bugs in your basket, so I helped you catch them. Why are you so fierce?" Even after being caught, Gu Xianyu was not afraid, pretending to be pitiful and playing rogue. "I want you to catch bugs for me." Sister Wang was so angry. This little goblin surnamed Gu usually pretended to be weak to gain sympathy in front of the supernatural warriors, and put on airs in front of other gifted masters, bullying and taking advantage of others. Sister Wang grabbed Gu Xianyu's wrist and asked, "You said to catch bugs. Where are the bugs?" "The bugs are thrown away. Let me go." Gu Xianyu pulled Sister Wang's hand and perfunctorily said to her with a frown, "Throw it away. If you don't find the bug for me today, I never let you go." This is not the first time that Gu Xianyu has been stealing. Because they are not valuable, and are just small things, no one cares about her. She really thinks that everyone is afraid of her. Isn't it just a little thing that people keep? She really thinks she is a big shot. "Sister Wang, Xiaoxian said that I caught the bug for you, so don't be so persistent." He Qiao ran out to be a peacemaker. "Get lost." Sister Wang was domineering. He Qiao's eyes were red because of Sister Wang's scolding. She pursed her lips, tears in her eyes, and looked aggrieved. It's a pity that there are no soldiers here. No one cares about her pitiful appearance. It hurts. It's just 2 fruits from you. Is it necessary to be so persistent? I give it back to you. Seeing that no one came to rescue her, Gu Xianyu picked 2 small fruits from her basket and threw them to the ground. "Pa!" Sister Wang slapped her in the face in anger. Sister Wang's husband was an ordinary soldier. After marriage, they had 2 children who were 10 years old and had not awakened yet. In order to save interstellar coins for their 2 children to buy awakening potions, the couple usually lived very frugally and hated her wasteful behavior the most. "You dare to hit me? I will fight you." Gu Xianyu covered her face and did not react for a while after being slapped. After coming to her senses, she threw away the basket and pounced on Sister Wang with her teeth and claws. The fake socialite, who used weakness as a signboard all day long, was no match for the hard-working mother. Gu Xianyu only yelled fiercely, and was pressed to the ground by Sister Wang and hammered. Seeing that the two people were almost fighting, the people next to them went up to separate the two to avoid a real trouble. After the battle, Gu Xianyu was dragged away by her sisters, mumbling that she would go back to complain. Sister Wang was also dragged by a few friends, who consoled her, telling her that it was not worth getting angry with such a person, and that it would be better to beat her up to vent her anger, because she had a sponsor behind her, and it would not be good to offend her too much. Before they picked a few fruits, they watched a free drama. "Who is the sponsor behind her?" Chang'e whispered with him. "I heard it was the deputy captain of the second team, the one with the surname Chen. I didn't expect Leng Hui to know." Murong Xian liked Sister Wang's personality, and worried for her. "Then, Sister Wang, will you suffer if you beat her up?" "No, Sister Wang's husband is an old member of the first team." After Leng Hui finished speaking, Chang'e and the others felt relieved. If they were not in the same team, then it would be fine. As long as the minor frictions between women did not become a big deal, the higher-ups would not care. Moreover, Gu Xianyu was just a small thing that could not be put on the table. Deputy Captain Chen's legitimate wife was someone else. "Here, try this, it's already soft." Murong Xian picked a ripe and softened rattan pear fruit. The fruit was not big, and the surface was covered with fine brown fuzz. The skin was green, and after breaking it open, the pale yellow flesh inside was exposed. So sweet. Chang'e took it and tasted it. This one was not sour at all, and it was full of sweetness. "Let's pick more, and go back to make jam." As they spoke, the three of them sped up their hands. If they wanted to make jam, they would not be able to make it if they had less. Everyone was picking happily, and Gu Xianyu and her little sisters came back. The scene that was originally talking and laughing became quiet. She had a good psychological quality, and came back so soon. After coming back this time, Gu Xianyu didn't dare to cause trouble again. She went to complain to the leader as soon as she returned, but the people in the first battle team were so protective of their own that they didn't care about her at all. They just let a small sergeant perfunctory her. She didn't dare to really make trouble to the sponsor for such a thing, so she could only find a way to get back at her later. "Xianyu, you're back. Come to my side to pick, the fruits here are big." He Qiao looked like a sycophant. Some people came to please her. Gu Xianyu enjoyed it happily, nodded, and took people to the place where He Qiao picked, and went with her. The few people who were originally with He Qiao sped up, picked a few big ones before they came, and turned around and left. "You?" He Qiao looked back and saw that the big ones were gone, and she was about to say something but stopped. He Qiao, was too timid to rush to be a sycophant, so they didn't indulge her. They were all gifted masters, so who was nobler than who? Gu Xianyu was just from an ordinary family. She gave up being a legitimate wife, and ran away to be someone's kept plaything. They called her an independent woman, who could support herself. Bah! Even if she was given the ability, with her inferior talent and ability, without a man to support her, she would have been dismissed by the military long ago. Chapter 76. Collecting supplies is important. Gu Xianyu wants to hold back her anger, and settle accounts later. She took the people to go further inside after seeing the small and raw fruits left on the vine. When the others saw it, they curled their lips and said nothing. The trouble was gone and there was peace. When they returned to the camp to rest at noon, they did not come back. The leader sent a communication saying that they would not come back for dinner, and would continue to pick fruits. As long as they were fine, it was not a big deal whether they came back for dinner or not. These people did not rush back until the afternoon. What treasure did they find? They ran so fast. Are they afraid of being robbed? Murongchuan's curiosity was aroused. "I go find out, and tell you when I come back." After that, she ran out in a hurry. Leng Hui and Chang'e smiled at each other. Murongchuan's curiosity was really hopeless. Ignoring her, the two continued to pick fruits. This piece of fruit had been picked by their group of people. They should move to another place tomorrow. At this time, the ground was shaking violently. Some people put too much fruit, and it fell to the ground. Ouch! Is there an earthquake? The answer to her was a huge roar. Roars came one after another, more than one strange beast. An ominous premonition came to her mind. No need to ask any more, because the head of the strange beast could be seen, with its head raised high, roaring to the sky, as if calling its companions. Every time its big feet touched the ground, it could cause the ground to shake. The direction they rushed to was exactly where they picked. Seeing that the strange beast behind was about to catch up, "Run!" Lang Hui shouted, pulling Chang Yi and rushing forward. Ding! At the tense moment, Chang Yi's communicator rang. She didn't even look at who called and answered it directly. Murong Xian's anxious voice came from the communicator. Come back quickly. Gu Xianyu and the others stole the guardian spirit plant of the Tyrannosaurus. Very good, those people are indeed a nuisance, but now is not the time to settle accounts. They followed the crowd and ran to the camp with all their strength. They didn't know that Qiao was following them. Ouch! Chang Yi staggered when she was pulled by the people behind her. Her foot was grabbed, and Chang Yi had to stop. She turned back and tried to pull her leg out. Let go. No matter how Chang Yi kicked her, Qiao lay on the ground, holding Chang's ankle tightly. She was tripped and panicked just now, and took advantage of the situation to pull Chang Yi, who was running in front. There was no time. Lang Hui turned around to help pull Qiao up. Hurry up! With such a delay, the Tyrannosaurus running in front had already caught up. Qiao saw it first, turned around and pushed Lang Hui. Hui! Chang Yi reached out and grabbed one of Lang Hui's arms and pulled it back, but unfortunately, she was still a beat too late. Lang Hui's other arm was broken by the Tyrannosaurus beast's claw. The bright red blood gushed out instantly. Hui! The blood splashing on her face made her feel that all the blood in her body was coagulated, and a strong sense of helplessness spread around her. The beast didn't care whether they were afraid or not. The smell of blood made the beast even more excited. It raised its huge arms and continued to hit them. They rolled left and right in a panic and barely avoided it. Fortunately, Chang Yi opened the defense shield in time, but the defense shield was also shaken by the beating. Chang Yi didn't know how long it could last. Lang Hui had fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss. She caught Lang Hui's fallen body, hugged her and ran forward, calling for the golden hoop. The golden hoop arrived in time and stopped the alien beast that was chasing behind. The chaotic cloak stick technique made it dance vigorously. From a distance, it looked like an alien beast extermination machine, and a vacuum zone was formed where it was. The speed of the two was too slow. This would not work. What should I do? Chang Yi forced herself to calm down. I got it! The hoverboard. Freeing one hand, taking out the hoverboard, first lying Lang Hui down, and then holding the hoverboard and the person, letting the hoverboard carry them forward, and the speed immediately increased to a higher level. Yi! Shan Mufeng saw Chang Yi and Lang Hui lying on the hoverboard covered in blood, and his heart contracted violently. He stepped forward and protected them together with the golden hoop. With them protecting from behind, Chang Yi was able to take Lang Hui and run back to the airship safely. Hui, don't sleep. On the way, Chang Yi felt Lang Hui's body temperature was dropping. She didn't dare to let go of her hand pressing on the wound. She prayed in her heart, hoping that the wound would not bleed again. She kept calling Lang Hui to keep her awake. They would definitely survive. Finally, they were about to arrive. A few hundred meters away, Chang Yi felt that they had lived a long century. Quick! Where is the medical staff? Hui's hand is broken. Chang Yi shouted to the large army in front. Hui! Hang on! We are safe. The medical staff will be here soon. Tears blurred her vision. She kept pressing the place where Lang Hui's broken arm was. She didn't know whether the bleeding had stopped, because her hand had long lost consciousness. Her palm was full of blood, and she couldn't tell whether it was from the previous one or fresh. The medical staff came forward, took Lang Hui away, and treated her wounds. The number of alien beasts was still increasing. The blood in the air attracted the originally calm sea beasts to attack the airship. The energy of the defense shield was constantly consumed, and it was about to collapse. The airship issued an alarm to evacuate in 1 minute, reminding the remaining soldiers to evacuate back to the boat immediately. The alien warriors fought and retreated, and people kept returning to the boat. The 1 minute time was soon up, and the airship started on time and prepared to return. Are all the people here? Shan Mufeng asked as soon as he got on the boat. Then, there is another person. One person exclaimed. There was also a soldier with a broken arm at the front of the beast group, staggering towards the airship. It was too late. The alien beast was about to annihilate him, and he could not come back. At this time, the golden hoop stick that had just reached the hatch turned back and wanted to save the soldier. Golden hoop stick is going to save people. Can he save him? The golden hoop stick rushed towards the beasts again, chopped it horizontally, and broke the claw that hit the soldier's head. Saved. Shan Mufeng rushed down the airship, picked up the soldier, and brought him back to the cabin. The golden hoop stick that was trying to cut them off was surrounded by a dense tide of beasts. Golden hoop stick. Come back. Everyone lay at the hatch and shouted at it. After a strong flash of light, the golden hoop stick staggered towards them. It was originally shining with golden light, but now the golden light was dim, and it was flying in the air and was about to fall. Not good. It seemed to have run out of energy and was about to fall. At the critical moment, Sean Moofing kicked down the hoverboard in the corner. Lie on it. The hoverboard successfully caught the falling golden hoop stick and flew back to the cabin with it. Long live. Warm applause, cheering for the hero, cheering for everyone's safe return. Chang'e looked at the golden hoop, and the tears that had just stopped came out again. It has been shining with golden light since the first day it was refined, and has never revealed its original appearance. Now, its golden light has faded, revealing its emerald green color, and its body is constantly shrinking, finally staying at a length of 1 foot. Chapter 77. Chang'e picked it up with trembling hands and held it in her arms, tears streaming down. The scene became quiet, and everyone didn't know how to comfort her. The formation device with spiritual intelligence was already lovable, not to mention that the golden hoop was made like this by a human. Sean Moofing hugged Chang'e into his arms, gently put her head on his chest, accompanied her, and waited for her to slowly calm down. This time's harvest can't be given to Xiao at all. Chang'e had a strong nasal tone, but her tone was extremely firm. Okay. As long as she is willing to speak, it's a good thing. I want to settle the account of Ling Hui's arm with her personally. Chang'e gritted his teeth and said, Okay. I go with you. Dare to attack his people. Even if Chang'e lets her go, he won't let her go. Chang'e, who was tired of crying, fell asleep in Sean Moofing's arms with tears. If there hadn't been this last wave of beast attacks, their fishing mission this time would have been very successful. After returning to Qihong Star, Chang'e locked herself in the refining room every day except visiting Ling Hui in the treatment room. She had never been as serious about refining as this time, and she stayed in the refining room every day. If it weren't for Sean Moofing watching and forcing her to come out at a certain time, she would have stayed there all the time. In just a few days, she was so exhausted that her face was pale and thin. Sean Moofing felt so distressed, but he couldn't persuade her. He could only try his best to nourish her. He made her various nutritious ingredients. He would be happy for a long time if she ate one more bite. After returning, no one had seen the golden hoop. No one knew what it was. Sean Moofing had never seen it either. He didn't dare to ask for fear of irritating her again. Today is the day Ling Hui is discharged from the hospital. Chang'e comes out of the refining room on time. She wants to give Ling Hui a gift for her discharge. Yi? How did you get yourself into this state? Ling Hui was frightened by Chang'e's appearance, which looked neither human nor ghost. Ling Hui looked more like a patient than she, a patient who had just been discharged from the hospital. Chang'e curled her lips and replied, It's okay. I just haven't rested well these days, because I was busy refining. I'm fine now. Ling Hui knew that Chang'e must feel guilty, so she hugged her and comforted her. During the time she was in the treatment chamber, Chang'e came to see her every day, often apologizing and crying while talking. Let's go! I take you to revenge. Chang'e drove her own energy car to pick up Ling Hui, patted the back seat, and asked her to get in the car. Chang'e had already told her several times that he would wait for her to be discharged from the hospital and take her to revenge in person. Let's go! The speeding energy vehicle sped all the way to the military headquarters before stopping. Chang'e had already informed the military that she would come to settle accounts with those people today. The sergeant saw Chang'e and the others and ran over to take them to the meeting room. The others had been waiting there for a long time, waiting for the two protagonists to arrive. It's not me who pushed them. Why do you want me to compensate you? As soon as I walked to the door of the meeting room, I heard Guxianyi's green tea sophistry inside. Bang. The door of the meeting room was pushed open with force, and the door hit the wall with a loud noise. The people in the meeting room all looked at the two people who came in. Chang'e narrowed his eyes and looked around. He snorted coldly, but did not speak. He took Ling Hui to sit next to Sean Moofing. Okay, now that both parties are here, let's get started. The mediator of today's matter is Admiral Yan Lanheng. I have only 2 requests. Chang'e didn't care what they had in mind, and directly put forward her own request. First, you can't get any of the harvest this time. Chang'e's first request was unacceptable to them. The harvest of this mission was extremely rich. Why don't you give it to us? No one paid attention to their rebuttal. Admiral Yan Lanheng nodded and asked, It should be, what about the second request? Second, they caused Ling Hui to lose an arm. I want them to taste the pain of losing an arm too. Each of them loses an arm, and is not allowed to use the treatment chamber to recover within 10 years. Chang Yi's eyes revealed a rare fierceness. Adjutant Chen, who accompanied Gu Xianyu, suddenly shrank his pupils, paused his finger tapping on the table, and said, "This request has been passed. We can compensate you with 500,000 interstellar coins. We are not short of money." Lang Hui looked down on his attitude of using money to pressure people. Chang Yiping looked down on them. "What identity are you telling us? Those who rush to be the third party are not good people, and those who have wives at home, but go out to find someone are even less good people. You?" Adjutant Chen didn't expect this woman to be so disrespectful. "You're right, this is our team's business. What's your position as an adjutant of the first and second teams here? You better leave early." Dare to throw money at his Lung family in front of him. "Do you really think he is dead?" Lung Yu sneered. "Adjutant Chen is my friend." Gu Xianyu wiped the non-existent tears, and bit her lips tightly. "We really can't do the second request, can you change it?" "Change one." He Qiao quickly agreed, saying that she was from an ordinary family and her family still depended on her subsidy from the military. If she lost her arm for 10 years, her life would be ruined. Chang'e had known that they would not agree, so she waited for them to take the bait. "You all want to change, right?" "Yes." "Change one, as long as we can do it." Hearing Chang'e's words, there was still room for negotiation, and Gu Xianyu and Yi Qiao silently breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay to change one, just you guys stay alone with us for 3 hours. Chang'e curled her lips and smiled. Although Lang Hui was puzzled, she believed in Chang'e and nodded in agreement. "As long as you stay with them for 3 hours, this requirement is much better than losing your arm. Talented masters don't have much martial arts value, and she didn't say that you can't bring a defensive array device. Let's choose this." Afraid that Chang'e and the others would regret it, Gu Xianyu and Yi Qiao quickly spoke out to decide. "Okay. Sign this settlement agreement, and follow me to the confinement room now. In 3 hours, we will write off everything." Chang'e took out the settlement agreement that she had prepared long ago, and asked them to sign it. Admiral Yang Wanhang shook his head. Women are still too soft-hearted. However, he was just a witness. Both parties had no objection, so he couldn't say anything. He smiled and watched them shake hands and make peace. After signing the settlement agreement, Chang'e didn't wait a moment, and urged them to follow her to the confinement room. Bang! The door of the confinement room closed, blocking the outside eyes. As soon as Gu Xianyu and Yi Qiao entered the confinement room, they put on the defense array. Chang'e watched with a smile, and didn't stop them. Instead, he took out a set of tables and chairs, and sat down with Lang Hui to drink tea. "Have you finished? If you have more, continue. The tea today is good?" Gu Xianyu and Yi Qiao didn't know what Chang'e meant. After coming in, he didn't care about them at all and didn't move. Did he really just want to stay with them like this for 3 hours? "If you are ready, I will start. The stage has been set up, waiting for the actors to come on stage and sing. Is it about to start?" Gu Xianyu and Yi Qiao stared at Chang'e's movements and hugged the formation plate tightly in their arms. Chapter 78. The transparent crystal ball is very beautiful, and the flowers and plants can be vaguely seen inside. It looks like a beautiful ornament. "Are you ready? I'm going to start," Chang'e kindly reminded them. The flowery world that besieged the bee colony last time benefited from the inspiration of the prison in the sea. After returning, she refined it again. They are honored to be the first batch of testers after the flowery world was refined again. Take out the energy crystal and embed it into the eye of the formation. The flowery world flew from her hand, rotated, and quickly grew larger, rushing to the position where Gu Xianyu and Yi Qiao stood. The two people closed their eyes and waited silently for the attack of the formation device, but they didn't feel the movement of the defense formation for a long time, and they smelled a sweet fragrance of flowers and plants, which made people feel very comfortable and sleepy. "Really want to sleep." The two people opened their eyes were blurred, loosened the formation plate they were holding tightly, and walked into the flowery world slowly but firmly. Lang Hui saw that the two people who had just been hiding were now actively approaching Chang'e's array device, and throwing away her own defensive array disc. "This tea is good, have a sip." Chang'e smiled, added tea to Lang Hui, pushed it in front of her, and signaled her to drink the tea first. As soon as the tea was poured into her mouth, Lang Hui felt that the sweet fragrance of flowers and plants in the air became refreshing, like a garden after a drizzle. "This?" Lang Hui looked at Chang'e in confusion. Chang'e also picked up the tea and drank it, curling up the corners of his lips, and smiling to explain her confusion. This array device is called the Flowery World. It was originally used to attract bees and butterflies. After returning this time, I improved it a little bit so that it can attract people to go deeper. The Flowery World is not an offensive array device in the traditional sense. It will not cause physical damage to people, so the array discs of the two people did not react at all, because the defensive array could not feel the attack. The two people who were attracted by the array device, with sweet smiles on their faces, immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. What will happen to them? Lung Hui continued to ask. Chang'e looked at the people in the array device and said meaningfully, "Nothing will happen, just let them fulfill their lifelong dreams at once." In the interstellar era, there are perverted protection regulations for talented people. Warriors cannot harm talented people, no matter what the reason. Talented people are not allowed to harm the lives of other talented people. This is also an important reason why they dared to choose to stay with Chang'e for 3 hours. The colorful world is fascinating, and no one complains about living a life of drunkenness and dreams. She will not let them die. After all, she is a good star citizen who abides by the law. Come and have tea. Chang'e's repeated urging her to drink tea puzzled her, and Leng Hui refused. I can't drink it anymore. This tea is made from the Polygonatum odoratum leaves I harvested. It has the effect of restoring mental strength. Combined with the scent of flowers that escaped after the colorful world was activated, it can increase mental strength. Chang'e's voice just fell. Leng Hui took the tea and drank it in one gulp. Add some more. The person who couldn't drink it just now wanted to drink the whole pot now. It's easy to lose mental power, but difficult to recover, and it's even more of a slow process to increase it. It can only be increased slowly by the accumulation of time, and external forces cannot interfere. Is 3 hours enough? Otherwise, let them accompany us for 3 days. Leng Hui felt that such a short time was not enough. Why wake up so early from a beautiful dream? Chang'e added tea to her, smiled and said nothing. She didn't tell Leng Hui that the reason why tea can be combined with fragrance to increase mental power is because the fragrance of flowers contains mental power transmitted by array devices. Of course, the source of this mental power is naturally those who love to dream. With the mental strength of Gu Xianyu and her friends, dreaming for 3 hours is already the limit. If it lasts 3 days, she might violate interstellar law. Outside the confinement room, Deputy Captain Chen said to Admiral Yang Lahang, "After the people come out, I want to transfer Gu Xianyu to our second squadron." Admiral Yang raised his eyelids and replied lazily, "You want people from Team 1, I don't care. Okay, the 2 inside are all yours. I want Jiang Qing from your team." "You? Jiang Qing can't do it, change someone." Jiang Qing has already applied for the assessment of an intermediate talent master, which is not comparable to Gu Xianyu and others who barely passed the primary talent master, so Deputy Captain Chen is reluctant to let her go. "Forget it if it doesn't work, I won't force it. Whoever has a little lover is anxious, Dan Mufeng doesn't mind whether to change it or not. TSK? You can't even protect a woman, and you still want to keep a lover." Leng Yu was drumming on the side, sneering. 2 ordinary and restless gifted masters, in exchange for a gifted master with strong ability and good personality, this deal is a sure win. Deputy Captain Chen was squeezed by the 2 of them, and gritted his teeth to agree. As soon as he agreed, Leng Yu took the transfer order and asked him to sign. "Come on. Sign the transfer order now." Although he was the first to propose it, and he agreed to it, he always had a bad premonition, and was reluctant to say the word agree. "What are you waiting for? Sign quickly. You are so slow," Leng Yu urged. "Don't think about it. Although Jiang Qing has good ability, he is only one person. It is not a loss for him to exchange 2 gifted masters." Adjutant Chen finally signed the transfer order. It happened that General Yang was also on the scene, and approved it directly on the spot. The transfer order took effect. Now he just waited for the people inside to come out. After signing the transfer order, Adjutant Chen closed his eyes to rest. He didn't want to see Leng Yu's mean look. He always felt that he had fallen into a trap. He actually felt good. Although Chang'e didn't tell Shan Mufeng what she was going to do to Gu Xianyu and the others today, she told him that after today, there would be 2 less gifted masters in the team. Click! The door of the confinement room was opened from the inside. "Hey! How come it's over so soon? Do you think they really can't sleep a little longer?" Leng Hui was reluctant to give up this good opportunity to increase her mental strength. Good times are always so short. Chang'e shook her head and smiled bitterly, dragging Leng Hui, who was unwilling to go out of the confinement room. "It's over. Are you tired?" Seeing Chang'e and the others come out, Shan Mufeng stood up to greet them. Leng Yu felt that Leng Hui seemed to be in better spirits than before. Are you okay? How do you feel? Deputy Captain Chen didn't see the other two people coming out, so he hurried inside to check and said, "Make way." Pushing aside the people in the way, Deputy Captain Chen walked into the confinement room. There was no sign of fighting inside, and they didn't hear any movement outside. Could it be that Chang Yi really only stayed with them for 3 hours? There were only 2 people sleeping on the floor in the confinement room now, with satisfied smiles on their faces, and they seemed to be dreaming. "Wake up!" Deputy Captain Chen patted Gu Xianyu's cheek, called softly, and turned around to pat He Qiao, who was lying on the other side. Gu Xianyu slowly woke up in his call. What happened to her? She felt so tired. Are you feeling uncomfortable? They didn't have any injuries on their appearance, and Adjutant Chen couldn't tell whether they were injured or not. Gu Xianyu and He Qiao looked at each other and shook their heads. Except for feeling a little tired, they didn't find anything unusual. Since both of them said it was okay, he didn't care. Maybe Chang Yi was just trying to scare them, and didn't have the courage to really hurt them. After all, StarCraft wasn't just for show. Chapter 79. Come over tomorrow, and we discuss the distribution of supplies this time. Admiral Yang Wahang said to Chang Yi happily. Okay. Chang Yi was a little surprised to hear that the supplies had not been distributed yet. She thought they had been distributed long ago. Because of Chang Yi's situation, the military department had been holding back on the task of supplying supplies. Now that the matter has been resolved, they have to hurry up to distribute them. Everyone is waiting to get the supplies to celebrate. Leng Hui proposed to have a dinner party in the evening to celebrate her recovery and discharge from the hospital. Everyone responded enthusiastically. This time, they had escaped death, so it was time to get together and have some fun. The place for the dinner party was Jinxiu Pavilion, which was opened by the little fat man's family, and had just opened. Respecting the lady's opinion, the room for the dinner party was shaped like a marshmallow. Enter along the candy handle. The furniture inside was also very innovative, all in the shape of various marshmallows, colorful. The two men had never eaten in such an environment before, and they felt that the sugar content was too high before they even ate. Leng Yu's wife came over with a bouquet of flowers. Hui, congratulations on your discharge. Thank you. Sit down and order. Opening the menu, a real-life animated picture appeared, with a detailed list of ingredients and a price list marked on the side. It is particularly noteworthy that there are 2 price lists, and the price difference between the two is 50 times, which gives you an intuitive sense of the difference between ordinary ingredients and nutritious ingredients. The ladies prefer vegetarian food and desserts. This time, they ate seafood every day during the mission, so they did not order seafood, but ordered a recommended salt-baked flying dragon. The men were easy to deal with. In addition to desserts and vegetarian food, they directly ordered a barbecue meal. I wonder if the two of them are awake. Leng Hui asked Chang Yi. Chang Yi narrowed his eyes and replied casually, they should be awake. What did you do in there? Why is there no movement at all? Leng Yu was still quite curious. After Chang Yi and the others came out, they obviously looked in a good mood. Gu Xianyu seemed fine, and Deputy Captain Chen didn't say anything. He didn't believe that Chang Yi and the others didn't do anything. You want to know? God said it can't be said. Leng Hui asked back, teasing him. Chang Yi smiled and explained his doubts. It won't take too long. You will know in 2 days. Gu Xianyu and the others' abnormal bodies can't be concealed for long. At most, they will find abnormalities in 3 days. It's not certain that you will know in 2 days. They are not in the same team now. What does Leng Yu mean by this? Have they been dismissed by the military? Shan Mufeng helped Chang Yi set the tableware and said, they have been transferred to the second team. Chang Yi asked in surprise, is this true? When did it happen? This surprise came too suddenly. She was a little apologetic for causing the loss of 2 gifted teachers in 1 day. During the time you were in the confinement room, Chin was afraid that we would cause trouble to his lover later, so he took the initiative to ask us for someone. Speaking of this, Leng Yu became more talkative, and we asked him for it. Jiang Qing, the gifted master in their team, will report tomorrow. Jiang Qing, is that the Jiang Qing who is rumored to apply for the intermediate assessment recently? Leng Hui exclaimed. Chang Yi was not familiar with the circle of gifted masters, so she didn't react much when she heard this, but she should be quite capable if she could apply for the intermediate gifted master. Yes. It's her. Leng Yu swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded in affirmation. Leng Hui was amazed. Was Deputy Captain Chen crazy? He was willing to let go of such a treasure for a little lover. Is Jiang Qing very capable? Seeing the reactions of the other people, Chang Yi became interested. Knowing that Chang Yi likes to eat roasted crispy lean meat, Shan Mufeng picked out a few slices and put them in Chang Yi's bowl. Well, she can be good? Hearing Shan Mufeng's answer, Chang Yi tilted her head and thought for a moment, chewing non-stop. She likes this kind of roasted crispy lean meat the most, which is fragrant and not greasy. Then Adjutant Chen should come to settle accounts with you. Originally, Chang Yi was not going to tell them, and let them find out by themselves in a few days. Now, their innate abilities should be useless. Bang! Ji Shuya's spoon fell to the ground. Chang Yi's words shocked the others. What does wasted mean? Shan Mufeng was also shocked by the news. He paused while scooping soup for Chang Yi and continued, drink some soup. The other three were not as calm as him. Lung Yu couldn't wait to ask, let's drink the soup later. Tell me first. What does it mean that the innate ability should be wasted? Did you do it? They really thought she was so kind, and let them go so easily. Regardless of them, she drank the soup Shan Mufeng gave her first. After wiping the soup from her mouth with a handkerchief, Chang Yi slowly said, their mental power is exhausted, so of course their innate ability is wasted. If the mental power is exhausted, can't it be recovered by recuperation? How can it be wasted? Lung Yu asked. Chang Yi looked up at him and said, exhaustion is different from exhaustion. They have overdrawn their mental power today. Their mental sea of consciousness has collapsed. From today on, their mental power will only go out but not in until they die. Ji Shuya took a breath. Chang Yi was too cruel. When people found out, it was too late. The Star Law couldn't find her. At most 3 days, they will definitely find out that something is wrong, but it has nothing to do with me. They were fine when they left. 3 days can only make them find out that something is wrong and start to work hard to cultivate their mental strength. But this will only accelerate the collapse of their mental strength. The more they replenish, the faster it collapses. By the time it is too late to save them, they have become fools. Drinking a sip of water to calm down, Ling Yu swore that he would never provoke Chang Yi again. When this woman gets ruthless, she is more terrifying than a beast. Can I ask you how you did it? Ling Yu unconsciously lowered his voice and asked carefully. I want to know too. Didn't they just sleep for 3 hours? Leng Hui has been with Chang Yi today, but now she feels that she has missed something important. Chang Yi refused Shan Mufeng's continued feeding. She couldn't eat anymore. Does your mental strength feel good? Chang Yi's answer was irrelevant. Leng Yu was confused after listening for a few days. Only Ling Hui seemed to have thought of something. She lowered her voice and asked tentatively, does the mental power have anything to do with them? Chang Yi smiled and nodded. Ling Hui got the answer, shut up and stopped talking, and concentrated on attacking the dessert in front of her. The two people's riddles made Ling Yu feel itchy. What mental power? What does it have to do with them? You should explain it clearly. What mental power? You heard it wrong. We said that we should have a good rest and recover the mental power that was damaged this time. Ling Hui took over Ling Yu's words and stopped him from asking any more. As one of the beneficiaries of this time, she didn't want a third person to know. Chang Yi's array device was too dangerous. It could extract the mental power of others for its own use, and the person being extracted would not notice it at all. It sounded like something evil. The parties kept silent. Ling Yu asked again and again, but didn't get an answer, so he could only give up embarrassedly. I don't want anyone outside the venue to know about today's conversation. Shan Mufeng said this to Ji Shuyao. Ji Shuyao nodded. Today's conversation was too shocking. She just pretended to be deaf and didn't hear anything. Chapter 80. The stars at night are beautiful, just like her mood. Chang Yi suddenly got interested and wanted to walk home with Shan Mufeng under the stars. Shan Mufeng raised his eyebrows, said goodbye to Leng Yu and others, and walked slowly towards home with Chang Yi. Chang Yi, who was jumping at first, slowed down his pace and looked like he was full of thoughts. He glanced at Shan Mufeng from time to time. What do you want to say? After coming out of the restaurant, Chang Yi glanced at him several times, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Since she was caught, Chang Yi simply stopped, looked up at his eyes, and asked seriously, do you think I'm too cruel? The attitude of Ling Yu and his wife at the dinner table changed too obviously. Although she felt that she was not wrong, she would still do it even if Shan Mufeng did not agree, but she still cared about Shan Mufeng's thoughts. After all, he was her closest person. Shan Mufeng didn't expect Chang Yi to ask this. You've been thinking about this all the way. Am I so worried about you? He reached out and took Chang Yi into his arms, touched her forehead with the corner of his mouth, held her little face, and said solemnly to her eyes, I say it again, you are my wife. I will take your side unconditionally. Don't have such a stupid idea next time. Yu Changyi's idea was exactly the opposite. Shan Mufeng was very happy that his wife knew how to fight back perfectly while protecting herself. The haze in his heart was swept away, and the corners of his mouth kept rising. I can't walk anymore. Do you still want to see the stars? Shan Mufeng asked her dotingly. Yes. The loud answer showed the master's good mood. Changyi's weight was not a problem for Shan Mufeng at all. He could easily pick her up and change her posture according to Changyi's requirements until she was satisfied. The next day, Shan Mufeng did not wake up Changyi. He went to the military department first. After Changyi woke up, he came back to take her to the military department's material warehouse. Come on. Come and sit here. Leng Yu's attitude today was particularly flattering. As soon as Changyi and the others came in, he pulled a chair for her and even poured water on the table. Shan Mufeng couldn't bear to see his good brother's shameless appearance. He didn't even bother to give him a glance and took Changyi to sit next to him. Seeing Leng Yu approaching, Shan Mufeng signaled him with his eyes to stop. Then he got to the point. Minister Jia took out a long list and read it bit by bit, which made Changyi dizzy. She couldn't remember how much she could get, but it was not a small amount anyway. Later, she couldn't calculate it at all, so she simply gave up and let Shan Mufeng do it. She was not good at calculating, so she didn't embarrass herself. She would never do such things again in the future. Changyi asked Shan Mufeng to be the representative. Minister Jia muttered much faster. They had done this kind of work a lot. It was not like reconciling accounts with Changyi, and they had to stop from time to time to explain to her why the division was so. When Changyi was about to fall asleep, Minister Jia finally stopped muttering and could move to the material warehouse to move things. This was Changyi's first time to the military's material warehouse. It seemed that there was nothing special about it, just a little bigger. Roar. Chirp. Roar. Chirp. The sounds kept coming out one after another. The military's material warehouse actually kept living things. That long-eared beast was pooping in the trough, and the sawtooth beast actually wagged its tail at the long-tailed beast next door. This was true love. She thought the material warehouse was just a warehouse for storing materials, but it turned out to be a breeding farm. Walking back, she actually saw the planting area, which should be planted with nutritious fruits, and they were taken care of more carefully. The front of each tree was full of planting experience, and one of them even had a separate protective cover. They found it in the wild and transplanted it back. The taste is not bad. If you like it, I will pick some for you later. Minister Jia saw Changyi staring at the planting area and thought she liked it. Changyi asked hesitantly, is the one with bumps on the surface also a fruit? That one. Yes, it just tastes a little bitter. If you like it, I will pick 2 for you later. That one was a variety that was just brought back, and the quantity was not large, so I could only give her 2. Thank you. No need. That thing looked like bitter melon no matter how she looked at it. She didn't want to eat it without bitterness, and she couldn't bear bitterness at all. Changyi didn't want it, and Minister Jia didn't force her. There were quite a few live seafood in the harvest this time. Changyi discussed with Shan Mufeng to keep them in the military's material warehouse first. The breeding of seafood was too troublesome, and neither of them could do it. The military only needed to pay some foster fees. They had the others moved away directly. Changyi gave part of it to her parents, and she asked Chang Song to move this part to avoid the trouble of moving it back and forth. The military kept its promise and gave all the refining materials to Changyi. In addition, the military gave her a picture album of the military's luxury cars, letting her choose whatever she wanted. After she chose, the military would send it to her. After dividing the supplies this time, Changyi followed them to the trading area inside the military. There were many teams in the military, and the supplies harvested were varied, and the prices were also reasonable, much cheaper than outside. However, there were more bartering here, and not many people used interstellar coins directly. Changyi likes to eat nuts, but the price is too high. Every time she buys too much, she can't help but feel the pain. Seeing a stall in front of her with a lot of nuts, Changyi leaned over to take a look. Can I try one? You can't see the inside of nuts, and sometimes you buy bad ones. Eating this kind of nuts will make your mouth bitter for a long time. Try it. The stall owner took one out of the basket and handed it to Changyi. It's normal to want to taste nuts. His nuts are all picked from the trees and fried. There are no nuts picked from the ground, so he is not afraid of people tasting them. The person who fried the nuts has good skills. They are crispy and have a milky flavor. The fruit is also good and has no peculiar smell. How much? 5,000 interstellar coins per pound. If you want to exchange it, You can get any nutritious food of equivalent value. Seeing that Chang Yi really wanted to buy, the stall owner's eyes lit up. Nuts are not cheap, and they are not filling, so not many people buy them. This price is really not cheap, but you can't buy them outside at this price. It costs at least 6,000 interstellar coins in the trading city outside. Give me 50 kilograms. I exchange it for you with seafood. Dan Mufeng agreed with the stall owner that Chang Yi liked to buy more and eat slowly. Okay, do you want to take it now or wait to get it from the supply warehouse? This is a big customer. For military transactions, you can place an order on the optical computer first, and then go to the supply warehouse to get it. Get it from the supply warehouse. They just started shopping, and it was inconvenient to carry so many nuts. After buying what she wanted to eat, Chang Yi was in a good mood. Later, she saw a kind of open-mouthed fruit that was said to change people's voices after eating it. Dan Mufeng also bought a few for her to play with. This kind of fruit has no other function, and low nutritional value. It is bought to coax children. Chang Yi hugged the fruit and giggled. She had never seen such a fun fruit. At first, she heard that it was for coaxing children, so she was embarrassed to buy it. Unexpectedly, Dan Mufeng bought a bag for her directly. Chapter 81. Chang Yi overestimated their sensitivity. It was not until a week later that they discovered the problem. After Gu Xianyu and the others returned, they were always drowsy and listless. They thought they were tired. Gu Xianyu was supported by someone, and spent a lot of money to drink herbal soup every day, but she didn't get better and fainted. He Qiao didn't have the conditions that Gu Xianyu had, so she was delayed for a few more days. It was also because of He Qiuqi's symptoms that they didn't suspect Chang Yi at first. What did Chang Yi do to them? Deputy Captain Chen rushed to Shan Mufeng's office to question. Shan Mufeng didn't change his expression, and the rhythm of handling official documents didn't change. He took it lightly. If there is any problem, please go to the military legal department to sue. Don't bark at me. It's almost the beginning of cold, and the team's financial resources are too thin. We still have to hurry up to collect supplies, otherwise this year's cold season will be difficult. I think about sending a message to Leng Yu and asking him to notify them to form a team to go hunting in a few days. Deputy Captain Chen was helpless. He had no evidence. For Gu Xianyu, he said Jiang Qing away. Now Gu Xianyu and He Qiao were both inexplicably unconscious. The anger in his heart was enough to kill Chang Yi, but he couldn't. He had to say, is there any way to improve their condition? Shan Mufeng gave him 4 words. No comment. Deputy Captain Chen stared at Shan Mufeng, his eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said grimly, do you have to be so ruthless? Shan Mufeng did not reply, but raised his hand to ask him to leave. Everyone must pay the price for their mistakes. Deputy Captain Chen was furious, but he could do nothing. The sanatorium could only detect that their mental strength was constantly declining, but they didn't know the reason. Shan Mufeng was his only hope, but now he has lost it. If things go on like this, Gu Xianyu and the others will definitely be useless. This transfer order was his decision alone. In this situation, if he doesn't give the team a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid his position as deputy captain will end. Shan Mufeng went home and simply mentioned to Chang Yi that Deputy Captain Chen came to visit him. He didn't say much. She just wanted to be happy. He would take care of all the other troubles. This time, the defensive array device Shan Mufeng gave her was useless. Although he gave her a new one after he came back, she still wanted to try to refine one herself. It just so happened that the treasure said by Dayu could be used. The golden hoop was damaged this time. I don't know if it can be restored. After it came back, its energy kept dissipating, and it has completely revealed the prototype of bamboo. The spirit of the device also fell into a deep sleep. Now it looks like a bamboo pole that is about to die. She tried many ways, but couldn't stop its power from escaping. She didn't dare to refine it again. In its current state, refining it might only turn it into ashes. Later, the Pishio Jade Pendant volunteered to collect the golden hoop stick into the space. The special property of not being able to escape can just control the problem of the golden hoop stick's power escaping. However, it is not cheap to let the Pishio help. It asked Chang Yi to use energy crystals to build a long pool of 8 meters long and 5 meters long in the space, and fill it with energy liquid as water. It was used to restore the golden hoop stick. As for whether the Pishio made a profit in the middle, only it knew. Since it raised the price last time, Chang Yi rarely collected things from its space. He thought it was too expensive. Tao Tai was still professional. As long as he gave the things, he would never care about the price, and would not increase the price temporarily. In short, the market situation was difficult. This pool almost used up all the energy crystals Chang Yi got this time, and emptied her energy liquid reserves, but as long as it can restore the golden hoop, it is worth it. In order to refine smoothly, she ordered a super large refining furnace in advance. This furnace has two characteristics. It is solid enough and large enough, so that the store owner can make a space fold in the refining furnace, which can refine a whole large beast. Good things are also very expensive. Before refining, she had to prepare this refining furnace to meet 3 small goals, which emptied her private money. If it weren't for the reward from the military this time, it might not be enough. There is only one set of materials for the defense array. In order to ensure the success of refining, Chang'e deliberately gave herself a few days off, adjusted her state, and chose a good day to start refining. When you meet water, you will prosper. Chang'e thinks that the main material is the shell of the seed beast, and of course water is needed to refine it, so she deliberately moved the refining place to the side of the pool in the garden. After everything was ready, they began to put materials in. The defense array had to be strong, and energy stones were indispensable. Originally, they wanted to use energy crystals, but now they could only put a few pieces in as a token of respect, as the landlord had no more food. This time, the sea-suppressing beast's shell was particularly large. When it was put in, it filled the entire furnace. Fortunately, it was empty in the middle, and the auxiliary materials were stuffed in through the hole in the middle. Among the things sent by the big fish, there was a special kind of water grass that was inedible. Chang'e didn't know what to do with it, so he simply stuffed it in. They were all from the sea, and the sea beasts should like them. After the materials were put in, they started to refine with a fierce fire. The cost of this furnace was too high, and Chang'e didn't dare to be lazy and run away, so he honestly stayed by the side. The time spent concentrating on refining was easier to pass. When Shan Mufeng returned home at night, Chang'e was still refining. Shan Mufeng returned home and didn't find anyone in the house. Later, he heard some noise in the garden and followed the sound to find out, "Have you eaten anything today?" Chang'e was staring at the refining furnace in a daze, fanning it with the fan in her hand from time to time. When she saw Shan Mufeng coming over, she was surprised to find that it was already this time. "Yes, I ate a lot of snacks." Shan Mufeng frowned and didn't agree with her habit. "Next time you refine, let me know so that I can bring you food." After asking Chang'e and knowing that she still had to continue refining, he turned back and went into the house to prepare dinner. After cooking, seeing that she still hadn't returned to the house, he brought the meal over and accompanied her to eat in the garden. Chang'e had to guard the refining furnace at night, so Shan Mufeng made a camping tent to accompany her. This wouldn't work. The shell of the sea-suppressing beast was a hard shell. It would take 3 to 5 days to heal. She couldn't bear it, so she called Chong Song and asked the refining boy to come online. Chong Song had just come back from hunting recently and had a few days off. After receiving her call, he came over immediately, took her fan and helped her watch the refining furnace, and asked her to go to rest quickly. Chang'e left him a freshly brewed polygonum leaf tea on the table, and other fruit snacks for him to make by himself. She also carefully told him when to use what fire, and waited for him to nod to show that he understood before going to bed. Chang'e originally wanted to take over the shift with him at night, but Chong Song was not willing to do so. He urged her to rest, and asked her to come over during the day to check on the situation. He would help with other things. The superpower warriors were not as delicate as the gifted masters, and it was not a big deal to not sleep for a few days. "Chang'e, you haven't finished refining yet?" Today Leng Yu came to Shan Mufeng to discuss hunting. The hunting team of the military had just returned, and was not ready to go on a mission for the time being, but the members of their first team had little money, so many people came to ask if they could form a small team to collect some supplies nearby. Chapter 82. He was a man who only cared about eating and not fighting. He avoided her like a snake and scorpion in the past few days, but he relapsed so quickly. "It's almost done. It should be finished today." The brother and sister worked non-stop for 5 days and 5 nights, and it was finally about to be finished. Although the materials of this furnace are more expensive and it takes longer, the finished product should be good. Today, Chong Song's vacation ended, and he returned to the military headquarters to report. He said he would come after get off work. Chang'e saw that it could be finished today, so she asked him not to come and have a good rest at home. After so many days, even a superpower warrior couldn't stand it. After extinguishing the fire of the refining furnace, Chang'e went into the house to listen to their chat. "Can I go with you?" Recently, her small treasury has consumed a lot and needs to be replenished. Leng Yu glanced at Shan Mufeng in a mean way, but when he didn't speak, he looked at Chang'e and asked with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry to go on a mission?" Shan Mufeng doesn't give you family allowance. Chang'e moved her, and said seriously, these are two different things. Just ask if you can take me with you. The materials in the small treasury belong to her personal property. She has full disposal rights. The things she subsidizes her family all come from here. She can use what Shan Mufeng gives her, but she can't give it to others casually. A woman's sense of security comes from her small treasury. The husband of the woman decided to leave the team, so how can he not let the family go? Lung Yu replied, if you want to go, go. This time it is a private hunting team, and they are not going to go far. The planet is in the forest in the south. A hunting team has seen a small group of flying dragons there, and they are going to look for them. Although the flying dragon bird has flying wings, it has short wings and a long tail, so it cannot fly for a long time. It can only flutter briefly close to the ground. As long as you are careful to avoid its sharp beak, it is not very dangerous. After talking to Lung Yu, Chang'e ran to the garden to check. The furnace temperature had basically dropped. I wonder what the sea-suppressing beast shell, which was as big as a small house, would look like after it was finished. I couldn't wait to climb up the ladder and lean over to look. This was the largest thing Chang'e had refined so far. It took you so long to get something. Didn't you refine it? Lung Yu and Shan Mufeng followed Chang'e to the garden. Seeing Chang'e lying there for a long time without any movement, Lung Yu laughed and teased. Shan Mufeng narrowed her cold eyes, and signaled Lung Yu to shut up. If Chang'e really didn't refine anything, it would just make her unhappy. Ignoring Lung Yu who was making a fuss below, she walked past him, quickly walked up the ladder, and looked in the direction of Chang'e. Before she could say anything to comfort him, she saw the green-haired thing in the furnace. The tip of his eyebrow slightly raised, and then the corner of his mouth rose, comforting Chang'e. It's fine as long as it's refined, the appearance is not important. Chang'e smiled bitterly, thank you. But she was not comforted. She wanted to go back to the beginning of refining. She must stop her own dirty hands. Put some water plants in it. Useless things are thrown away. Isn't it good? Shan Mufeng grabbed the green hair and helped Chang'e take out the array device. Fortunately, there is no hair underneath. From above, I thought it was a ball of hair, but when I picked it up, I found that it was just the back that had green hair, and the abdomen was smooth. He landed on his feet and returned to the house. Chang'e and Lung Yu looked around the green hair on the ground. Everything Chang'e refined was weird. Lung Yu couldn't tell what array device it was, and asked Chang'e, the owner, is this an array device, defensive or offensive? The shape is a bit unique, but it should still be a defensive array device, right? Chang'e himself is not so sure. You input some supernatural powers, and see how it works. Chang'e encouraged Lung Yu to be a guinea pig. Lung Yu was straightforward, condensing a small ball of thunder to attack the green-haired creature. Very good, the function of the array device is confirmed. It should be a defensive array device. After Lung Yu's free hair perm, the green hair that was originally attached to the back now stands up like needles, looking like a hedgehog. Lung Yu retracted his stabbed hand. He didn't expect that the green hair that was just being pulled by Shan Mufeng would become so hard. TSK. Your array device is good. It can also be used as half an offensive array device. Lung Yu didn't care about being stabbed. He shook his hand and started studying again. He found the location to install the array eye and put the energy stone on it. He thought it was a defensive array device. It would definitely become bigger, and they all stepped back. As a result, the array device that was just the size of a table shrank to the size of a palm with the naked eye. Could it be that they guessed wrong? This is not a defensive array device? After it completely shrunk, Chang'e observed it carefully, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in her heart. It was fine if it was a turtle. After all, this species was famous for its strong defense. But what did it mean to have green hair on your back? Thinking that every time this array device was opened, everyone inside became a green-haired turtle, Chang'e was a little overwhelmed. It can resist attacks from superpowers, and can be driven by energy stones. It is undoubtedly an array device. As for the specific usage and functions, they can be studied slowly in the future. Chang'e was hit by the green-haired turtle she had trained. She emptied her small treasury to refine something, but it was so cheap. She felt mocked, and was in a low mood. She didn't even notice Lung Yu leaving. She needed to digest it. Shan Mufeng was amused by Chang'e's emo look. Okay. You've been busy for several days, and you should rest early today. She picked up Chang'e, who was still immersed in her own world, and went back to her room. The next few days were cloudy. She didn't like this kind of lifeless weather, which made her feel uncomfortable. The weather was bad, so she didn't go out. The original energy liquid was poured into the space pool of the Pishio, to repair the golden hoop. It happened to be extracted at home to prepare for hunting. During this period, Lang Hui contacted her once, mainly to talk to her about the latest situation of Gu Xianyu and Yi Qiaoqiao. After Deputy Captain Qin determined that Gu Xianyu's talent was abolished, and because of the continuous loss of mental power, her intelligence was also degenerating, he directly drew a line with her and removed the two of them from the team. Chang Yi heard the news and snorted in her heart, "Men. So ruthless, when you are good, you are my good Qiaoqiao, my dear baby, and I hold you high. Want to withdraw? Who are you? Do I know you? The break is so clean. Gu Xianyu is not a good person, but Deputy Captain Qin is even worse." Chang Yi had a small quarrel with Shan Mufeng over this matter. All crows are black. Shan Mufeng felt that the atmosphere at home was not right when he came back. He coaxed her for a long time before he got the words out. He was almost laughed at by this woman. She was so angry about other people's family affairs. He is him, I am me, I will not fail to protect you. It's not worth getting angry about other people's affairs. Chang Yi laughed when she thought about it while being coaxed by Shan Mufeng. Why was she being so hypocritical? She was not Gu Xianyu, and she would not let herself fall into that situation. You said, how many bottles of energy liquid should I hand in? Chang Yi was not sure. How did the general gifted masters hand in the supplies when they went on a mission? Shan Mufeng was stunned by Chang Yi's sincerity. How could a gifted master hand in his things so consciously? Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would hide their things tightly. Only his silly sister was so simple-minded and looked smart. You don't need it. I have already handed in yours. You can keep it for yourself. Chapter 83. Chang Yi has never been a saint. She just doesn't want to take advantage of others. She firmly believes that all the advantages taken for free will eventually be returned double in other ways. Before going out, she was blown by the wind and shivered unconsciously. She clearly felt that the weather was getting colder today. She had to go back to the house to add another piece of clothing. The feeling that the cold season is coming is becoming obvious. There is not much time left for everyone to collect supplies. For those who don't have enough food at home, this period of time is their last chance. The two hurried to the gathering point. There were many people on the square today, large and small teams, noisy crowds, and they heard that someone had formed a temporary team and was short of manpower, so they were recruiting people on the spot. The hunting team was full of familiar faces. These were all members of the first team and their families. Chang Yi didn't remember people so quickly, so she felt familiar and smiled and nodded as a greeting. Xiao Yaqing's voice saved her. She was dressed very handsomely today, a new style of women's uniform, with a pair of black marten boots. You go today too? Chang Yi walked towards her. Yes. The cold season is coming soon. If you want to eat well, you have to work hard, right? Xiao Yaqing pulled Chang Yi to introduce her. Her name is Jiang Qing. She has just been transferred to our team, and she will soon become an intermediate talent master. She had some impression of the name Jiang Qing. Following Xiao Yaqing's introduction, Chang Yi observed carefully. Jiang Qing was not a stunning beauty at first sight. Her apple face, with a neat princess cut, gave people a well-behaved feeling. When she smiled, her eyes were curved like a crescent moon. Hello. My name is Chang Yi. I like this kind of girl next door too much. It makes people feel warm when they see her. Jiang Qing is a slow-moving person. He didn't talk much along the way. He just sat next to him and smiled, but didn't say anything. As soon as he got off the hovercraft, Chang Yi was shocked by the scale of the hunt today. In the previous hunts, the teams were separated. This time, I saw a team in the square. It felt that at least half of them were here. With so many people, can they really get anything? Their hunting team chose a piece of grassland as a temporary camping point. After a little reorganization, the soldiers led the logistics personnel to the forest area. When they marched to the route, they tried to separate from other teams and searched in places with fewer people. The periphery had been dug up, and there were pits everywhere. They didn't let go of the few scattered wild vegetables. After walking for about half an hour, the flow of people dispersed. To be honest, Chang Yi didn't think much of the forest they chose. The trees in the forest were very tall, but for this reason, there were not many plants that could grow below. She was not as quick as others, and was picky. She didn't want the ones that were too old or not good-looking. Chang Yi walked around with her small basket, but didn't dig up many after a long time. She couldn't compete with others at all. She had just picked out some, and was ready to start, but others had already started digging. The few scattered ones were just crooked and cracked, not even worth digging. It seemed that she couldn't expect to get anything here today. She stood up, and walked to the less crowded place in front to take a look. Xiao Yi, why are you going? Come over to my side. Xiao Yaqing was quick-witted and had more wild vegetables in the place she had just occupied. Seeing that Chang'e didn't dig up many, she waved and asked her to come over. While she stood up and called Chang'e, 2 or 3 women quickly walked to Xiao Yaqing's side and squatted down to dig. Ah! Why are you like this? I've already dug half of it. The women ignored Xiao Yaqing shouting, dug and put it in the basket and left. Now Xiao Yaqing didn't care whether Chang'e had taken up the space or not. She was about to be snatched away by others, so she quickly squatted down and tried to dig more. Seeing Xiao Yaqing's situation, Chang'e shook her head and said, forget it. If she had to compete with others, she would definitely not be able to do it. She should go forward and see if she could get some harvest. She didn't finish the walk, because she could see the main group when she turned back. It was still useful to go ahead in advance. There were still some wild vegetables in the forest that no one had set foot on. The wild vegetables they dug were a bit bitter, which she didn't like. She liked this kind of leaf celery, which had a tender and crispy taste. It was delicious whether it was mixed with cold or stir-fried, but the quantity was a bit less. Chang'e squatted down and picked the fresh and tender ones, pulling them up with the roots. This kind of thing could also be soaked in water. A thin layer of celery was spread out at the bottom of the basket. In fact, it was just a small handful. It felt more when it was spread out. Chang'e looked at the basket and laughed foolishly, deceiving herself. Hey! Your celery looks good. Where else can you dig it? The woman asked exaggeratedly, and while she was talking, she reached out to scratch Chang'e's basket. Chang'e held the basket to avoid the woman's hand, not letting her touch it. I dug it in the forest. If you have any, go find it. Don't touch mine. Turned away and went to another place. The woman pointed at Chang'e's back and chatted with the person next to her. Why is she so irritable? I don't want hers. Okay. The wild vegetables are tender. If you scratch them a few more times, they will wilt and are not delicious. If you like to find more, dig a handful too, the woman's companion said, pulling her to the side to continue digging wild vegetables. Chang'e was afraid that someone would grab her basket again, so she avoided them and walked to the side. Hey! There was actually a bunch of wild onions. She picked a handful, and her hands were full of onion juice. The taste was quite delicious. If she dug the wild onions back with the roots, they could still last for a few more days. Although she couldn't plant it, it didn't matter. One more day was better. She carefully shoveled along the edge. It was still a bit heavy. She stood up and stepped the shovel inward. Then she held the shovel handle and lifted it hard. The roots and soil came out together. Chang'e didn't even move the soil. She put a bag on the soil below and put it in the basket. There was a slight rustling sound from the bushes in front. Chang'e stretched her neck to look in that direction. That thing just pooped with its tail up, puff puff puff. Good digestion. It was quite hygienic. After pooping, it knew to cover it with soil. It was the fish in the pond that was affected. It was not very happy. Chang'e didn't dare to make a sound to disturb it. She reluctantly wiped the dust off her face and continued to observe carefully. Through the gaps in the bushes, she saw its long tail, bright red, very beautiful. This should be the main target of the hunting team this time, the flying dragon eagle. Chang'e looked back. The hunting team was behind her. If there was anything, she could just call him. She picked up a stick at her feet, held it in the air, and waved it twice. It felt just right. She used it to clear the way and push aside the weeds on both sides. She bent her body and tiptoed through the bushes. Not far away, goo goo goo. A flying dragon eagle was digging the ground with its claws and eating stones. Chang'e immediately became alert, and the menu automatically emerged in her mind. Flying dragon eagle stewed with mushrooms, roasted flying dragon eagle with chestnuts, salt-baked crispy flying dragon eagle, etc., etc. Swallowing her saliva, she couldn't think about it anymore. The temptation of the mobile menu was too strong. The flying dragon eagle's attack power was not great, but it was not something she could deal with. It would be enough for her to bite it casually. It was unrealistic to call people over. Don't call people over, they are not teammates, but opponents. The flying dragon eagle is very similar to a chicken, so it should be no problem to catch it with the method of catching a chicken. Chapter 84. No matter if it works or not, let's try it first. If it runs away, just pretend you never saw it. Without the right tools, I can only use materials on hand. I found a few wide leaves, folded them in half to make them look like a funnel, and fixed them with small branches. After searching for bait, I found nothing. I just used the freshly dug celery as bait, broke it into small pieces, and used fish bones as needles to pass through and fix it in the middle of the funnel. This is how a simple chicken catching artifact is done. After making 4 or 5, I threw them carefully beside it. I didn't dare to get too close for fear of scaring it. After throwing the trap, Chang'an retreated a few steps, hid behind the bushes, squatted down and waited quietly. Standing in its original position, the flying dragon eagle shook its head and pecked at the stones on the ground. It had no intention of coming over. Finally, before Chang'an's patience ran out, it walked towards the trap. The flying dragon eagle raised its powerful claws and walked forward to explore. It held its head high and observed its surroundings vigilantly. Its footsteps were light and powerful, and it lowered its head from time to time to look for something. It found the first funnel, but unfortunately the trap was stepped on by it. It pulled the bait out with 2 pecks, pecked it up, and swallowed it with its head tilted back. It was done in 2 or 3 pecks. The flying dragon eagle should be very satisfied with the leaf celery. After eating, it raised its head to look for the next target. The second and third traps were declared dead in succession. The flying dragon eagle did not play by the rules. The 2 behind were directly pecked into pieces by its mouth, and then it picked up the bait and chewed it. The fragrance of the bait made Falongjio eat more happily, and he raised his butt and shook his beautiful long tail. It was very happy to eat, and Chang'an was very upset. He had already considered in his mind that if he confronted it head-on, he would have a chance of winning. The 4th funnel was kicked apart by it, and the bait was eaten in vain. It ate with relish, and made a goo-goo sound from time to time. Chang'an seemed to hear a sense of provocation from it. In the blink of an eye, only 1 seedling was left in the 5 traps. The only hope for the whole village was this seedling. If it still didn't work, then she could only pounce directly. Chang'an widened her eyes, and stared at the actions of the flying dragon eagle. She even held her breath unconsciously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, click, the flying dragon eagle no longer stepped on it, but stretched its head to peck. Puff puff puff. The beautiful little wings kept flapping, and its head was perfectly stuck. After the flying dragon eagle's head was stuck, it panicked instantly, staggered backwards, and its little head kept shaking. Chang'an pounced hard, grabbed a handful of hair, climbed up and chased after it. The flying dragon eagle was blindfolded, but its running speed was not slow. She hadn't even eaten the celery yet, and it had eaten so much. It was hard to get its head stuck. If she didn't catch it, she would be in trouble. Chang'an got up and chased after it relentlessly. The flying dragon eagle couldn't see the road, and followed its instinct to run in the direction of the way back. Sure enough, my mother was right. The wild vegetables on the roadside couldn't be eaten, and tears fell in the dark. I don't know how long I chased it. Chang'an couldn't chase it anymore, but I was still chasing it with that breath, and my breathing became faster. I almost caught it several times, but the flying dragon eagle was always able to move flexibly and escape smoothly. Finally, the flying dragon eagle was stuck between 2 tree trunks in a panic. Seeing this, Chang'an quickened her pace, grabbed its wings with both hands, and pulled it out from the middle of the tree trunk. The flying dragon eagle felt that its life was in danger. With its wings trapped, it could only desperately fiddle with its short legs, but unfortunately the person who caught it would not let it go. Run! Aren't you a very good runner? Keep running, Chang'an said, patting the head of the flying dragon eagle, and the expression of a villain who has achieved success was vividly reflected on her face. After a short rest, Chang'an pulled a few vines from the ground, and tied up the wings and feet of the flying dragon eagle. Unable to escape the bondage of fate, the flying dragon eagle was forced to give up resistance, and let Chang'an stuff it into the bamboo basket. Just now, she was busy chasing the flying dragon eagle, and didn't know where it was. She couldn't guarantee that she could find the original way back. Looking back, the grass and trees next to it were all grown similarly, and there was no one nearby. Chang'an was a little panicked, and quickly called up the map to see how far away from the hunting team was. Fortunately, it was not too far. The map showed that it was only 800 meters away. She thought she had run a long way, but she didn't expect it was only such a short distance. Her body was a little weak, and she had to exercise more when she returned. In the wilderness, she put on a small protective shield for herself. If something jumped out now, no one would save her. She sent a communication to Shan Mufling to report that she was safe and sent her location in case they couldn't find her. After the safety issue was resolved, she had time to look around. The plant in front seemed familiar. This plant was as tall as 2 of her. The leaves looked very similar. She took out the ladder and climbed up carefully. Now she could see it clearly. The endless purple ears of corn swayed gently in the breeze. The ears were heavy and drooped, like a shy girl, nodding slightly. The sun shone on the ground, shining with golden light. Shan Mufeng received a communication from Chang Yi and knew that she had left the hunting team alone. He was worried and called to find her. "Ee, are you not injured? Why did you run so far alone?" "I'm fine. Look what I found." With the plants behind as the background, Chang Yi took a photo and sent it to Shan Mufeng. "Come here quickly." "I didn't feel anything when I climbed up. When I was going down the ladder, I looked at the ground and felt a little dizzy. My legs trembled as I moved down little by little." "Huh?" I patted my chest to comfort myself and stamped my feet to feel the sense of security. They hadn't come yet. Chang Yi walked around the edge of the purple reed field to observe. The stems were as thick as a baby's fist, and the leaves were slender and sharp. Chang Yi tried to chop with a small sickle, but it didn't move at all. Only a little skin was broken on the stem, leaving a shallow mark, and her palm was still red from the shock. She changed to a pair of large scissors made by a gifted master, clenched her hands, took a deep breath, exerted force with both arms, and clicked. The sorghum stalks fell to the ground. Without good control of the direction, the purple reed stalk fell towards the direction where Chang Yi was standing. She hurriedly jumped to the side, but fortunately she reacted quickly enough and was not hurt. The green stalk fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Chang Yi trotted forward to check the purple reed. At first glance, she was almost angry and laughed. This thing was just a wax statue of a silver spear. Just now, when she looked at the whole piece on the ladder, it felt very spectacular, a scene of a bumper harvest. As a result, when she came here, the purple reed ears looked big, but in fact, the middle branches were big, and the fruit ears were the outermost circle. It was just a showpiece. The more she looked, the angrier she could not help but raise her leg and step on it. She stepped too hard, slipped, stumbled forward, and almost fell to the ground. The kick just now made the sorghum stalk roll out and turn over. There was a leaf on the stalk, curled up, and a gray-black thing was faintly revealed in the middle. Chang Yi carefully broke off the leaf and tore open the wrapped leaves. Chapter 85. The white columnar object, after being peeled open, is black inside, and the source of the low yield has been found. That is to say, the stem is so thick, but the yield is so perfunctory. It turns out that this thing exists. This thing is called black rice and truffle. It grows mostly on plants like ears of wheat. It is a kind of black fungus disease that affects the yield of plants. It tastes crisp, tender and sweet. The sound is quite crisp. Chang Yi broke off a piece, blew it for fun, opened his mouth and bit it, chewing it in big mouthfuls. Crack! Crack! A loud burp. Hey, I didn't notice that I had eaten it all. The stem of the purple reed is also a good thing. It is sweet, and can be eaten as a snack. My stomach is full, but my eyes are not full yet. I took out the scissors and pointed them at the stem. 2 clicks, pulled off the leaves, wiped them left and right with a handkerchief, and then I started to chew. The sweet juice spread in my mouth. After eating and drinking, Chang Yi felt full of strength. She put on protective clothing, hat and gloves, took out the refined scissors, and headed towards the sorghum field. After cutting a few trees, Chang Yi changed her strategy. The whole purple reed was too difficult for her to cut. Even with the refined scissors, she couldn't cut a few trees. Xiao Mao and Chang Song found the place according to the location given by Shan Mufeng, but there was no trace of Chang Yi. There were only a few purple reeds that were cut in pieces on the ground. Chang Song called Chang Yi's communication and asked, "Where are you?" "We are here in the purple reed field." "Where is it?" "How can I say it?" Chang Yi looked around and saw purple reed stalks everywhere. She had just plunged into the purple reed field to find Wu Mi, and now she was surrounded by purple reed stalks. "I can't explain it clearly. I share the location with you. Anyway, I'm here in the purple reed field. It's easy to find someone if you have a shared space." Chang Song followed the shared space and found her in the south of the purple reed field. Chang Yi looked a little funny at this time. I don't know what she ate secretly. There was a black circle around her mouth. "What are you doing here?" The purple reed leaves cut people. The purple reed stems were tall and dense, and it was stuffy inside. Although Chang Yi had taken good protection, her face was now red. Chang Song relied on his thick skin and flesh and didn't wear protective clothing. He walked in directly, and the exposed part was cut and swollen and itchy. "Yes." Chang Yi directly peeled a black rice and stuffed it into Chang Song. "Try it." Suddenly Chang Yi stuffed a black thing into his mouth. Before he could react, his mouth had already started chewing automatically. How to find it? Chang Yi didn't need to say anything else. Chang Song had never seen this thing, but the nutritional value of this taste must be high. Ordinary ingredients can only look good, but the taste is bland and tasteless, like chewing wax. Chang Song's arrival made Chang Yi feel much more relaxed. She was not strong enough, so it was difficult to find them, and it was not convenient to harvest. She was also afraid of heights. Now, she took out a big backpack and asked Chang Song to carry her. She could harvest with him more efficiently. Chang Song was so busy harvesting that he forgot that there was another person left beside him. Chang Song went to find Chang Yi, and Xiao Mao started harvesting sorghum directly. When Chang Yi didn't make any progress after cutting it, he didn't even use a knife, but directly pulled it out with his bare hands. He grabbed and lifted it up, and it was a plant. One person pulled it out for a long time, stood up and looked around, but he didn't see Chang Yi and the others. He looked at the shared positioning, and their positions were always moving, and there was no pattern, so he was not very reassured. He drove the hoverboard directly to find them. Fortunately, the positioning was not turned off. Wow! What are you two doing? Are you playing nesting dolls here? Chang Song carried the basket on his back, and Chang Yi sat in the basket, really sitting, with a small stool in the basket and a small basket on his back. Xiao Mao, you came just in time. Help me take these baskets outside. Chang Song picked up a few full baskets from the ground and handed them to Xiao Mao. He took the basket and looked down. Wow! No wonder these two people didn't go back for so long. They found such a good thing. Wumi tastes fresh and tender, and has mild energy. It can be eaten raw as a fruit or cooked as a vegetable. It's just that it's not easy to find. It's usually reserved for women and children, and superpower warriors are reluctant to eat it. Have you ever considered changing the way to harvest? Isn't it more convenient to harvest the whole tree directly? Xiao Mao didn't understand whether these two people were stupid. Anyway, the purple reed had to be harvested, and it would be more convenient to find Wumi after it was cut down. Chang Song was awakened by Xiao Mao's words, and turned his head to look at Chang Yi. Chang Yi blinked and said to Chang Song innocently, I can't cut the purple reed. Chang Song put Chang Yi in the backpack, sorted out the black rice he had collected, and took them back to the bottom with Xiao Mao. Chang Yi walked back slowly. When she arrived, Xiao Mao and Chang Song had already thrown away their sticks and started working. The purple reed that was hard to cut for her was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables for them. Chang Yi was responsible for processing the cut purple reed, mainly picking up the leaves, and collecting the black rice separately. Unfortunately, her work efficiency was not good, and she couldn't keep up with the speed of the two people's collection. Yaching. Where are you? Come to me quickly, don't dig your wild vegetables, and call Ji Shuyao by the way. Chang Yi called for external assistance. For private hunting teams, the distribution of materials is privately harvested and owned by individuals, and the collective is distributed according to contribution, so the women in front would grab them, for fear of being at a disadvantage. There weren't many wild vegetables in the forest, and there were many people in their team. Those who were quick could collect enough for 2 meals, while those who were slow could not even collect enough for 1 meal. Xiao Yaqing was the type who was slow, so she called Ji Shuyao to find Chang Yi. She thought Chang Yi called them over because she must have found a wild vegetable field. The sun was too hot, so Chang Yi took out the awning, opened it, and installed it, and moved the work location under the awning. When Xiao Yaqing and the others arrived, they rubbed their eyes. Were they dizzy from the heat? It was originally a field of purple reeds, but now it was forcefully separated by Xiao Mao and Chang Song, and a road was cut in the middle. The remaining root piles proved that it had existed. The hoverboard turned into a transport vehicle, flying back and forth, carrying the purple reeds. From a distance, it looked like the purple reeds could fly by themselves. After observing the people who didn't see Chang Yi, there was a purple reed mountain in the open space. Yi! Xiao Yaqing shouted at the top of her voice. Chang Yi's figure was blocked by the purple reed. When she heard Xiao Yaqing's voice, she came out from behind and said, I'm here, behind the purple reed pile. Ji Shuyao was excited. Purple reed is a good raw material for brewing wine. It is full of treasures. The wild vegetables dug up in front are not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. There was no movement from the soldiers. If this continues, they will not even be able to make back the basic freight. Now that Chang Yi has found the purple reed, it is hard to say how others have harvested, but they will definitely not have come in vain. Do you want to harvest purple reed or help me find black rice? Chang Yi let them choose for themselves. If they want purple reed, they can harvest it themselves. If they help her find black rice, she will count it as her share. Ji Shuyao chose to harvest purple reed. After all, Chang Yi said that whoever harvests it will take it, and she doesn't want hers. Xiao Yaqing picked up the leaves with her to find black rice. She doesn't like drinking, and is more interested in black rice than purple reed. She worked with him. Her mouth and hands were not stopping, and she didn't feel tired when working. Chapter 86. Now that Changyi has found the purple reed, it is hard to say how others harvest, but they definitely made a worthwhile trip. Do you want to harvest the purple reed or help me find black rice? Changyi let them choose. If they want the purple reed, they can harvest it themselves. If they help her find black rice, she will count it as their share. Ji Shuyao chose to harvest the purple reed. After all, Changyi said that whoever harvests it will take it, and she doesn't want hers. Xiao Yaqing picked up the leaves with her to find black rice. She doesn't like drinking, and is more interested in black rice than purple reed. She worked with her, talking non-stop, and working non-stop. She didn't feel tired at all. The area of the purple reed field was too large. Although they worked hard to harvest, they still couldn't finish harvesting before the large group arrived. Look, that's the purple reed, the woman shouted. The person who was working well paused, looked out to see that the large group of collectors had come, and said nothing, silently speeding up the movement of his hands. The woman's voice was still coming. She obviously recognized that the people who were harvesting were from her hunting team. Why are they like this? Why didn't they tell me when they found the purple reed field? As she said this, her hand was about to touch Changyi's purple reed pile. You want to cut it yourself? Don't touch ours. Changyi spoke in time to stop the woman's action. Why should I tell you? Is it because you are so shameless? When you were grabbing wild vegetables earlier, you didn't show mercy for the sake of your teammates. The woman wanted to say something, but her companions had already left her and rushed to the purple reed field. She had time to talk nonsense with others, so she might as well take it herself. The woman didn't expect her companions to be so disloyal. She stamped her feet and chased after them. Wait for me. Poochie. Changyi and Xiao Yaqing laughed out loud. The joining of the large army accelerated the disappearance of the purple reed field. No one left at noon. Many people ate something on the spot and continued to join the harvesting team. Some ruthless people did not even stop. Until the hunting team came back, there was only a pile left on the purple reed field. Everyone guarded their own purple reed piles and began to deal with them. A few good friends discussed going back to make wine together. Unlike the lively atmosphere of the gathering team, the people in the hunting team had no smiles on their faces. Have you found the Flying Dragon Eagle group? Ji Shuyao greeted Leng Yu. Leng Yu was depressed when he mentioned this. Don't mention it, it's weird. I didn't even see the hair of a flying dragon eagle this day. I finally met a mountain robe, but it ran away. After working so hard for so long, I only caught a few long-eared beasts, not enough for dinner. Changyi heard it from the side, and remembered that there was still a flying dragon eagle tied in her basket. She opened it quickly to see if it would suffocate to death. It was impossible to have a big dinner tonight. Even if the kitchen cooked several long-eared beasts, it would not be enough. In addition, everyone added some exotic beast meat they brought with them. Fortunately, the main food was purple reed provided by the gathering team. The fresh purple reed tasted good when steamed. Changyi's flying dragon eagle was not cooked overnight, so the kitchen grilled it. Their table had one more dish than others, and others were embarrassed to come and take advantage. Two women in gauze skirts pushed each other and laughed to their table. They stroked their hair and said to the men in a coquettish way, "Did you hunt this flying dragon eagle today?" Shan Mufeng did not stop his hands. He cut off a piece of leg meat and shaved it into small pieces for Changyi, reminding her, "Be careful of the heat." Leng Yu smiled at the two of them, pointed at Changyi and said, "No, this is the result of this ladies' battle today." One of the women in a gauze skirt curled her lips and looked at Changyi from the corner of her eyes. "Colonel Leng, don't joke. The hunting team has a small harvest. You can't eat alone?" This is not believed at all. Changyi swallowed the barbecue in her mouth. The chef's skills are good. It should be brushed with a layer of honey on the outside. It tastes a little sweet but not greasy. I caught it. I will eat it alone. If you don't like it, catch it yourself. Greedy, still unclear about the situation, who cares about her? Colonel Leng. The deliberately long-tailed tone made the ladies sitting there feel uncomfortable. Xiao Yaqing frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. But she was not the party involved in this matter, so she couldn't just interrupt casually. It depends on Changyi's intention. Leng Yu's smile remained unchanged. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just ask the other members of the hunting team. The woman didn't dare to ask at all, for fear of being accused of being greedy. It seemed that Changyi had really caught this flying dragon eagle. Before the two left, they even acted coquettishly with Leng Yu and scolded him with a smile. Stingy. Since the two women appeared, Ji Shuyao lowered her head to eat without looking up. Lung Yu's status, his ability, and his cheerful personality made him have peach blossoms regardless of whether he was married or not. She had long been accustomed to it. The original stationing point had too many hunting teams and a bit of a mixed group of people. It happened that the Purple Reed land had a large space and was flat, so they moved the stationing point here. It would be better to look around tomorrow to see if there was any Purple Reed land. The next day, Chang'e was woken up by Lung Yu. He came early in the morning and forced Chang'e to choose a direction, saying that she was lucky. Chang'e was also in high spirits. She couldn't tell whether her luck was good or not. Anyway, she felt it was okay, not particularly good, and far from the kind of people who went out to pick up energy stones. However, she could use the green-haired turtle she had just refined to see if it had this function. Lung Yu asked Chang'e to give the direction of today's hunting. Chang'e ran in and took out her green-haired turtle, and also took out a few interstellar coins that no one had used for a long time and put them in. Chang'e was quite serious about it. She put away everything on the table, spread a piece of pure red cloth, washed her hands carefully, tidied up, sat upright, and asked Lung Yu to repeat the question he wanted to ask. Which direction should we go for hunting today? Answering Chang'e's question first, Lung Yu looked at Chang'e's posture, turned his head, and leaned over to Shan Mufeng's ear and whispered, "Your wife can also do mysterious arts." Shan Mufeng pushed his head away and didn't answer. His eyes flickered slightly. The cloth on the table seemed to be what Chang'e usually used to catch snack crumbs. At this time, Chang'e, who was sitting at the table, closed her eyes slightly, covered the front and back mouths of the green-haired turtle with her hands, shook it up and down, and muttered something. Listening closely, Lung Yu almost burst out laughing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where to go today, east, south, west, north, center, where to make a fortune, and finally a mumble that he couldn't understand. After shaking it well, Chang'e opened her eyes, opened the front mouth, slowly poured out the interstellar coins, and memorized the appearance of the interstellar coins. She put the interstellar coins into the green-haired turtle again, and continued the previous actions, repeating this 6 times. It is better to go west today. Chang'e finished her scientific calculation method, studied the interstellar coins 6 times, and came to a conclusion, and then replied to Lung Yu. Lung Yu didn't care what Chang'e said, anyway, it didn't matter where to go hunting, and asked Chang'e just because he thought she was lucky. Okay, let's go west today. Chapter 87. The hunting team did not have a good harvest yesterday, so today they are eager to catch some delicious animals. After gathering and getting ready, they set off to the western forest according to Lung Yu's instructions. The people in the gathering team, I don't know what they are thinking, many of them followed Chang'e. At first, Chang'e didn't notice it, and wandered around by herself, looking for edible food. After someone robbed her of her favorite ingredients for the nth time, she couldn't help but ask them what they meant by following her. The women laughed awkwardly and said, "Let's have fun together." No other meaning. Chang'e sank her face and glared at them. "You like to follow me, right? Then you can follow me as much as you want." Next, Chang'e picked up a small stick and held it in her hand, and began to wander around aimlessly, stopping to poke at ant nests when she saw them. The women followed her for a long time, but they didn't get anything, and the team behind them gradually dispersed. Yee! Don't be angry, they are just like this. Xiao Yaqing was delayed by something today, so she came a little late. Suddenly, a sharp cry was heard. Chang'e looked up at the source of the sound. People nearby stopped what they were doing and looked over there. Yes, the flying dragon eagle. The hunting team had been looking for the flying dragon eagle for a whole day yesterday, but today the gathering team encountered it. No one had the energy to find other ingredients. The gathering team immediately became agitated. Without wasting a second, everyone threw away what they had in their hands, and ran towards the flying dragon eagle. It has high nutritional value, good taste, and weak attack power. It's no wonder that everyone is crazy. It was too crazy. Chang'e didn't get involved. With so many people trying to catch a flying dragon eagle, even if they caught it, they couldn't explain it. Are you going to catch it? Chang'e asked Xiao Yaqing beside her. She was ready to retreat. Xiao Yaqing wanted to, but it seemed that she couldn't beat those people. She shook her head, and followed Chang'e to leave the chaotic battlefield. Gugu Chang'e stopped and listened. There seemed to be movement in the bushes on the right. Hush, signaled Xiao Yaqing not to make a sound. The two tiptoed and followed the sound. Xiao Yaqing excitedly pulled Chang'e's sleeves. There was a nest of flying dragon eagle behind the bushes. He immediately covered Xiao Yaqing's mouth to prevent her from shouting out of excitement. Chang'e nodded to indicate that she saw it too. At the same time, he He kept helping Xiao Yaqing to calm down, and only let go of her hand when he was sure that she could control her excitement. Yesterday's trap was still usable. Before going out today, Chang'e brought a special trap made overnight to prevent wasting time because of the failure of the trapping tool like yesterday. She didn't eat the celery yesterday, so it was just right for catching the flying dragon eagle. After preparing the bait, she gently put the trap about 4 to 5 meters away from the flying dragon eagle's nest. She was afraid that the flying dragon eagle in the nest would not be fooled, so she threw a few pieces of celery leaves forward. The smell of celery leaves was stronger than that of stems. Pulling Xiao Yaqing to hide, "Did you catch the one yesterday like this?" Xiao Yaqing asked her while typing on the communicator. Nodding, Chang'e also took the communicator and started typing, "Yes, we will surround it later, and don't let it run away, so as not to let others take advantage of it." Xiao Yaqing nodded solemnly, promising to surround it tightly, and never let others take advantage of him. The flying dragon eagle in the nest was seduced by the smell of celery, and left its nest, coo. It called out twice tentatively, its big round eyes vigilantly observing the surroundings to confirm safety. The little thing also knew how to make a feint to the east and attack to the west, pecking here and there beside it, and seeing no movement around, it put its mouth on the celery leaf, smacking it twice. It tasted good, but the amount was a little small. The flying dragon eagle was not satisfied with it, and gurgled twice, and continued to move its claws to find delicious food. Goo! It was fooled. No, it was fooled again. The sudden darkness made the flying dragon eagle flutter in panic. Now is the time go. With Chang'e's order, Xiao Yaqing leaped out like an agile leopard, with a nimble body. Chang'e, the two of them, opened his arms and deliberately made a loud noise in front of it, forcing it to rush in the direction of Xiao Yaqing. With cooperation, it soon fell into a desperate situation. The last pounce was completed by Xiao Yaqing, caught. She hugged the flying dragon eagle in her arms tightly, and she was still lying on the ground, turning back to report the good news to Chang'e. Chang'e stepped forward to help tie up the flying dragon eagle with a rope, and then helped her up. "Hurry up and shake off the dirt on you." The sportswear she had just put on was almost unrecognizable. Xiao Yaqing didn't care much about it, and tidied it up casually. She looked at the flying dragon eagle she had just caught. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. It was so beautiful. "Okay. Let's go back and see if there are any eggs in the nest." Chang'e just saw the movements of the flying dragon eagle, and felt that there should be eggs in the nest. It was a few steps away. She pulled apart the grass and found milky white eggs neatly placed in the grass nest. There are really 8 eggs. I can stew them with eggs tonight. The slippery steamed eggs were delicious just thinking about it. Chang'e also liked it. She picked it up carefully. She was afraid that it would break, so she used local materials and pulled some wild grass to pat it underneath. Let's look forward. Maybe there are more. Xiao Yaqing had fun catching them. Not long after they walked forward, they really encountered another flying dragon eagle. They did the same thing, and today's flying dragon eagle harvest increased by 1. Xiao Yaqing felt that their luck today was really great. They just caught one here, and turned around to see another one. There's another one. This bush is simply a gathering place for flying dragon eagles. Be careful. Chang'e's reminder was a beat late. She was hit. Ouch. Xiao Yaqing was hit, and saw stars. Who is it? Looking up, it looks familiar, but can't be called out. Are you okay? Shuezhu stretched out his hand to pull Xiao Yaqing up, and asked with concern. He was a member of the hunting team today. Shuezhu, did you catch it? Leng Yu's voice came from the opposite side. Shuezhu looked at the flying dragon eagle in Xiao Yaqing's hand, and didn't know how to reply to Leng Yu, whether it was caught or not. I caught this. Sensing Shuezhu's gaze, Xiao Yaqing put her hands behind her back, hid the flying dragon eagle behind her, and declared her sovereignty to him. She made a look at Chang'e, asking her to collect the prey quickly. Chang'e raised her eyebrows, took the flying dragon eagle, tied it up neatly, and stuffed it into the basket in one go. When Leng Yu arrived, he just saw Chang'e collecting the flying dragon eagle. This was intercepted by his own people. Why are you here? Today, they followed the direction given by Chang'e. At the beginning, it was similar to yesterday. They didn't encounter any valuable prey. Later, they chased a flying dragon eagle and touched this piece of grass. Catching prey. Leng Yu and the others were familiar with each other, so they had no pressure to confront each other. Xiao Yaqing asked directly, "What are you doing here? You are a gathering team, and you have expanded your business to hunting." Since they are all family members, Leng Yu did not care about their attitude. "Come with us." "How many did you catch today?" Leng Yu was willing, but Chang'e and the others might not be happy. If they did not join them, the ones they caught would be theirs, but if they joined them, it would be collective. Chapter 88. Lung Yu laughed angrily. How could they be so petty? With so many people, they couldn't compare to the two women. Don't worry, there's enough for you to eat today. How many are there? Xiao Yuqing was worried and continued to ask questions. 10. Lung Yu replied unhappily. Xiao Yuqing got the answer she wanted, turned her back and pulled Chang'e, whispering, Did we catch 3? Chang'e stretched out 3 fingers to gesture, nodded, and whispered back, Yes, including the one we just caught, there are already 3. The two looked at each other, and saw disgust in each other's eyes. After calculating the average, their interest in cooperating with Ling Yu instantly cooled. In fact, it's good for us to catch our own. Xiao Yuqing clenched her fists, coughed twice strategically, and politely refused. Lung Yu's eyes looked back and forth between the two people's faces. He didn't hear what they just said very clearly. How could the two of them catch 3 flying dragon eagles in such a short time? Although its attack power is not strong and its attack method is single, it is very fast, and is not easy to catch under normal circumstances. And Mo Ming felt guilty when Ling Yu saw the two of them. He did not dare to look Ling Yu in the eye, and unconsciously looked away from him. Ling Yu knew that they must have some special method to catch the flying dragon eagle, but this was a matter of personal will, and it was not easy to force it. If they did not want to form a team, then they did not want to form a team. He told the two of them to pay attention to safety, and not to be too far away from the main force. He led the hunting team to continue looking for the flying dragon eagle. The hunting team left too straightforwardly, which made them a little uncomfortable. After all, they were a team. They were so individualistic. Chang'e felt a little awkward. Is it not good for us to do this? Xiao Yuqing covered her mouth with her hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Let's catch a few more and tell them later. Chang'e nodded. This was fine. Originally, they formed a team, and each person's share had been given. The little supplies that women and children harvested by themselves were always assumed to belong to individuals. Now they just feel embarrassed because they harvested a little too much. In fact, they did nothing wrong. This patch of grass was not big, and Ling Yu and his team did not walk very far. Chang'e saw that their hunting method was to attack the grass from time to time. If there was any movement, they would surround and attack. The charred dead grass told its story. The hunting team made too much noise, and the flying dragon eagle in the grass was scared and ran around everywhere. How could it look for food obediently? Let's go over there. Chang'e suggested to Xiao Yuqing that if they continue to stay here, they might not catch anything. After getting away from the hunting team, the two heard the sound of rustling grass in front of them. Xiao Yuqing's eyes sparkled, and she excitedly ran forward to check. Did you see it? The person in front stood there motionless, and Chang'e was puzzled. Hearing Chang'e's voice, Xiao Yuqing did not make any big moves, but just turned her head stiffly, with a bitter face, waved at her, and opened and closed her mouth, but no sound came out. Chang'e did not understand what she was talking about, and took 2 or 3 steps forward. What are you doing? Xiao Yuqing covered her mouth, turned her head with her hand, and let her look forward. Oh my God! Now I understand what she meant by waving her hand, but it's too late. Chang'e looked at the guy in front of him, who was eating happily with his head down, showing the same bitter face, and joined the Wooden Man team. What did they see? The alien Kuwait pig. The sound they heard was not the flying dragon eagle eating grass, but it was eating grass. The alien Kuwait pig has strong combat power. Its meat contains high nutritional value and is rare. For women and children, it can nourish the body. For the superpower warriors, it can soothe the restless genes. Eating more can be used as medicine. If the hunting team encounters it, they will inevitably fight and must take it down. It is rare, but now they are the two scums. Do you think they dare to move? How dare they take it down? The combat power is too different. They just want to run away safely. The alien Kuwait pig is born with the superpower of gold. It can crush them with a metal ball. The defense shield can't stand it. What to do? Xiao Yuqing asked with a wink. What can we do? Retreat. Chang'e smiled bitterly and gestured to her. 1, 2, 3. Back off. They gestured and moved backwards in unison. The strange Kuwait pig stopped chewing, its big black eyes watching the strange movements of the two little things. Didn't they look at it? The second step, the half-raised foot in the air, stopped there, in a dilemma. Crack, crack. Not seeing Chang'e and the others continue to move, the strange Kuwait pig lowered its head again and chewed the grass in its mouth. The numb feet were able to fall down before they could catch their breath. The strange Kuwait pig heard the movement and looked at them again. This time, while continuing to eat, it also approached them. What to do? It was about to walk in front of them. The two froze in place, not daring to breathe. Their legs were trembling and they were so scared. They had to be scared. This was not a flying dragon eagle. They couldn't afford to offend. They really couldn't afford to offend. Fortunately, the exotic Kuei pig stopped 3 to 4 meters away from them, and did not move closer or attack them. Except for lowering its head to nibble some grass from time to time, it did not move. It seemed to just eat grass in a different place. If it didn't work to confront it head-on, try to please it. Chang'e took out the purple reed pole, and gently threw it to the feet of the exotic Kuei pig. She pointed at it and said, "This is sweet and delicious." The exotic Kuei pig glanced at the pole at its feet, and looked at Chang'e with clear eyes without moving. Xiao Yaqing's eyes were red, and tears were rolling in her eyes. If she had known earlier, she would have teamed up with the hunting team. Why was she so stingy? Finally, the exotic Kuei pig lowered its noble head, sniffed, and turned its head away in disgust. This is because it doesn't like it. If it likes to eat it, then there's a way. Chang'e searched for the things in her hand. No matter what it was, she tried to throw it out if she felt it would eat it. He stretched out his tongue and rolled up the wild vegetable leaves, crack. Pause for a moment, ugh. It thought it was something good. It's not delicious, spit it out. They tried all the plants on hand, but they didn't find anything it liked, so there was nothing else. Under the gaze of the strange beast Kuei pig, Chang'e threw the thing in her hand away, and took a closer look. Oh no! It was a small stone collected by the big fish, not a plant. The two small things thrown before were not delicious, but this thing tasted fragrant. I don't know if it tasted good. The strange beast Kuei pig opened its mouth and bit the stone. Crack, crack, crack. It bit it crisply, and its chewing movement obviously accelerated, and the short tail behind it circled vertically. This is a favorite. Chang'e and Xiao Yaqing saw excitement in each other's eyes, as if they didn't have to run away, and they could try to seduce a strange beast Kuei pig back. The two people who were so timid just now had bold ideas. The strange Kuei pig? Who wouldn't want it? They just couldn't beat it, so they had to try if there was hope. The hunting team wandered around looking for it every day, but couldn't find it. Now they met it, and didn't attack it. It was a rare opportunity, so how could they not be tempted? Chapter 89. Chang'e took the risk, like fishing, tied a small stone with a pole, and waved it in front of the strange beast Kuei pig. It didn't attack, but it followed the direction of the small stone, and opened its mouth to eat. Chang'e retreated a little bit, so that it didn't eat it. The strange beast Kuei pig didn't get angry and attack, but chased the small stone and bit it. This method really works. Chang'e and Xiao Yaqing breathed a sigh of relief, holding the pole, and led the strange beast Kuei pig back. After a few steps, it took a bite. In fact, this small stone is not a stone, it is the feces of a big fish. Chang'e only found out later. He wanted to throw it away, but he didn't throw it away after bringing it back with great difficulty. He didn't expect the strange beast Kuei pig to like it. It only grows combat power, but not brains. It will follow people for any benefits. Children in kindergarten have more anti-fraud awareness than it. The danger was temporarily lifted. Chang'e put on a protective shield, and carried a fishing rod to lure the exotic Kuei pig back. The camp was a little far away, and there were many people there, so she was afraid of causing trouble. Xiao Yaqing was sent one step ahead to find the hunting team in the bushes, and asked them to come over to support, which was also to remind them to be quiet. After separating from Chang'e and the others, the hunting team caught another 3 flying dragon eagles in the bushes. Leng Yu smiled, and was very satisfied with today's harvest. If they continued like this, they could catch a lot. Seeing someone running over from a distance, Leng Yu looked in the direction of the person and looked at him. It looked like Xiao Yaqing. Why was she alone? Chang'e was not with her. Did something happen? Leng Yu pondered in his heart, took a long step, and greeted Xiao Yaqing. Where is Chang'e? Seeing Leng Yu, Xiao Yaqing hurriedly said to him, "Let them stop for a while. We caught an exotic Kuei pig." Digging her ears, huh? He suspected that he had a hearing problem. Was she talking about the strange Kuei pig? Was it the strange Kuei pig he knew? Are you okay? Even if he suspected that she was crazy, he didn't believe that the two of them could catch a strange Kuei pig. Xiao Yaqing stamped her feet anxiously. Although if she wasn't the person involved, she wouldn't believe it. Oh. You have a problem with your brain, right? You should stop them first. It will be too late if the strange Kuei pig is scared away. Leng Yu half believed and half doubted. He asked the hunting team to stop first, and then ordered a few soldiers to go to the path Xiao Yaqing came from to find Chang'e. It didn't take them long to find that Chang Yi really came towards them with a strange kue pig. A soldier rubbed his eyes, grabbed his companion's arm, pointed at the strange beast kue pig behind Chang Yi, and said excitedly, "Alive." Lung Yu blinked his eyes, screamed in his heart, pretended to be calm, reminded himself that he was a man who had seen the world, don't make a fuss, and speeded over with a vigorous footsteps. When he got closer, Lung Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The strange beast kue pig with a combat power of level 6 was like a small pet, following Chang Yi obediently, and didn't attack. Seeing Lung Yu and the others, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the task was completed. Chang Yi handed the bamboo pole in his hand to Lung Yu. "The next is up to you." Xiao Yaqing helped Chang Yi sit on the big rock next to him to rest. Finally, she brought him back successfully. She was scared enough. She was trembling all the way, afraid that it would suddenly attack, and she didn't dare to breathe. Lung Yu took the fishing rod given by Chang Yi, looked at the strange beast kue pig, and his hands were trembling with excitement, and the shaking fishing rod kept shaking. The strange beast kue pig could not eat the feces of the big fish, and made a dissatisfied cry. This cry scared the people around him. Chang Yi was also startled by this cry, and was so angry that she grabbed the dirt on the ground and threw it at Lung Yu. "Why are you shaking? Are you crazy?" The soldier next to him was stunned at first, then he came to his senses and ran back in a hurry, shouting, "Where is the strange beast cage? Bring it here quickly. You are so nervous." Looking at the soldier who ran away in a hurry, Xiao Yaqing shook her head and sighed. The young soldier was still too young, unlike her who didn't run away when she met the strange beast kue pig. Chang Yi rolled her eyes at her and let her experience it herself. The young soldier came over with the strange beast cage, followed by many people. He just rushed over, and said to take the strange beast cage to put the strange beast kue pig. Others thought that Lung Yu and his men had discovered the traces of the strange beast kue pig, and hurried over to help. The small stones on the fishing rod were about to be eaten up. Lung Yu led the strange beast kue pig into the strange beast cage, and locked the cage door. The strange beast kue pig was only busy eating the last bit of stone foam, cooperating obediently without resistance. The soldiers surrounded the strange beast cage excitedly. "This is really a strange beast kue pig. I saw a living strange beast kue pig." Incoherent words kept coming out. Everyone knows that the meat of the strange beast kue pig has many benefits, but not many people have seen it, and even fewer people have the honor to eat it. Lung Yu was only lucky enough to eat 1 or 2 pieces. Now the whole head appeared in front of him. How could he not be excited? He kept looking around the strange beast kue pig. After eating the stones, the strange beast kue pig found that his situation was not right. He wanted to condense a metal ball to attack, but the metal ball did not condense. He was irritable and paced anxiously in the strange beast cage, hitting the cage wall from time to time. The alien beast cage is a special array device, refined by a high-level talent master, specially used to carry live alien beasts, and it can effectively suppress the ability of alien beasts. A clever soldier pulled a bundle of grass and stuffed it into the cage to feed it. Chang Yi reminded, "It won't eat it." Just after throwing so many plants to it, it took a fancy to a stone, and didn't take a fancy to anything else. "I'm afraid it won't eat the grass that can be seen everywhere." As if to slap her in the face, the alien beast kue pig stared at the little soldier for a moment, then took his hand and ate the grass. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Chang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. The little soldier grinned and continued to feed grass to the alien beast kue pig. Now that they haven't returned to the base yet, there are many variables. Chang Yi asked Lung Yu how to get it back. There are many hunting teams nearby. If other teams see it, it is hard to guarantee that there won't be a few who will be blinded by interests and come to rob it, or use relationships to pressure and calculate. Lung Yu waved to the soldiers behind him to come forward and whispered in his ear. The 2 soldiers nodded from time to time, and then left with 5 soldiers. "Where did you catch the exotic kue pig? Are there other exotic kue pigs?" Lung Yu asked. "The exotic kue pig is rare and hard to come by, but what if there is one? It's in the short woods to the west." Xiao Yaqing was still excited. When she heard Lung Yu's question, she pointed to the woods excitedly. "It's over there." As for whether there are more, she is not sure. Anyway, if there were 2 just now, they might not be able to successfully lead this exotic kue pig back. Chang Yi nodded to confirm her words. "We only saw this one just now." As she was talking, the soldier who had just left came back with a few long-eared beasts, and the soldiers following behind him each carried a large bundle of green grass. After walking in, he nodded and said hello to Lung Yu, and began to decorate the cage of the exotic beast. More than 10 soldiers worked together, and after a while, The shadow of the exotic beast Kuei pig disappeared. From a distance, it was just an ordinary cage filled with green grass and long-eared beasts. This trick is good, Chang'e gave Ling Yu a thumbs up. Chapter 90. There is a way to get it back. Can we eat it tonight? This is what Chang'e is concerned about. Ling Yu was stunned when he heard this. He was still planning to keep it first, but it is not impossible to eat it immediately. The exotic Kuei pig is rare. If it is kept, it is hard to guarantee that no one will come to take advantage of it. It is a good idea to quietly get rid of it while no one knows about it. Everyone will benefit. After thinking about it, he nodded in agreement, but the most urgent task now is to send the exotic Kuei pig back to the garrison first. He has to follow it personally, otherwise he will be worried. The soldiers carried the exotic cage and happily sent it to the transport vehicle. There was no pressure at all for the thousands of pounds of things. After getting in the car, Ling Yu asked curiously, "What is the stone you used to catch it?" "That." "There is nothing to hide." Chang'e took out the stone and showed it to him. "This is it." "Is this a stone?" "It is the feces of a big fish. I was going to throw it away, but I didn't expect that Kuei pig would like to eat this thing." Hearing her saying that she was going to throw it away, Ling Yu asked anxiously, "You didn't throw it away?" "The treasure that can catch Kuei pig, he will find it back even if he throws it away." "It's almost not. I didn't have time to throw it away," Chang'e replied indifferently. "That's good. Are there many stones?" "It's good that you didn't throw it away," Ling Yu continued to ask. "How many are left?" Chang'e was not completely careless, and didn't tell Ling Yu the actual number. In fact, she thought she could only bring in stones at that time, so she saved a lot. "How many did you use to catch it this time?" Ling Yu calculated in his mind whether they could catch a few more. "3 is fast. I used 1 to seduce it at the beginning, and 2 were eaten by it at the end." This is easy to calculate. She remembered it clearly. 3 pieces of bait are used for a Kuei pig, so is there enough left to catch another one? If I had known, I would not let the Kuei pig eat the last bit. I could still use it after digging it out. I will send someone with a cage of exotic animals to follow you. If you encounter a Kuei pig again, you just need to lure it into the cage. You can save money on the way and catch more. Ling Yu discussed the hunting plan with Chang'e, trying to catch the most Kuei pigs at the lowest cost. Chang'e looked up at him. He is the one who dreams. He is already considering saving bait and catching more prey. Has he never considered whether she can encounter Kuei pigs in the future? Not necessarily. Chang'e gave him a shot of prevention first. "It's okay. I'm optimistic about you. If you don't have pigs, you can get other things. I can also equip you with flying dragon eagles." After what happened in the past 2 days, Ling Yu now has unspeakable trust in Chang'e's luck. Chang'e didn't want to talk about reality with someone who was overwhelmed by the harvest. He simply couldn't listen. He turned around and wanted to find Xiao Yuqing to drink tea. Chatting, seeing the lady talking loudly among the soldiers, Chang'e thought that she should drink the tea by herself. In order to avoid other hunting teams, they chose a deserted path when they came back, sneaking back to the camp like thieves, and even made a special circle before stopping to make sure there were no outsiders before landing. Dan Mufeng saw them approaching stealthily from a distance, not knowing what they were doing. He squinted and watched as the soldiers lifted the cages full of grass and long-eared beasts from the transport vehicle. "Why are you carrying the cages of grass back?" The soldiers behind him helped to answer their questions. The soldier carrying the cage smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Shan Mufeng's eyes were attracted by Chang'e, who appeared behind him. Shouldn't she be with the gathering team? Why did she come back with the hunting team? What happened? He looked at her worriedly. "Good news. I caught a treasure, and we came back early to avoid being missed." Chang'e spread her arms so that he could see clearly, and reported the good news to him with a smile. Shan Mufeng raised his eyes slightly and helped Chang'e to tidy up the broken hair on her forehead. "My EE is really amazing." This was unbelievable. Chang'e didn't continue. She was waiting to blind them later. "Today, don't bring outsiders to the garrison, and refuse those who come to visit as soon as possible," Ling Yu ordered. This notice made the people in the garrison feel novel. It was normal for familiar teams to visit each other directly when they went out hunting. "Colonel Lung, what do you mean? My brother is also on a mission today, and he said he would come to me tonight to chat," a soldier asked with a smirk. Ling Yu curled his lips and smirked. "If you have to chat with him today, I have no objection, as long as you are willing to share your share with others." "Shan, Colonel." A trembling voice came from the logistics department. The soldier who just said he wanted to chat with his brother was so anxious that he couldn't make a call. He sent a message to his brother with trembling hands, saying that he would not get together today, Absolutely not. The people who were attracted by the sound were stunned by the strange beast Kuwait Pig in the cage, and some soldiers secretly compared the images of Kuwait Pig. Chang'e also saw several soldiers slapping themselves in the face, brushing their teeth, rubbing their faces and grinning. Is it a good thing? Chang'e looked up at Shan Mufeng, not missing any expression on his face. My EE is really amazing. This time, the compliment was more heartfelt. Shan Mufeng didn't expect Chang'e to give him such a big surprise. He hadn't eaten many exotic Kuwait pigs, but this time, he could eat them to his heart's content thanks to his wife. Don't just stand there and laugh. Hurry up and get started. We eat it tonight. Leng Yu's words pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Being able to eat it is definitely more appealing than just seeing it. Everyone nodded in agreement, and went out to prepare to kill the Kuwait Pig. The Kuwait Pig is not small in size, and can produce a lot of meat. Chang'e was not needed to kill the Kuwait Pig. She had nothing to do, so she strolled in the woods to see if there were any wild vegetables with good taste that could be added to the dish. She didn't find any wild vegetables, but she found a wild fruit, the crooked jujube, which got its name because it looks like a path with many bends. You can eat the jujubes without any hesitation. Chang'e picked the big bunches. They are really sweet. The only drawback is that they are too small to eat. The big bunches are only the size of a palm, and they are gone before you can eat much. The jujube trees here are not big. The fruits outside should have been eaten by other animals. Many of them are still left with their butts. There are not many good ones on the periphery. Chang'e wanted to pick the better ones, so she could only pick the middle part, but the thorns were entangled together, and it was too prickly. She tried several angles but failed. Put on gloves and try again. It's much better. Be careful. It won't hurt if it doesn't get pierced too deep. This bunch is big and plump, so it must be juicy and sweet. After picking it, I can't wait to pull one off and put it in my mouth. It burst with juice and was sweet to the heart. She kept chewing in her mouth, and her hands were light and delicate. If she was too heavy, she would easily break the skin. Relying on the gloves, she was picking happily. She was bitten by the thorns in the middle. 2 large teeth marks suddenly appeared on the retracted gloves. The teeth marks were deep and shallow, clearly visible. Fortunately, the gloves were of high quality, and were not easily bitten. She took off the gloves and observed them carefully. Fortunately, she was not really injured. She gently stroked the teeth marks on the gloves, and a little fear surged in her heart.